Good afternoon. Hello. What's up? कैसे हो? क्या हाल है? Hello बाजी. Hi कपिल. Hello मृणाल. What up? Hello Eternix. शुरू हो गया क्या वो स्ट्रीम? इंटरव्यू वगैरह हो रहा है. Hi अमन. Hi Jirengar. How are you? Good afternoon. हेल्थ कैसा है? काफी बेटर है. आई थिंक वो जो कल लंबी स्ट्रीम की है उससे मेरी रिकवरी हुई है थोड़ी. या लंबी स्ट्रीम वाज नीडेड. या हेलो इनोसुके. हाय पीकू. हाय प्रकाश. हाय टीएससी. Are we really gonna see Free Fire? Yes, because we are gonna support our team. आज आप एसएटूएल और इंडियन टीम्स को सपोर्ट मत करना, देखना हम जीत जाएंगे. क्या इतना बुरा हूं मैं? भाई मेरे लिए वो लोग का स्ट्रीम बफर हो रहा है. व्हाट इज दिस? मैं तो मैच खत्म होते ही सो गया था. ऑल फार्मो चैलेंज कब करोगे? पता नहीं. मैं बोला ना भाई, मेरे को मत पूछा करो. आस्क वाइपर जरा, डोंट आस्क मी. आस्क देम. भाई ये लोग का स्ट्रीम बफर हो रहा है. हाउ एम आई गोना वॉच पार्टी? खैर ईडब्ल्यूसी तो ट्विच पे भी आता ही होगा ना. अगर ज्यादा हुआ तो ट्विच. डोंट टेल मी कि ट्विच पे नहीं होता फ्री फायर. ईडब्ल्यूसी फ्री फायर नहीं है ट्विच पे. व्हाट? व्हाई?
Right, it's you've got to get the
व्हाई? ट्विच पे लॉल चल रहा है. हाँ ट्विच पे लॉल चल रहा है. हाय आयुष. इतना चुभने लगा हूँ. हाँ ना, इतना चुभने लगा हूँ. कहीं शीरो तो नहीं? भाई ट्विच पे तो लॉल है. ट्विच पे लॉल है. लॉल. चल जा भाई, यूट्यूब मत कर ऐसे. मेरी स्ट्रीम खराब मत कर.
The endurance that they're going to have to show.
Yeah, I do agree because like even in a on LAN event, their qualifiers is coming from a LAN event, so they have that experience already. But I'm pretty sure that they have a little bit of their back pocket that they can bring in because this is
Yo,
some of the
Shivanshu.
wrestling teams coming from India, and it's tough to say if what they've shown already is what we're
आज
going to
दोनों
expect.
ग्रुप का
because
मैचेस
they
है.
all
पहले
have been
हमारा
preparing for this after a
इंडिया
lot
से,
of rest
फिर
out
दूसरा
of
ग्रुप में.
esports scene
अच्छा
from India. I'm really looking forward to what they're
ओके
going to bring to
नाइस.
the table.
दैट्स नाइस. हाँ अपने
And
मैचेस
once
तो
again,
रात
as the
को आएंगे.
EWC, of course, is
लंबा
going to be
स्ट्रीम है.
different. The spirit is also
किस पे
very
है क्या?
different.
EWC.
So, yeah, looking forward
EWC
to see
ट्विच
how
और यूट्यूब
they
पे
are
होता है इनका
performing this
स्ट्रीम. वहाँ भी वाईटी ही चलता है बट बफर नहीं होता.
year.
Yeah, Southeast Asia's used to dominating EWC.
उधर से
I know
मैं
a lot
फुल
of the other regions.
स्ट्रीम कर
Once again,
पाऊंगी.
Brazil wants to see if they can finally get that
My
championship,
favorite
Fluxo
game.
especially. And then we have other
Yeah.
regions as well, right? We got
मिस्टर
Pakistan, we got some of the
रामपाल.
other
क्या
ones.
मतलब
Yeah,
मिसिंग
looking at the
रामपाल?
teams from Group A,
हाँ
I'm
यार,
gonna go with you.
रामपाल तो डब्ल्यू है. क्वालिटी.
Them surprising us with consistency.
Well,
Consistency.
यार इधर
there's a
क्वालिटी
lot of
गंदा
these,
है.
teams really that
शायद,
hasn't shown
not
that
sure.
much from the previous competition. I
Same
think
quality
AJ
आ
is
रहा है
one
क्या
of the
guys?
team
मेरे
that
को ही
has
लग रहा है
that
शायद ऐसे.
confidence right now, especially having that
Hello,
class war. So it's a
Saurabh.
different game mode overall. But the team, after getting that championship, they have been in good chemistry up to this point.
लाओ भाई सारे समोसा दे दो, मुझे बहुत भूख लग रही
They
है.
have been showing amazing performance, and I think
Give
Drew
me
is in the
all
right
the
place,
samosas.
right space, and yeah, it's always beautiful how
And
he
pani
and
puri.
Saifa would do a teamwork and play so well alongside each other. So I'm just really looking forward to see what AJL will bring to the game this year.
Oh man, all right. Yeah, you agree with it too. Okay. Okay. Now, I'm going to put you guys on the spot because I just want to be able to say this word, and it's none other than Booyah! Who's gonna be taking the first booyah of the day?
Oh my God! You really have to ask.
It's just
this,
one of
huh?
those like close your eyes and
we have
starts.
we literally just started the show. Okay, I think I'm gonna go Buriram United Esports.
Ooh, I like it. I like it. Neptune, come on.
I don't know. I mean, some of the teams, the best teams, I would say, doesn't show up that much. So I'm going for Aurora Gaming at this point from Group A. Coming from Malaysia, also a first contender in here. I think they will be on fire right now.
I thought you were gonna go with Evos. I'm not gonna lie. She stayed with Buriram. I was like, for sure he's gonna go with Evos. But let us know in the comments below for everybody watching. Who do you think is gonna be taking the first booyah? Because this is day one of Free Fire at Esports World Cup. You know what? Let's get started.
इसमें मैच पॉइंट थ्रेशोल्ड 90 पॉइंट्स है वाओ अरे रामपाल इज फ्रॉम आरपी में आरपी करती हूँ ना उसमें कैरेक्टर है फर्स्ट इन माय ब्लड लाइन वॉच फ्री फायर वॉच पार्टी नाइस डब्ल्यू डू यू हैव एनी टिप्स फॉर ऑन गोइंग टू स्टार्ट स्ट्रीमिंग सून बी योरसेल्फ एंजॉय बाकी गुड लक 20 मैचेस होते हैं फाइनल्स में क्या बात कर रहे हो अबे मेरे कैरेक्टर का थोड़ी है हाँ S8UL मैच 7 बजे से है बहुत टाइम है अभी तो बहुत टाइम है S8UL मैच में ओके फ्री फायर गेमिंग जी आप स्पैम ना करें ये एक दिन में 20 मैच झूठ बोल रहा है मेरे हिसाब से Is it better now? Oh.
24 of the most dominant teams in the world will step onto the Gadir City grid for the first time today. Teams who swept through their regions and left their opponents in the dust. But now they stand at the base of a mountain faced with an almost impossible climb.
150 million players for these 2026.
Game
33
bhai,
million
pick
players
wale.
play these games every day. But today we will have the 96 best players
Free Fire
coming
को
from all
champion
around the
नहीं
world.
बोलते
That's
हैं।
right, from all corners of the world, ready to go toe-to-toe until they are the
Hello,
last
Masood.
team standing. My name is Barney Banks and I'm your host alongside the incredible Looty. And without any further delay, it's time to introduce your first 12 teams to the main stage.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure, of course. Like
Adi
there
को
is so
पूछ
many
रहा है
young
कि
players, and they are coming from all around
Free
the world.
Fire
And you know
की
what?
PRX
Like,
कौन है?
I think for a lot of them, it's the first time in Europe,
वो ये नहीं
the
पूछा
first
कि
time
PRX
in
कौन है?
Paris. So they are far away from home. Hopefully, they're gonna make it right for this first day here at EWC Paris. However, it's time, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our first 12 teams, starting with Demon's
Hi, Mohi.
Pride.
Titan Esports Club.
Loud Sneakers.
Cool.
Buriram United Esports. AGAL.
अभी तो सिर्फ अभी जो टीम्स खेल रही है उनकी एंट्री होगी ना,
Aurora Gaming.
तो अपनी अपनी तो रात को होगी.
Paradox Gaming.
Gun Dynasty.
DRS Gaming.
Your reigning club champions, Team Falcons.
Yo Klaus.
Team Apex Gaming.
Oh, let's go. Shotto.
And now, your reigning Esports World Cup champions, EVOS Esports.
डीजे आ लोग है भाई. कुलदीप की बातें मेरे सर के ऊपर से जाती है. S8UL दूसरे ग्रुप में है.
We've got
उनके
$1
मैचेस
million
7
on
बजे
the
के
line,
बाद
a legacy to forge, and a
Yeah, so it's
champion
a long
to
watch
crown.
party,
So
guys.
today is your only chance to make
And
a
as always
first
मुझे उठाया
impression.
नहीं मम्मी
Make
ने.
it
मैं अभी
count.
उठी
The
हूँ
first
2:30
day
बजे.
of Free Fire in AWC
नींद
Paris
के आई हूँ मैं.
begin now.
और मेरा D3 नहीं खुल रहा है मेरे से. D3 लेना है मेरे को. खुल जा.
How hard is
नहीं
it
खुल
to
रहा.
claim the throne? To rise above and be the best.
To end it, Russia with the final elimination. The Wonder Kid gets the job done.
And how hard is it to stay at the top?
Secret WAG rips away the Booyah and Bermuda.
It requires strength, resilience, the ability to thrive under pressure. It requires consistency.
4 Booyahs in a row.
And as the kingdom grows, so does the number of contenders. With familiar faces returning and entirely new forces knocking at the gates. But in the end, there can be only one king,
वर्ल्ड कप में जो सोच रहा हूँ
one
उसका उल्टा ही हो रहा है.
and
Same.
one booyah.
Us movement.
And no king rules forever.
Where are you? I was invisible. Now I'm back to being normal.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, survivors of all ages, welcome to the most awaited event for at least the first half of the year. This is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup 2026 here in Paris. And I expected a heat wave. It was quite cold here, but now with the game starting, Tash, I think we're going to just bump the heat up a tad bit higher.
It's going to be intense. It's going to be mad hot. We saw the reigning champions walk in and question marks on whether or not they can defend that crown.
Oh yeah, and you know, for the first part of the competition, it's all about survival. We're in the group stage, and for the first time ever, we have got 24 teams from around the world hopping on into a global battle. Never before. This is the first time we've got so many of them, which means they're going to be a tad bit more heartbreaks out there. The first day, you got early qualifiers, but you definitely want to avoid the bottom of the leaderboard.
For real. Now, as you go into that as well, eliminations are coming through, and as we go through this, after eliminations, only top 4 will be going straight to the finals, and the rest into survival stage.
Yeah, absolutely. But today is just day 1. Both groups A and B will only play the first 6 matches, right? So it's a little bit of a prelude, it's a little bit of a preview, and thank God we have the preview, because some of the teams here are absolutely clueless about the regions who have not really shown up on a stage where you're able to go in and really check out what their drop spots are like, exactly what their rotations are like, so they're left in the dark. And these underdogs could just be exactly what surprises even the big dogs, right? Because we know for a fact, when you go on to the Free Fire global finals, the gameplay there is just very different. The Titans will rule as always, but here at the Esports World Cup, we actually have the capability of underdogs having a dream, right? So far, the winners that have been able to run away with it are winners who haven't been able to achieve much on the global final stage.
Yeah, it's really exciting when you think about that, because it's such a different moment, right? It's a different pond.
Yeah.
It's a different capability. And again, there are also, whispers about these new teams coming online. The differences in regional styles of play, whether or not you can adapt to that. That day 1, trying to figure out, like you mentioned, right, the drop spots. Are we going to be taking the early fights, or are we going to be avoiding these teams? So those are the questions these teams are going to be asking themselves. Are you brave enough to take that gamble, or are you going to be playing safe all the way till the end?
Absolutely. We just saw a little peek of AGAL. They have already shown their prowess in Clash Squad thus far. Global Finals champions, and recently at the Southeast Asian Clash Masters as well. But that's Clash Squad. In Battle Royale, they have been doing absolutely fine for themselves as well, right? Just very quickly climbing up the ladder, but they have not achieved a championship in VR for themselves just yet. Second at Sea Spring 26, second at even the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, where we threw in a bunch of super teams from Southeast Asia up against the South Asian teams, where they also found dominance at.
Yeah, and I think that when you are in that situation, you are trying to think, okay, how exactly am I going to be matching up with these other players? Some of them are very, very new. I would say, sometimes people say, right, the younger players have a little bit more drive. They're hot-headed, they're hot-blooded. They want to go for these early fights. But in this situation, when you go high risk, the high reward moment, if you lose it, you lose it all. And in this situation, you want to avoid being at the very bottom of that ladder. What can we do to make sure that we don't go super high risk and not overheat?
Well, if you do end up at the bottom today, the risk is there, but fairly low. Tomorrow, you definitely have to avoid it at all costs. But obviously, not every single team can do that. At the end of the day, you're going to have some winners, you're going to have some teams down at the bottom who are going to be at risk of relegation. But I'm looking at the rise of the underdogs here, mainly at the Esports World Cup, right? Because this is where dreams are made. And again, this guy, he dreamt for many, many years. I'm not so sure exactly what he's trying to do right now, but he's dreamt for many, many years. He's trying to think of a hand sign that he wants to flash on the screen the moment he gets a booyah. And AJL's just the kind of squad who's capable of walking with a booyah. And speaking of which, this is Group 8. Many have termed this group the Group of Death because of the number of Titans that are in this group.
Right, and I think that when you think about Group of Death, there are so many situations that, for me personally, I think last year we had this conversation, right? We were saying, hey, it's going to be the rise of the Brazilians this year. And we were knocked out of the park, and we were surprised. And it wasn't at all our expectations. Now, for this year, the capability of that happening again, and the favorites getting knocked out, is going to be happening. I would say because there are so many teams that we haven't delved yet. We haven't seen quite yet on the bigger stages. Maybe regionally, we haven't seen their prowess because maybe regionally wise, maybe they're not the best there. But some teams excel on the global stage, and that really, really surprises so many people, including us.
Yeah, exactly, right? So it's just such a interesting factor that the teams that perform well on the global final stage, the titans of our competition, just don't find a good run here at the Esports World Cup. You look at Buriram, you look at even AGAL. I mean, this is their 3rd year here, and both of the Esports World Cups in 2024 and 2025, they've placed 5th.
Yes.
It's weird that they are not able to take a step forward, but the underdogs, on the other hand, they always manage to rise up to the occasion. I wonder what's the difference going to be like this time around, right? Because you look at the teams, yes, the teams have grown, yes, the mechanical skills of these players have definitely been sharpened up, but we also have to take a look at the meta. This is the season for the snipers to rise up to the occasion.
Yeah, the snipers have been buffed, and I think that what's really good about this as well, I think there were like, whispers about the Indonesian squads running that double sniper. That is going to be fun. But again, as we go into this first game, I am curious to see what exactly is going to be happening. Is it going to be double snipers? Is it going to be a different kind of meta? What do you think, AJ?
Well, I think everybody's going to be aiming for peak this time around because of the high tier loot zone, or it could also be a potential avoidance of these high tier loot zones for the underdogs of the competition, just so that they avoid early annihilation from these lobbies. But one thing's for sure, we're gonna spot quite a number of hot drops because of the fact where we haven't built dominance on these compounds just yet. Day one is gonna be a very messy day, and I think we already see a couple of hot drops out there.
Yeah, and I'm seeing a very interesting moment here, where we are looking at Mars, Electra, and Pochino just completely full of players. Circle coming up toward the middle central side there. So the rotations coming in from southern side is going to be fun to see.
Oh, I know Peak.
AGL from Sentosa.
Yeah, absolutely. So Gun Dynasty up against Aurora. And this is going to be a little tough for Gun Dynasty if they don't manage to overwhelm the Malaysian squad, who has been performing extremely well in the recent past. And you've also got the team of Team Apex Gaming from India. Now, speaking of Aurora, the players of GD, let's see if or not they'll be able to knock each other out or very safely avoid each other after picking off a couple of points. S8UL Mac 10 in hand for medkits, no glue walls, getting stuck in a battle could be deadly. But he does have the time turner on him, keeping the active skill alive. Let's see if or not they'll be able to engage well. Vega, on the other hand, already has the M82B in hand. Two players from the side of GD actually holding back. And David 444 moving on in, bringing the full squad for the attack. Jun's about to be in trouble here. David has the P90 as well, quickly avoids the engagement. And Aurora does not want a straightforward fight. A little mistake here from S8UL as he hops on into the battle. David won't find him. Zuez for the backup. And the Mag 7 shines for the side of Aurora, but they've already lost 2-3 players down to the ground.
It's a chaotic moment here right now as Jun also gets knocked down quickly. Shobi comes in and somehow steals it away. Aurora getting eliminated too soon. Weren't able to tie down the last few moments. As we walk over on this side, TAG crossing over. GD will be waiting on the other side here, but they haven't been spotted out quite yet. If the rotation is good, I think that they may be able to come on to the screen right now as DRS is just completely annihilating PDX right now.
Yeah, Paradox up against DRS. 3 eliminations in hand. They started off really hot, but it looks like Paradox will have to back away from this equation here. Snipe with the VSS is going to be standing by to distract the players of the Rail Soldiers. Was his buddy makes it away from the compound, looking for the revival on the rest of the Paradox squad. Alu and Pratik making sure they don't make a mistake here. The Valiant Dash takes down Snipe's defenses. They pick up their 4th point. A great start for DRS.
DRS just walked up and just took the area like it's nobody's business. Snipe back into the game as Madara does get knocked down here. EVOS, they does try to make a move onto the enemy team on the other side here, but they weren't able to find an opening toward them since DP does have the upper hand, drops down, but Abax knocked out of the game already, and the rest of the team completely collapsed as EVOS run away into the other compound here. They're trying to just crunch them from different areas. Ray cannot hold on here. Roshan does get a pick off of his own, but DP doing a great job of just annihilating EVOS.
Oh, it was a great start here from Demon's Pride, taking on the reigning defending champions in EVOS Divine, trying to take them out of the equation, but it's not gonna be that easy. The White Tigers of Indonesia rising to the occasion, instant pickups from their side, and they turn the tables on Demon's Pride, showing them who the true demons of this competition are.
अच्छा AG का एक फिनिश हुआ, मुझे लगा AG भी गई। लॉल इधर भी, इसको पता नहीं था इसके लेफ्ट में ही फाल्कन प्लेयर है।
already. Right timing to just catch him off guard before EVOS was even able to reposition.
Yeah, great positioning from Russia as far as the battle up against Demon's Pride was, but they did not expect that to drop by. And here comes Gun Dynasty yet again in another battle. But yeah, prime play, but David 444 down on the ground. But Team Apex Gaming needs a very early and up against the Latin Giants.
Man, we already have 2 teams already out of the game and EVOS in trouble. As Falcons just clean up house, eliminated so quickly. Demon's Pride as well out of the game fairly soon. And these are the big numbers we talked about this in the pre-show, about what we were sort of expecting to see from the big names.
Yeah, I mean, very messy game one on day one as expected here. Most of the teams just do not know what to expect from the others in terms of drop spot, in terms of rotation. They'll have to stay on their tippy toes and sneak around these compounds as best possible. And if that fails, well, just go all out with your gunfights, just like what EVOS did earlier. But I'll have to say, Demon's Pride was not as big a threat as Falcons. Pina with the Car 98 takes down Aim God. Good shot out of nowhere. TEC joining the party as well. 2 teams beating down the players on the side of EVOS Divine. The reigning defending champions might get taken out of Bradford too early here.
It's honestly insane. EVOS come back into the game, immediately gets completely annihilated. And now over on this side here, Falcons on a rampage. Limits doing the damage onto the player of DEC. The pressure is on, and DEC can't do anything about it.
Titans Esports Club, what do you have in you? Have your wings been clipped? The Red Hawks of the past have not been able to fly very far, but this time around, picking up some crucial early points. They do have the vending machine beside the final surviving player, but it looks like it's going to be a rough one as TEC bows out as well.
There's just so many things happening around the map right now as we're looking here. Loud and EVOS in one compound in the corner. GD trying to rotate into the zone as well, as it's just slowly dwindling. But the northern side is hectic right now.
Rough fight here for GD. They take on the champions of the Esports World Cup 2024 in Falcons. But GD themselves, they're very sound in terms of mechanically able squad in the world of Free Fire. This battle is going to be a rough one for them. Now they're trying to sneak outside the compound of the blue zone here. They get scanned out by the binoculars as well. Falcons does have a tad bit of information, but David 444, again, the most lethal player on the side of Gun Dynasty.
Oh, man.
Rushing on up, Racha versus David 444 is going to be a rough one for Racha, but they do have the electrotherapy on their side. Valiant Dash breaks down their defenses. Racha with the M590, but David again, lethal with the Mag 7, pops his in. Gregor takes out on fire. And Latam showing you exactly what they can do on the world stage.
This is crazy. That circle rotation meant that a lot of fights are going to be happening as this rotation comes through. Middle circle full in control of Cloud here as we look at the Falcons try to find their way into the zone, and they're not stopping. That sniper is just doing so much damage in the hands of these players. Pina found by GD already and quickly annihilated. Amazing work coming from them. Limit alone as Vegeta comes through. Limit tries to find a pick-off here, and he's down and out!
Yeah, I mean, yeah, David got taken down once again, but he's the rusher. He's very aggressive. But the backup from Shiru, the backup from Blaine, it is absolutely perfect. Now, we used to see David 444 play for Zeus Esports on the Free Fire World Series USA, and the guy was lighting up the battlefield. Recently acquired by Gun Dynasty for a good reason, to stomp down these squads out here at the Esports World Cup. Let's see how far they can go. But Falcons are not out of it just yet, completing their full revival spree here. Back to a full squad, but can they loot up and be battle ready before the next circle?
Speaking of that as well, I mean, EVOS had so many close calls throughout this entire game. I think there was 2 times that they nearly got knocked out and somehow survived middle of the circle already. As On Fire runs for his life. Sypha going in for that chase. Gonna try to stay alive, but he's crunched here as eventually gets taken down. AGL, one more to their name.
Yeah, On Fire just had no chance there in that situation. AGL just swooping on and spotting a little prey and showing that they can be a prime predator. But of course, it was a 2v1. A little bit of an unfair fight. Now a team that has been keeping very quiet is Buriram. They've managed to build a lot of respect for these other squads, especially here on the Esports World Cup stage. Can this be their year? The third time here at EWC, and maybe the third time's the charm for the Thai squad.
Last movements now, we are seeing still DRS and PDX still very much outside the zone, really taking their time here. But DRS is slowly moving toward Pina, and it's making me a little bit nervous for them.
Loud. They definitely are a loud squad out there. Very constant organization on our global stage around the 2021-2023 timing. But they've been missing the past couple of years. Now back with a brand new roster. And on fire, man. Falcons just can't catch a break, can they? Gun Dynasty showing them exactly who's going to be ruling these lobbies from the get-go. On fire again. Just outnumbered the players on the side of Falcons. Yes, they did manage to run around getting those revives, but the team just spread out too thin on the battlefield.
Yeah, they weren't able to play together in these situations. You know, you're seeing a lot of respect.
Oh, that's it!
As immediately Takuri finds limit. And Falcons, that's it for them, not able to come back into the game.
Yeah,
now,
unfortunately, he was just too broke. Even if he got to a vending machine, which is quite far in that situation, wouldn't have been able to bring anyone back. He was looking for those coins, and Takuri found some coins out of him instead.
Yeah. Now, the southern side here is very interesting, AJ. Look at the amount of teams here. You have EVOS hanging out, PDX as well. I wouldn't be surprised if a big fight were to happen around here, and it's going to be fire, because GD right now is so comfortable northern side and alone.
Absolutely. 5 teams out of the equation already. Paradox still alive and kicking alongside the Rail Soldiers. Speaking of the Rail Soldiers, they drop into some hot soup and they're about to get cooked here if they don't walk away with some good elimination. Stroex won't find Jiru. Vega taken out as well. David shut down by Waka, and Loud interfering in this battle. Can they walk away as the best third party for day 1, game 1? Gun Dynasty with your final survivor. It's been a great run so far, but the vending machine a tad bit too far away from him.
Hard to really do anything in this situation.
गाड़ी क्यों
also
टपक रही है ऊपर से?
into the zone as well. But in this situation here, DRS do the
गाड़ी भी आप ऐसे spawn करवा सकते
Can he do
हो?
it?
area.
What?
Tried to run away, had the vehicle, got sniped, quickly hopped on out of it to play the recovery. Now going to be tanking the damage from the blue, but he's looking for the vending machine. He's got enough coins to bring the full squad back. All he needs to do is just run out of bullseye, but the problem is he's right in the middle of the bullseye.
Thank you so much for the 1,000 on GPay. Thank you. W guys, W for hit
Should probably
Thank you so much.
use the peripherals of Loud as well. Now Russia, big kill there.
Random
Onto a
spawn
player,
हुई है भाई तो
somehow
उसकी तो
off the
किस्मत
grid.
बहुत थी उसकी
Gets
बाजू
knocked
में
out
जो
as well.
spawn हुई.
Let's see if or not AGAL can sneak on in. They're in a great position here, but just a tad bit too close to the edge of the current zone, which is moving aggressively.
Without that,
The problem is going to be DRS for AGL as they try to rotate in. They do have a little bit of compound cover.
पूरा टाइम जायरो ही ढूंढ रही थी मैं मिला ही नहीं.
Revive, clutch play. The squad is back, but the circle is small. Getting fished out of the skies is a big possibility here. Let's see how the luck is for the side of Gun Dynasty.
Interestingly enough as well, the rotations coming in. Well, DRS very comfortable in the middle side area as well. As we see Snipe getting knocked out here by Trap. Immediately is sent to the lobby. But Takuri is the one that takes away that point.
S8UL में है हाँ but S8UL के रात
The
को है
reigning defending champions EVOS can do. It has been a rough start for them, but recovery has been solid for EVOS. Just 6 eliminations, not too high, but it's not about the number of eliminations for EVOS. They just want to get to that final circle, safe and sound, just like what Buriram is doing. And I feel like that is going to be the sound strategy if you want to get to the grand finals as well as walk away with the championship at the end of the day. The game has turned around. It's no longer about pure domination on eliminations. It's all about can you get the booyah when you truly need it, and you got to start practicing early.
I agree with you. I think Buriram United has always liked that approach, right? And they find that last possible moment, just really come in, steal away the booyah and those extra few points in the last few battles. We can see a few players taking a bit more damage in the rotations. GD comes through here, will cross paths with DRS. BN is already at the bottom side. Even Vision as well.
Oh, David! Unfortunate for him. They have to pick him up. They have to defend David at all costs here. It's going to be tough. Nameless sprayed down. Moshi with a snipe from across. AWM solid. Barros taken out of the equation as well. AGL scurrying around, barely any points on their side. And as expected, the pressure is on as they try to look for the next circle. And they're going to make a wild rotation round to see if or not they can stab the players on the side of DRS as well as Gun Dynasty. But they're going to be pressured with all of the glue wall melted. This is Gun Dynasty from the outside. DRS from the high ground advantage up against them as well. On the opposite side, Loud doing a number on the rest of the players out there. Buriram fighting the players of AGL as well as EVOS. Things are getting messy.
Yeah, do knocked out its team wipe out so quickly as AGL is now out. DRS trying to find a way into the circle and stay alive. EVOS barely holding on, taking so much damage and pressure from other teams and the zone as well.
Benel has kept the squad together so far for the side of Gun Dynasty, but can he continue to pull in more numbers for the team? They are in a great spot, but they also need to move on into the circle. And they've got a great position to attack DRS. EVOS Divine on the other hand, lightning zone right above their heads. And this is a classic play out of Gun Dynasty, if we've ever seen one. And through the lightning zone, there is a big advantage here. Loud, on the other hand, just not stepping on out too much. They will take a little bit of hit from the lightning zone, but nothing that they want to worry about so far. Moshi with the snipe. He was still once again under pressure. But the pickups are instantaneous. They've got the haystack for the extra defense as well. But the angles from the rest of the squad just putting EVOS in a pinch and eliminating them from the lobby.
Yeah, EVOS is now out and down for the count as DRS rushes through into the safer zone here. Trying to find a way to stay alive and stay healthy. They do. As Loud trying to find a way to just really find an angle onto Brum United. We see some utilities coming out here, just really zone them away. But no one's making a move quite yet.
Not yet. Buriram, cool, calm, collected. Just taking advantage of any extra points they can find out there. Not getting too aggressive just yet. But now up against Gun Dynasty. Can we see Buriram shine, or will Gun Dynasty continue to stomp every single squad they come across? David 444 still alive and kicking. But now their super savior still alive and kicking. Gun Dynasty looking absolutely solid to build their dynasty here, right here on game one. Loud on the other hand, backing away. BZP tagged up from the back. Quaka, Vegas taken out. It's DRS striking up against Gun Dynasty. And they've got 13 eliminations in the Nepali squad. Absolute wonder run so far on game one.
Yeah, and Loud has made a huge, I would say, tactical retreat. A lot of space held, a lot of cover as well built, but it doesn't stop the damage. Trying their way in the back to stay alive right now. And BRU tries to put in the pressure onto their team. They can't do more than that. They do steal away the players of GD. One player knocked out already, and BRU already rampage up to 5. 6 eliminations, putting the pressure onto Buriram United. Not having stayed alive, despite the chunk of damage coming through for the util.
Yeah, Trap is playing true to his name, man. Bringing in the thrill of battle with the A124, trapping in Buriram. They could not use their active skills, and they actually had to wait that out. Quite a number of seconds lost already, but Buriram quickly recovering from that thrill of battle attack. Loud played the timing well, but Buriram had the extra layer of defense with those fences. And now here comes Takuri. God nade. Waka finds Moshi. The sniper of Buriram's out of the equation, and Takuri can do a number on them. Can he nade out the full squad of Buriram? It goes wide attack big. Now Takuri needs to become the doctor for the squad. David for the final player on the side of Gun Dynasty that's alive and kicking, but they've done well enough in this game. 17 eliminations, final 14, 4 regions in the final circle, and Gun Dynasty is the first one to tap out.
Yeah, it's insane now. Buriram United waiting in the wings. Strokes trying to find a way to chunk down the damage from Buriram United, but they have built a fortress. Wasana repositions, rushes through, trying to find a pickup, but he's not able to do so. As BZP finds the members of Buriram United, they're all knocked down. DRS in trouble.
It's all about the timing, and Loud knows that well. They move on in. They've already taken advantage with the initial knock. Takuri has got the quad in hand. Rate of fire up close and personal is going to be deadly. But if Loud continues to close down the distance, those M590s are going to be popping some heads for sure. Trap once again. Thrill of battle locked in. And you cannot use your active skills to take them on. But that knock buys them a little bit of extra time. What can Strowex do? It's a 1v3. He's got a sniper in hand. M590s loaded up on the side of Loud. It's a 3v1 easy play here. Strowex jumps on back. Loud says absolutely not. They take away the first win. And Brazil showing that they are going to be making a lot of noise here on the stage.
They're loud, they're dominant, and they know exactly what they're doing. Knowing exactly when to attack and when to go for those tactical retreats. They built a massive wall for safety and kept the distance from them and the other teams. Amazing work.
Bro.
Loud 6th at the Esports World Cup 2024, but technically as Team Solid. A majority of the Team Solid players on Loud right now, and they're here to run circles around these teams. Again, Taj, I mentioned during the game, it's not about how many eliminations you get. It's all about strategizing your way towards the final circle, surviving long enough, and taking advantage of the right situations. And that was executed perfectly by this Brazilian squad.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see them as well. They weren't too flashy super early.
Yeah.
When we saw toward that mid-game, they made so much noise. They started to get really active. They started to really move around that map. And they're tactical on which fights they wanted to take and which fights they decided to just leave alone.
And I have to say, it's Trap that was the mastermind of that battle, constantly pulling the timing perfectly for the side of Loud. If it wasn't for them, I think Buriram would have had an easier rotation in that final circle to avoid the battle. But the thrill of battle, and again, even in the final battle up against these players from the side of DRS, it was the thrill of battle that made the biggest of difference. And this guy is not just the support player who activates the thrill of battle from the back and then allows the rest of his team members to get the job done. He hops on into the fight as well with the M590. Phenomenal mechanical skills, phenomenal timing. Everything went well here for Loud, but I have to say that was a really messy lobby, because again, that's exactly what we expect here. Day one, game one, you barely know where your opponents are going to be dropping. I mean, you can go in and do a little bit of research, but it's really a toss of a coin at the end of the day. And I think Loud handled these situations out there really fine.
Yeah, and I think what's really exciting as well for me personally, I thought that today we're going to be seeing the rise of the underdogs, right? The more quieter teams that never really made that big splash quite yet, because that's usually how day one goes, because everyone's a little bit more cautious. Regardless, after this, we'll be seeing more of the Free Fire at EWC, so do not go anywhere, excuse me, we'll be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower.
Not sure.
Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
तुम ठीक हो तो मेरी हेल्थ बिगड़ गई.
Hello guys, welcome to EWC 2026 Paris.
मैं बीमार हूँ, इसके बाद मैं देख रही हूँ सब बीमार हो रहे हैं.
From Buriram United Esports. We're gonna have a bit of a chit chat. Of course, we have Kay here to help translate us as well. Okay, Wasana, welcome back to EWC 2026. It's so great to have you back. How does it feel to be back, and how is the preparation leading up to the World Cup?
ก็ก่อนอื่นเลยนะครับขอยินดีต้อนรับน้องวัฒนาฮะแล้วก็ทีมบุรีรัมย์นะครับเข้าสู่การแข่งขัน EWC 2026 ณ กรุงปารีสนะฮะอยากสอบถามว่ารู้สึกยังไงบ้างที่ได้กลับมาเล่นในรายการนี้แล้วก็พร้อมขนาดไหนฮะ
ก็รู้สึกดีใจมากครับที่ได้มาเล่นในรายการนี้ก็เป็นหนึ่งในรายการที่ผมอยากคว้าแชมป์ไม่ได้ครับแล้วก็การเตรียมตัวพวกผมก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมครับเต็มที่เลย 100% ครับ
Yep, I'm very happy and excited to be back on EWC stage, and we are so ready. Our preparation is like so. Can't wait to be back on the stage.
Ooh, okay. So speaking of preparation, we all know that the other teams are also going for the title, obviously. This is the one title that Buriram United really wanted to have. What do you think is the biggest obstacle that you're going to have to face on the stage this year?
ตอนเมื่อกี้เราพูดถึงว่าเราเตรียมตัวมาอย่างดีเลยใช่ไหมครับอยากสอบถามว่าทุกทีมเขาก็เตรียมตัวมาพร้อมมากที่จะได้เป็นแชมป์ในรายการ EWC 2026 เนี่ยอยากสอบถามว่าเรามีอุปสรรคอะไรไหมในช่วงการเตรียมตัวการแข่งขันครั้งนี้ครับ
ก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องสำหรับผมก็น่าจะเป็นเรื่องสุขภาพครับเรื่องแบบปัญหาของตัวเรามากกว่าก็คือตอนนี้ก็พร้อม 100% แล้วครับ
Yeah, for me, I think like it's gonna be like our health issue, like our health condition, because like we have to fly over to like from Bangkok directly to Paris, and the weather is like it's very hot right now, but right now we are good to go.
Good to go, well adjusted, even though, yeah, of course, it takes a lot and a while to get here. But speaking of contenders, who do you think is the biggest rival that you have on a World Cup right now? Because if we're talking about E49, yes, they are the reigning champions, but it hasn't really been a great year for them.
ก็อยากสอบถามว่าคิดว่าทีมไหนฮะที่จะเป็นว่าแบบเป็นอุปสรรคหรือว่าเป็น
बूट कैंप जाती 2 दिन में रिकवर होने में हफ्ता लग
ทำให้
जाता
เรา
है
เข้าถึงจุดที่เรียกว่าเราได้แชมป์ได้ยากที่สุ
हफ्ता
ด
तो हो भी गया
ผม
वैसे
ก็ไม่มี
बीमार
เพ
हो
ราะว่าส่วนตัวก็คือน่าจะคิดว่าเป็นที่ตัวเองมากกว่าถ้าตัวเองในวันนั้นเล่นได้กันทุกคนก็
ट्रांसलेटर की जॉब कितनी मस्त है अपनी मर्जी का
I
बोल
think
दो
that
किसी को पता
there's
नहीं चलेगा
none of the team that
Klaus,
play-
तुम तो
gonna
मत
play
बनना
against us gonna
कभी।
be like the obstacle for us to claim the champion titles, but the biggest obstacle gonna be like ourselves and our players in the team. Like if we can play on the level that we practice, everything gonna be fine for us.
Ooh, that is a great answer. I love your answer, by the way. Love the confidence. Is there anything you'd like to say to the other team that are also competing against you today?
มีอะไรอยากจะฝากถึงทีมอื่นๆที่จะเล่นกับเราในวันนี้บ้างไหมฮะ
ก็วันนี้ผมขอจองท็อป 1ไว้ก่อนนะครับ
Well, top 1 is mine.
Ooh, my God, I'm so excited. I can feel the competition already. Thank you so much, Wasana. Thank you for having this interview. And thank you for watching us.
Welcome back, everyone. We start off our first match today hot and loud. And
On spot
Booyah
झगड़ा
is the
करवा दो,
one
crazy
to get
man.
that first booyah of the day.
It's nice to see the top 4 teams within the first game in itself be from 4 different regions out here. Everybody's hungry. But what has been shocking the world is how Gun Dynasty is running the game out there. Eliminations-wise, they absolutely knocked the ball out of the park, right? You have to respect the absolute tenacity. They bumped into many squads and barely anyone was able to keep up with them. I mean, even Falcons multiple times, they just got hunted down. And that's exactly what you expect out of the LATAM squad. Again, mechanically very sound, and it looks like they have definitely worked on their rotations a lot. I feel like this is one of those teams we have to look out for, looking like a solid team to make it into our grand finals, maybe even one of the first 4 to qualify into the grand finals directly. But DRS, that was the standout team for me because nobody would have expected that sort of a performance out of the Nepali squad.
Yeah, coming into DRS as well, I think that they're really good, not only at rotations, but also moving in their fights. They have a lot of zone control when they find an area. They're not quick to give it away either, and they're not quick to just really go and overhit over these fights. I'm seeing a lot of respect they're giving to other teams to make sure that in terms of survivability, they can survive all the way to the later stages of the map.
Yeah, I feel like, you know, in this game, what sounds easy is absolutely difficult to execute out there on the battlefield. We talk about how important the mechanical skills are. We talk about how important the decision-making and the timing is going to be for a lot of the squads out here. But DRS pulled off these things absolutely perfect in this first game, right? You look at the mechanical skills, they were handling some of those gunfights like pros. Their timing were absolutely perfect. They have great numbers behind them. And it's a bit of a shocker for me because we definitely saw their performance at the Free Fire Max Asia Invitational, and they didn't really give us a lot to talk about, right? They had some good games, but fairly inconsistent with their run. But a game this explosive up against a lineup of squads that's, you know, global level, superstars, multiple-time world champions, it's insane. And you got to respect that out of Nepal. Now, the big question is, of course, going to be whether or not we're going to see the consistent plays out of them.
Yeah, and I think what's really, important to think about not only is just consistency. I'm a big believer that you gotta fail in order to do well. And I think that now that you mentioned the DRS didn't really have a good run, maybe they learned a lot from it. Maybe they picked up the weaknesses and made it way better for here. But again, this is, after all, the first map. It's still, I think, a heat check for many of these teams. They're trying to figure out where the drops are, how each team plays, how the rotations are gonna go.
Yeah, and also if you look at it from a standpoint of how much of pressure these squads are under, the bigger your name is, the more your achievements, the bigger the pressure is going to be because everybody expects you to perform. And if you're a team like the Real Soldiers, DRS, the expectations are fairly low. They have got nothing to lose, right? It's the first time they're here on the global stage. It's one of the regions that we have brought in to play on a stage like this, and they are shining right now. They have to make sure they don't allow their nerves to catch up with them. It's going to be rough if they do. But if they continue on with this momentum, I think it's going to be a solid run for DRS. They might just be the underdogs that we have been looking out for all of these years. But again, consistency on a stage like this is very difficult to hold on to. We have even seen teams like Fluxo kind of flunk out. So what more DRS, right? But if they do manage to pull it off, it will definitely be a legendary run.
Yeah, I was about to say that as well. You know, coming in, we've seen so many legendary teams just really, you know, find their way almost to the finishing line and then just completely lose their cool. And the thing is, when you have nothing to lose, when you are on a big stage where you're just saying, hey, let's just come in here, have a great time without having to really bow down to the pressure from the bigger teams, you can make your name in history. And at Esports World Cup, everything is earned.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Team Apex Gaming earlier, the team from India, got knocked out with no placement points whatsoever. Only 2 eliminations to the name. And I feel like this is one of those teams that we can expect to see perform a little bit better here on Solara. As we hop on in, these light rails are going to be attracting many teams to your compound. I think the third-party situation in Solara has always been extremely exciting to watch. And it looks like Gun Dynasty is looking for a big fight again with the early clash up against the Malaysians. Aurora Gaming, Eco Drain, battle up against Gun Dynasty. It's going to be a rough one.
Yeah, and it's always going to be super exciting when you go for these early fights. The rest of the map, though, fairly safe other than Delta Isle. Delta Isle right now also is, I think, very, very hectic. Now, in this situation there, I am wanting to see how GD is going to be handling this. We're actually already barely alive, as S8UL already had turned on that time turner.
Yeah, this is a 50-50 early hot drop. Aurora does have a chance in here if they can manage to flank around and play their strategy well. Trogon in the hands of Jun. Axel, AUG in hand. The sniper of the squad does not have his preferred gun. Jun for the backup. Axel nails him down with a headshot off of the AUG. And it's a great start here for the Malaysian squad. Maybe this is that perfect comeback, that perfect revenge early on. As GD snuffed them out, kicking them out of the lobby a tad bit too earlier. But Nell, again, the super savior of the squad, will hit the double revive, making sure even if Gun Dynasty falls early here up against Aurora, they will stay in the lobby. But the White Tigers, they smell blood and they want the points.
Yeah, they're coming in as a third party here as well. Gives a bit of space for Aurora to go for that reposition. It's a bit quiet right now. They don't want to do anything. They can see Aurora leaving away from the area. GD, you got to deal with the White Tigers right now.
Apex. The Kimbo Vector in hand. Rate of fire is there. The damage, questionable for sure. Spots one out. It's the cord. And it looks like he's going to be gagging himself in. Beautiful Valiant dash. Aim God hopping on in with that backup. And they definitely had the advantage on their side with the numbers. And on the other side, AGAL up against EEC. It looks like AGL just weren't having a good run up against them.
No, it's just so unlucky to meet them. I just want to say I'm living this proactivity coming in from EVOS. They heard sounds coming through. They go in and just force a third-party fight. But in this situation, I was surprised it didn't go 3 ways. Aurora, this time around, they got knocked a bit too early just now. They want to make up for just now.
Benel versus Aim God. It's a 1v1 fast fight. Aim God spots him. First shot finds no connection. Now looking for the quick reposition, but the rest of the EVOS squad, they've entered the compound already, but Nell's in a tad bit of trouble, to say the least. Wolvin back and away. Team Apex Gaming, can they take the fight up against the 2024 Esports World Cup champions and walk away with the victory here? There is a vending machine in play, and you can see the Apex player already camping away at it in case they need to pull in a quick revival. Raja on the hunt. Sayajad has been spotted out already. Wolvin sticking his head out. That is a bait on fire, flanking around from the right-hand side. Max 7, his own blue wall keeps him in a way, and Wolvin with a timely time turner to keep himself in the run.
Oh man, and here comes the firepower from the Falcons, knocking a majority of the DAG players down here. 2 eliminations already done and out here, and now they go for more. TAG is stuck in a corner. 3 players crunching him all alone. Away from On Fire is here. A 2v1 swing out means that he cannot survive.
Man, Katie God, I don't know where he is, but he was in a fantastic spot to punish the players on the side of Falcons. Managed to get a double knock, but the recovery from your 2024 EWC champions absolutely swift, but Katie God in trouble now. Team Apex Gaming, they've already hit the revive, and they're holding on. Riptide rhythm from Katie God just to put a little bit of extra pressure on them. The nade is in his hands. Pina on the chase. Katie God will stay safe still. And now he has an advantage as he hops off of the slide rails, takes another shot straight to the back. And Pina with the mini Uzi looking to see if or not he can take him out of the equation. Vending machine right beside. It's a 1v1. Katie God has the better gun in this situation. But Pina absolutely sneaky, just hopping on from the back of the glue wall, taking the shots quickly, hiding away. And from having a disadvantage with the gun, Pina turns things around.
Oh my gosh, that was a hot chase from the other side of the map all the way till here. Movement was insane coming from this guy.
Oh yeah. Gotta respect Falcons this time, hungry for those points. They obviously wanted a better run in the earlier game, did not find it for themselves. Got kicked out of the lobby with just 10 points on their side. Very aggressive game one for Falcons. 7 eliminations, but only 3 placement points. You just have to make sure the same mistake is not made here on Solara. But so far, so good. You see the coins on the side absolutely stacked up. And DEC, one of the favorites from Bangladesh, alive and kicking with a ton of elimination points already on their side in the Solara game.
Oh man, Barrow's putting a damage on the top 16.
GG. That's
Takes
it.
a lot of damage, almost getting knocked down here, but moves around the area, cannot survive, and knocked out as well.
Yeah, Barros, great play on the 1v1. Thrill of battle popped in a timely manner, locking him down. And a swift elimination right after. AGL on the prowl, looking for some extra points. But Cypher's gonna get caught out here. Jazzy Aswap and the smooth criminal Cypher quickly getting away. Barros looking for the backup and the bait and switch. Barros now holding back. Jazzy taken out of the equation. Barros, you monster!
Oh, it's the biggest nope I've ever seen in my life, and Cypher is the one to turn things around there. Aswap down and out. Gonna try and see where exactly can go in this situation. Coming in terms of rotations here, a lot of players already inside of the zone. Mid-side area, I'm really curious. I think AGL was there.
इतनी देर से सबने जो बातें कर ली, डिस्कशन कर ली, उसके बाद कपिल का क्वेश्चन देखो. देख रहे हो ना, you guys notice? मैं सही बोलती हूँ ना, मैं सही नहीं बोलती तुम लोग
Dynasty and put it up, hunting them down one after the other. You messed around with this in the previous game. We could not get to the booyah, and this time we will take you out of the lobby early. Put it up, says. But can we see a recovery again? But now the super savior of Gun Dynasty keeping them in the race.
Honestly, getting that pickup right as the glue wall goes down is just diabolical. Now the zone has shifted a little bit more here, and in this situation, most players are already coming back into the game.
Man, but now, what in the world? This guy,
he's
definitely got the most survival so far. And it is absolutely brilliant to see him pull off these amazing saves in such an insane lobby on a stage like this. I wonder how is he managing to get things done. And how is he having so many points on his side? We got to check that out later. He was divine through eliminations. Aggressive start this time around, but they want more.
Best team
DRS up against Falcons. They had a phenomenal run in game one. And Falcons are trying to deny them of that in this game too. Pina down already. Strolak's fantastic shot. He eliminates Pina from the equation. No glue wall, but the time turner on his side allows him a quick recovery. K98 in hand. Anybody that takes the slide rails up against Alu might be in a tad bit of trouble, but Falcons not going to make that mistake just yet.
Doing a due diligence here, dotting their I, crossing their T's as well. And I think DRS is doing, I think, fairly wise to just really back away from this fight.
Yeah.
Now for Falcons, they brought back Pina into the game. That's more firepower once again on their side here. The southern side here, DP and AGL looks very interesting right now.
Falcons understanding that Alu would probably pop their heads if they took the slide rail. Trying to just cut the distance down with the vehicles. On the other side, Demon's Pride, top 16. Tagged up already, that Moko giving away his position, and it's too easy for Dew to go in for the follow-up. Super Sniper turned Russia in the situation, connected with the electrotherapy. This is the result of too many clash squads.
And in this situation as well, I think everyone is just sort of like kind of moving away on that western side here, just trying to find a way into the zone, making sure that they don't get sniped out as they take that slide rails. We saw so many of that happening way too soon. Well, it is fun for us viewers to see it, but for them, it's probably a very, I would say, high-stakes, heart-attack situation.
The Clash Masters competitions have forced the snipers to play a closer range battle, which means more shotguns, more SMGs, and it is having its results shown beautifully on the Battle Royale scene. And that's just gonna be making these snipers so much more deadlier. Long range, short range. They're now becoming all-rounders. But this next circle, though, looking deadly. Falcon scanning out the area of Team Apex. Sahil Jad gets caught in the binocular scan. Pina Racha not waiting. They sustain some shots, but they're going straight in for the elimination. And a 4-man scan here, potentially by the White Tigers. EVOS Divine and a double scan. Probably a roll as well as Loud. EVOS in trouble. As two teams have got the information on that. Team Apex Gaming on the other hand, already scanned out by the Falcon squad earlier on, but Falcons are the ones who are in a tad bit more trouble.
Ooh, nice shot.
Sahil Jat looking for the revival, pulls Shoto back into the race, but he sacrifices himself in the same run.
I mean, what can you do to just really survive longer here?
That's it. Katie God in trouble. Out of the pan, into the fire. Running straight. Oh, EVOS Divine does not spot him out.
They don't know.
This could just be that survival play, but Tech is right behind him, so this is going to be a tad bit difficult. Oh, no, Thriller Battle, GG, bro. I don't know if or not that was super intentional, but Katie God now clipped on by the Thriller Battle, has got no way to use his active skill. But EVOS Divine not making the mistake of looking for one extra point and potentially sacrificing 2 of their players. They know the players of TEC is right there beside them. So moving to find an extra point might put them in a little bit of trouble, and the veteran experience of EVOS Divine keeping them alive and kicking. But the Rail Soldiers hopping on in as well. This is about to become a rough 3-way battle.
Yeah, coming through here as well, because Katie got finally knocked down as well. And CEC, their compound is being taken away. DRS gonna try to really hunker down here in this situation. Maybe wait on the fight for an opening to either go in for the fight or just go for a tactical retreat.
Yeah, playing on the meta, the AWM, the VSKs, they've got the long-range weapons perfect for Solara. And I will not doubt those M590s are on standby for the pop as well. Great rotation by EVOS Divine, avoiding the initial engagement with DRS. And just taking the position right below the players of Titan Esports Club. This means Bangladesh is going to have a rough time to get out of their spot, but thankfully the circle's still with them. The next zone is going to be crucial to see which teams get caught out here on the rotation. There is a high chance it moves towards the conglomeration of the 3 squads here. EVOS Divine, TEC as well as DRS.
DRS, you're being very, very patient, but the problem is right now you go toward EVOS, there's a potential of getting knocked out by TEC from the top side of the building as well.
Yeah.
And I think that this is a situation where you guys have to wait out things.
Nice play, and now it's just all-out annihilation. Messi, as multiple teams are so close to each other. Gun Dynasty does not manage the ambush, but Demon's Pride are swapped too low. And the final bullet by Vega takes him out of the equation. David's picked right back up, and again, Gun Dynasty is going to be a bit of a troublemaker in the final circle.
Now the wait happens here, as we already see that for Aurora surviving a little bit longer this time. They want to go for this fight against GD. In front of them, they already got it at one pickup here. Aurora doing very well, fighting the players of GD, but they still have 3 more members to worry about on the other side.
Yeah, to snuff out Gun Dynasty, you gotta take Benel out of the equation, because that man is a miracle worker for these revives. Somehow, he always brings the rest of his team members back in, but without him, they're gonna crumble one after the other. Vega taken out of the equation as well, and it looks like Gun Dynasty, that's the end for them. Aurora and Loud, this is gonna be a rough rotation for them, as everybody else has hopped on in, as anticipated earlier on. The next circle finds EVOS, TEC as well as DRS, but now they've got one extra contender. AGAL have found safe haven here in the next circle already. Teams like Falcons, Loud, Boot It Up, Aurora, they're gonna have to battle it out before stepping into the next zone.
And here comes the nade as well. The reposition is good. Trap doing huge huge damage onto the members of Buriram United.
One more, baby.
And
that's just going to keep them at bay. Get high XL, looking for the pickup onto Wasana. But now outside the zone, he has the electrotherapy though. And that keeps his buddy alive and kicking.
No way.
AGAL on the other hand, annihilate DRS Gaming. Finally, DRS had stayed in there for long enough. They were keeping an eye on EVOS. And AGAL with the backstab took advantage of that situation. Wasana's going to get snuffed out as well. And it looks like Buriram again not going to have a fantastic run at the start of our Esports World Cup. Third run, Team Falcons out. The Thai squad dropping like flies one after the other. But AGAL looking to represent the nation absolutely strong as they look for a big battle up against Loud potentially right after this.
Yeah, Team Wipeout already as well for Aurora. They're already been eliminated here. As for the White Tigers, trying to find a way to move away from this area. TEC is being so annoying, pressuring them from that top side, not able to move. And they have made a nice mountain to climb over and take this fight face to face.
Yes, Stairway to Heaven. But who goes to heaven? Is it going to be you guys or TEC right above? And smart play by EVOS here. They don't quickly rush on up. They understand that AGAL is holding on to a prime position right behind them. And they do have the advantage with the move off the circle. AGL will have to keep an eye on Loud. And TEC, they don't need to do much with that high ground. They just need to play fishing here. They do have a prime spot and a big advantage in terms of how that circle is now going to move.
AGL looking really good just now. They move away. Aaron Racha's big opening to do is going to put a spanner in the works for AGAL. EVOS forced out here, takes the fight too Loud.
Shooting the feed. Russia, sneaky play, has got the stealth bites of the Morse as well. But this is going to be a rough one for Russia if he cannot quickly catch up with the rest of his team members, and great placements of glue walls with the extra assistance of the stealth bites. EVOS are the first ones to make that move. TEC is going to be holding back. And Loud in a lot of trouble up against EVOS as well as TEC, but they've got the double vehicles on their side for the quick reposition. And now this is where Russia can be troublesome as he quickly shoots at those vehicles, lighting them up.
Yeah, that's the repositioning going to be taken away from them. And now Loud is coming in from Russia. Treated out though by Guangzhou. But Ray, nice damage onto Saifa as well. Taking two
AGAL and Ray with the Gauntings hitting a triple, saving AGAL for the time being. TEC were doing a number on them, but EVOS Divine just ruining the party of Bangladesh right there and then. Ray with the final the pickups were solid, and now the battle between EVOS and Loud. They take a fight straight up. They understand that there's going to be a problem. Aim gone to the N590. Valiant Dash already used up, and he finds BZP from around the glue wall, looking for another. Annihilates BZP first, and EVOS Divine looking strong for the booyah.
He's looking so good right now. Have 15 eliminations already. Guangzhou and Nix already knocked out of the game. Loud with only one member still alive. What are you going to do here as AGL Nameless still managing to steal away one more Elim? Titan Esports Club now down for the count. As EVOS, they know exactly where Nameless is. Where are you going to go? What are you going to do here? A triple man push, but there's still one more player Cloud to worry about.
Amazing run from Titan Esports Club. But Aim God now looking to clean up house. Nameless found. Thriller battle ball. Nameless has no chance. And they all gang up upon him. Playing the game of numbers. Looking for the final Loud player out there. Back booyah for Brazil. EVOS Divine, the reigning defending champions will say. And the Wonder Kid Russia does it again for the final.
Russia putting in the damage and pressure to every single one of these teams. EVOS have been so proactive with these early fights, maintaining the aggression all the way till that final fight.
Oh, this is what you want to see from your reigning defending champs. Not taking it lying down, but rising up to the occasion and showing everyone not just rotations, but mechanically they're still sound. And yes, questions have been asked. What is going to happen to EVOS? Because after winning the Esports World Cup last year, they have been dormant. They have just been hibernating. They have not been a massive threat in any of the competitions that they hopped on into. But this is not that same EVOS Divine. They are rising up to the occasion, and they want to prove that the White Tigers are not here to play, they are here to annihilate. Look at these nades, man. I mean, they were a flurry that instantly snuffed out the chances of Titan Esports Club.
You know what's really interesting? In so many interviews, they said, what is our secret weapon? It was Russia. And he did. We saw that pressure coming in from him. But Ray as well is putting in and showing us why exactly he's also part of the team.
You know, a big problem that I had with the EWC Divine run in 2025 is that without Russia, I think they would have lost out in many of those lobbies. Just like what Benel is doing for the side of the players of Gun Dynasty. We saw Rasia being that backup player, that sniper that continuously revived the rest of his team members. But this time, they're not putting the responsibility on the shoulder of their super sniper. They're all playing their role. I think the rotations are so much more tighter. The teamwork is looking solid. And I feel like it was not like any of those players were bad. It's just that strategically, they were trying out a flavor that perhaps did not favor them, and it required multiple clutches from Russia. This time, if they continue this run, they don't need Russia to clutch it out. They are going to annihilate everyone.
Yeah, it's always important to talk about like how each player is individually important, right? Right now, match standings look so good. EVOS with 41 points, matching up with Loud Sneakers so quickly as well. We've only seen 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, great equalizer here from EVOS. But again, shout out to DRS Gaming, the Rail Soldier, showing us that when you give a underdog team a opportunity on a stage like this, they will not let it go that easy. They're keeping up with the pressure that the competition brings, and they are delivering on every bit of expectation from the Nepalese fans. But here on the second page, you see there's a small little problem. India definitely has got one of the biggest crowds in terms of fan base, but they're not doing too well just yet. Now we've got Carol with the players here. Let's see exactly what the interview has for us. Tash and I will be right back with you.
Hello guys, Carol Bombshell here, pleasure to be here, and especially with Trap, team's captain for Loud. Okay, Trap, você começou o dia já, o time da Loud já começou o dia com buia, e especialmente com a Buriram no top 4. Como é a confiança de você estar nesse momento? Vocês ainda conseguiram chegar num segundo lugar nessa última partida? Você acha que isso tem sido importante para o time de vocês?
Acho que a confiança nossa está lá em cima, de acordo com os resultados que vem aí durante alguns meses. Então, evoluindo a cada dia, a gente quer muito representar o Brasil bem nesse Mundial. Já começamos muito bem, um top 1 e um top 2. Estamos amassando e manter mais 4 quedinhas aí pra cima.
Yes, of course. Starting the championship, started WC 2026 with Abuya was very important for us. Our confidence and our security is way above. And right now to get Abuya in a second place, we feel like we are in the right path and to reach the finals. O time de vocês, o time da Loud, vocês conseguiram ter uma boa performance durante o Campeonato Brasileiro. Você acha que vocês estão no caminho certo para voltar a colocar a Loud no topo, para de fato vocês voltarem a ser os reis do Free Fire no Brasil?
A gente ser campeão mundial, que é o objetivo da Loud e o nosso, e a gente voltou para colocar a Loud no topo, assim como nós também estamos no topo.
Yes, of course. Performing that well in Brazil brings us such great confidence, and we are here for that. We are here to bring the old Loud that you guys haven't seen before, and right now we are gonna put Loud. Great confidence, and we are here
this
for
one.
That. We are here to bring the old Loud that you guys haven't seen before, and right now we're gonna put Loud for sure on the top again, but not only in Brazil, in the world, and that's why we are here at EWC 2026. For us to finish the interview, I would like to ask, vocês terminaram o Mundial de Free Fire no top 5, né, no ano passado. Quão importante foi isso para vocês? Jogarem internacionalmente, obviamente que vocês estavam em outro time, mas você acha que esse resultado de top 5 trouxe mais confiança para vocês performarem agora aqui no EWC 2026?
Com certeza, assim como no Campeonato Brasileiro que a gente joga, a gente sempre joga um campeonato e quando ele acaba e o desempenho não é tão bom, eu sempre solto uma frase que eu falo com o Joker, eu falo, aprendeu a jogar esse campeonato, a partir de agora nós só vai desempenhar bem, e acho que foi o que aconteceu no último Mundial, quando ele acabou, em vez de ficar triste, e de cabeça baixa eu falei, a partir de agora nosso time aprendeu como jogar
nothing like
mundial.
वो यार.
Wow, that's very special.
BGMI
Okay,
से
so
बहुत अलग है.
reached the Free Fire World Series finals last year in the top 5, gave us
And
such
ऐसा
a
अगर
great
fast
and
खेलने वाले
important
गेम हो ना,
understanding
उसी में ये
in
match point
what
system
we
can
should
work
do in
करना
Free
तो
Fire right now. And I told
cannot
my
work.
coach, okay, so right now we are learning even more to play Free Fire. We are in the right path, and I think we are more than prepared to take the world right now, and that's exactly what we came to do here at EWC. Thanks so much for your time. Good luck in the next match. Make the
अपनी
L.
टीम गाइस रात
And
को
I'll get to you
खेलेगी.
guys at the studio.
Waited for this moment from so long और इस वक्त का हमको काफी समय से इंतजार था. वो समय आ चुका है. भारतीय टीमों को हमने यहाँ पे देखा जरूर है. काफी वक्त हुआ, काफी समय बीता और उसके साथ यहाँ पे वो कदम इस मंच पे पड़ चुके हैं. ई स्पोर्ट वर्ल्ड कप पेरिस 2026
PDMI की
हम लोग
कौन
विटनेस
सी?
कर रहे हैं और
What
अब
watch
यहाँ पे
party?
देखना ये है कि किस तरीके
Are
से जो
you
भारतीय
saying
टीम है वो
PUBG
प्रदर्शन करेगी. 2 गेम हो चुके हैं टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग की तरफ से. अभी तक वो
मोबाइल की
परफॉर्मेंस
नहीं कर
नहीं आई
रही
है
मैं.
जिसके लिए वो जाने जाते हैं. वो पहले ही अपना झंडा भारत में गाड़ चुके हैं, अपने को बेस्ट साबित कर चुके हैं, लेकिन इस इंटरनेशनल मंच पर अंतरराष्ट्रीय स्तर पर अभी वो प्रदर्शन देखना बाकी है. चलिए इंट्रोडक्शन देते हैं. मेरा नाम है राजू, मेरे साथ होने वाले हैं चिरायू गेमिंग. चिरायू कैसा फील कर रहे हैं और इस टाइम वो गूज बम्स आ रहे हैं या फिर नहीं? जी बिल्कुल, यहाँ पे देखना होगा किस तरीके से ये मुकाबला आगे बढ़ता है, बिकॉज हमने कई तरीके की बैटल्स यहाँ पे देखी हैं. ईस्ट वर्सेस वेस्ट. एक तरफ हम देख रहे हैं कि लाउड स्निकर्स जिस तरीके से प्रदर्शन कर रहे हैं, उनका एक बहुत बड़ा एडवांटेज रहता है. हम ये बात बखूबी जानते हैं कि एक्सप्लोजिव जिस तरीके से इस्तेमाल किए जाते हैं, जो प्रेशर बनाते हैं वो सामने वाली टीम के ऊपर, उसको काउंटर करना बहुत ज़्यादा मुश्किल हो जाता है. बट वहीं पे बात करें अगर हम यहाँ पे टीम एवोस की या फिर हम यहाँ पे ईस्ट की बात करें, साउथ ईस्ट एशियन टीम जो कि ई स्पोर्ट्स की जब भी हम बात करते हैं फ्री फायर की, डेफिनेटली वो डोमिनेट करते हैं, काफ़ी अच्छा प्रदर्शन करते हैं, लेकिन अभी के लिए वो डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस भी हैं. ये भी उनको ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा. रासिया, वी नो दिस वंडर बॉय क्या कमाल करना जानता है, कि कमाल कर चुका है और एक बार फिर से यहाँ पे वो ट्रॉफी अपने हाथों में रखने के लिए वापस से प्रदर्शन करना पड़ेगा. इस वक्त इमोशंस हमको चैट में भी नजर आ रहे हैं, थोड़े से निराश भी यहाँ पे चेहरे हैं, हताशा भी यहाँ पे हाथ लगी है. 2 गेम में मात्र 4-5 अंक यहाँ पे हासिल किए टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग ने. बट बात करें साउथ एशिया की, तो साउथ एशियन टीम की परफॉर्मेंस काफी सही नजर आ रही है. हम बात करें अगर DRS गेमिंग की, डेफिनेटली दाद देनी पड़ेगी इस नेपाली टीम की. जिस तरीके से ये वो अपना गोरखाली दमखम दिखा रहे हैं, जिस तरीके से इन्होंने प्रदर्शन किया
इसलिए खेलने की क्योंकि ग्रुप सिस्टम होता है ना गाइस, इतनी सारी टीम एक साथ नहीं खेल सकती, तो 2 ग्रुप्स में डिवाइड करते हैं टीम्स को.
बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स को उन्होंने प्रेशर में डालकर वहां पे एक तरीके से कॉम्बाइन अटैक के साथ एलिमिनेट किया था.
दोनों ग्रुप्स में 12-12 टीम है, टोटल 24 टीम्स है. एक टाइम पे एक मैच में 12 टीमें खेलती है.
एक पोजीशन जरूर पकड़ के रखी थी, एक एंकर डाल के रखा था, लेकिन उनके ऊपर चार्ज किया गया, उनको एलिमिनेट
किया गया. सब जो भी टीम्स है ना, दोनों को अपने अपने ग्रुप में टॉप 4 आना है टू क्वालिफाई डायरेक्टली फॉर फाइनल.
चले जाओगे और फिर प्रेशर
एंड बॉटम 2 सीधा एलिमिनेट हो जाएंगे और जो बीच के 6 बचेंगे उनका सर्वाइवल स्टेज होगा.
अभी क्वालिफाई नहीं कर पाए तो फिर डेफिनेटली आप सर्वाइवल स्टेज में जाएंगे, वहां पर से क्वालिफाई कर सकते हैं. बट स्टिल दिमाग में एक चीज रहती है कि आपको बॉटम 2 पर नहीं आना, बिकॉज बॉटम 2 पर दोनों ग्रुप से बॉटम 2
ज्यादा मजा आएगा रात में खेलने. वाओ,
5th पोजीशन से लेके 10th पोजीशन तक दोनों ग्रुप्स की जो टीम्स है वो बढ़ेगी सर्वाइवल स्टेज की ओर. तो वहां पर से भी देखिए कंपटीशन ऑटोमेटिक
पाजी एंड कपिल को हैवी कॉम्पिटिशन यूज करना पड़ेगा.
पोटेंशियल शो करा था, नहीं कर पाए.
नहीं कपिल का जब मन करेगा ना, वो थक जाएगा, वो उनको ज्वाइन कर लेगा, वो बोलेगा अपनी टीम क्यों नहीं खेल रही.
जानी मानी टीमें यहां पर
ऐसे तो कब खेलेगी, वो शुरू हो जाएगा.
ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप 2024 उन्होंने अपने नाम करा था. वहीं पर मैं इवोस की बात करूं, ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप 2025 उन्होंने अपने नाम करा था. तो कहीं ना कहीं ये जो जायंट स्क्वाड्स हैं, इनके सामने आप कैसे टिक पाएंगे. जैसा कि आपने टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग की भी काफी चर्चा करी, हमने नोटिस भी करा है कि काफी हमने ऑब्जर्व करा था टेस्ट के बाद, हम देख रहे थे मैचेस और हमने बातचीत भी करी थी कि जिस प्रकार से यहाँ पर एपेक्स गेमिंग वो काफी ज्यादा प्रेशर लेके खेल रहे हैं. वो साफ उनकी गेम प्ले में झलक रहा है। जिस प्रकार का गेम प्ले वो अपने रीजनल टूर्नामेंट्स में परफॉर्म कर रहे थे, डोमेस्टिक सर्किट में परफॉर्म कर रहे थे, उस टाइप का वो रेंज अभी नहीं दिखता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। कंसर्निंग है टीम एपिक्स गेमिंग के लिए, बिकॉज अगर वो ओरिजिनल गेम प्ले अपना नहीं ला पाए तो दिक्कतें हो जाएगी, बिकॉज आपका परफॉर्मेंस अच्छा नहीं हुआ तो सब यही कहेंगे कि फर्स्ट टाइम था, ठीक है कोई बात नहीं, बट उसके बावजूद अगर आपका फर्स्ट टाइम है और अगर आप अपने फर्स्ट टाइम में ही काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म कर जाते हैं तो वो नाम फिर सभी के मुंह पर रट जाएगा कि हाँ टीम एपिक्स गेमिंग वो अपने पहले ही बार में काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म करके आई थी।
एंड देखिए 2026 के रन की सबसे बढ़िया टीम अगर आप इनको
I mean इतना कॉम्प्लिकेट नहीं है, तुम लोग ऐसा बोल रहे हो एज इफ आई एम वाचिंग मोबा, लाइक इफ आई वाज वाचिंग मोबा आई वुड बी क्लूलेस।
स्प्रिंग के चैंपियन
इसमें सिर्फ जो एबिलिटीज है कुछ कुछ वो सब नहीं पता मुझे, बाकी तो नॉर्मल बैटल रॉयल तो है।
देखिए मैं हमेशा मानता हूँ ये
तुम लोग ऐसी बात करते हो जैसे मैं जिंदगी में पहली बार कोई गेम देख रही हूँ।
लड़ते हैं और
मोबा देखूं तो फिर भी समझेगा, मोबा में भाई मोबा इज वेरी कंफ्यूजिंग।
उम्मीदें लगाई
मोबा के बारे में मुझे कुछ
चैट में नजर आ रहे हैं, उनकी उम्मीदों पे उम्मीदें ये है कि आप अपना बेस्ट दिए, दैट्स इट। वहाँ पे उनकी तरफ से जो परफॉर्मेंस आ रही है क्या वो उनकी बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस है, क्या वो प्रेशर के तले दब तो नहीं रहे, वो चीज़ यहाँ पे इंपॉर्टेंट है। अभी के लिए वो प्रेशर जैसा कि आपने बताया वो नज़र ज़रूर आ रहा है, छलक रहा है, लेकिन वी नो कि ये टीम बाउंस बैक करना जानती है और इसके अलावा ये कंपटीशन भी काफ़ी ज़्यादा टफ होने वाला है।
देखा था
10th और 11th पे आपको नहीं
रहना है,
स्टेजेस में आपको एक बात ध्यान रखनी होगी, अपने ग्रुप से अगर आप 10th या 11th
आज आवाज भारी लग रहा है मेरा, तो मेरे को कोल्ड है
और आप फिर सर्वाइवल स्टेज में
कोल्ड है और ऊपर से ओ शिट मैं ये कर रही थी
जी बिल्कुल। एंड देखिए हर एक स्क्वाड की अपनी स्टोरी लाइन है। गोल्स की चर्चा करें 2024 में स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप के अंदर वो रनर अप थे, वहां पर से फिर 2025 में उन्होंने वो टाइटल उठाया। वहीं पर फैल्कन्स 2025 में कुछ खास परफॉर्मेंस नहीं कर पाई, बट एक और स्क्वाड के ऊपर मैं थोड़ी सी लाइमलाइट डालना चाहता हूं, आरआरक्यू। जिस प्रकार से वो बैक टू बैक पोडियम फिनिश करने की कोशिश करते हैं, अगर आप EWC 2024 के ऊपर नजर डालें 7th रैंक आई थी उनकी, वहीं पर 2025 में वो लोग रनर अप बनने थे, तो वहीं पर कहीं ना कहीं पोडियम फिनिश था उनका। बट यही नहीं, अगर आप फ्री फायर वर्ल्ड सीरीज की बात करें तो 2024 के अंदर आरआरक्यू अगेन वो रनर अप बनते हुए नजर आती है। एंड चौथे पायदान पर वहीं पर ग्लोबल टूर्नामेंट के अंदर अगेन 2025 में फ्री फायर वर्ल्ड सीरीज में वो लोग चौथे पायदान पर आते हैं। एंड कहीं ना कहीं आप देख सकते हैं 7th फिर 2nd 3rd 4th, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो पोडियम फिनिश के काफी ज्यादा पास रहते हैं और ये भी इनकी एक अच्छी खासी स्टोरी लाइन वो क्रिएट होते हुए नजर आती है। शायद हो सकता है कि 2026 इनके नाम हो, बट चलिए चलते हैं ओवरऑल रैंकिंग्स की ओर एंड देखते हैं कि आखिरकार 2 गेम्स के बाद कितने अंक यहाँ पर
कौन जीतेगा
स्क्वाड्स ने निकाले हैं। इवोस की अगर मैं चर्चा करूं 41 पॉइंट्स
एक
यहाँ पर
ही है भाई,
हो चुके हैं, 23
ये कैसा क्वेश्चन
नाम
है?
करे थे और एक बुया लगाया है
Only
लाउड
Mexican
स्पीकर्स का भी
win
सबसे
भाई।
पहला बुया
No
था
one else
और
can
वहीं पर
win।
41 पॉइंट्स इनके भी है, 20 एलिमिनेशन है, यानी कि प्लेसमेंट में थोड़ा सा
नहीं
ज्यादा
यार
फोकस करें
जी,
बिकॉज़
BGMI
पहले
तो
गेम के
no
अंदर बुया था,
plans।
दूसरे गेम के अंदर वो दूसरे पायदान पर यहाँ पर से देखते हुए नजर आ रहे थे। वहीं पर तीसरी चौथी पांचवी और छठी पायदान वाली स्क्वाड्स को आप देख सकते हैं धीरे धीरे वो पॉइंट्स नीचे कम होते नजर आते हैं। 33 32 32 और 27 अंकों के साथ यहाँ पर से हमको टीम फैल्कन्स वो छठे पायदान पर दिखाई देते हुए नजर आने वाली। एलिमिनेशंस धीरे धीरे कम हो रहे, बट आप गन डायनेस्टी की बात करें तो 23 एलिमिनेशन है, यानी कि DRS गेमिंग से ज्यादा एलिमिनेशन बट हो रहे हैं, बट एक अंक यहाँ पर से कम है उनसे। बट DRS जिस प्रकार से ये नेपाली स्क्वाड परफॉर्म करते नजर आ रही है, मानना पड़ेगा काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस इनका अभी तक दिखाई दिया है। बुया से काफी ज्यादा क्लोज थे ये लोग, एक गेम वो बुया हो सकता था बर्मुडा का, काफी क्लोज थे, बट वो कहते हैं ना कि हाथ आया बट मुंह ना लगा, वो वाली सिचुएशन यहाँ पर से थोड़ी सी होते हुए नजर आई। बट वहीं पर अगर मैं 7वें पायदान की बात करूं, बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स 25 अंकों के साथ है। वहीं पर अगेन 12वीं स्क्वाड की बात करूं तो डीमंस प्राइड सिर्फ 4 अंकों के साथ यहां पर से आखिरी पायदान पर दिखाई देते हुए नजर आ रही है। तो ऐसी स्क्वाड्स जिनके जो स्टैट्स हैं वो थोड़े से कम नजर आ रहे हैं, हो सकता है कि ये जो 2 गेम्स है आप इसको टेस्ट समझे, फर्स्ट टाइम समझे, जो भी समझना है अपने माइंड में, जो भी आपको प्रेशर फील हो रहा था वो समझ कर यहाँ पर से इन 2 गेम्स को बाहर रख दें। बट अब जो 4 गेम्स आने वाले हैं उसमें आपको कमबैक करना पड़ेगा, वरना अगले दिन में काफी ज्यादा मुश्किल आने वाली है।
एंड देखिए कमबैक करने के लिए आपको आपके स्नाइपर की जरूरत पड़ेगी, बिकॉज वी नो कि करंट बेटा में आपकी टीम के स्नाइपर के ऊपर काफी भारी जिम्मेदारी होती है। वेदर आप टॉक अबाउट दी फ्लैंक एंगल्स जहाँ पे प्लेयर्स फ्लैंक करते हैं और उस तरीके से वो पहला नॉक निकालते हैं, या फिर लॉन्ग रेंज बैटल्स की बात करें जहाँ पे सबसे इजीली गेट कीपिंग की जाती है, एंकर पोजीशन होल्ड किया जाता है और फ्रंट लाइन बैक लाइंस क्लियर करी जाती है। काफी जिम्मेदारी है यहाँ पे स्नाइपर के ऊपर। एंड इंडियन टीम के पास
कुछ ज्यादा ही
स्नाइपर्स हैं। आप अगर अगर
मतलब ऐसा तो
currently
खेला
देखा
ही
जाए,
नहीं
आप
था
KD
यार
वर्ड की बात
फ्रांस
करें,
ने
हमने
जैसा
देखा
कल
किस
खेला
तरीके से
है,
विदाउट
थोड़ा सा
स्नाइपर यहाँ पे आई थिंक ACATM मार्क्समैन राइफल को
डिसअपॉइंटिंग
चला
एंड
रहे थे, बहुत अच्छी तरीके से उन्होंने वहाँ पे
सच्ची
नॉकडाउन
बोलूं
तो
तो
लिए थे,
मेरे
बट
लिए तो
बाद में
भाई
क्लोज एंड फाइट्स में
सरप्राइजिंग
उनको
था।
दिक्कत हुई। वहीं पे
ऐसा ऐसा
देखिए
क्यों
बाकी
खेले
भी
वो
हमारी
लोग,
आईक्यू
कल
गेमिंग
समझा
भी यहाँ
नहीं।
पे देखने को मिलने वाले हैं। इसके अलावा हम S8UL esports को भी देखेंगे आगे आने वाले ग्रुप यानी कि ग्रुप बी में। अभी के लिए यहाँ पे केडी गॉड, साहिल जाट, शोटो, बुलविन ये देखते किस तरीके से खेलने वाले अलोंग विद ऑल द टीम्स जो यहाँ पे
ग्रीजमान
प्रदर्शन
नहीं था
करती नजर आ रही
इसीलिए।
है। लाउड स्निकर्स की
क्रेजी
काफी अच्छी
भाई।
परफॉर्मेंस है। इवोस द रेनिंग डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस वो देखते किस तरीके से खेलने वाले हैं। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई-स्पोर्ट्स अभी तक गेम उनके तरीके से नहीं गए हैं। वी नो कि वो एक एग्रेसिव टीम है, वी नो कि वो एलिमिनेशंस के लिए खेलते हैं, बट विल सी कि आगे क्या होने वाला है। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई-स्पोर्ट्स यहाँ पे कोशिश जरूर करेंगे कि अपना बेस्ट परफॉर्मेंस दे, बट चलिए चलते आगे बढ़ते हैं स्केड्यूल की तरफ और देखते हैं कि अगला मुकाबला किस मैप में होने वाला है। गेम नंबर 1 हमने विटनेस किया बर्मुडा में, जहां पे विजेता
फ्रांस
निकले
ने
लाउड
पोर्टुगल जैसा
स्नीकर्स।
खेल
गेम
दिया।
नंबर 2 सोलारा एवोस के नाम रहा। वहीं पे गेम नंबर
Kind
3
of.
होगा पर्गेट्री में, और
Kind
ये
of.
एक बड़ा प्रश्न चिन्ह होने वाला है क्योंकि पर्गेट्री एक ऐसा मुकाबला जहां पे एलिमिनेशंस कम निकलते हैं, मैप काफी ज्यादा बड़ा है, थोड़ा सा स्लो पेस गेम्स जाते हैं, स्टार्टिंग में बैटल्स होती है, मिड गेम काफी स्लो रहता है, बट विल सी
बोल
क्या
तो
होगा
दिया
आगे।
शैंक,
नेक्स्ट
बहरे से हो क्या?
और अगेन गेम नंबर 6 हम नेक्स्ट एरा विटनेस करने वाले हैं।
बिल्कुल रेंडमाइजर से वो नेक्स्ट एरा यहाँ पर से गेम नंबर 6 भी लगता हुआ नजर आया था, बट लेट्स सी कि अब क्या यहाँ पर से परफॉर्मेंस रहता है स्क्वाड्स का, बिकॉज पर्गेटरी अगला मैप है और पर्गेटरी जो है वो द मैप ऑफ 3 आइलैंड माना जाता है। लंबे लंबे यहाँ पर से रोटेशंस करते हैं, बट अगर मैं रोटेशंस की चर्चा कर ही रहा हूँ तो अभी तक आपने लाउड का परफॉर्मेंस देखा होगा, हर बार वो आखिरी सर्कल में आए दोनों गेम्स के अंदर, और जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने डेस्परेटली वो बुया चेज करने की कोशिश करी है वो दर्शाता है कि आज वो टेबल टॉप करने ही आए। दे डू नॉट वांट कि वो सर्वाइवल स्टेज पर जाए, उनको बिल्कुल भी नहीं चाहिए कि वो सर्वाइवल स्टेज से क्वालिफाई करे। दे गॉट अ वन शॉट एंड यहाँ पर से वो आसानी से क्वालिफिकेशन देख रहे हैं अपना ग्रैंड फाइनल्स के लिए। देखते हैं कि क्या वो वन शॉट उनका लगता हुआ अभी नजर आएगा या फिर नहीं, बट जिस प्रकार से उनका कमिटमेंट है सर्कल को लेके वो काफी ज्यादा स्ट्रॉन्ग दिखाई दे रहा है। हालांकि हमने गेम 2 के अंदर देखा था जिस प्रकार से इवोस ने एक प्रॉपर 4v4 फाइट के अंदर वहां पर लाउड स्नीकर्स को काफी ज्यादा दिक्कत दी थी, तो वहां पर से यहाँ पर मेरे ख्याल से लाउड को संभलना पड़ेगा खुद को कि थोड़ी सी दिक्कत है यहाँ पर उनके लिए। लेकिन शायद आप कुछ कहना चाह रहे हैं।
बिल्कुल, देखिए मैं उसी फाइट के बारे में कहना चाहूंगा। जिस तरीके से आपने बताया कि लेट रोटेशन करते हैं, वो जोन के बाहर से व्हीकल के साथ आ रहे थे, जैसे कि हमने देखा उस ब्लू ट्रक में वो मौजूद थे, चारों के चारों खिलाड़ी वो अपने हिसाब से एक अच्छी पोजीशन पे जा रहे थे, लेकिन वहां पे इवोस का भी जो कैलकुलेशन था वो बहुत परफेक्ट था। वो जानते थे कि अभी जोन के भीतर जो टीम्स है ना वो पहले से ही यहाँ पे काफी ज्यादा डिसएडवांटेज में, उनके पास मैन पावर नहीं है। वहीं पे एक टीम जो व्हीकल के साथ आ रही है वो 4th मैन स्ट्रॉन्ग, इसीलिए उनको मौका ही नहीं दिया। जैसे ही वो उस बोल्डर के पास उतरे उनके ऊपर चार्ज किया गया, उनको अपनी बाहें फैलाने ही नहीं दी, उनको ब्रीदिंग स्पेस ही नहीं दिया, पुश करके रखा और उनको एलिमिनेट किया। तो एक अच्छा पुश, एक अच्छा स्लैम हमने देखा इवोस की तरफ से, और उसके बाद फिर चीजें उनके हित में ही चली गई, बिकॉज वी नो कि आपके पास अगर नंबर एडवांटेज है तो फिर आपके लिए भूया निकालना काफी आसान हो जाता है। वैसे देखिए चिरायु, जब आप मुझसे बैटल करते हो तो नंबर एडवांटेज अगर आपके पास हो फिर भी आप नहीं जीत पाओगे, बट इट्स ऑल राइट, ये सब तो चलता रहता है। आप तो मुझसे वैसे भी हारते रहते हो, लेकिन अभी यहाँ पे इस मंच पे किसकी हार किसकी जीत होगी ये मायने रखता है। चिरायु, क्या लगता है अगला मुकाबला किस तरीके से जाएगा? क्या हम कुछ अर्ली क्लैशेस विटनेस करने वाले हैं एज पर योर कैलकुलेशंस?
देखिए मेरे हिसाब से
थैंक्स ब्रदर, कैन यू लाइक वॉच फ्री फायर? अगर आपको देखना है तो नहीं देखना है तो
आप सभी को पता है कि हर एक ग्रुप के अंदर 12 मैचेस यहाँ पर से खेले जाने वाले हैं, तो कहीं ना कहीं यहाँ पर से जो स्क्वाड्स हैं वो आज के दिन अपना ड्रॉप मार्क करने वाली कि हम यहाँ पर उतरेंगे। कल का दिन वो स्क्वाड्स और ज्यादा रीड करके आएगी और ज्यादा खुद पे होमवर्क करके आने वाली है, हो सकते हैं। बट आज के दिन जैसा कि आपने सवाल करा क्या क्लैशेस हो सकते हैं, मैं कहूंगा बिल्कुल डेफिनेटली हो सकते हैं, बिकॉज आज काफी लैक ऑफ इन्फॉर्मेशन हो सकती है। अपने सारी स्क्वाड्स को जो कोचेस ने, मेरे ख्याल से एनालिस्ट ने अपना काम करा होगा, वो उनके डोमेस्टिक सर्किट में उनका परफॉर्मेंस देख के करा होगा कि कहां पर से वो ड्रॉप्स लेते हैं, कहां पर से वो रोटेट करना प्रेफर करते हैं। बट देखते हैं कि क्या सिचुएशंस यहाँ पर से होने वाली है। बट मैं डीआरएस गेमिंग को उनका जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो देख के काफी ज्यादा खुश हूँ जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने परफॉर्म करा है। टीईसी का गेम हालांकि पहला गेम अच्छा नहीं गया था, बट सेकंड गेम काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस उनका भी कहीं ना कहीं दिखता हुआ नजर आया आखिरी तक आया। हालांकि पॉइंट्स
10 मिनट से तो ज्यादा हो गया है,
उन्होंने काफी अच्छा परफॉर्म करा। सर्कल होल्डिंग के मामले में। एंड टीसी के साथ जो कोच है, हम सभी को पता है कि कोच ड्यूकर वो फिलहाल इंडिया से ही है और वो अभी के लिए टीसी को कोच करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं इंडिया की स्क्वाड भी रिप्रेजेंट करने गई है और वो इंडिया के थ्रू ही दिखते हैं।
तो कल खेला ही नहीं,
बट स्टिल वी आर रूटिंग फॉर अ ग्रेट परफॉर्मेंस स्पेशली फॉर द स्क्वाड टीम एपिक्स गेमिंग, जिनका आज ये पहला दिन है। कल के दिन हमको और 2 स्क्वाड यहाँ पर से जुड़ते हुए नजर आने वाली है। आज के दिन ही इवन पहला दिन उनका होगा, जो कि काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस S8UL एंड IQ टोटल गेमिंग से भी हम लोग होप करने वाले हैं।
बिल्कुल, आपने बात करी कोचेस की, एनालिस्ट की। डेफिनेटली देखिए कोचेस हमको यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रहे हैं एंड आपने बात करी ड्यूकर की, तो एक और बार देखिए उनको ये डेफिनेटली मंच मिला है। पिछली बार उन्होंने काफी कुछ सीखा था, काफी सारी ऐसी गलतियां हुई थी जिसके ऊपर उन्होंने काम किया। डेफिनेटली काबिलियत की बात करें, ही इज अमेजिंग। और यही चीज मैं कहूंगा बाकी जिन टीम्स के पास भी कोचेस है ना, उनके पास एक एडवांटेज जरूर रहता है कि आप यहाँ पे मॉड्यूल जरूर डिवाइड कर सकते हो कि ठीक है, आप जितना भी यहाँ पे फिजिकल वर्क होगा, जितना भी यहाँ पे फायर पावर वाला इम्प्रोवाइजेशन होगा, वो सब प्लेयर्स करेंगे, बट जो माइंड वर्क होता है, जो प्लानिंग होती है, वो कोचेस जरूर करते हैं। बट अब वक्त आ चुका है लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, आप लोग देख रहे हो ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप पेरिस 2026 एंड दिस is the time to go to the battlefield. टीम्स तैयार है, हमारे दर्शक तैयार है और चलिए चलते हैं इस मुकाबले में। ये बैनर्स नजर आते हुए टीम IQ टोटल गेमिंग, ट्विस्टेड माइंड्स, DRS एंड ऑल द टीम्स आर हियर। ग्रुप ए का मुकाबला हम देख रहे हैं, मैच नंबर 3 होने वाला है ये। और ये सबसे पहले हम देख पा रहे हैं कि कुछ टीमें यहाँ पे जाती नजर आ रही है लेफ्ट आइलैंड पे। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स थोड़ा सा स्प्लिट खेलती नजर आ रही है। वसाना वो स्काउट करने के लिए, इंफॉर्मेशन गैदर करने के लिए जो यहाँ पे रिवर साइड के पास जो ब्राउन हेड होती है वहां पे जाते नजर आ रहे हैं। लेकिन एक बैटल शुरू हो चुकी है और वो बैटल हो रही है इस वक्त पैराडॉक्स की यहाँ पे TEC के साथ। TEC देखते किस
यार, कोई बढ़ाने
का सामना
फिर
करते
कोई बोलता है कम करो।
क्रॉसरोड पे होता नजर आ रहा है।
बता देना सही है या
वो
नहीं।
क्लैश कर चुके हैं, उनका मुकाबला चल रहा है यहाँ पे
इस ग्रुप में टैग है
गन डायनेस्टी के साथ। और ये लीजिए, ये बैटल शुरू हो जाएगी, एलिमिनेशंस भी निकाले जा रहे, बट एट द एंड कौन सी टीम वाइप होगी चिरायु, ये मैटर करता है। बुलमिन तैयार है, छोटो तैयार है, केडी गॉड यहाँ पे हाइट एडवांटेज लिए बैठे हुए हैं।
बिल्कुल, देखते देखते शोटो उनको काफी ज्यादा चोटिल करा गया है, बट यहाँ पर से आप शायरों को देख सकते हैं आगे।
भाई ये देखो ये रोनाल्डो, अबे
पोजीशन होल्ड कर रहे हैं, शायद से टाइम खींचना चाह रहे हैं बिकॉज़ उनके पास कवर नहीं है।
ये क्या है,
खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर दिखाई पड़ते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं,
दिख रहा है जो एकदम
निकले जरूर, बट फैल्कन्स उनको पता था कि यहाँ पर से 2 स्क्वाड्स गई है थर्ड पार्टी करने के लिए। वो थोड़ा सा स्काउटिंग करते हुए नजर आ रहे हैं, बट देखते ही देखते ये देखिए TAG
टोटल
पड़ते हुए बिकॉज़ केडी गॉड को
पाजी ने नई टीम बना दी गई,
तो एलिमिनेशन अपने नाम कर चुके हैं। ये काफी स्पीड से अंदर की ओर एंड शोटो, ये कमाल का खिलाड़ी अपना जादू लहराता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। यही नीडेड था और वो भी शुरू हुआ है बस। बट देखते देखते अगेन रासिया वो रेचा को भी कहीं ना कहीं डैमेज करते हुए नजर आने वाले। जिस प्रकार से फैल्कन्स जिस आज से वो इस पोजीशन के ऊपर आए थे, उसी ठीक आज से भी यहाँ पर से आते हुए नजर आ रही है। बट देखते देखते वुल्वीन उनको भी टेक डाउन
करा दिया दोनों का।
एक भी एलिमिनेशन लगा,
दोनों मिल जाओ, एक बन जाओ।
दिखाई पड़ रही है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि फैल्कन्स के लिए काफी ज्यादा दिक्कतें हो सकती है।
जी हाँ, इस वक्त देखिए यहाँ पे 4 टीमें आ चुकी हैं। बैटल 4 में मुकाबला चलता हुआ, 2 टीम्स यहाँ पे एलिमिनेशन निकालने के लिए आई है। यहाँ पे राचा के ऊपर भी हमला किया गया, ऑन फायर ने वहाँ पे रिवाइवल जरूर मिला उनको राचा की तरफ से, लेकिन यहाँ पे ये शॉट आएगा पीला का, एनगॉड को नॉकडाउन किया गया है। एनगॉड वो पूरी तरीके से फिनिश हो जाएंगे, रिवाइवल करने का मौका वहाँ पे बिल्कुल भी नहीं दिया गया। बैक से यहाँ पे जाएंगे बाइजन के साथ, ये चार्ज किया, राचा को नॉकडाउन किया और इस वक्त यहाँ पे फैल्कन्स के लिए मुसीबत बन चुके हैं। मोमेंटम इनके पास है और इस लय के साथ ये आगे बढ़ते जा रहे, एलिमिनेशन निकालते जा रहे, आगे होने वाले हैं यहाँ पे शोटो द मॉन्स्टर। और ये शोटो का आएगा ड्रैगन नेड, नॉकडाउन वहां पे करेंगे। शोटो इज 1 मैन आर्मी, 3 एलिमिनेशन निकाल चुके हैं। बुलविन को रिवाइव करने के लिए आगे जाते हुए कई सारी टीम्स यहाँ पे होने वाली है। शोटो का मुकाबला अभी भी चलता हुआ और ये लीजिए इस वक्त रासिया बना शोटो एंड विद दिस शॉट एक और एलिमिनेशन करेंगे। एक बात मैंने बोली थी कि यहाँ पे वंडर बॉय रासिया गरीवोस के पास है, तो हमारे पास भी टीम एपिक्स गेमिंग में द वंडर बॉय शोटो है, जो मैजिक करना जानता है, जो क्लच करना जानता है।
अच्छा राइट, लास्ट वाला तो
और बैटल देख रहे थे यहाँ पे विंडी के ऊपर TEC की तरफ से एक भारी हमला किया हुआ, ग्रेट को टेक डाउन किया पे विंडी ने। और ये लीजिए जिस तरीके से वो स्ट्रिंग जुड़ी हुई थी, विंडी को असिस्ट किया गया, निजात को भी टेक डाउन किया गया। विंडी ने पहले यहाँ पे टाइम बाय किया, डेनरिक को पूरा मौका दिया कि वो आए आए कवर देने के लिए, और पहले भी देखिए डंडी के एक कवर वाली पोजीशन में थे जहां से वो पहले से ही असिस्ट कर रहे थे उनको। बट बात करें अगर हम सेंट्रल की, तो ये फाइट अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुई है चिरायू।
जी बिल्कुल, टीएजी वो अपना ड्रॉप वापस लेना चाहते हैं, वो चाहते हैं कि हम और एलिमिनेशंस निकालें। डेविड को यहाँ पर से नॉकआउट भी करा जाएगा, बट देखते देखते वुल्वीन ही गेट्स नॉक एज वेल, वो एलिमिनेशन में कन्वर्ट भी होता हुआ नजर आएगा। 7वां एलिमिनेशन यहाँ पर से टीएजी के नाम, और यहाँ पर से जिस प्रकार से ऑडियंस को आपसे एक्सपेक्टेशन थी, लेट ही सही बट गेम 3 में यहाँ पर से टीएजी का परफॉर्मेंस सही में ऑन टॉप अभी तक दिखाई देता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। बट वहीं पर बुरे राम धीरे धीरे करके वो भी यहाँ पर से शुरू होना चाहते हैं, बिकॉज उनके भी कुछ पहले के गेम्स अच्छे जाते हुए नजर नहीं आए। 3 एलिमिनेशन यहाँ पर से जोइना ने अपने नाम करे हैं, वहीं पर वसाना वो एलिमिनेट हो रखे,
तो भाई
रिवाइव
एकदम
करना
शुरू
पड़ेगा।
होते ही बाहर हो जाते हैं।
यहाँ पर से क्या वो आगे जाने की कोशिश करेंगे, बिकॉज देखिए उनके पास कवर नहीं है, ना ही उनकी स्क्वाड यहाँ पर से लॉन्च पैड का इस्तेमाल करके जल्द से जल्द यहाँ पर से निकलना चाहते हैं। और वहीं पर एक और फाइट शुरू होते हुए नजर आ रही है। एजी ऑल गेमर्स ग्लोबल यानी कि वो पैराडॉक्स को काफी ज्यादा दिक्कत में देते हुए नजर आते हुए दिखाई दे रही है। स्नाइप को भी यहाँ पर से स्नाइप करा गया,
मैंने लिख दिया इंग्लिश
के नाम पर एलिमिनेशन आता हुआ नजर आएगा। बट एक 1v1v2 का स्प्लिट एजी के नाम, वो फिलहाल आगे जाएंगे। विंडी को स्पॉट आउट करा है और वो नॉकआउट भी मिलेगा अपने नाम आसानी से। देखिए एक ही खिलाड़ी था, चारों खिलाड़ी यहाँ पर से घेर कर आगे गए, वो एलिमिनेशन अपने नाम करा। 5 एलिमिनेशंस के साथ एजी वो फिलहाल आगे बढ़ते हुए।
जी हाँ, एचईएल की बात करें अभी के लिए आर्सेनल में होने वाले हैं ड्यू, वो पहले से ही यहाँ पे देखिए एक अलग एंगल में थे और वेकिल के साथ नजर आ रहे हैं। एचईएल इनकी तरफ से भी कमबैक की दरकार जरूर है, लेकिन अभी हमने देखा टीम एपिक्स गेमिंग का काफी कमाल का प्रदर्शन। और इस मोमेंट पे मैं एक चीज बोलना चाहूंगा कि ये सभी की सभी टीम्स, चाहे हम एजीएल की बात करें, चाहे हम फैल्कन्स की बात करें, ये सब टीम एक दूसरे को समझ रही है। बिकॉज बहुत सारी ऐसी टीमें हैं जिन्होंने दूसरी टीमों का सामना अभी तक नहीं किया। ये लॉबी बहुत ज्यादा अनप्रिडिक्टेबल है, आप चीजें प्रिडिक्ट नहीं कर सकते। और स्ट्राइक्स इनके स्नाइपर को भी प्रिडिक्ट करना काफी मुश्किल है। व्हाट अ शॉट बाय स्ट्राइक्स, अमेजिंग शॉट। एक और एलिमिनेशन। डीआरएस दे आर आल्सो नॉट स्टॉपिंग। डीआरएस गेमिंग इस वक्त यहाँ पे काफी रूथलेस नजर आते हुए हर एक टीम से यहाँ पे जो है वो बैटल कर रहे हैं, दो हाथ करने में हिचकिचा नहीं रहे। और उनके सामने अभी पूरी राम यूनाइटेड ई-स्पोर्ट्स होने वाली है। प्रतीक यहाँ पे स्नाइपर के साथ नजर आ रहे हैं, मल्टीपल प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे लॉन्ग रेंज वेपन्स में स्नाइपर प्रेफर करते नजर आ रहे हैं। ठाकुर विद यहाँ पे XM8 लिए नजर आते हुए। XM8 भी काफी अच्छा वेपन है, आई मीन आप 4x नहीं लगा सकते, बट स्टिल वो जो हेडशॉट कनेक्ट होते हैं मिड रेंज में, वो काबिल तारीफ है। लेकिन जिपलाइन का इस्तेमाल करके बुरी राम यूनाइटेड ई-स्पोर्ट जो है वो अपना रोटेशन लेंगी जरूर। एक खिलाड़ी वो अभी भी पीछे है कि बाय चांस अगर जिप लाइन पे इन खिलाड़ियों को, टीममेट्स को कोई खिलाड़ी एलिमिनेट करने की कोशिश करता है, तो जॉइना वो पहले से वहां पे थे टेक डाउन करने के लिए। एंड एक अच्छी नीति यहाँ पे जरूर है। लेफ्ट आइलैंड पे पहुंच चुके हैं जहाँ पे डिमंस प्राइड पहले से मौजूद है। मार्बल वर्क्स में एक और भिड़ंत हम देखने वाले हैं। लेकिन
ये टोटल एलिमिनेशंस थे ना अभी तक के सब गेम्स मिला के।
एजीएल और इसके साथ साथ मल्टीपल टीम्स नजर आती हुई, चाहे पैराडॉक्स की बात करें या फिर बाकी टीमों की। जी हाँ, गन डायनेस्टी वो भी वहाँ पे मौजूद है। एक बैटल वहाँ पे भी हम देख पा रहे हैं, वहीं पे लीड रोटेशन करती हुई कुछ टीम्स नजर आती हुई। जी हाँ, यहाँ पे टीम फैल्कन्स जो कि हम देख पा रहे थोड़ा सा लेट रोटेट कर रहे हैं, टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग की तरफ जा रहे हैं। और एक जो ये राइवलरी चल रही है चिरायू, ये भी काबिल तारीफ है। मोस्ट डैमेज डीलर्स में हम स्ट्राइक्स को देख सकते हैं, सबसे ऊपर ये खिलाड़ी डीआरएस की तरफ से काबिल तारीफ प्रदर्शन। रासिया भी मौजूद है इस रेस में, वहीं पे वो अभी सबसे ऊपर नजर जरूर आ रहा है। लेकिन टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग बनाम टीम फैल्कन्स वापस से एक रीमैच होता हुआ।
बिल्कुल 8 एलिमिनेशंस यहाँ पर से टीम एपिक्स गेमिंग अपने नाम कर चुकी है। वो आगे जाने की कोशिश, फैल्कन्स वो आगे की ओर अपनी पोजीशन होल्ड तो कर रहे हैं, बट ये फाइट आखिरकार किस प्रकार से इनिशिएट होने वाली है। ऑन फायर वॉल्स का प्रयोग करते हुए कैसी का भी इस्तेमाल चलता हुआ, हाइट एडवांटेज लेने की कोशिशें हैं। क्या यहाँ पर से वो कोशिश कामयाबी में कन्वर्ट होते हुए नजर आएगी। वहीं पर आप कीडी गॉड की भी पोजीशन देखिए, वहां पर टीएजी ने भी एक 1v3 का स्प्लिट ले रखा है। एलिमिनेशन लीडर बन चुके हैं ये लोग, धीरे धीरे वो बढ़ेंगे आगे, क्यों रुकने का नाम नहीं लेंगे। वो मिल चुकी है कंसिस्टेंसी, वो मिल चुके हैं एलिमिनेशन, वो कॉन्फिडेंस आ चुका है, आगे जाएंगे जरूर। वो अटैक करने की कोशिश में छोटो वो डैमेज नहीं दे पाए, काफी नजदीक गए थे, बट वहीं पर से वापस भी आना पड़ा। अंदर समीट से गई है ये पूरी की पूरी स्क्वाड। दिक्कतें हो सकती है बिकॉज जब आप एक कंपार्टमेंट में होते हो तो शायद से आपका स्नाइपर आपको कवर ना दे पाए। बट देखते देखते ऑन फायर एक अच्छी बॉल का प्रयोग है। ये देखिए फैल्कन्स के खिलाड़ियों को टीएजी की पोजीशन नहीं पता, काफी फास्ट मूवमेंट यहाँ पर से टीएजी के खिलाड़ियों के द्वारा दिखता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। वो अटैक शुरू होता हुआ नजर आएगा, क्रोनो का इस्तेमाल, ऑन फायर को नॉकआउट करा जाएगा। टीएजी वो अब रुकने का नाम नहीं लेंगे, एक ही बाद एक एलिमिनेशन वो बटोरते चले जा रहे हैं। अब यहाँ पर से फेल्कन्स के लिए काफी ज्यादा दिक्कत है, बिकॉज ऑन फायर को एलिमिनेट करा है और शायद से रेचा वो भी पीछे निकलने की कोशिश तो कर रहे हैं। अभी के लिए वो पीना को कवर दे रहे हैं, टाइम बाय कर रहे हैं कि कम से कम पीना वो पीछे निकल जाए और मैं खुद को यहाँ पर से अपना बलिदान देकर मैं पीना को बचाऊं। ये लीजिए एक और खिलाड़ी को नॉकआउट करा जाएगा। ये है डबल डिजिट एलिमिनेशन फिलहाल टीएजी के टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग, दे आर लिटरली ऑन टॉप फॉर नाउ।
जी हाँ, इस वक्त उनकी परफॉर्मेंस टॉप है, उनका गेम प्ले इस वक्त सबको घुटनों पे रहा, लेकिन अभी के लिए पीना और वो पहले से एंगल में जा चुके थे। वो यहाँ पे सामने वाली टीम को एक गलतफहमी में रखना चाहते थे कि ये कंट्रोल आपके हाथों में। यहाँ पे देखिए स्मोक वहाँ पे जरूर छोड़े गए हैं, उसके साथ यहाँ पे विजन ड्रॉप जरूर होगा। साहिल जाट हमला करते हुए पीना के ऊपर रिवाइवल करना होगा, वेंडिंग मशीन तक जाना होगा। छोटो मिलेंडा नॉकडाउन करेंगे, व्हाट अ हेडशॉट, व्हाट अ शॉट बाय छोटो, एक और नॉक। 6 एलिमिनेशन 7 एलिमिनेशन काउंट करते जाइए। टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग ये टीम वापस निलय में आ चुकी है। जो मोमेंटम यहाँ पे छूटा था, 2 गेम में मात्र 4 अंक थे, लेकिन इस मुकाबले में बर्गेट्री का ये मुकाबला गेम चेंजिंग साबित होगा। इस वक्त वापस से वो कॉन्फिडेंस आ चुका है इनके अंदर कि हम कर सकते हैं, हम पूरा अपने कंट्री के लिए ला सकते हैं, हम यहाँ पे अपने सभी चाहने वालों को वापस से खुश कर सकते हैं। डेफिनेटली एक कमाल का बैटल, जिस तरीके से मैं बोल रहा था कि ये टीम सिर्फ जीत के लिए नहीं फाइट कर रही, ये लड़ रही है अपने सपोर्टर्स के विश्वास के लिए, अपने रीजन के गर्व के लिए और अपनी दास्तान को मुकम्मल करने के लिए, उस सपने के लिए जो इन्होंने देखे, जो सिर्फ उनका सपना नहीं है बल्कि हर एक फैन, हर एक समर्थक का सपना है जो यहाँ चैट में अपना विश्वास और आंखें गड़ाए बैठा हुआ है। अभी भी हम देख पा रहे हैं मोस्ट डैमेज डीलिंग में स्ट्रोइक सबसे ऊपर रासिया दूसरे पायदान पे और बीएनएल यहाँ पे गन डायनेस्टी की तरफ से तीसरे पायदान पे होने वाले हैं। बट राइट नाउ जोन के भीतर जाना होगा टीम फाल्कन्स, वो अभी जोन में नहीं होने वाले हैं और अगर जिपलाइन का इस्तेमाल करेंगे बात बनेगी नहीं। इस वक्त देखिए लॉन्च पैड भी सेफ नहीं होने वाले, क्योंकि हर एक जगह पे टीम्स यहाँ पे आके खड़ाए बैठी है, ईगल लाए होने वाले हैं सबके पास एंड विद दैट अगर एक गलत लैंडिंग हुई चिराई तो खेल खत्म हो सकता है।
बिल्कुल, वहीं पर मैं टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग को भी देख रहा था, काफी ज्यादा लेट रोटेशन यहाँ पर से उनको करना पड़ रहा है, बट गन डायनेस्टी धीरे धीरे करके वो भी एलिमिनेशन बटोरना चाहते हैं। क्रोनो का इस्तेमाल करा जरूर, बट ये 2 खिलाड़ियों को एलिमिनेट करने की कगार पर नॉकआउट जरूर से करा गया था, बट डीआरएस वो दिक्कत में सिर्फ एक लौता खिलाड़ी स्ट्राइक्स बचा हुआ है अपनी स्क्वाड के लिए। देखते देखते यहाँ पर से वो यूएवी बर्स्ट करा और उतनी ही तेजी से वो पीछे निकलते हुए भी नजर आने वाले, बिकॉज उनको पता है कि एक ऐसा सर्कल है जहां पर आपको चेस तो नहीं करा जाएगा, बिकॉज अगर चेस करा गया तो फिर जो चेस कर रहा है उसी स्क्वाड के लिए काफी ज्यादा दिक्कतें हो सकती है। हालांकि गन डायनेस्टी के पास भी 8 एलिमिनेशंस आ चुके हैं, बट मैं लाउड का रोटेशन देख रहा था। जब सेकंड सर्कल आया वो सेंटर में थे सेकंड सर्कल के, बट जैसे ही सर्कल वो श्रिंक होना शुरू हुआ वो सेंटर छोड़ के वो एज पर चले गए और जैसे ही थर्ड सर्कल आया वो थर्ड सर्कल के सेंटर में आ गए। क्या रोटेशन लग रहे हैं लाउड के द्वारा,
मारे भाई गेम इन लोग ने।
वो चाहती है कि हम सर्कल में आ जाए, लाउड वो चाहते हैं कि हम सर्कल में आए और एक ऐसी पोजीशन पर आए जहां पर हमको ऑटोमेटिकली वो बूया हमारे नाम कन्वर्ट होता दिखाई दे। बट फ्रैंकन्स 6 एलिमिनेशंस के साथ यहां पर से सर्कल के बाहर रेज होल्ड करते हुए शुरुआत से काफी पसंद करते हैं लेट रोटेट करना, और वहीं पर वो फिलहाल रेट रोटेशन दिखाई भी दे रहा है। हालांकि देखिए सेकंड सर्कल में सब काफी तेजी से पहुंच जाते हैं, जब बात आती है थर्ड सर्कल में अंदर जाने की आपको देखकर रोटेट करना पड़ता है, आपको इन्फॉर्मेशन निकाल कर रोटेट करना पड़ता है, बिकॉज आपको पता है कि जहां पर भी आप रोटेट करेंगे आपको फाइट लेनी पड़ेगी और उस फाइट का भी सर्कमस्टेंसेस आपको पहले से ही सोच के रखने पड़ते हैं। बट अभी के लिए फैल्कन्स वो धीरे धीरे बढ़ तो रहे आगे की ओर, बट इवोस उनको पहले ही पता चल चुका है कि एक स्क्वाड हमारे सामने से सर्कल में आने की कोशिश करेगी और हमको बस गेट कीप करना है। बट टीएजी फिर से एक और बार वो फाइट में इन्वॉल्वमेंट लेने की कोशिश करते हुए वो आगे गया तो सही रिप्टाइड रिदम, बट स्टिल यहाँ पर से कुछ अच्छे खासे
अटैक वालों को देख के डर लग रहा है।
बट दिक्कत यहाँ पर बुरीराम के लिए कहीं दूसरी साइड से भी
अंदर नेट डाल दो भाई,
बट अभी के लिए एक अच्छे परमानेंट कवर में बुरीराम की स्क्वाड दिखाई देते हुए नजर आने वाली है। बुरीराम बनाम टीएजी कौन निकालेगा ये फाइट, क्या ये फाइट इनिशिएट भी होने वाली है? बट देखिए जिस प्रकार से वो मोको का इस्तेमाल हो रहा है, टीएजी के प्लेयर्स वो ऑलरेडी टैग्ड है मोको की एबिलिटी से। दिक्कत ये हो सकती है अगर आप अटैक करने की सोचे तो फिर वो इन्फॉर्मेशन का यूज करके आपको दिक्कतें में डाला जा सकता है। बट केडी गॉड वो मोशी को नॉकआउट करते हुए नजर आएंगे। दिस वाज द बैटल ऑफ स्नाइपर वर्सेस स्नाइपर, द बेस्ट स्नाइपर इन द ई-स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप, और अभी के लिए केडी ने वो एक पहला नॉकआउट निकाला जरूर, बट वहीं पर इवोस भी एज वेल वो फाइट में इन्वॉल्वमेंट लेते हुए नजर आएंगे। उनको पता था कि फैल्कन्स अंदर आने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, बैक टू बैक इवोस ने कहां से मार दिया सबको।
कोशिश है
और इवोस क्या बात है, वो फेल्कन्स को पलक झपकते ही
उन
करेंगे
लोग के लड़ाई में इवोस ने फायदा उठा लिया भाई।
तो वो पहले से ही
सारे
जो स्पॉट पे इवोस
फाल्कन की
बैठी
टीम
थी
मिल
वहां
गई
पे
इनको।
वो स्लैम करना चाहते थे, लेकिन जिस तरीके से इवोस ने पहले ही इंफॉर्मेशन निकाल ली, वो जानते थे कि एक टीम अभी भी यहाँ पे रिस्क से आ सकती है और उसका फायदा वहाँ पे उठाया, उनको गेट कीप किया। जैसे ही वो फाइट शुरू हुई वहाँ पे नंबर डिसएडवांटेज में चली गई फाल्कन, तो उनको फिनिश किया गया। वहीं पे टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग के साथ भी कुछ ऐसा ही हुआ। साहिल जाट को जिस तरीके से एलिमिनेट किया पहले, उसके बाद 3 वर्सेस 4 की वो बैटल हो गई थी। केडी गॉड ने वो नॉक जरूर निकाला था, बट बात बनी नहीं वहाँ पे। वहीं पे स्ट्राइक्स की बात करें, ये इकलौता खिलाड़ी यहाँ पे किस तरीके से सर्वाइव करने वाला है, बिकॉज इस वक्त सिर्फ एक ही मोटो, एक ही नारा है, वो है आपको एट एनी कॉस्ट सर्वाइव करना है, बिकॉज दिस इज बैटल रॉयल। आपको यहाँ पे कोशिश करनी है बेस्ट पोजीशन निकालने की। 5 एलिमिनेशन इस टीम के पास होने वाले हैं। स्ट्राइक्स एक कमाल का स्नाइपर होने वाला है। इस वक्त इवोस के ऊपर निगाहें जरूर होने वाली है। मॉर्स का इस्तेमाल किया था, रासिया ने भी स्पॉट किया स्ट्राइक्स को, और अब देखना ये होगा कि क्या उस परमानेंट कवर के बाहर जाना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि मेडिकेट्स तब यहाँ पे दिक्कत होंगे। एंटी मटेरियल लॉन्चर्स के साथ यहाँ पे परफेक्टली एम कर वो डैमेज दिया गया। वॉल्स का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा, वॉल बस करी जाएगी। यहाँ पे एक पेड़ का सॉफ्ट कवर होने वाला है। पीछे से हम देख पा रहे हैं फ्रॉम गन डायनेस्टी, वो भी अपने एक और खिलाड़ी के साथ यहाँ पे बैठे हुए हैं, और वो यहाँ पे कोशिश करेंगे कि फिलहाल के लिए वो भी सर्वाइवल करें। वो इस वक्त अननेसेसरी फाइट्स में यहाँ पे इन्वॉल्व नहीं होना चाहते। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स उनके पास नंबर एडवांटेज होने वाला है। इस बार बड़ा गेम निकाल सकती है ये टीम। 6 टीमें, 15 खिलाड़ी अभी भी जीवित, और ये लीजिए एक और टीम यहाँ पे नहीं, 2 टीमें पलक झपकते एलिमिनेट हो गए। नाउ वी आर इनटू द फाइनल। लाउड स्पीकर्स और बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स।
क्या बात है, यहाँ पर से बुरीराम धीरे-धीरे बस एक डिवाइड कर रही है जो 2 स्क्वाड्स को। वो है ये ऑब्जेक्ट, वो है ये वॉल। ये वॉल अगर नहीं होती तो ये फाइट कब की हो चुकी होती, बट एजी ग्लोबल के ऊपर काफी ज्यादा प्रभाव पड़ता हुआ, लॉन्ग रेंज से काफी ज्यादा डैमेज आता हुआ नजर आ रहा है, बट बोल्ट मेकर भी यहाँ पर से आता हुआ नजर आएगा।
प्लेयर्स के बीच में कोई आएगा तो फंस जाएगा।
नजर आ रहे हैं प्लेयर्स ऑलरेडी टैग्ड, आपके पास इंफॉर्मेशन है और बस उस इंफॉर्मेशन का यूज करके थोड़ा सा डैमेज और डील करके वो नॉक्स निकालने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। एम गॉड हल्का सा भी अगर पीक देने की कोशिश करे तो दिक्कतें हो सकती है, बट वो बोल्ट मेकर काफी देखते यहाँ पर से सर्कल के एज पर है वो स्क्वाड। बुरीराम सर्कल में थोड़ा सा अंदर जाते हुए नजर तो आ रही है, बट अगर ये वॉल को पार करा तो फिर एजी ग्लोबल भी आपके लिए दिक्कतें कर सकती है, बट एजी ग्लोबल को यहाँ पर से गेट कीप करने की कोशिश। साइफा इकलौते खिलाड़ी बचे हुए, उनके ऊपर भी बाधा प्रहार होता हुआ रहेगा, बट रसिया एक के बाद एक एलिमिनेशन उन्होंने अपने खाते में लिए, लगभग एक 1v3 निकाल दिखाया है, बट 11 एलिमिनेशंस के साथ बुरीराम वो भी रुकने का नाम नहीं लेते हुए नजर आने वाले हैं। एजी की साइड से मात्र एक खिलाड़ी बचा हुआ है और उस एक खिलाड़ी को भी करा जाएगा बाहर। नाउ दिस इज द बैटल बिटवीन द 2 स्क्वाड्स, और कौन निकालेगा ये बूया। आईबी
जी हाँ, इस वक्त 4 वर्सेस 4 की बैटल है। ये राइवलरी हम पहले भी देख चुके हैं। वो पर बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स साउथ ईस्ट एशियन जायंट्स 2 आपस में टकराते हुए आगे जाते हुए वसाना। इस वक्त ब्रिलियंट डैश का इस्तेमाल किया जाएगा, नॉकडाउन निकालना चाहते थे, वहां पे अबैक्स को गिरा। मोशी ने अपने स्नाइपर का शिकार बनाएंगे, ओपनिंग मिल चुकी है। आगे जाते हुए इस वक्त जो है ना ये चार्ज करते हुए स्टैक करेंगे ग्लू वॉल को, उसके ऊपर से जंप करके नॉक निकालेंगे। एंड विद दिस आगे बढ़ा जा रहा है रासिया को चेज करते हुए वसाना। विद द सेफ्टी आप भी स्ट्रिंग जरूर जुड़ी है। रासिया ये खिलाड़ी कैसे बचेगा, हर तरफ से घेरा गया, और उसके साथ बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स लेके जाएगी ये बूया। और इसी चीज की कमी थी टीम की तरफ से, वो चेहरे पे खुशी भी आएगी। अब यहाँ पे वापसी हो चुकी है बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स की। इस वक्त साउथ ईस्ट एशिया की बात करें,
हमरा भी कहते हैं, पता नहीं मतलब मैंने देखा होगा, बट मुझे देखो यार
काफी अच्छी तरीके से
जो कई चीजें कॉमनली भी खाते हैं ना, मुझे आधी चीजों के नाम नहीं पता रहते जो मैं नहीं खाती। आई ओनली नो नेम्स जो मैं खाती हूँ।
दूसरा पूजा निकालने की काफी ज्यादा करीब थी, उनको
मुझे नहीं पता रहता
पे उनके लिए बांधा ही नहीं बने, बल्कि उनको वाइप आउट करके यहाँ पे एक स्टेटमेंट दे दिया कि आप जरूर होंगे डिफेंडिंग चैंपियंस, लेकिन आपकी चैंपियनशिप खतरे में जरूर है, क्योंकि बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स इस बार और भी
भेलपुरी में जो होती है उसको बोलते हैं।
लेकिन में काफी अच्छी तरीके से लाउड
तो ऐसे ही थोड़ी खाते यार, तो भेल में खाते हैं।
बट दूसरे गेम में इवोस ने बूया निकाला था, और अब यहाँ पर से तीसरे गेम में इवोस कंसिस्टेंट है।
नहीं, सूफियान अभी एक का है, बी का रात को है।
इस गेम में बुरीराम के पास बूया आया है, और
आज तो मैं सारे देख रही हूँ, बाकी देखते हैं कल शायद सिर्फ अपनी टीम के देखते।
ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा, बट जिस प्रकार से वो परफॉर्मेंस दिखा है, मजा आ गया देखिए कि कहीं ना कहीं वो पूरा का पूरा ट्राई हार्ड सारी स्क्वाड के द्वारा चलता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। बट टीम फैल्कन्स पिछली बार ई स्पोर्ट्स वर्ल्ड कप 2025 के ये चैंपियंस है। कहीं ना कहीं
Sana is like the second of Free Fire. Sana ओ ब्रू का, बट ब्रू है किधर की, हाई की है।
अच्छी तरीके से उन्होंने बैक टू बैक डैमेज दिया।
टैग तो बहुत पहले बाहर हो गई थी, वो लोग पे केपी तो था,
एक खिलाड़ी के ऊपर
टीपी नहीं मिला था।
गए अटैक करा और मोशी विद 1v3
नहीं अभी 5 मिनट ही ब्रेक होगा।
ये सिर्फ एक बूया नहीं था,
2 गेम्स के बाद होता है लंबा ब्रेक, एक गेम के बाद छोटा ब्रेक।
वो और चलिए चलते यहाँ पे देखते हैं कि
टीम
क्या
स्ट्रीम एक साथ देखना हूँ। W क्या चल रहा है वी आर गुड। उतने अच्छे गेम्स नहीं, गेम्स अच्छे नहीं जा रहे हैं आपके लिए अच्छे क्या।
इस वक्त यहाँ पे सेलिब्रेशन करना भी चाहिए बिकॉज देखिए आपने प्रदर्शन कुछ इस तरीके से किया है और जिस तरीके से वहाँ पे जोएना ने वो नॉक्ड एनिमी को एज अ स्टेयरकेस यूज करके वो ग्लू वॉल को पूरा जो है जंप किया था पार्कर स्टाइल में, वो काबिल तारीफ था और एक अच्छी बैटल हमने देखी। हालांकि वो ओपनिंग मिलते ही यहाँ पे जो है वो बैकफुट पे चले गए थे, बट बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स अमेजिंग प्ले बाय दीज लैड्स। आपने बताया कि काफी कंसिस्टेंट रहे हैं, चाहे बर्मुडा की बात करें, हमने इनको फाइनल जोन में देखा था, उसके बाद अगले मुकाबले में भी एक डिसेंट परफॉर्मेंस रही और फिर यहाँ पे तो इन्होंने बुया ही कर दिया। डेफिनेटली वो जो एक गोल है कि आपको टॉप 4 में आना है अपने 12 मैचेस कंप्लीट होने के बाद इन द ग्रुप स्टेज, उस चीज के लिए एक अच्छी शुरुआत की जा रही है। वहीं पे बात करें अगर साउथ एशियन टीम्स की, डेफिनेटली टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग ने एक जबरदस्त कमबैक किया है और वो जो सांस भरी जाती है ना, एक पीसफुल, एक राहत की सांस, वो चीज यहाँ पे देखने को मिल रही है। सारे दर्शक यहाँ पे रात की सांस भरते नजर आ रहे हैं। उसके साथ साथ यहाँ पे नेपाली टीम DRS गेमिंग की भी बात करें तो उनकी भी यहाँ पे दाद देनी पड़ेगी, तारीफ करनी पड़ेगी। स्टोइक्स अकेला खिलाड़ी जरूर बचा था बट एक अच्छी पोजीशन यहाँ पे जरूर निकाली। एलिमिनेशन तो उनके पास ज्यादा नहीं थे, आई थिंक सिर्फ 5 एलिमिनेशन उनके पास थे, बट प्लेसमेंट पॉइंट लेके गए। कंसिस्टेंसी वो चाहिए है और वो चीज अभी नजर आ रही है। दैट मींस कि वो रेस में अभी भी बने हुए। लाउड इस मुकाबले में देखिए कोशिश उन्होंने भी करी कि अंत तक जाए, बट वो भी यहाँ पे नहीं जा पाए। कुछ टीमें सेंट्रिक खेलना चाह रही है, जोन जैसे ही बन रहा है वो सेंटर में जाके बैठे हो, कुछ टीमें लेट रोटेशन कर रही हैं और उसका खामियाजा भी भुगतना पड़ रहा है कभी कभी। टीम फैल्कन्स वो पहले ही यहाँ पे लेट रोटेशन कर रही थी, उनको स्पॉट किया यहाँ पे इवोस ने और उसके बाद एक तो जोन का प्रेशर ऊपर से अच्छी तरीके से वाकिफ थी इवोस की, ये कहीं ना कहीं लॉन्च पैड से लैंड जरूर करेंगे और जैसे ही वो लैंड किए प्रेशर उनके ऊपर बनाया गया और उनको टेक डाउन किया गया।
देखिए जहां तक मैंने अभी तक लाउड को ऑब्जर्व करा है, एरो भाई आप
I am not smiling and texting. I am smiling watching my own shots.
बीच में से सर्कल पे एज पर जाने
We not the same.
करना प्रेफर करेंगे। लाउड का ये गेम चल रहा है, पहले वो फटाफट से ड्रॉप
मेरा जो शॉर्ट्स अपलोड हुआ मैंने अभी देखा है,
सर्कल के
अच्छा था यार ये मॉडल वाला।
हम किस प्रकार
गाइस तुम लोग ने देखा नहीं देखा तो देखो जाके,
बाकी सारी
शॉर्ट्स भी है एंड रील भी है
कि हम अपने ड्रॉप से रोटेट करते 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 सर्कल के अंदर तक कैसे जाएं। तो अगेन ये
कितने मैचेस हो गए? 3 more to go of this group and then 6 more to go of group
ये
B.
क्या चाहूंगा कि जिस तरीके से
हाँ तो
आप देखते हो ना, जब भी लाजो
मैंने सोचा था ये गेम के बाद अपन पोल का रिजल्ट देखते हैं, तो हिंदी 52 इंग्लिश 48। ओके सो वी स्टिक टू दिस स्ट्रीम गाइस।
बता रहे हो ये भी वैसा ही है क्योंकि जब
गाली आधा दिया था, ऑलमोस्ट निकल गया था गाली, ऑलमोस्ट।
बहुत बड़ा
रुको मुझे शॉर्ट का भी टाइटल
जाता है, सेंटर ऑफ अट्रैक्शन आप बन जाते हो, वहां पे आपके एलिमिनेशन के चांसेस भी बढ़ जाते हैं क्योंकि जिस तरीके से आपने बोला मोस्ट ऑफ द टीम्स की मेंटालिटी यही है कि सेंटर टारगेट करना, तो आपके ऊपर स्लैम होगा ही होगा। वहीं पे आप यहाँ
मैं फर्स्ट देखा W
अच्छी तरीके से परख कर अवेयर होके एक स्पॉट अपने से चुनते हो। आप सेंटर में हो, वहां से आप एक कोई भी एज वाला स्पॉट चुन सकते हो, वो भी अपने मन मुताबिक। तो वो चीज यहाँ पे की जाती है जिसका मुझे लगता है इनको एडवांटेज भी होता है। बट कभी कभी विनो की हर एक स्ट्रैटेजी किसी ना किसी तरीके से काउंटर हो ही जाती है बिकॉज दिस इज गेम जहाँ पे हम हमेशा बोलते हैं कि ये शतरंज जैसा खेल है कि आप कोई भी चाल चलते हो, कभी कभी सामने वाला कोई ऐसा दाव खेल देता है कि आप वहां पे जो है सरप्राइज हो जाते हो, एलिमिनेशन आपको फेस करना पड़ जाता है।
जी बिल्कुल। एंड जब बात टारगेट करने की आती है तो फिर कोचेस और एनालिस्ट वो अपना रोल काफी बेहतरीन तरीके से निभाते हैं। बट हालांकि अभी बात टारगेट करने की नहीं, अभी बात क्वालिफाई करने की है। मेरे हिसाब से सब अपना अपना परफॉर्मेंस यहाँ पर से वो खेलते हुए नजर आने वाले। और बात देखिए नक्शे,
हाँ 2 आवर्स पहले गया था, हाँ ऑलमोस्ट 3 आवर्स पहले।
बात करें कुछ मैप्स बड़े हैं, कुछ मैप्स छोटे हैं, कहीं पर रोटेशन पे फोकस करना पड़ता है तो कहीं पर एलिमिनेशन पर फोकस।
भाई आधे टाइम मुझे टाइम नहीं मिलता जो अपलोड हो रही है चीजें, वही देखने का।
और गेम 6 में हमको थोड़े से कमबैक्स नजर आते हैं बिकॉज़ प्लेयर्स जो है वो थोड़ा थोड़ा सा खुल के खेलना प्रेफर करते हैं, वो अपने ओन वे में खेलना प्रेफर करते हैं। और अभी के लिए शुरुआत के कुछ गेम्स
सेम देरी के लिए भी बन सकता है ना,
इन्फॉर्मेशन कैरी करके
दो भाई का पहले टाइम स्टैम्प दो, बन जाएगा, सब बन जाएगा। टाइम स्टैम्प दो।
शुरू से ही वो एलिमिनेशन बटोरते बटोरते वो फाइट्स में ही इन्वॉल्वमेंट लेते रह जाते हैं। जैसे कि अभी हम टीएजी की बात करें, इस गेम में पर्टिकुलरली वो शुरुआत से ही फाइट में इन्वॉल्वमेंट लेते वो आखिरी तक की फाइट्स करते करते ही एलिमिनेट होते हुए नजर आए। बट काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस यहाँ पर से अभी के लिए टीएजी के द्वारा दिखाई दिया है, जिस प्रकार से उन्होंने एक अच्छा कमबैक कर दिखाया है गेम 3 के अंदर। देखते हैं, ये तो वक्त ही बताएगा कि अब अगले 3 गेम्स उनके कैसे जाने वाले। बट मैच स्टैंडिंग्स आई भी हमारे सामने।
जी हाँ, देखिए इस मुकाबले में टोटल पॉइंट्स बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई-स्पोर्ट्स ने निकाले हैं 27-15 एलिमिनेशन के साथ। और ये वो मंच है जहाँ पे 15 एलिमिनेशन
तो जा रहा था आपका शॉट, शायद देखा उस चक्कर में आपके शॉट्स और 3 मिनट देखे सोने मैं देर उठने में देर। क्रेजी भाई, मुझे लगा ये सिर्फ मैं करती हूँ। मैं कभी कभी पता है, मतलब अभी तो बहुत टाइम से टाइम ही नहीं मिला, बट पहले कई बार होता था ना कि
बैटल चली थी,
मैं अपना कोई एक रील देखने लगती हूँ और मैं एक देखते देखते सब बिंज वॉच करने लग जाती थी। बड़ा मजा आता था मुझे।
यहाँ पे AWM थी, एक स्नाइपर,
अभी तो काफी टाइम से नहीं हुआ है ऐसा।
पूरे मिले थे और दूसरा नॉक आया था।
पहले बहुत होता था भाई, खुद के रील्स ही बिंज वॉच करती थी बैठ के, मैं बहुत मजा आता था। आज तक मैंने किसी और के रील्स बिंज वॉच नहीं किया है।
सही जगह पे वो नेट गिरा नहीं, वरना वो तीनों एलिमिनेशन
मतलब बहुत रेयर है।
यूनाइटेड ई-स्पोर्ट्स के खाते में चले जाते और जो
किए थे यार, मुझे उसका नाम नहीं याद आ रहा, बट
15 एलिमिनेशन के बजाय
मेरे को बहुत कम किसी के रील्स पसंद आते हैं,
बैटल थी इस
क्योंकि
मोमेंट
मेरा टेस्ट ही बहुत अलग है। आई लाइक फनी स्टफ। अभी एक्चुअल फनी ना बहुत कम लोग डालते हैं,
पहले
बट कुछ है।
क्रॉस फायर में उनको फिनिश किया गया और ये बुया
हेलो ब्रैट, ओवरऑल क्या पोजी है टैग की? पता नहीं यार, अभी आया होगा शायद, मैंने ध्यान नहीं दिया। बट प्रोबेबली तो आई गेस इट शुड बी अराउंड 8 कुछ 8-9 मेरे हिसाब से, जिस जैसे गेम्स गए हैं।
बार वो ट्राई कर रहे थे पहले गेम से, काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस था, बट उसके बाद उनका जो परफॉर्मेंस है वो गिरता चला गया। डीआरएस का परफॉर्मेंस शुरू से गिरता चला जा रहा है, टीएजी वो परफॉर्मेंस उठता चला जा रहा है। वहीं पर कुछ स्क्वाड्स जो कंसिस्टेंट खेल रही थी, मिलाउट की बात करूं मैं, इवोस की बात करूं, तो दो गेम्स यहाँ पर से कंसिस्टेंसी के साथ वो पूरा भाईचारा मेंटेन कर रहे हैं। वो चाह रहे कि 2 गेम्स हम अच्छे खेलते हैं, 2 गेम्स आप अच्छे खेलिए। तो अगर ऐसा चलता रहा तो हो सकता है कि लीडर बोर्ड में आपको 3 स्क्वाड्स को यहाँ पर से एक साथ नीचे करना पड़ेगा अगर आपको टॉप 1 की वो पोजीशन लेनी है। तो सवाल अभी टॉप 4 का है, बिकॉज कल का दिन भी है, 6 गेम्स के बाद
8 पे है। W मैंने मतलब सही कैलकुलेशन लगाया ना एकदम बाजी। स्मार्ट तो हूँ मैं, और फिर बोलते हैं कि इसको गेम समझ नहीं आ रहा।
सर्वाइवल स्टेज पर
बेवकूफ लोग भाई, प्रो गेमर भाई बचपन से भाई।
करेक्ट, बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने कि मौका आपको मिलने वाला है क्वालीफाई करने के लिए ग्रैंड
आप कितनी बार चले फिर
स्टेज में भी, क्योंकि देखिए
ओनली वंस दिस ईयर आई पोस्टेड अ वीडियो,
यहाँ पे ध्यान रखनी होगी कि यहाँ
बस तब खेला था
है वो अपने रीजन की बेस्ट ऑफ दी बेस्ट।
शुभांशु,
और आपको लग रहा है कि
सही है यार, रिकवर कर रही हूँ, बस हो जाएगा धीरे धीरे। थोड़ा कोल्ड है, वीकनेस तो भाई ओआरएस से चली गई है ऑलमोस्ट।
आपका पूरा मोटिव यही होना चाहिए कि ग्रुप स्टेज से ही डायरेक्ट फाइनल का जो सफर
भाई, बट गाइस देख रहे हो 1 मुंबई ट्रिप एंड पूरा मेरा मिस हो जाता है शेड्यूल। इट्स बीन लाइक 10+ days I have not tracked my diet, like not tracked my calories, did not go for a walk।
वो कहीं ना कहीं वो जो
10+ days
हमारा
पूरा
है वो जरूर देखिए कि कौन सी ऐसी टीम्स है जो रेस में बनी हुई है और कौन सी ऐसी टीम है जिनको जीतने के लिए कुछ मिरेकल ही चाहिए, तभी वो कुछ कर सकते हैं। टीम एपेक्स गेमिंग की बात करें, 2 गेम खराब गए थे, तीसरा गेम में वापसी करी है, बट बचे हुए 3 गेम उनको बेहतर खेलने पड़ेंगे। डीआरएस की बात करें, डेफिनेटली उनको भी कंसिस्टेंट रहना पड़ेगा। वहीं पे लाउड की बात करें, अगर उनको साउथ ईस्ट एशिया को डोमिनेट करने से रोकना है तो उनको यहाँ पे एक गेम तो मिनिमम बुया निकालना पड़ेगा, शायद और भी ज्यादा, बिकॉज वो जिस तरीके से
अरे पिन मैसेज भी नहीं दिखता है चैट को, तो मैंने बहुत बार देखा है। हाय आदित्य, मेरा सैड से जीजी है, उठ ही नहीं पा रहा।
उनका गेम 2 में वो
10 दिन हो गए भाई।
गेम 3 में भी कहीं ना कहीं टॉप 4 में वो अपनी पोजीशन लाइक कर रहे थे। एक फाइट नहीं निकल पाई, पिछली बार भी वो इवोस से उनकी फाइट
तो
नहीं निकल पाई।
करूंगी भाई, अभी ये वॉच पार्टी वगैरह हो जाए
से होल्ड करें, बट शायद से कहीं ना कहीं वो फाइट लेने का
थोड़े दिन कोई ना चिल कर लेते हैं।
फायर पावर बेसिकली मैं कहूं तो 4v4 फाइट्स में वो थोड़ा सा कम दिखाई
चलो हिंदी जीत गया ना पोल में, मैं एंड कर देती हूँ इसको।
बट आप ये जरूर से सोच सकते हैं कि उस गेम में क्या गलती करी कि हम वो बूया कन्वर्ट नहीं कर पाए। हालांकि देखिए कंसिस्टेंसी स्नीकर्स की, देखते हैं किस प्रकार से वो कंसिस्टेंसी यहाँ पर से कैरी ऑन करते हुए नजर आने वाले हैं, बट स्टिल काफी सारे मौके अभी मिलने वाले हैं। 3 गेम्स बचे, कल के 6 गेम्स और ओवरऑल 9 गेम्स हो जाते हैं और इन स्क्वाड्स ने वो तीनों गेम खेलने के लिए, इन स्क्वाड्स को शायद से अब वो समय है कि आपको कमबैक करना पड़ेगा, वरना जैसे जैसे एक एक गेम वो आपके हाथ से छूटता चला जाएगा, फिर आपको एक प्रेशर फील होगा अपने माइंड पर कि हमको बॉटम 2 नहीं करना, बल्कि आप जब पहले ये सोच रहे थे कि हमको टॉप 4 करके क्वालिफाई करना है।
करेक्ट। और यहाँ पे देखिए बॉटम 2 तो डेफिनेटली नहीं करना है, क्योंकि आप सीधा जो है अपनी पैकिंग करना शुरू कर दोगे, वरना यहाँ पे आप टूर्नामेंट से एलिमिनेट हो जाओगे। बट यहाँ पे मैं एक चीज चिरायू आपसे पूछूंगा, हमारी चैट से भी पूछूंगा कि
तो शायद छोटा ब्रेक होना था,
टीम फाइट किन 2 टीम्स के बीच में होने वाली है यहाँ पे अभी इस मुकाबले की। अगर पहले हम चर्चा कर लें, आउट ऑफ 12 टीम्स कौन सी है वो 2 टीम जिनकी फाइट आप देखना चाहते हो? इवन चलिए ग्रुप स्टेज की बात कर लेते हैं। चिरायू, ऐसा कोई 2 नाम जो चाहते हो कि आपस में जरूर टकराए और आप देखना चाहोगे इन दोनों टीमों में से दोनों जो स्नाइपर्स हैं वो आपस में जब भिड़ेंगे तो क्या होने वाला है?
देखिए मैं MT7 और KD गॉड को यहाँ पर से फाइट करता जरूर से देखना चाहता हूँ।
रूल्स एज इन व्हाट?
स्नाइपर्स हैं और अभी के लिए देखिए हमने देखा भी था बुरीराम को कुछ हमने एलिमिनेशन
इंग्लिश गॉड 45 सो मेजॉरिटी विंस।
सबसे पहले वो नॉकआउट करा था, तो हालांकि देखिए वो हम नहीं कर पाए, वो हमने
55 इज द मेजॉरिटी,
बट स्टिल मैं MT7 बनाम KD गॉड जरूर देखना चाहता हूँ।
यहाँ पे चिरायू ने तो बता दिया MT7 बनाम KD गॉड देखना चाहते हैं। वहीं पे हमारी चैट भी जरूर बताएगी कि उनकी ड्रीम फाइट किन 2 टीमों के बीच में, किन 2
ऑफसाइड
में। बट चलिए अगला मुकाबला
लाइक फ्री फायर रूल्स, आई मीन आई नो कि क्वालिफाई कैसे होंगे, क्या सिस्टम है जो 4 दिन चलने वाला है वो आई नो, बाकी गेम के बेसिक्स आई नो, व्हाट एल्स इज देयर टू नो। कालवर्ट कितने बजे तक हुआ था?
उसमें से एक नाम डेफिनेटली
आई गेस 4:15।
2 गेम्स इस तरीके से गए थे, आई फील कि
बिकॉज आई रिमेम्बर मैंने टाइम देखा था कि वो 4:15 हो गए। अब बंद करती हूँ, बहुत टायर्ड हो गई थी मैं।
इवन काबिलियत पोटेंशियल पे भी यहाँ पे कहीं ना कहीं एक संदेह आ जाता है कहीं ना कहीं। बट जिस तरीके से यहाँ पे शोटो ने खेला, जिस तरीके से पूरी टीम ने खेला, KD गॉड ने आइजेलिंग करी, काबिले तारीफ। वो एंड की फाइट डेफिनेटली वहाँ पे स्पेस बहुत कम था। बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स से उनकी बैटल थी और उस बैटल को उन्होंने जरूर हारा। नंबर डिसएडवांटेज हो गया था, एक एलिमिनेशन जैसा कि मैंने बताया था पहले निकल चुका था। और जब एक क्लोज पैक्ड बैटल होती है, जब वहां पे
यू मीन गेम, मतलब वो रूल्स थोड़ी हुआ भाई, वो तो गेम के बारे में हुआ ना।
और इवन जब आपके पास स्पेस
वो तो इतना नहीं पता मुझे।
दूसरी तरफ अगर आप देखोगे तो वहां पे भी
यार ये सब ना देख के नहीं समझता, ये सब खेल के समझता है। वैसे
जो रिवर है, जो वाटर बॉडी है, उसमें आप जा सकते हो। तो यस,
मैच के बीच हिंदी, मैच के वक्त हिंदी, बीच वाले में इंग्लिश है।
आपने देखा था जिस प्रकार से
ये क्या सिस्टम है,
और वहां पर से रोटेट करना पड़ा, वो भी सर्कल काफी
ऐसे तो बाहर हो गई, वो अभी अंदर ही नहीं आई।
आप इलाके के ऊपर या तो आप नीचे साइड वो होल्ड कर सकते थे, बिकॉज हमने काफी बार देखा है कि उसी हाउसेस के प्लेटफॉर्म के नीचे भी कुछ स्क्वाड्स होल्ड करती जब उनको जगह नहीं मिलती।
हाय गाइस, रिफ्रेश कर लो, मेरा नेट गया था।
सोच सकते थे कि आप वहां पर नीचे चले जाए। हालांकि हमने एक पल को ये भी देखा था कि बुरीराम के ऊपर भी पीछे से
मैंने इतना फास्ट इंटरनेट स्विच किया है ना कि तुम सोच भी नहीं सकते। मतलब इतना फास्ट की हूँ, इतना फास्ट कि तुम लोग सोच भी नहीं सकते।
उसको हम चेंज नहीं कर सकते। आगे के मैचेस के लिए
ऐसे मेरी नजर गई, ड्रॉप फ्रेम 100 से 200 हुए, फिर kbps 0 हो गया, फिर मेरी नजर ऐसे इधर गई लाल बत्ती पे और मैंने ऐसे वायर बदल दी। मतलब इतना फास्ट,
ये क्या हो रहा है आईबी?
इससे फास्ट तो आई कांट।
देखिए इस वक्त यहाँ पे हम विटनेस कर रहे हैं, ये साइड एंगल मुझे भी काफी ज्यादा पसंद आ रहा है। और ये लीजिए, ये सभी के सभी टीम्स के बैनर्स हमको नजर आते हुए, यहाँ पे हमको नजर आती हुई फ्लुक्सो,
अभी ऐसे मतलब ज्यादा से मेरे फैन मत बच जाना, मतलब मेरे को सबको नहीं बताने, मैं
गेमिंग का साथ में बुरीराम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट्स के म्यूजियम में ये बैटल शुरू हो चुकी है। वहीं पे अगर हम बात करें बॉक्सिंग जिम में, वहाँ पे भी TEC का मुकाबला शुरू हो चुका है और उनका यहाँ पे मुकाबला होने वाला है के साथ में। मल्टीपल जगह क्लैशेस होने वाले। फाल्कन्स बनाम लाउड भी चलता हुआ इस वक्त मोस्ट डैमेज में रासिया, उन्होंने बाजी जरूर मार ली है और मोशी दूसरे पायदान पे, वहीं पे ग्वाक्सा होने वाली है। इस मुकाबले में क्या होने वाला है? गन फायर्स हो रहे हैं, यहाँ पे देखना होगा किस तरीके से ट्रेड लिए जाते हैं, एलिमिनेशन निकाले जाएंगे और कौन सी टीम होगी जो सबसे पहले एलिमिनेट होने वाली है। एक अमेजिंग बैटल चलती हुई टीम फाल्कन
एक सेकंड, एक कोई टीम के 3 मर गए
होने वाली है लाउड, एक ऐसा नाम
फाल्कन का एक ओबे डीआरएस
के रखी हुई है
इतनी देर से कंसिस्टेंट थी,
ये आते
एक ही बच्चा है अभी वो लोग का,
डेफिनेटली इनके ऊपर भी यहाँ पे
बट रिकॉल अगर कर दिया
इनके
तो
सभी
ठीक ही
चाहने
है।
वालों की तरफ से 2 एलिमिनेशन
पीडीएक्स ने मारा डीआरएस वालों के टीम,
ऑन फायर नीचे होने वाले
दे हैव 3 एलिमिनेशंस
की तरफ जाना चाह रहे हैं, मे बी
आई थिंक क्लाउड ने फाल्कन को मारा।
जी हां, उनके पास 2 खिलाड़ी अभी नहीं होने वाले, और ये लीजिए ऑन फायर ऑलरेडी आगे आ चुके हैं, रिवाइवल जरूर किया जाएगा। लाउड वो भी धीरे धीरे जो डिस्टेंस कम करके क्लोजिंग करना चाह रहे हैं, और ओरा विजन का इस्तेमाल कर कर पोजीशन भी रिवील करी जा चुकी है। वहीं पे दूसरे छोर पे जोइना, वो टॉप 16 के काफी नजदीक है, डिमंस प्राइड के टॉप 16 वो जोइना
यार उसके लिए वो लोग को थोड़े गेम जीतने पड़ेंगे, खैर कल का भी टाइम है।
आपको स्क्रीन पर देख सकते हैं किस प्रकार से पेट्स रोटेट कर रहे हैं वो प्लेयर्स के अराउंड, काफी क्यूट सा
अभी
मूवमेंट
तक
वो
तो
दिखाई दे
खराब
रहा है,
चल रहा है।
गन डायनेस्टी एक एलिमिनेशन बटोरा है लाउड, बैक टू बैक फैल्कन्स को दिक्कत दी है, एक और एलिमिनेशन अपने नाम करा, ऑन फायर को भी बाहर करा, बट स्टिल पीना वो ऑन फायर को रिवाइव करते हुए नजर आने वाले। एजी ग्लोबल वो भी 5 एलिमिनेशंस अपने नाम कर चुके हैं, और
हो गए डीआरएस तो रिवाइव हो, रिकॉल हो गए, सब हो गए,
दोनों का मैंने देखा
सब
था
बैक
सिर्फ
टू
एक
4 मैन हो गए,
और वहां पर से रिवाइव करके दोनों की पूरी स्क्वाड वो वहां पर से रिवाइव ऑलरेडी हो चुकी है। बट
ये टक के क्यों चल रहा है सडनली,
आसपास कोई नहीं आसानी से रोटेट कर सकते, 5
ऐसे ही दिखता है क्या? हेलो फेदर,
करके देखते हैं कि कितनी जल्दी यहाँ पर से किस साइड को वो रोटेट करते हुए नजर आने वाले। छठा एलिमिनेशन अपने नाम करा, बट वहीं पर देखते कुटुश
ऐसे क्यों दिख रहा है टक के?
बट टीएजी फिर से एक और बार वो फाइट में इन्वॉल्वमेंट, अगेन बैक टू बैक यहाँ पर से आप कह ले क्लैश वो अवॉइड करना तो चाह रहे हैं, बट स्टिल वो अवॉइड नहीं कर पा रहे, बिकॉज क्लैश आपको लेना पड़ेगा और यहाँ पर से एलिमिनेशन बटोरने पड़ेंगे। बट डीमंस प्राइड के लिए एक एलिमिनेशन आ चुका है फिलहाल टैग के नाम, बट छोटो एक और खिलाड़ी को नॉकआउट करा जरूर था, बट सटीक टाइमिंग पर जैजी वो कवर देते हुए नजर आएंगे अपने खिलाड़ी को।
यार रिकॉल तो सही है, आई गेस रिकॉल तो बढ़िया चीज है।
जैसी को यहाँ पर से डैमेज मिलेगा एज वेल, चार्ज बस्टर है उनके पास, बट ये देखिए आप किस प्रकार से अगेन वो डीआरएस के साथ वो फाइट में इन्वॉल्वमेंट चलता हुआ नजर आ रहा था, और किस प्रकार से वहां पर से
रिफ्रेश करो, वैसे तो इट्स नॉट यूट्यूब जो अटक रहा है,
दिक्कत है पैराडॉक्स
मतलब मेरा नहीं अटक रहा, मैं वो कहना चाह रही थी।
यहाँ पे डीआरएस के साथ होता हुआ प्रतीक
कहीं ये वाला स्ट्रीम तो नहीं अटक रहा है इनका।
एपेक्स गेमिंग की वो बैटल करते नजर आए थे डिमंस प्राइड के साथ में, बुलबिन आगे बढ़ते हुए नजर आए थे,
बहुत ज्यादा
किया मतारा को भी टेक डाउन वहां पे किया जा चुका है, और ये लीजिए एलिमिनेशंस आ चुके हैं उनके पास। पूरी राम यूनाइटेड ई स्पोर्ट के जो है ना वो भी आके आते हुए, ये बैटल खत्म नहीं हुई है, म्यूजियम को कॉन्कर कौन करे।
ये सही चल रहा है।
Ready for the battle. One player from the side of TEC is going to be stuck in this compound as well. It's going to get messy for them if they can't find the recovery for themselves.
UAV is out as well. Should give away the position.
नहीं उन लोग का अटक रहा है, देखो ये वाला सही चल रहा है।
I think try to just jump and see.
उतना अटकते अजीब लग रहा था।
If anything in this situation here, Kutush might be in trouble next. And I have to say, Ben will do a great job of marking every single enemy around the area.
Yeah, I feel fast-paced games में
Yeah, absolutely. They play the Morpho really well. And he had the M82B and the SKS as well. Great attention from that long range and the advantage taken. And Katie God keeping the Indian squad still in the game with the double revive. Trickled in one after the other, finding Team Apex Gaming. But the Indian squad could not take these giants out. 3-time world champs for a good reason. They're just ramping up very slowly here, not showing their aggressive side just yet, Buriram.
I can see it, how active the map is right now. Loud's getting a few pickoffs as well. I'm sure DRS as well, while everything has been going on here. In this situation, I think...
No, Katie God, just a wrong spot. Ran straight in at Buriram. No binoculars, no extra information out in the open. Just got spent. And now Falcons finding the players of Gun Dynasty. Gun Dynasty's just had a rough run in this lobby this time round. Nextera's just not their place. Limit will find one from afar. David 444 found as well. The players of Gun Dynasty flanked all around, and it's the Falcons swooping on in. The Birds of Prey looking for a meal. And Gun Dynasty is just that fill.
Yeah, and Shairu is stuck outside the zone as well. What are you gonna do here? You have to find a different way into the area. And Falcons wants, they desperately really want that one extra point. It almost feels like they just are playing with a vengeance. Now, in this situation here, GD looking good with 6 points already. Shairu still managing to stay alive. And right now, if we were to look at the leaderboard here, EVOS has looking really good right now. They have a huge lead compared to the rest of the teams.
S8UL brew
And
में
in
same
terms
कैसे हो
of, I would
सकता है?
say,
What do you
positioning right now,
mean?
they're looking, I think, fairly alive. If anything, throughout the entirety of this day, EVOS has been doing well in terms of positioning, in terms of looking for pickoffs, in terms of looking for fights as well. And I don't think this is going to change anytime soon.
Of course, Nextera has always given us a lot of eliminations thanks to the number of vending machines, compounds that you can use for cover, not having to use up all of your glue walls too early in the matchup. And we're going to see quite a number of survivors. Again, as I say that, the real soldiers pulling in a double revive. Yet again, extra coins. He brings back the 2 revives first, so great strategy played by him before he got caught out there. Unfortunate that he could not go in for the final revive. So 2 players down for the side of DRS once again.
AGL is really scary. If you think you've managed to shake them off, there's just really a false sense of security before finally being taken out. He's done his due diligence though. He brought his teammates back into the game.
अच्छा कम थे इसके लिए 2 हुए और वो मर भी गया.
Threats to so many of these teams. Now in this particular area where the Falcons was, you could see just now they were really looking for Jazz. He's still very much alive, but they have to be very, very aware that Loud is close by somewhere in the wing. So this could potentially be really good right now.
Rough run for Demon's Pride. Yeah, Pride definitely taking a hit here
I
on
thought
day
that
1. Still down at the very bottom of our leaderboard with just 10 points to the side. David 444 down on the ground. Instant pickup there, and the recovery is solid for Gun Dynasty. But they have been challenged all throughout this lobby. The only luck they have now is they're dealing with DRS, and they've got the numbers advantage in this battle as well.
Really trying to find this bounty as well as really settle it down as well as Alu tries to put a little bit of space away from GD. If he's able to maybe time, so Strikes will be able to give him a bit of, I would think, support. That'll be really good. Now the Falcons finally ran toe-to-toe against Loud. BZP forced to move away here as the Falcons finally rally back. They have a nice high ground to play with. Over on the other side here, gonna cook up that nade, throw it forward. But I don't think it's gonna be going a little bit too much. BZP is just so quick on that reposition.
Yeah, that was a blind nade there. No Moko for the advantage. Good time turner for BZP. Has got the double barrel, but the Valiant Dash is bursting through him. Extra bit of confidence off of the electrotherapy that Cassie provided them. Limit those straight down to the ground. Recovery is not going to be impossible here, but they're going up against one of the best Brazilian squads. Loud can shut them down, and that's exactly what Nyx does. M10-14 perfection on fire taken down. Karoro shut down as well. Loud making a lot of noise, but Pina's there for the save. But the pickups have to be the focus here. And Falcons surviving this one. Guaca too far away to back up the rest of his brothers, and Falcons will survive because of that.
I am loving the fact that Falcons really doubled down.
S8UL match 7 बजे से 7 के बाद exact 7:10 है I guess.
They're saying no. So as much as you want to survive, it's not gonna happen. We will dig you out of that hole if we have to. Gets one more point to their name, and now they're gonna go and find a different way into the area. This mid-side area in terms of rotations here. Southern side, EVOS has control of that area. Toward the western side, you have PDX is sort of moving around the area. Northern side, Aurora, but middle side here, you have I think GD and AGL forward, and TAG just
भाई टैग वालों के हमेशा तुम देख रहे हो बट ये do have elimination points but ये लोग को placement नहीं निकाल पा रहे फाइट हर बार ये लोग कर रहे हैं मस्त वाली हर बार कितने points ले रहे हैं
just staying away from the crosshairs of both AGAL as well as Gun Dynasty. A sticky situation here for the Indian squad for sure.
Ankush, even I am watch partying in this game just for it.
They're just really hoping to weather down that storm because no team can really get too
हमें
close
तो
to one
अपनी
another.
team support करनी है यार.
Pina somewhere along the lines there does find Strokes eventually. Alu
ये team कॉफ वाली कंपनी से खेलते हैं क्या?
but regardless of
वो
that,
लोग को हर kill पे वो brew मिलती है.
So now the blue zone comes through here. Kiroro should be brought back into the game. As Loud is slowly trying to recover themselves.
Recalibrate indeed. The double revive coming on
Guys,
through.
flex
Full
karo
squad once
कितने
again
joules हैं.
for the Brazilian
भेजो,
squad.
भेजो मुझे.
Loud. Have been loud from the start. Very consistent to keep themselves in the top 4. But they have to make sure they play a little bit of recovery here. And Nix is going to have his foot shot off. A-backs with a sharp shot from afar. AC80 perfection once again. And yet again, the Brazilian squad on the back foot. This is just not their lobby. Recovery seems to be really difficult. And that's exactly what Nextera is. Lots of spots to hide away at. And we have got a ton of squads. So many players still alive and kicking as we approach the 12 minutes.
Yeah, Lou is not going to be able to hit the ground there.
नहीं रोज नहीं मिलता है, एक एक मिलता है अभी.
So quickly. His teammate did try to give a bit of pressure there onto
मतलब
Burma.
बचा के
Not
रखने
happening
चाहिए
though.
ना.
You know, like you mentioned, Moshi just so superb on the snipers.
Oh yeah. I'm showing that yes, we were ramping it up slow, but
इस बार ज़्यादा teams बची है ना.
Catch up with Russia though. Right below the bridge like a troll, up against Falcons, but gonna get caught all alone here. On fire, making the rotation, Russia. Can you survive this one? What kind of trickery will you show us? It's Gun Dynasty that takes advantage of that chaos! And the follow-up is solid. EVOS with the revenge. The players on the side of Paradox taking advantage of this situation as well. Enrique is going to get picked right back up. And Falcons off of that rotation put themselves under the bridge, losing 2 players in that sequence.
In this situation, EVOS as well, trying to take away this positioning coming in from Aurora, but cannot able to come close to them at all. And EVOS is very, very patient here, trying to find an opening, an angle, anything, but also aware that Loud is close by. One moment your head is out there in the open, it's going to be instantly popped, and that's how it is for both of these teams here. And it's sort of a momentary stalemate between these 3 teams. You have to worry about BDX as well. You also see that they're trying to rush away from the area as On Fire tries to put in the damage.
See if not On Fire can get this catch up here. Quickly repositioning right under the robo.
ओ ये फूल वाली जगह देख के पालवर याद आ
A little bit of
गया.
cover for the time being. The launch pad, I think they were looking for a little bit of a higher angle as DRS Gaming gets taken out of the equation. Locked down by the thrill of battle. And Falcons needs to quickly reposition. They do not want to get stuck in a fight without their active skills. Riptide Rhythm from afar. EVOS will play some shots, but it's Aurora that takes the advantage with that shot. The Malaysian squad slowly sneaking their way back in here. Locked down once again by the thrill of battle. Potentially out of the Brazilian squad this time round. Grenade, what a tight angle, played perfectly there. But Loud up against EVOS, that's going to be the appointment that they have to go through first before catching up with the Malaysians.
This is insane high stakes fights as well. Just fighting for this real estate property. Saifa gets knocked down somewhere in the corner here as EVOS still saves their
भाई
lives.
chaos है भाई, इस बार देखो, इस बार हाँ, इस बार सही में ज़्यादा टीम जिंदा है. मेरे को लग रहा है बिल्डिंग है ना जोन में इसके लिए.
Trying to break into the building and somewhere in the corner, team
सब भाई एक दूसरे के आजू-बाजू बैठे हैं कैसे तो.
Loud waiting patiently on the outer side here, like it or not, EVOS and Aurora are gonna have to vacate the premises. Now the glue wall's been, I think, destroyed.
Loud हर गेम ही भाई.
EVOS forced to move back as well.
A smart reposition here
Top
by
4
Loud.
से नीचे तो बात ही नहीं करते भाई ये Loud वाले.
And the chaos that they almost encountered between EVOS and Aurora. Now leaving the battle between the Malaysian and the Indonesian squad. And the shots from afar, AGL putting the pressure on to both Aurora and EVOS. Riptide Rhythm breaking down the defenses. Azrael sneaky. But he saw the Riptide Rhythm and quickly stepped away from the window. Ray, on the other hand, not doing that. AJL getting a couple of
टैग
attacks
को
in.
elimination point मिल रहे हैं, placement नहीं आ रहा उन लोग का.
And it looks like
अभी भी शायद 8 पे बाहर हुए वो लोग. 7th या 8th.
Doing so. Axel's gonna get caught out. Riptide Rhythm again putting on so much of pressure, taking advantage of this tight little compound. And Aurora again will get snuffed out early.
You is doing great, just really catching people in the mid of the rotations as well. Now EVOS only aim god is alive, gonna hunker
वो लाउड का उड़ के जा रहे हो भाई साहब. जैसे ही जोन बना भाई उड़ के भाग गए लोग.
trap, doing a lot of magic, but GD pressuring them. And
इसमें भी healing battle होता है.
to join in on that fight. GD rushing forward, and now right in the nick of time, you have AGAL find the last possible member from EVOS, not able to survive. So
लो भाई loud फिर से top 3.
Yeah, that's it for EVOS.
Top 3 में भी ये लोग third नहीं आएंगे, ये लोग first या second ही आएंगे. AG क्योंकि बाहर है. AG को रोके रखे आ रहे हैं इधर.
Range away and almost no cover at all except their glue walls. This is going to be trouble.
Third देखो जो third party कर पाया अभी वो जीतेगा.
Gun Dynasty all out, and they'll quickly take some cover behind the boulder as well as these trees. Great rotation, great defense from the Thai squad.
AGL being very patient here, stuck behind a rock, but definitely not a hard place yet. But now as GD wants to take away this real estate from Loud, cannot do so.
Oh,
damage is done. Nice damage onto Trap.
ये लोग लड़ रहे हैं फिर तो AG का गेम हो जाएगा भाई.
Beautifully played here by Latam. Understanding the angles perfectly. Trying to make use of the utilities and
Hello,
taking a straightforward
Saurabh.
fight up against Loud, who do have the positional advantage in that sequence. Shiru though, caught in hand, looking for the flank, trying to play a little bit of pressure on AGAL to take AGL out of the equation here before they have to deal with Brazil. And AGL understands the little bit of a pinch that they are in, trying to close the distance down to take the positional advantage away from GD as the circle forces them closer in.
Shiro is just trying to really just come into the area, can go for this backstab. AGL does try to collapse forward, but the amount of pressure that Loud is putting on them is incredible.
1 2 हो लिया 4 हो लिया. अभी तो बट 3 हाँ. बट 3 नहीं लग रहा मुझे इन लोग का. क्योंकि वो लोग थर्ड पार्टी करेंगे ना, जो थर्ड पार्टी करेगा वो जीत जाएगा. सही टाइमिंग पे बस.
A quick reposition forward, and they are going to collapse. AGL cannot move forward.
What a beautiful rotation, man. That's perfection out of Thailand, perfection out of AGAL. But now, how do you deal with this chaos? Gun Dynasty have been pushed outside. They are at a disadvantage at this point of time. But when the circle starts closing on in, it's going to be trouble. Where will the zone move? Who does it favor? And Trap, what a nade. David taken out, but the time turner is active on their side. They didn't waste it earlier on, and that allows them to pick up their rusher instantly.
And it's really good.
One
you
more.
Cycling! Nice shot and a knockdown coming in from Cypher's skill. Great work coming through here. Loud still has the upper hand advantage in terms of positioning. AGL, HP chunking down. The damage comes through, and Loud, all they have to do is just rush forward, and they're completely surrounded from every single
बोला था ना,
angle. And Loud
बोला था ना
once again
कि #1 का ही फीलिंग आ रहा है मेरे को. पता ही था भाई, लाउड वाले भाई ये नहीं मानते.
Got pushed out a tad bit. The performance at Purgatory not the best. At Solara it was decent, but this is gonna get them right back in contention for the #1 spot for sure. AGL definitely gonna be in the race for the top 3 here after a back.
Loud कहाँ की है? Loud तो
Brazil
ब्राजील
pick
की
up a
होगी.
massive number of eliminations off of Purgatory, and they have gotten
Elite.
in towards that final circle here
कौन सी
next
थी?
year
मेरे को
with the
नहीं पता.
exact same performance. Great play, I have to say, from both teams.
You know what's really impressive about AGL?
अपनी टीम भी ऐसे ही मारेगी. W सौरभ. Hopefully. लाउड तो crazy लेकिन भाई अलग ही लेवल पे खेल रही है कुछ.
Loud toward the end as well. It felt like a bait and switch because GD was the one that had a compound, I would say, advantage in the beginning.
Yeah, and this was where it all came crumbling
हाँ,
down for
लाउड तो
AGL.
ब्राजील की और
They went in,
क्योंकि
they took the house as their defensive compound. What they were not expecting was the play out of Gun
Must
Dynasty.
be nice
And
to
the
be
play
a
of
Loud
Gun
fan
Dynasty
in
wouldn't have
Free
been
Fire.
forced if it wasn't for Loud. Loud started
Don't
tossing those
recommend
grenades at
being
them.
a Loud
Gun
fan
Dynasty
in
had to make a
Valorant,
decision, and the only decision they could
बहुत
make
hurt
was
हुई हूँ
take
मैं.
the fight up against AGAL, and they played that perfectly, rushing straight at them. And again, I've always mentioned how David 444 is.
No, I don't know that team. आधी वही बोल रही हूँ मैं. I
And he
don't
took the
know.
fight straight up against them with the Mag 7, demanding a lot of points in that house, and he got it for their side. But towards the end, it just
Especially new
wasn't
lineup.
enough.
No, the
AGL
old
stood
आसपास.
their ground really well with
यार
the
fan ही
defense,
आसपास
but
की
they
वजह
had
से
to
बनी
lose 2
थी.
players in that
फिर
sequence as
बाकी
well,
सबने
and
भी बना
Loud
लिया
with the
fan.
advantage.
फिर सबने मुझे हर्ट किया। फाइनल्स में देखो क्या करता है ब्रू ब्रू गोल्ड बन जाएगा। नहीं नहीं काड़ा वाला नहीं, आफ्टर दैट आसपास साधक लेस काउंसिन और कौन था वो अरे वो ओमन जिसने ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन में डुबा दिया था। नाम भूल गई उसका। Not that loud, मेरे को दूसरी loud पसंद थी। अरे उसका नाम भूल गई। ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन में उसने डुबाया था ना गाइस एसेंट पे। ओमन होके एमिन पे बैठा था शेरिफ लेके देखता रहा जोगिमो को। कौन था वो? शिट मेरे को याद क्यों नहीं आ भाई, तो मैं नाम कैसे भूल गई। हीरो भाई की प्रेडिक्शन, थैंक यू सौरभ भाई। प्रेडिक्शन में भाई डर लगता है जिंक्स ना कर दो, इसके लिए चुप रहती हूँ मैं। आपको पोजीशन भी याद है विद मैप? या बिकॉज लाउड फैन थी मैं तब। हाउ कैन आई फॉरगेट वो ट्रॉमेटाइजिंग। देखो या तो तुम्हें तब याद रहता है जब कुछ बहुत अच्छा हो जिससे तुम्हें खुशी मिली हो, या तुम्हें वो चीजें याद रहती है जो तुम्हें एकदम ट्रॉमा देके गई हो। तो वो जो उसने किया था वो ट्रॉमेटाइजिंग था कि उसने वो ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन करके डुबा दिया और हम हार गए थे। कौन था? शिट काउंटिंग साधक लेस। यार ऐसा लग रहा है कि इधर तक आ गया उसका नाम, इधर तक आ गया उसका नाम। तो यार तो यप भाई जो उसने ट्रिगर डिसिप्लिन डुबाया है करके, जो डुबाया है कभी नहीं भूल सकती मैं अपनी लाइफ में। तुम 10 साल बाद भी पूछोगे ना तो भी मुझे याद रहेगा कि उसने क्या किया था। तो अरे ड्रिंक करने की तो आदत भी हो गई है भाई। यार मैं इंटेंशनली नहीं करती हूँ, बात ये इंटेंशंस अच्छे होते हैं बट हो कुछ और जाता है, दिक्कत है।
Break out the drums because Brazil is showing up. 2 booyahs today for Loud, and my gosh,
नहीं कुल बाद में कभी देखेंगे वॉच पार्टी में।
Yeah, exactly. I mean, imagine 3 booyahs,
great
2
minds
booyahs,
think
and
alike.
3 times
इसमें
on the
great
top
minds
3
वाला क्या था?
out of 4 games. And this is just something that we don't expect to see, especially in day number 1, out of this kind of competition. Most of the time, in this level of competition, there's a lot of stealing of those booyahs. There's a lot of stealing
यार वो
of
होता है
those
ना
numbers
कभी
as
कभी
well in
अपने
terms of
दिमाग से।
elimination.
भाई
So Loud is just doing
तुम ये
quite
छोड़ो, ये तो
well
मैं
in
टीम के
positioning
प्लेयर का नाम
themselves
भूली।
and making sure that they
मेरा
are not out there being
मेरा ना
gunned
ये
down.
सब उस पे डिपेंड करता है कि मैं ढंग से
compared to the
सोई
other
हूँ
teams.
नहीं
They have
सोई
the
हूँ, खाया है
patience,
नहीं
they have
खाया
the
है, मेरा
drive.
रूटीन
Again,
क्या
it's
चल रहा
something
है
so refreshing to
तो
see.
और
But
मेरा
again,
मेंटल
it's a
स्टेट
Brazil
क्या है,
team.
मेरा
Are we
इन
even
चीजों
that
पे ऐसा
surprised?
डिपेंड करता है कि
Yeah,
कोई
exactly.
ऐसा
I mean,
पर्सन हो
Brazil
ना
has been
IRL
one of
बिग की
the
जिसका
that
नाम
contender
भूल
and
ही
has
नहीं
been a
सकते, मैं
pain
उसका भी भूल जाती हूँ।
when it comes to like a battle of
It
Southeast
all
Asia
depends
and Brazil
on
and
my
also other regions being in
state,
and with the more
physical
regions
and
in
mental
here
state.
being put in the mix,
if मेरी
like,
नींद
they
भी
have that
ढंग से नहीं
elements
हो रही है,
of
मुझे
surprise
खाना नहीं
because
मिल
the
रहा है, मैं
focus would be on the
मेंटली
newcomers
फिजिकली
and they would get closer to the
एग्जॉस्टेड हूँ
target and we were seeing that
भाई।
bottom leaderboard.
जो बंदे की शक्ल अगर मुझे डेली भी दिखती हो मैं उसका तक नाम भूल जाती हूँ। मेरे साथ कितनी बार होता है ये, और इतना एम्बैरेसिंग चीज है, मैं डर जाती हूँ कि अभी मैं इसको बुलाऊं कैसे। मैं बोलूंगी ना ये अभी गेमिंग हाउस में हुआ है, बंदा मेरे सामने है, आई एम लाइक इसका नाम क्या है, शिट मैंने नाम ही नहीं बुलाया। तो ये होता है,
the teamwork that I actually wanted to see from EFOS Divine because it's an Indonesian, of
इसके
course.
लिए
I do hope that they can
नींद
learn
टाइम पे
from the
जरूरी है,
best. And
खाना
honestly,
पीना
I
बहुत
think
जरूरी
that
है,
game it really showcased the ability
बहुत ज्यादा
of Dew
जरूरी है।
and the capability that he has to
नाम
lead
नहीं
the team
बताऊंगी किसके
towards
साथ हुआ
victory.
था,
Honestly,
नहीं
I thought
लेकिन
AGAL
हुआ
was
है अभी
going to
अभी।
take
the
मैं
booyah
ऐसे
in
खड़ी
that
थी
last match. Their
shit कौन है
positioning in the bottom of building, I thought, oh,
मतलब
surely
वो
they
होता है ना
have this.
फर्स्ट
Surely
लेटर
they've
याद है
got
लेकिन
this.
नाम
But
नहीं
of
याद
course,
आ रहा
Phuket Allows just sitting
वो
on
वाला
top in the
सीन
way
होता
that
है
they were
मेरे
sort of
साथ
able to
और बहुत
accelerate
होता है
and
मेरे
take
साथ
more of positioning in the zone. It was
बहुत
exactly
चलता
I know,
कैसे
Neptune, you
भूलूं
got something to say about that, don't you? Like, yeah, let's get loud.
Yeah,
अभी ऐसे
exactly. I
कर
mean, it's
करके तुम
more of
शॉर्ट लिस्ट मत
what they
कर
can
दो
do
हाँ
in terms of number. Again,
don't try
getting
to
a
be
booyah
smart
will
with me.
add
No,
up
no.
for your total points, but elimination is
Madam
at some
Tiger.
point at this stage of the competition is even more important because you have to bring that
लिख
much
लो
to
तुम सबके नाम लिख लो मैं बताऊंगी नहीं मैं कुछ रिएक्ट ही नहीं
something that is
करूंगी
reserved for the team, especially with the champion rush condition towards the grand finals.
EG वर्सेस लाउड जोगी मोमेंट वर्सेस योमन गंदा था जो भी था ओह मेरे फील्ड में बहुत टाइम से नहीं आया अच्छी बात नहीं आया आई डोंट वांट टू रिलिव दैट ट्रॉमा आई एम गुड एक तो वो ट्रॉमा दिया था ट्विज ने और फिर वो
50 kills, that is not bad.
Don't try. Yash Mrunal.
Secured right now. I think
You
what I
guys
said
are
at the
not
beginning of the show
smarter
might
than
come
me.
true. I don't want to jinx it. I don't want to keep repeating it, but I do think there's a huge chance for
मैं क्या
EVOS
बोल रही
Divide
थी
to
एक ये
maintain
ट्रॉमा
its
था
position and
एक वो
actually
फनाटिक वाला
be,
आइसबॉक्स
I
ट्रॉमा
don't know,
था
the next one to go to the next stage.
And the one
नील
thing that we were
तांडेल
talking about
यश शाह
earlier
ये
is
तो
that
मैं
sponge
भूल ही नहीं
between those
सकती
teams towards the top, and it's starting to get even more and more. Once we see the overall, you get a chance to see exactly what I'm talking about in regards to those teams at the top, just
नए
making
लोगों में
it
होता है
even
कि
bigger
people name if I
gap to
don't
some
know
of the
them
other
properly नहीं
squads.
वो तो
Now,
देखो
one thing I
नॉर्मल
know
बात
has
है
been sticking out
नए लोगों
besides
का
the
तो
top
नॉर्मल
squads,
बात
right?
है
We gotta go
वो
to
तो होता
PDX.
ही
I
होता
mean,
रहता है
I was talking about earlier in regards to tag. That's a squad that needed to be able
इट
to step
जस्ट
it up.
अभी
They
ना
have
हो गया
since
है
then,
भाई
since
सालों
we
से ना
mentioned it.
थोड़ा
I know
वैसा
you were looking
मेंटल
at
इस
PDX
वजह
Lace.
से ये चीजें
Yeah, see,
होती
I'm looking
है
at Paradox.
पहले तो
Look,
मैं
they're
ऐसी
not
थी
sitting pretty
if you
on the
meet
top
me
of the
once
leaderboard, okay? You know, we're talking
and
about the
उस
layouts
one
and the
meeting में
AGLs.
ही
I
if you
feel
tell
like
me your
there's two
birthday
games going on at
you
the
can
moment.
ask
We've
me
got, like,
5
the
साल बाद
AGLs,
भी
the
I will
layouts,
remember your
EVOS, you know,
birthday
kind of
मैं
having
ऐसी
their
थी
own
पहले
scuffles in the top of the
मतलब
leaderboard.
पहले
And
ना
then when
मेरा
you move
मेमोरी
further
कुछ ज्यादा
down
ही
the
शार्प था
tags, we got
लाइक
Paradox
कुछ
down there.
ज्यादा ही शार्प
Paradox had an
नेक्स्ट
accelerating
लेवल
run against Tag,
लोग
but
मुझे अपना
unfortunately fell
कैलेंडर
like a
बना
little
के
bit
बैठे
short
थे
in that match there.
सब
And it
याद
just
रखती
seems
थी
like
मैं
they're just
सब
not
कभी
making
नहीं
the
भूलती थी
best decisions for their team. They managed to
क्या
sort of
ना
get split.
इंस्टेंट स्विच हुआ है ना
When we
मुझे
were
लगता है
looking
कि
more
जो
into that final
कैपेबिलिटी
zone,
होती थी ना
Paradox, it was
याद
probably the
रखने की
first time I
वो
actually
सारी
saw
मैंने
them
स्टार्टिंग के
group
लाइफ
up
के 15
and
साल में
were
यूज
able
करके
to put
खत्म कर
more
दी
eliminations on
अभी
the board.
नेगेटिव में है
And
मेरी
that's what we need to see from them. So I
रिमेम्बरिंग
don't really
कैपेबिलिटी
know what's happening like in and
15
amongst the
साल में
early,
सारी मैंने खत्म
like
कर
the
दी यूज
early
करके
fights
कुछ
and stuff for
एक्स्ट्रा
them,
यूज
but
कर ली
that was
मैंने
probably the best performance
पूरे
we
लाइफ
have
की ना
seen
एक
from
साथ
them,
यूज
but they
कर
are,
ली
you know, not being able to get those eliminations and those
बेसिकली आप
placement
फेसबुक
points on the board.
नोटिफिकेशन थे
Yeah, I
फॉर
do agree. I mean,
रियल
the first few games, they're not
कुछ
that
नहीं
aggressive.
भूलती
The
थी भाई
signature
मेरे को सब याद
of
रहता
Paradox
था
Gaming is that,
Like
the
legit
signature
सब
of Paradox Gaming coming from their regionals is that aggressive team. Like from Africa, they managed to clutch it towards the end and getting that qualifier on the EWC, and it's more of the elimination. So this is one thing that we were expecting at get-go. There's a lot of teams who want to show up strong, especially if they are new to this contention. But for Paradox Gaming, they need that time to recover. But what I'm worried about is if that time is running out, because again, that's already 4 games and you only have 2 more for this group.
Yeah, and
ये
speaking
देख लो
of
यश
trying
को
to come
आपके
off
न्यू
as
शर्ट से आपका जो
strong,
फोन का प्रमोशन हो
courageous,
गया
again, I
नोटिस
think, I feel we...
हाँ क्या वो मैंने एंड तक नहीं देखा यार क्योंकि मैं देख रही थी ना चैट में कोई लिखता टेक्सटिंग स्माइलिंग करके मैंने बीच में ही बंद कर दिया एंड तक नहीं पहुंची थी आई वॉच लाइक 30 seconds barely.
It's just so amazing. It's making me feel like I need to know more about this LATAM team. I mean, that is just crazy. They are now at the 5th position of the overall standing. 69 points, 23 plays, and then I'm seeing 46 kills. That is
Overall
amazingly
ranking
huge for
Evo?
them, Neptune.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, for the first and the last game, they managed to get 20 plus on elimination. It was a little bit slow though on that second game.
भाई लाउड
and
दो
towards,
बुया लेके
that
थर्ड
third.
है
I think it's because of the
बट
challenge
ज्यादा
they
दूर
have,
नहीं है
on that game
भाई
number 2
वो
and
उसके
match number 2.
एलिमिनेशन देखो
because they
हाईएस्ट
didn't
ईजी
get
के
that
होंगे आई
much
गेस
on point.
एलिमिनेशन
But I'm really looking forward
51
to
से
them to
ऊपर तो किसी के होने
catapult
नहीं
themselves a
चाहिए
little bit higher in this point right now because they're very close against Brazil United.
Yes, I'm
But
about to say something that I might
81.
regret. But right now, I actually enjoy watching Gun Dynasty more than Buriram United Esports.
बोला ना मैं टॉप 4 से नीचे बात ही नहीं कर रहे लोग.
Crazy. Like I found a new love today.
What's making you enjoy it so much? Because remember, Buriram, even though you didn't get a chance to talk about them earlier, they did end up picking up that one booyah.
हमारा मैच 7 बजे के बाद है गाइस. अभी इनके 2 मैच बाकी है ये वाले ग्रुप्स के. फिर थोड़ा ब्रेक आएगा. फिर वो ग्रुप बी की टीम सब एंटर करेंगे एक साथ. वो सब होगा. फिर मैचेस शुरू होंगे.
The difference between the gameplay of Gun Dynasties in the beginning of the game, they show up. That's where more
College
the hype is coming from.
day
Compared to what we've seen in Buriram United Esports.
How was it?
Yeah, the signature is you
I
don't.
remember
You're
my college
invisible in the first half, then into the second half. That's
उस
where
दिन
you
के बाद
get
मैंने
all
मेरी
those
क्लास उतनी
elimination.
भरी हुई नहीं
But
देखी.
At some point they're surprised. I'm pretty
पूरे
sure
3
they're
साल
counting how many opponents that
जितनी
they
फर्स्ट
have
डे
in
पे
front
थी.
of them towards the end, and with
India is
7 or
7th
8 teams against you, you couldn't, or Buriram United couldn't really bring that fire and catch up with the numbers. But it's a good thing that they did get that point.
Yeah, and right now we're looking at this squads that they need to wake up, especially when we're going to be going into the final 2 games of Group A. Keep in mind, for everybody watching at home, you're saying, wait, final 2 games? No, we still got 6 more from Group B coming up. So make sure you stay tuned for that. But I mean, from some of the other squads that we're watching, we saw the Pakistan team, right? They're towards the bottom. They need to do something because right now the top 4 squads, the cutoff is at 70 points. And that's not going to stop. That's just going to keep going because of the consistency, Conchita, that we're currently seeing out of their squads. What can we see out of those bottom squads in the last 2 matches? Because they need to wake up.
Yes, they do need to wake up. Unfortunately, I'm not really familiar with the way the Pakistani teams played, but what I see from their performance today is that there's a gap of, capability that apparently they still have against the other team. And that is something that I hope they can catch up as soon as possible, because obviously being on the bottom 2 is not so ideal. Looking at it, it's still quite a climb that they need to do. But yeah, keeping my fingers crossed.
And then you have Aurora. Aurora is currently 40 points. I'm sorry I have to do it to you.
I won't mention their name anymore.
You can talk about them, but just don't mention their name.
Yeah.
From that squad, I mean, you were talking about having eliminations earlier on. They only have 19 eliminations so far. We've seen squads being able to get almost that in just 1 match.
I think what Aurora game is finding right now is a balance of, because they failed in the first game. Yeah, I mean,
it's okay.
I'm thinking it's my fault, but they failed in the first few games. But since they couldn't bring the elimination, they couldn't bring the fire, so they're going back to the basic. Go for survivability, trying to balance it out, elimination and placement point. And that's why they're trying something different. Just go and try to catch up, or go for catch up on the placement point. Once they get the groove of how to find the final circle, then they can get those elimination.
Yeah, what I've been noticing is that every time they go into an altercation or try to take a fight, they come out as the losing team. It's down to one player, then they're going to have to make that revive and try and do that. So I do believe that, yeah, if they can continue that survivability, because eliminations will come in the end, okay? As long as you can make your rotation, you get to that final zone, the elims will come. So hopefully we can see that sort of progress into the next games, because they slightly started doing it in that final match, but the first couple of matches, every time I saw Aurora fight, it was them out, and it's not working for them. So they definitely need to adapt and change, because mechanically they're gifted, but they're not making these decisions correctly.
Yeah, I so agree, because individually they're great players, but somehow when it comes to the teamwork, something just isn't working. There is something that they need to change. I mean, it's like someone needs to step up, I guess, and be the role model for them. Yeah. No.
I might step out.
I'm sorry, man. I'm going to target you for this one. Yeah.
No need to do that. I mean, in regards to eliminations, one squad that has been stepping up is Team Apex Gaming. They have been able to put up those elims. At the beginning of the day, they were struggling a lot. Even Lucifer, one of our casters, is going to be coming for Group B. He was saying they're slow starters. He was actually expecting them to do better in the second day.
Yeah.
But you can't be mad. Honestly, Neptune, you cannot be mad at the way that this squad has now been able to put up those eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's more of elimination geared. Apex
It's the complete opposite, right?
Complete opposite of what we're going for earlier. Like placement point, they like no regards of placement point. All they have to do is early on the get-go, they want to get all those eliminations in, and at some point for teams, they're treating it as a 50-50. Like, it's a double-edged sword. But for Team Apex Gaming, they want to bring down the sword against the opponent. Whether they lose, I think they can carry over those eliminations in the following round. The risk is they're losing the balance of finding the final circle. And again, there's still importance of that booyah, probably not this point of this stage, but if you're really catching up in numbers, you have to do well on both.
Yeah, because 29 elimination points is not bad at all. I mean, from what we see out of the 4 games that we have just watched, Apex really is trying to fix the mistake they have on the first game. And yeah, I think things are quite looking up for them right now.
You can see they got fans right now here in the arena live from Paris. This is Free Fire at EWC. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be going into the last 2 matches of Group A. Can those bottom squads step it up like we've been wanting to see? Or is it just going to be too little, too late in this last 2 matches before we go into tomorrow? AJ, Tash Bunny, take it away.
Thank you very much, Seven. Man, it has been an exciting one here for sure. We expected Nextera to deliver, and Nextera did exactly that. 121 eliminations in that lobby. It was explosive end to end. But now we head on into Kalahari. We head on into the map where the snipers usually rule. Let's see exactly which sniper stands tall by the end of this.
It's always very fun, right? I think we've already kind of pinpointed which players we want to see. Yeah. We saw it coming in from Moshi. We saw it coming in from Rasha as well. Some of the 2 hard hitters for this particular game. And now that this is actually our first Kalahari of the day, I'm wondering if it's going to be a slower start, or will the momentum of that fast, aggressive starts keep going all the way till the very end of this Group A day?
Demon's Pride currently at the very bottom of our leaderboard. Not in the right spot, if you ask me. Taking the fight up early at Refinery against Loud. AGL Cypher being cheeky as well to check out exactly what's going on at Refinery. So that shows a potential intention of AGL wanting to rotate towards this high platform later on. DRS, Team Apex Gaming, Tech. This is gonna be a tad bit crowded. Command post. Only usually has one team commanding it. This time you've got 3 vying for that spot.
इस बार जल्दी शुरू हुआ ना, और ये दूसरा मैप है.
Also limbs as well, right? You're seeing a majority of the players coming in for, I think, most eliminations. I think on top of Rasha, you also have both Dew and Cypher as well, which actually sets a precedent on how aggressive and how much I think AGL prioritizes these eliminations.
Sahil Jat is in a tricky position here. He does have the flank, but he cannot back up the rest of his team members. Just yet, Shoto gonna get caught out here by Blade. The caught up close and personal, plus the electrotherapy, giving Blade the extra advantage in that battle. Sahil Jat's finally gonna show up. And that's just the wrong timing. He drops a little bit of a present here for Tech as he quickly tries to back away, but a quick recap here as well for Demon's Pride up against Loud earlier on. Saving DZP a little bit of extra time, but Jazzy only could get that knock off of that engagement, sending top 16 running away from the compound. Demon's Pride again starting off on the back foot here, but the recovery was solid through those revives.
TEC just now looks like they had the upper hand in that fight, and now DRS has decided to join in on this fight. And DRS has been scary today in terms of position. And even 5 here is Wolfen that will be the first one to fall as the rest of TEC waits in the wings. Medjat as well will be picked off somewhere else. And now Buram United also here joining in that fight. It is hectic over here at Command Post as well, as Moshi finally finds a final nail in the coffin to a member of TEC.
Yeah, if Command Post wasn't already crowded, here comes Buriram jumping into the fray as well, looking to be the third party in the situation. DRS gonna shut down the remaining players on the side of TEC, one after the other, but Buriram, as mentioned, is still in here. Locked down by the thrill of battle now. Takuri, big advantage, but it looks like he's not gonna be able to walk away from much. Pratik knocked down once again. And the recovery is gonna be slow here from the side of DRS as they continuously are pressured by Buriram Takuri. Jonah finds him with the VSK, and Strowex far away from the rest of the battle, but will Buriram be able to snuff him out? He's got the stealth bites, which is about to run out. And he gets away in the nick of time.
How many games? ये group का ये fifth है, इसके बाद एक और है last. फिर break के बाद group B.
Because Loud is right in front of him.
And Barros as well. Oh no, he is the one to go down here. Somehow,
then we will finally watch our team play.
Able to find him in the end. Top 16 will be found out finally by GD here.
हाँ, इसके बाद देखते हैं.
Such an unlucky situation.
इसमें भी recall है yes.
Shiro
इसमें points चाहिए होते हैं tokens type
कुछ. And I think that in so many of these fights as well, we see one team having the upper hand situation, and then suddenly the rest of the collapse coming in from so many teams. We start to see a systematic way for most of these teams trying to bring themselves back into the game.
Needed for Loud क्या मतलब?
Nasty shot coming in, and he's just gonna bleed out here.
Yeah, Benel is definitely one of the super flex players out there. He is the Swiss Army knife of the GD squad and Gun Dynasty. Just showing everyone that they're just not here to fill up the slot. They are here to rip away the championship. And if they keep this up, they sure as hell are going to be able to do that. First of all, getting into the grand finals is looking like it's going to be an easy journey for Gun Dynasty. But
अच्छा hashtag 1 के लिए कह रहे हो तुम?
a little bit more of
EWC तो और बना
situation
लेगी
as
भाई.
two Southeast Asian squads take on each other.
EWC तो और
They
बना
battle
लेगी अभी
Falcons
देखो.
versus EWC Divine.
Song है
EWC
one
Divine
more
in this
round
situation.
में
You just gotta wait things out. You just gotta find a window of opportunity to bring your team back into the game. I'm not too sure if Aim God is being marked right now. Is the question? Because there hasn't really been too much of movement from the rest of the teams as well. Now you look at TEC. They come back into the game. It started off really well for them in the early fights, but then the collapse coming in. I think the possibility of third parties today have been incredible for so many teams. We see it happening from so many different angles.
भाई हर बारी Falcon और Jack का ही fight क्यों होता है आपस में?
Rotation here from Aim God.
हर बार भिड़ते लोग. DRS.
Back into play. If they get eliminated now,
DRS बोलते आ गया. Low भाई Shoto.
The players on the side of Falcons, on the other hand, on their rotation, they spot out THE, Team Apex Gaming in a little bit of a trouble. Riptide Rhythm's going to be breaking down the defenses. Wolven stuck. Time Turner is on his side. And he needs to hope and pray that Falcons make a mistake here, but the valiant dash of Afina is just going to put him
solo survivor KD God. क्या अपनी पूरी टीम को रिकॉल कर पाएंगे?
But can he get to a vending machine in time?
Yeah, it's just really scary right now. You have no clue or idea where exactly anyone can be. And granted, this map is huge. Everyone has a bit of an area. The high grounds are looking good as well. There we go. EVOS back into the game as Aim got
भाई DRS और टैंक का एकदम बराबर ही चल रहा है.
The reposition is going to be incredibly hard.
DRS के नहीं हुए अभी तो.
Oh my God.
वो लोग के पॉइंट्स भी ऑलमोस्ट बराबर से हैं. चल भी वो 7 और 8 पे रहे हैं और अभी उनके 3 प्लेयर्स मरे थे. टैग के जिंदा हो गए, उनके नहीं हुए.
But now you monster. But now in a 1v1 up against Rahat. Can you get the hit? David and Vega down on the ground already. But Benel looking like he wants to shine on his own in this situation. Doesn't have much of a choice, but Barros shows up in his radar as well. And Benel making the right move here to disengage
अबे ये
from the
सच्ची
situation.
बताओ ना, ये बार-बार ये रोनाल्डो ही है ना? एकदम रोनाल्डो जैसा दिख रहा है. क्या है ये?
Once again dropping back to see if he can save the squad, but the pickups are going to be solid
ये
here from
thumbnail पे आपने
Shibu.
बिंदी यार वो एडिटर ने फोटो ही वो यूज की जिसमें मैंने कुर्ती पहनी हुई थी, बिंदी लगाई थी. मैं क्या करूं?
Definitely in the driver's seat here for the day.
Oh yeah, Katie got in trouble. Takes a bit of chip damage, but nothing more than that. The Falcons are hungry and they really want these kills. Forced to reposition, drops down to the ground, but Unfire is refilling that space that's been left behind. Katie got a lot of damage taken from the util as well. He is barely alive.
Chrono character है तो रोनाल्डो जैसा क्यों दिखता है?
Knocks him down. The inhaler should keep him alive for some time. Sajak cannot do more than that. And the Falcons are looking to hunt down the last few players. Wolven in the sky, but the shots for Kiroro are just nasty.
Wolven, the escape plan failed, but he did manage to pull in a final second revive for Team Apex Gaming. That's going to be their insurance policy for the time.
Falcons, on the other hand, they found that one to be a little bit too easy based on the
अच्छा वो
position.
बहुत पहले कोलैब हुआ था ये था क्या वो
Just shining right before he got taken down. Katie God bringing Wolven right back in. The recovery play is already in motion for Team Apex Gaming.
याद नहीं है मेरे को इतना
Falcons doing great in terms of reposition. How they collapse is just so scary to see, especially if you're caught out here alone here. Now Falcons, nice position here, fairly safe away from the rest of the teams, but they have to rotate eventually as TEC, despite losing so many players early, they are also very slippery, still very much in the game. Knocked down, Raha does find Jonah in exchange, but Wasana wants to avenge his teammates.
And he'll be able to do that with a valiant dash. Phenomenally
Hi,
done.
Surajit.
Timed perfectly.
But DRS तो
out of the
निपट गई.
equation. But Buriram have got the vending machine on their side. Get high. Once again, as usual, on the recovery plays. Moshi, M82B looking for Nizar.
हाँ इसके ना मैप्स एक्चुअल में छोटे ही हैं काफी इसके लिए देखो ना टीम भी 12 ही होती है भाई 12 तो कम है
Focuses
बहुत
towards
कम
the
है
right
12
instead as AGAL shows up on the radar of Buriram. And that is the saving grace for TEC, who managed to pull in at least one revive to stay in play.
Yeah, Kuto's
ये सबसे ज़्यादा ये सब skins वगैरह तो I guess
as
Fortnite
well
में आती है
here.
ना
As the Falcons come through, I think there should be fairly clear to go into that until they hit Bayfront, because TAG is waiting there right now. And I have to say, TAG had so many close calls today. Shoto got knocked out, I think, twice already, but they're slippery.
Big advantage on the airdrop here. No other teams aiming for it. Falcons get a freebie advantage, rotating towards it, finding nobody there. So great in terms of decision making, as well as a little bit of luck on the side of
Fortnite
the
है
EWC
last week
24
में
champs.
August में
And it's only Apex in their way as they will try to get
Fortnite में अपनी
into
टीम भी तो
Bayfront
है
in a
इस
little.
बार
Can the Indian squad punish
You
the
watch
champions
batting
of
Free
EWC
Fire?
24,
No.
or will they get punished
No,
instead?
I'm just
The battle between Buriram and
killing.
AGL still continues.
No, this is
As
not
the
a
both
watch party.
squads need to get into the next zone. And Jonah on the revive with the Car 98, punishing Baros, which means the front liner out of the equation. A little bit of an extra advantage for the side of Buriram, and AGL does not want to stay and play. They use the launcher to get themselves out of that sticky situation, far away from Buriram.
Yeah, and I think it's a really good tactical decision as well. You're taking up too much damage already. Buriram United was in a great position, just really overwhelmed them as well. And I think if anything, if AGL can find a good position, they are the type of team that if they are prepared for it, they can take these fights and dominate so many different areas. Now, Buriram United will follow suit here, coming into the safer zone as well. The southern side
Week
underneath the
7
circle
में
is looking
Fortnite.
scary. Loud is there, EVOS
August
there,
में
TEC
like
coming through, DP on the
18th,
wings
19th
as
के
well.
बाद से
And it's going to
after
be
chess वाले
really
week.
nasty. I love
Chess
where Loud
week
has picked
6
out.
में
Look at this
में
sniper.
मेरे हिसाब से
Buriram United don't know.
The trigger discipline there, making sure he doesn't give away his position, which is a prime one. He wants to maintain the bird's eye view, stay out of trouble, and then strike when it's truly needed. But for how long are you going to stay undetected up there? Loud definitely has a big advantage for this next circle. And Southeast Asia battling each other to find the next circle for themselves. This time it's going to be Falcons versus AGAL. The shot is there. Aurora versus Gun Dynasty. Aurora, you cannot take this fight. Team Apex Gaming interfering as well. Car 98 perfect for Katie God. As she'll straight down to the ground. Looking for the recovery here. Will be the distraction as he gets clipped down by the thrill of battle as well. Nothing much that Aurora can do in this situation, up against EVOS as well as Gun Dynasty.
Ezreal is barely alive right now, and I think the rest of the teams here know that, so they want to try and go in for this collapse. GD is close by as well. Aim got marking them, making sure they don't come close. Both teams are being so cautious of one another, but Loud decides to jump in here. Aurora might be crunched.
Close to 13 minutes, 11 squads still alive and kicking. Things are about to get very messy. Pandemonium about to break out here on the battlefield if we don't start thinning down these numbers. Loud with a phenomenal rotation has been able to keep themselves safe for the time being. Good glue walls pulled out, timely manner. Not having to waste a lot of those med kits on unnecessary recoveries. EVOS, Loud, Aurora in a tight little spot, but they've got the advantage for the next circle. They can keep an eye on the rest of the competition.
No, this is second last.
Yeah, even has an idea that someone is coming through as well. Gonna try and break it as the rest of the teams here. Loud at the bottom side, Aurora on the top side. If Aurora were to jump out, they're gonna fall straight into Loud's arms as well. A lot of damage coming in from Ray. A lot of, I think, a lot of pressure coming in from GD. So no one is really in the green. If anything, anyone is out here for grabs. It's an FFA area, free for all. For the first person that pops out their head, and everyone very cautious. And over to our Bayfront as well, the same thing is happening because AG, you have Falcons coming through, watching straight for to attack. And AGL, you know them, you see them fighting, they're gonna try and third party you.
Yeah, but still, gate kept by Team Apex Gaming, and he's just trying to avoid the engagement with the Indian squad as much as possible. But will India take advantage of the situation? If they want a battle, they have to take it now. But as I say that, Falcons dropping on in. Team Apex Gaming holding their fort strong here. Peanut trying to break down the defense as finds an opening. And with the Punisher takes down Shoto. A deadly shot. But the follow-up is slow. Team Apex Gaming again, barricading all of those windows, trying to keep Pina out of their way. And it looks like the players of Gun Dynasty will spot out this battle between the two, trying to play third party from that high ground.
Yeah, and it's just really annoying to be dealing with all of this as well. KD got this with the damage. Even Pina out in the open. Caught! Limit does find one. Wolvin eliminated as well.
Oh.
Forced out in the open. What can you do? You stay inside. You need damage from the util. And now for GD, all they have to do is just pick them off one by one, a bit of those rotations.
Gun Dynasty, the biggest winner in that equation. And Team Apex Gaming, they survive the ambush by Falcons. Not somehow, that's how. Beautiful play off of Gun Dynasty. And Gun Dynasty doesn't care exactly who's in front of them. They just want these points. And yet again, Gun Dynasty taking the fight up against Team Apex Gaming. But this time, they do not manage to defend themselves. Latam just too strong. And Gun Dynasty from being the third party to the Predators in that equation. And Team Apex Gaming had nothing left in the gas tank.
They have such good timing and such insane awareness. Now AGAL, because they're on the lower side here, they have to wait through for this first fight to happen. And finally, the stalemate is broken. DP now in the open out. And just fighting PDX as well in the same situation. Taken one already.
This is not an equal battle. Paradox can be outgunned here by Gun Dynasty. The only difference maker is going to be the ambush by AGAL. They take the timing right. But now, super low. It's the lightning zone that gives them the extra bit of advantage as well. And EVOS has showed up out of nowhere. And Gun Dynasty, like the third party equation that they pulled off, they get shut down. Aurora makes their way out of the lobby a little bit too early once again. Gun Dynasty looking for the recovery, but Nell and David, no vending machines around them, and the shutdown by Cypher off of that Mag 7 is perfect. Gun Dynasty loses yet another, and Paradox still alive and kicking through all of that.
And it is hectic here as Burma United completely want to crunch down Loud, and they do just that. Moshi knocked down already. Wasana coming close, keeping the team fairly alive and healthy. Here's PDX coming close, trying to take a little bit more space, but the high ground Burma United has gives so much advantage.
This is the most eliminations we've seen out of Buriram so far, and AGAL is on fire as usual. The most they picked up was 18 eliminations at Nextera, and they want to break their own record here on day one's run. What a phenomenal day AGL is having for themselves, and two Thai squads in this final circle up against Gun Dynasty that stands no chance because of their numbers.
Yeah, GD only one player alive, not for long, but now will go down next year. And AGL on fire, crushes through here, kept away by those blue walls. Moshi almost getting clipped, finally goes down to Faros. And he's not done quite yet. Cypher finding great angles and positions here as Jonah puts in the damage from far away. It's hectic. Wasana jumping, trying to fire away to find a way against Cypher, but cannot do more than that.
The record for eliminations is 18. Set by AG Global, but no booyah for them on that match. Buriram on the other hand looking to set the record for the day. And now it's a 1v1. The support up against the Cypher. And the support player is stealthy on the front lines and deadly with the Mag 7. Buriram late to the party, but biggest on the numbers as they break the record set by AGAL.
record-breaking and second booyah of
भाई
the
पहली
day.
बार देखा है
This
लाउड
team
को
feels
टॉप 4 नहीं आते हुए.
unstoppable. There's just so many things happening right now, but they're so, I would say, aware on how the positions are going to go, how the movement is going to be, and somehow they managed to find that last crucial kill at the very, very last possible timing.
It was Buriram that set the record for the highest points at Purgatory. 15 eliminations plus the Booyah. But they got matched up with that. Problem was at Nextera, AGAL just could not walk away with the Booyah. It was loud.
बढ़िया यार facts around the world आप ले लो discount पे W यार enjoy.
It kept them from breaking the record of Buriram and
हाँ ना
Buriram
एक
showing
गेम बाद
exactly
अभी भी एक
why
गेम है
they're
यार.
3-time world champs. Phenomenal play. Let's check out these replays as well. As Buriram pulled off that final battle sequence.
Honestly, I think that what's really exciting about this particular match was not just about Buriram United, but I think it's just more of like how they decided to really double down this fight. Usually it's a bit more quiet by them early, right? But this time around, you can feel like they're just starting to just get into the groove. They're starting to really feel themselves in this fight. Positioning-wise was also really good as well. They had so much control of that high ground.
I mean, the comms obviously just cool, calm, collected, not panicking in that situation at all. And get high XL, man. This guy is one of the most lethal supports out there on the battlefield, hands down. And when you've got a support player who can annihilate the squads, you really don't need to worry in a situation like that. A good reason why Buriram sets the record is because they are no strangers to it.
Yeah, I think it's also really exciting to think about how, Buriram United approaches this game. Sometimes they're going a little bit more slow. They have a lot of pages in their playbook as well coming into this game. But I am really surprised at how, I would say, aggressive so many of these teams are starting from that get-go. I think everyone's starting to get really confident coming to the game. Even TEC, I would say, had a little bit more spark in them compared to the beginning of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it hasn't been a great day for TEC. Managing to play a little bit of recovery on Kalahari was crucial for them, but it's just gonna be enough to get them out of the danger zone, not permanently just yet, because they've spent too much of time down in the bottom two. Now, we have got a little bit of a breather here for the casting desk. We are going to throw you guys onto a tad bit of a break. We'll catch up with you guys in a bit for Game 6 later, the final one for Group A.
यार I personally like this better. I don't know तुम लोग का.
What's up everyone? Carol Bombshell here.
खैर
I know you guys are
chat को
having
जो
so
देखना
much
होगा वही
fun watching
चलाएंगे
Fire,
पर
but
chat
there's
में
a lot
vote
more
किया
going
था.
on here at EWC 2026 in Paris. So come with me, let's check this out. Let's go. Have you introduced your outfit for today? No problem. There's a lot of options here at the official store. T-shirts, hoodies, socks, teddy
National
bears,
Waffle
even
Day?
hats. Oh, you want to
Wow.
customize with your own
ऐसा भी
baby?
होता है?
Yes, there is a bunch of options
Waffle
here.
खाऊं फिर आज
What
मैं?
about your team is not doing so well? No problem. There's another options
Thank you.
here. Another teams that you can
इसलिए मैं मैच
cheer
7
for.
बजे के बाद है.
Okay, guys, I'm so sorry. We gotta cut this right now because I'm gonna customize my own t-shirt. Bye. Lots of fun activations here, like in Lenovo Stand. You can play games and also you can do some different things. Look at this. Maybe I wanna try.
यश हर जगह कितना slow है.
Oh, sorry. I was trying to help you. Oh, maybe I should get in the line because we got a full house. You better don't take too long to come.
Go.
Wow, we are in the middle of it all, the heart of AWC. We got a great atmosphere here with fans at stage 1, stage 2, the most important stage for you. Stage 3, stage 4. Oh my gosh. Oh, did you notice Team Vitality? It's your favorite team, so come and drink a coffee with them. Are you missing Kidia City? No problem. We got Kidia City right here with a lot of fun activations, interactions for you to have fun the whole day. And you know what? If you are in the area, you got to be mad not to come here. So I'm waiting for you. See you soon.
पहला ये क्या होता है?
And what an insane last
आने
match
के भी
that
नेशनल
was.
डे आने
I
लगे
feel
बढ़िया
like
है
that
भाई
was
फ्री में
probably the
मिलना
most
चाहिए फिर
chaotic
लेकिन
end zone that we have
वरना क्या
had
मतलब है
in these
बताओ फ्री
games
में बांटो
today.
सबको
I don't
Focus.
understand really what went on in these first original matches to then pop out with this. It's like all the teams switched on. Did any stand
क्वालिफाइड
out to you?
नहीं टॉप
What
4
we just saw
होगा
is
सिर्फ
actually a classic
अभी तो वो
battle
लोग को
between
कल
Buddha
गेम्स
United
निकालने
Esports and
पड़ेंगे
of course
क्वालिफाई होने के लिए
AGAL. We are practically
अभी तो
seeing
जैसा जा रहा है
history
बिल्कुल
repeat
चांस
itself
ही नहीं है
again
उन लोग
and
का
again and again. And it
बट
was so
हाँ
amazing to see
अभी
Get High
अगर
finally
ऐसा ही
come out
चलता रहा
as
तो वो
winner
लोग
because
एलिमिनेट भी नहीं
boy, that
होंगे
was
दे विल बी इन
intense. I'm
सर्वाइवल
so giddy
स्टेज
inside. I'm so excited and it's only the 5th game of the day. We still have one more game from
जो
the
आज
A
और
group.
कल बॉटम 2
Yeah, I
टीम्स
mean,
होगी
we
ना
have
सो
seen
बेसिकली
obviously
टोटल 4
ADAL
टीम्स ही
dominating
बाहर
at time,
होंगी
but it's nice to see these sort of other teams take over in the mix. But I think if we sort of go back to that end zone there, I feel like these players are switching on, and they're like, you know what? We kind of didn't do, that great in these first couple of matches, and now we know it needs to turn up. I know we're talking about it the game, we're in game 5
Hello,
coming up
Nand
now, but like, is it a
Kishore.
little bit too late? Is there a particular team that you found in that end zone? I know I did. I know I was talking about them before, and that was Paradox, where I said they need to get better placement points. They need to turn up, and they were actually in that position in that final zone.
Yes, but also if we talk about the Southeast Asian games teams, I mean, I honestly think that they are kind of dominating their points throughout the whole entire day, and it is so refreshing to see because usually we see that happening from the Brazilian team. Yes, I mean, Loud has been amazing. Loud has been a very powerful, but then again, it is the time for the Southeast Asian to really show the world what they are made of, and that's exactly what they've been doing. I mean, I'm so proud to see my boys killing it out there.
Yeah, I love that. Can I tell you a little bit of a story? And this was actually back to match number 1.
Yeah.
I'm going to take you guys back just a little bit here, but that is none other than Gun Dynasty and Banal, okay? I don't know if you saw me get out of my seat for this part, but they were making sort of a swift recovery, and then Banal pulls out the monster truck, and you kind of think that all fails and it's going to end there, but no, they sort of take that smooth transition to make that recovery, and the mechanical skill that Banal has for his team and the adaptation is simply exceptional. And if y'all missed that, obviously we got the replay, but they took this opportunity early to sort of maximize their eliminations, and I think they actually pulled up 17 elims in that first match. And what that obviously does for this team, and it sets them in a standard that is above and beyond the rest. Currently sitting more in the middle of the leaderboard, against our Louds and our AGLs, but that first match is something that I feel like these other teams need to follow suit because, consider me and color me impressed because I'm a Banal fan now. I don't know about you.
Well, same here because you know what they say, right? The first match usually sets the tone, and that's exactly what they did. It was so amazing to see and so refreshing to see Banal. I mean, I said I just found a new love, and I think you felt it too. But then again, looking at the overall standing, AGAL, oh my God, 109 points, 70 elimination points. That is so amazing, and that is something that I'm so excited to see at the opening of EWC 2026. And of course, if we're talking about a top 5, we have Buddha United Esports as well as EFOS, Gun Dynasty, and Loud Snickers. That is, oh my God, that is what I expected and more.
Well, I know we're super excited here. I hope you guys are super excited at home because we're heading into our next match. Take it away, casters.
Man, I tell you, the day has been looking super solid, but I did not expect only a handful of teams to walk away from Kalahari with double-digit eliminations. But what happened was the teams that did walk away with a double-digit elimination, which by the way was only 4 squads, walked away with a ton of points, right? We're talking about 23 eliminations from Buriram. AGAL walked away with a total of 19 eliminations, GD with the 15, and Loud walking it with just 10. Yeah, but that's still quite a lot for the squad because they're obviously looking to maintain their dominance on the leaderboard, and you're looking for the top 4 spots. But even with 2 Booyahs, it's surprising how Loud is still behind GD. Gun Dynasty has been amazing today.
I also want to say that, right? The survivability was really good. The aggression was really good. Their proactivity was really good. Their rotations was also really good.
W यार शुरू भी हो गया. ये last है ये last इस group का.
Booyah, no problem.
No Booyah, no problem at all. at least on
So
stage
we are
1.
closer
As we spot out the map here, it looks
apne
like
group ke
finally
लिए.
we get some
Yay!
discipline, we get some quiet
Yay!
out there. We are back on Nextera, baby, and Nextera is the map that gave us the most number of eliminations from the day. 121
Leaderboard.
eliminations earlier on at
Huh?
Nextera just to light up the battlefield.
Easy?
And I talked about how we kind of were lacking through these eliminations on
EG
Kalahari
hashtag
from a lot
बना
of the
भी
teams,
क्या?
but still, it was the second highest with
इसके बाद और
102
team,
eliminations. So I think some of these teams are definitely warming up, to say the least.
It's always very fun to see these things happening. And again, you know, how aggressive these maps have been. In the show just now, you said that some of these maps can go a bit faster. And that's how fast we're going right now. As Jazzy does get one quickly. Ray rushes forward. Top is barely alive right now. I'm not too sure how much longer he can survive here. Ray does put his shot first out here. But finally, in the end, does go down. And the points being stolen away by EVOS here.
Bye, Fizal.
As Jazzy crosses the peripherals of the rest of EVOS, and you cannot get away by trying to play like that against them.
Demon's Pride, getting their pride crushed out there. But they were not too arrogant to begin with. They were humble enough to acknowledge that this was going to be a very big stage, a massive challenge for them, for their region. But they're giving it their best. Their best so far hasn't been good enough. We did see a little bit of recovery play from Demon's Pride on that Kalahari match, and that has been their best game of the day, where they scored 10 points. The rest of those matches were way lower than that. That's exactly what's keeping them at the very bottom of the leaderboard. But thankfully, they've got 6 more games to look forward to tomorrow, and a lot of these mistakes to recover from.
Yeah, EVOS is still on it as well, chasing the last few members of VP here. So Madara instantly brought back into the game. Yes, but he's just giving up so many points to EVOS right now. But also at the same time, we were looking at GD for quite some time. We're saying how aggressive they are. PDX is going to go down eventually by them.
Absolutely, and EVOS picking up elimination number 5. Well, thanks to Aim God and his thirst for a few extra elimination points. Jazzy out all alone. He's protecting no compound whatsoever. Madara's just dropping right behind him, and they're just going to be hoping and praying that EVOS does not go out hunting. And thankfully, EVOS looks the other way. They walk away from the potential point. But DRS out early, though. This is not what I was expecting, but Aurora picking off the solid 4 points from the Nepali squad.
I think that feels like DRS started to slow down just a little bit as well. They didn't get the deeper run that we saw in the beginning of the day from this team. Aurora, though, looking into playing a different team here. They want to try and catch up with Kiroro. They can crunch him from multiple angles. Kiro in trouble. The CQC, he tries to keep alive. He does, but not for long here as Zeus finally chunks him down eventually.
Yeah, Kiroro just trying his best to get away the stealth bites, but Zeus was just way too close, and he had the Valiant Dash as well to just break down those defenses instantly to get another point for Aurora, who's definitely having a much better game here. But Team Apex Gaming up against your reigning defending champions of the Esports World Cup, Free Fire. Can we see India take down one of the most lethal squads out there? The shield gun in hand. Won't be able to get aggressive just yet, waiting for the rest of the team members to catch up as well. Woven going in for the tags, but instead the reversal and the backup from the rest of the EVOS members puts him on the ground. Shoto's gonna get caught out here as well. It's a 2v1. Valiant Dash still keeping Shoto alive. But the numbers play will catch up, and a disadvantage for Team Apex Gaming here. Slowly, the team crumbling. The vending machine inside S8UL. Can he pull off some sort of a miracle here for squad?
Yeah, but he's being marked by Rasha, who just desperately wants to take him down. Take a little bit more damage here. It goes down. Rasha coming through as well. Not able to do so. S8UL finally wins it out in the end. Perfect positioning, but still has to deal with the rest of EVOS.
I'll take that, man. I'll take that. Good enough from Team Apex Gaming. S8UL giving us some exciting tightrope walking survival plays off of the glue wall. Just at the very edge of that platform there.
जो मरते जाते फिर रिकॉल होते जाते मरते जाते रिकॉल होते जाते मरते जाते रिकॉल होते जाते.
He bought enough time for the survivors to scurry on away, pull in those revives. And we're going to get to see if or not Team Apex Gaming finds that full recovery later on. Aurora, on the other hand, on one of their better runs so far. The most number of eliminations Aurora has pulled from a lobby today has been 9. They're already at 8, and this game is still fairly early. Can they continue their run, or will they fizzle out? Demon's Pride again, still no way whatsoever to recover their gameplay here as they're scrambled on the battlefield.
Jazzy taking a lot of damage as well. Limit putting in the damage, and there we go. Falcons clean up house there as well. Nice. Another point in the back for DP, brought back into the game quickly. Somehow I'm surprised the AGL with only one player left. I wonder what happened there.
Madara. Easy picking here for the Aurora players. I see Tech in there as well.
England कौन सी team है? Main team आई है.
10-pointer best elimination game run here for Aurora on this next Jara map. Thanks to the players here from South Asia.
नया PC ले रहे हैं ना, लेकिन मेरे को gift करने के लिए.
The Demon's Pride players, Aurora's definitely on the hunt as they rotate around into Twin Bridge, looking for Intellect Center. It's actually Demon's Pride being the first team to make it into the next circle. Good on them, but scrambled from the very start. Holy mama!
Gosh!
Rasia brought it to AGL. Deadly shot.
He did it twice! Unmoved, undeterred, cool and collected. Look at his reaction.
I mean, that's the best way to take the #1 spot. Take the guys out of the #1 spot and move on into where they stand. But EVOS Divine obviously
tournament के लिए है यार, Duranger वो लोग गए उसके लिए.
They were behind Buriram before the start of this match. Not by too many, of course. Catching up isn't going to be too impossible. And Demon's Pride again, all their revives are just giving some extra bonus points to anyone that comes across them.
Yeah, TAG now in trouble as well. Forum United bringing his teammates back into the game. Katie got one, but this shot from Moshi, nothing crosses this guy. Gonna be able to confirm that elimination fairly cleanly. Shoto's close by, Sahil Jet and Wolvin around as well. And for Forum United, I'm wondering what the next steps are going to be. Are they gonna go clean up house, get the last few eliminations, or are they gonna go and prioritize the positionings instead? And from the rotations, they're gonna try and go northern side here because the circle did hardship north side.
Damn, Moshi, you're good. Follow up off with it. Riptide rhythm, just too perfect, timely. But now, Gun Dynasty scrambling for safety as Falcons go out on the hunt. Vega's gonna get tagged up, and Peanuts there for the finisher on the front lines, backed up by Limit.
भाई जिसको देखती हूँ मरता है फिर रिकॉल हो जाता है. बस एक ये DRS है जो बैक टू बैक फर्स्ट जा रही है, पूरी टीम वाइप हो रही है. वो AG भी गई, देखा ही नहीं. बट DRS का तो कंसिस्टेंटली चल रहा है. मेरे को तो लगता है बाय द एंड जो सीधा जाएगी ना फाइनल्स में, उनमें यही होने वाली है. जो अभी अच्छा खेल रही है ना, एक तो लाउड होगी, एक तो लाउड है ही. I think Loud, EVOS, Brew and AG.
Enough to contain the champions of EWC 24.
GD का थोड़ा चांस है, बट मुझे एंड में यही लग रहा है कि यही जाने वाली है सीधा फाइनल यही जाएगी.
In this game, TAG once again brought back the teammates into the game once more as well. GD gonna launch themselves forward. Okay, this is gonna be interesting to be chased by EVOS here. Abax does find Shiru. They're somehow knocked down.
Man, I mean, EVOS got into position at the perfect timing, but Benel survives, which means Gun Dynasty gets to survive a little bit longer because the Super Survivor, Super Reviver will be on to his mission once again. FGL shot out. I've not seen a single narrow play after the nerf. That bit unfortunate we don't get to see those clutches.
They're coming through here. Aim got jump shots forward here, puts in that damage. But it's Abax that gets caught out by Pina first in the end. Falcons now 9 eliminations already. Aim God will be found as well. EVOS may have been more than they can chew. Ray barely alive right now, feeling the pressure coming in from the players from the other side there. Does find Pina in the end, but I don't think they can do more than that.
Falcons looking to make this their game of the day. Definitely their best run they've had in here so far. EVOS, on the other hand, looking for that #1 spot as they took out the team on that #1 spot, AGAL themselves. But they're now on a recovery play. Abax on that revive. Falcons, on the other hand, This definitely, officially, is one of their better games. Earlier on, they got 12 eliminations off of Solara, but only 5 placement points. They have to be careful because they were heated up on the Solara map as well, but dwindled down quickly when the circle was closing in.
It just seems like in this situation here, TAG stuck in the corner. Now looking at Falcons there, they really took their time to come into the circle as well. Coming back to GD, David, Vega also getting knocked down already. Benel just waiting for the right timing here. Just pop up his head, steal away those very nasty shots as he's been delivering towards this first side of the game, first part of the map, excuse me.
EVOS fully recovered already. Looking to take the #1 spot by the very end of the day for Group A. Can the reigning defending champions find that full recovery for themselves? TC, on the other hand, quickly trying to play the reposition. Paradox, one of the teams that have been struggling, but definitely doing better than TC at this point of time. Taking TC out of the equation here. And give them a slight boost, and it's definitely a fair fight between the two, but Nezhan with the monster god name and going in for the finish here as well. Has got the electrotherapy connected to him, but can he get the job done?
Can't really get too close.
Slows the pace down a tad bit, and that does not give them that advantage they wanted.
Yeah, they force the reposition, go down to the lower ground as well. This is a 3-way fight. GD is here, Paradox is here, TC as well. But they're going to take this bit by bit. Decides to pick and fight TEC first. Blade coming in hot. Has an angle to work with, but finally locked out of the angle. You have the time timer online. Denrick trying to find a different angle into the area. The inhaler keeps him surviving for quite some time. Snipe goes out.
ऋतिक भाई ने 10 रुपए भेज के NA लिखा है.
This situation, Blade also decides to
क्या
end
मतलब है
life
आपका?
in the end. As TEC, the player just getting dropped left, right, and center. As GD decides to join in the fight. Shiro here, found in the end, but TEC with the upper hand.
Big play there by a Blade. Phenomenal, and Benel is on it again. This guy is unstoppable on the revives. Yeah, definitely not the right kind of record to be holding on to, because you know your team's getting tortured out there, but they're also picking up some big points. TEC's out after that fantastic play. Shiru shut down by Moshi as he got revived, shot out of the air. And
Mr. Sam bas 7 baje se hai
getting
iske
very
baad.
dicey. Lightning zone called out,
Team
and Aurora
there.
in a pickle out in the open.
Force reposition rushes away with their lives. Look at the amount of pressure they are feeling right now. Finally, in the green for the time, no. Has to wait this out. And if they do come in here, not too far of a jump, but it's okay. Gives a bit of space between them and the rest of the teams.
Holy mama. Gun Dynasty, bloody impressive. So many times tortured, so many times losing their players. But the recovery as well as the dominance with the mechanical plays have been unbelievable.
ऋतिक जी ने फिर से 10 रुपए भेज के NA लिखा है. ऋतिक जी क्या सीन है?
Can they pick up more for themselves? 15 eliminations and still going with 3 players still alive.
Here comes the wait. Jonah putting a bit of space between him and the rest of the team. Now gonna rush forward here. Aurora gonna take this fight, I think, head on against Buram United. They're so aware that they're very close by. They're, I think, pressuring them with the nades. Ezreal, a lot of damage taken. Zeus is barely alive right now. The rush forward is good. Get high, let's find Ezreal here somewhere. And Wasana, the jump shots are just nasty. Zones them away, chasing the rest of the team, but still not able to completely wipe them out of the map.
Yeah, big mistake there from the Malaysian squad. Trickling in one after the other up against your world champs. That's just not gonna work out. This ain't no Bollywood movie. And the heroes, regardless whether or not it is a Bollywood movie, will always win out. And Buriram just that hero. Now the numbers disadvantage for Aurora. Buriram goes in for the finisher. Falling shot, Wasana and 590. Perfection, get high with a backup. And Wasana cleans up the house. Pulling away. 13 eliminations in totality, but now they're going to be pressured from the back. Gun Dynasty spotting them out. Loud's in the vicinity as well.
Loud to nahi maan rahi
somehow and finding their way in here.
This is a really great round for them as well, surviving this long. And it's really exciting to see someone as aggressive as Jonah just really get up close and personal and just clean up the area. Shiru will be the one to go down next year. Falcons still putting in that pressure. And the rotations are going to be very, very intense. Falcons does have a bit of a zone control to play with, but we are seeing GD come close.
It's Thailand versus Latam. Who's gonna get that #1 spot? Both Gun Dynasty and Buriram, full squad. But Gun Dynasty on that high ground. This can turn into a disadvantage. What is a massive advantage for them right now with a bird's eye view. Can turn it around instantly if someone gets the God nade. It's going to be Benel taking Jazzy out of the side of Demon Sprite. A valiant run here for Demon Sprite is not going to be good enough to break them out of the 12th spot just yet. As we're left with 4 squads in the final circle. Loud, still Loud out there looking for their 3rd booyah of the day.
Doesn't it feel like deja vu how they have been able to hold on to this top side of this compound once again? Now Buriram United forced to just wait this out, taking a lot of damage from the players from the other side here. But Falcons want to go for this fight against GD. Can't do just that. So the most they can do right now is just wait out the utility, wait out the onslaught of bullets coming at them from different areas. Buriram United going to cross by, taking a lot of damage from the other teams.
Yeah, big brain play, man. 3-time world champs for a good reason. Good call by Captain Jonah. The rotation is solid. They've got the compound cover and they will not get tagged up. And now they stand a good chance of walking away with the booyah here. It's all about positioning supremacy. And now the circle is going to be pressuring 2 teams. It's Falcons as well as Gun Dynasty. Gun Dynasty still on fire with the most number of eliminations in this lobby. Can they break the record set here by Buriram on Kalahari? 23 eliminations plus the booyah for 35 cracker points.
Yeah, they're forced out into the open where Falcons decide to take advantage of this situation. If you won't come to us, you will cross into our crosshairs. Falcons, clean up house. Gun Dynasty out of the game. We're down to only 3.
Falcons not even giving us a lot of time to think about what the answer for that question was going to be. They say, hell no, Mustachio. We take them out of the equation. Buriram, though, still alive and kicking. But Loud, can they withstand this ambush now? Buriram taking the fight straight up to them. Valindas still active on the side of Osana. M590 looking for the connection. Then he's also got the AWM. Takes the high ground advantage first. And Loud now left right behind them. What a rotation by Buriram.
Yeah, Buriram United is just so aware of how exactly things are going to go. Now, they have a lot of space to work with. They're aware of where the players are going to be here. But Pina jumps through, lands the shot, not able to. And now they want to take the fight too Loud. They're stuck, trapped, very, very low HP. Jumps away. The damage is there on fire. This is so good. Trap, gone down.
फंस गए Loud वाले तो जीती हो गया. लॉल dude, ये funny था लेकिन बहुत. क्या Falcons finally एक बूया लेंगे बूया.
It's gonna be your global finals champions taking on the EWC 2024 champs. And Buriram, Jonah shutting down Pina with the AWM up close and personal. Looking for the final player, Karoro looking for the recovery. And they will be denied as Buriram pulls away the 3rd booyah of the day to take the #1 spot on the leaderboard.
It is incredible.
Yes, August में है अभी time है.
Not only are they so confident playing
with
that table play, they don't have to really worry about anything. Positioning is key.
मैं palward में करती हूँ ना.
Of the eliminations and the fight just flow to them as
leveling
well.
Up rank
Patient as hell and okay with giving away that space.
I didn't even look at the YouTube chat today, but I am damn sure, I am 300% sure everybody would have been saying, washout squad, Buriram can't do well, blah, blah, blah. We've heard their rhetoric so many times because they've started off the day with 13 points in game 1 at Bermuda, 12 points at Solara, but what a way to wrap up their 6 games. They broke their own record of 27 points at Kalahari, the match that we just saw ended on game 5, and then here at Nextera, they cleaned up house as well for a back-to-back 3 booyah day to just show everyone that this time EWC
you can only do with perfect pals.
But it's not
like
just
master पे खेलना होता है उसके लिए.
And
मैंने
एक
तो उसके लिए और जो वो समन वाला होता है ना, रेड बॉस बोलेंगे ना उसको समन वाले को. मेन उनके लिए ही मैंने pals बनाए थे क्योंकि उनके लिए you need those perfect pals. उसके बिना तुम कर भी नहीं सकते हो, पॉसिबल ही नहीं है. ये 2 चीजें हैं और अगर तुम PvP खेलते हो प्लेयर वर्सेस प्लेयर उसमें चाहिए होते हैं परफेक्ट पैल्स जो नॉर्मल गेम है ना उसके लिए डोंट नीड दोस पैल्स वो उनके बिना हो जाते हैं
But maybe the previous time the heat at Riyadh was just
अभी तो मैं बोली कि अब मैं वापस नहीं बनाऊंगी अगर एंड में ऐसा अलाउड होगा ना कि अब पैल्स जो लाने ला सकते हो तो मैं फिर भी थोड़ा मेहनत कर सकती हूँ क्योंकि नए पैसेस बहुत है बनाने को बट लाइक ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए कि पुराने नहीं ला सकते
and get more comfortable
वो
as
बहुत
most of
खराब
these
चीज़
maps
है।
come by. You start to see Moshi, you start to see Jonah, you start to see Wasana just really step up, able to take up space, and most important, there's a lot of support
फिर
and
तो जो
trust
नॉर्मल
with each
गेम है
other
ना
for them to really
सिर्फ
go
लाइक
all in
फाइनल
on
बॉस
these
तक मैं
fights.
वही
Yeah, but I
करूँगी
have to say, Falcons, man,
लाइक पिछली
what
बार
a
जितना तो
game
फिर मैं
here
नहीं कर रही
on the
भाई नहीं हो
final
पाएगा
one
उतना
at Nextera to pull away 22 eliminations. This was by far their best game of the day. I mean, prior to this match, the most number of points they pulled away was at Solara with 17 points, and their second best was just 13 points. But they just finished Nextera with a 31 bomber. So if you are a Falcons fan, this is exactly what you want for yourself, right? For them to show everyone
India
that
में
they're still
as a
alive and
female you
kicking.
can't be
But
a pro player of
am I
anything.
sad for EVOS? Not really, right? Because
मतलब
at the end of the
according
day,
to
I think they
people.
still will be able to hold on
They
to
will
their
not
top 4
consider
spot.
you
They
one.
didn't manage to wrap the day up with the
They'll be
booyah.
like,
As a matter of fact,
female?
it's the only the one
ये
that they
बहुत
pulled away
अच्छा
at
है यार।
Solara that they looked the
फीमेल्स में
strongest
तो
on
आप
Purgatory.
बड़े
I
अच्छे
thought
हो
they were
यार
about to pull away
नहीं मतलब जब मेल की बात आ जाएगी तब
but,
नहीं
you know,
नहीं
it just
नहीं तब
wasn't
तो ये
their
नहीं
day.
नहीं नहीं
We're
नहीं
gonna
नहीं
have
नहीं नहीं ये
a
नहीं
little
ये
interview
नहीं ऐसे
here with the Buriram
नहीं
esports
weird
players. So we'll
mentality है
throw you
इधर
guys
थोड़ी
onto that. Tash and I will catch you guys.
मतलब वो कॉम्प्लीमेंट भी ना ऐसा मेरे को ऐसा लगता है गैस लाइट करके दे रहे हैं वो कॉम्प्लीमेंट में भी ना वो सेक्सिज्म इन डिसगाइज लगता है मुझे मैंने ना सिर्फ मेरे लिए नहीं कह रही मैंने बहुत जगह पढ़ा है कोई फीमेल एथलीट हो गई कोई स्ट्रीमर हो गई मैंने कई चीजों के रिलेटेड पढ़ा है लोग ना उनको अप्रिशिएट करने कमेंट ही ऐसे करते हैं यार फीमेल्स में तो आप बेस्ट हो यार फीमेल्स में तो आप बेस्ट हो मैंने कहा ये कैसा कॉम्प्लीमेंट है कि अगर फीमेल्स को ऐसा कैटेगरी डालोगे तब आप अच्छे हो वरना नहीं
ก็ใน
ये थोड़ा
EWC
weird लगता है
2025 นะครับ
मेरे को।
performance ของน้องวัฒนาฮะแล้วก็
और
ทีม
इस
บุรี
चीज
รัมย์
से
เนี่ย
ना लोगों को बहुत प्रॉब्लम होती है क्योंकि मैं लिटरली जब से मैंने स्ट्रीमिंग शुरू किया मैं तब से बोलते आ रही हूँ लाइक 6-7 साल
แล้ว
से
ก็หรือว่าทางผู้ชมก็
ये
ตาม
कैसा
คิด
कॉम्प्लीमेंट
ว่ามัน
है
มีผลต่อ performance ของเราในปีนี้บ้างยังไงบ้าง
क्योंकि तब तो ये और कोई बोलता भी नहीं था लाइक मैंने सोशल मीडिया पे भी नहीं देखा था कि कोई बोलता हो इस बारे में अब तो चलो बहुत लोग ये चीजें बोल रहे हैं जो कि अच्छी बात है बट जब से बोल रही हूँ ना तब लेजिट कोई नहीं बोलता था
น่าจะตอนนั้นน่าจะแบบว่าเล่นไม่ได้เองเฉยๆ
हर जगह दिखता है ना मैंने भी देखा है
ยังอยู่ในช่วง
एथलीट हो गए
ที่
कोई
แบบ
भी हो
ฟอร์ม
गए
ตัวเองไม่ได้
ऐसे
ดีด้วย
कॉम्प्लीमेंट करते हैं
คิดว่า
रात 10 को होगा हाँ टाइम तो मेरा गला आई नीड चाय वाला दूध
ในปี EWC 2025 ครับผม performance ของทางน้องวัฒนาแล้วก็ในตัว
I don't
ทีม
think
บุรีรัมย์เนี่ย
Saad
ค่อน
10
ข้าง
पे
ไป
होगा
ทางหน้าผิดหวังนะฮะ
थोड़ा टाइम
คิดว่ามันมีผลอะไร
जाएगा
บ้างกับ
एक्स्ट्रा
ปีนี้ครับผม
साढ़े 10 हो सकता
มัน
है
ก็แบบเหมือนตอนที่เราช่วงที่เรา
क्योंकि अभी
พลา
तो
ด
ब्रेक
ก็
होगा
มันให้
अभी
ประสบ
इंटरव्यू
การณ์
चल
กับ
रहा है
มากกว่า
फिर ब्रेक
ก็
देन
มันทำให้แบบปีนี้เราโตขึ้นด้วยแบบมีประสบการณ์มากขึ้นว่า
Entry
โอเคเราเล่นแบบนั้นไม่ได้
सब
นะ
बाकी
เล่นแบ
है
บนี้ไม่ได้ ใช่เหมือนแบบเป็นประสบการณ์ให้เรามากกว่าครับในช่วงที่แบบมันน่าผิดหวัง
7 10 को हो जाएगा
Yeah,
क्या
I think
start?
in
मुझे
EWC
नहीं लगता
2025 we are quite underperformance below our standard, but with that failure, we study through it, and we think that we study from the failure. That's what made it to EWC 2026 performance.
Wow, amazing. Great answer, Osana.
Well, I mean, you've turned things around now because let's forget about 2025.
Fact by how
because
to
we're
say you
here in
did not get the point by
2006,
not saying you
and
did
you
not
guys
get
have
the
done
point.
such
It's
an
okay.
incredible performance. Now, Asana, I want you to talk us through match number 5.
Yeah, mini games
when
कर सकते हैं,
your
mini games
team was
करते हैं।
in a 1v1 against AGAL, probably your biggest competitor in this lobby. How did that make you guys feel?
ก็อยากสอบถามในแมตช์ที่ 5 นะครับ ในเกมที่ 5 ในตอนที่เราเล่นแข่งต้อง 1v1 กับตัว AGAL นะฮะตอนนั้นมีอะไรเข้ามาในหัวบ้างครับ
ก็แบบว่า
I love you so
มันไหลมาทั้งเกมแล้วครับพอเจอไฟนั้นต่อให้แบบเราจะเสียเปรียบตอนเหลือ 4-3 แล้วก็มุมมันดีกว่าด้วย ตอนนั้นไม่ได้คิดอะไรเลยเพราะว่าในทีมมันแบบใจมันกำลังมากันทุกคนเลยใช่ครับ
Yeah, I think we just like go with the flow of the game, and it's like I think we have a better angle, so that's what lead to the final result.
Hi, Neon.
Okay, amazing. Okay, Wasana, for us to finish, I'm very curious to know about the teams that have threatened you this today, because we have like top 5 teams in Group A that are doing very well, and I want to know which teams can be a threat for Burira.
ก็ในผลของการแข่งขันวันนี้นะฮะก็ท็อป5ตอนนี้เนี่ยก็ค่อนข้างผลออกมาค่อนข้างแบบว่าชัดเจนแล้วนะฮะคิดว่าในท็อป5เนี่ยฮะทีมไหนเป็นทีมที่ค่อนข้างน่ากลัวที่สุดในมุมมองของบุรีรัมย์ครับ
คือสำหรับผมทีมไทยน่ากลัวหมดทุกทีมครับผมให้ทีมไทยเป็นเต็งหนึ่งทุกรายการเลยสำหรับผม
Yeah, in my opinion, every single Thai team in this tournament is like one of the scariest teams. So I would say like every Thai team.
Only Thai?
เราด้วยครับ
Brazil! I knew it.
Well, I mean, look, all of these teams have had an exceptional day today, but of course, you know, Burayam United, and we are here with Wasana, and you have showcased absolute brilliance throughout this entire match, and I feel like other teams should be scared. You should not be scared of any Brazil teams at this moment, you know, especially Loud. I know she's going to hate me after this one, but congratulations again on today's performance, and especially in that last match where you just completely taken over, you know, the top of the leaderboard there. But I think yeah, we're going to get things off running. We're going to take a short little moment and, of course, be back with some more exciting free fire.
मतलब सेम बात है यार, नियॉन कैसी बातें कर रहे हो यार, समझ नहीं आता कभी कभी। मैं खेल छोड़ ही रही हूँ, मतलब क्या सीन है? मिसिंग माय क्वेश्चन, शट अप, इसको तो अनमॉड करके बैन करूंगी मैं। तो खेलना मोबाइल पे होता है, पहली बात आंखें घुसानी पड़ती है उसमें, फिर भी कुछ नहीं दिखता। तो मैं आराम से कंफर्टेबल, देखो एक टांग ऊपर करके पीसी पे देख रही हूँ, मस्त ऐसा चिलैक्स, एकदम मतलब एकदम रिलैक्स मोड में हूँ मैं अभी। मैंने पहना भी मेरा फेवरेट जो कंफी क्लोथ्स है ना, आज वो पहन रखे हैं मैंने। लाइक इससे दिस कैन नॉट गेट बेटर देन दिस। बस अभी बस कमी ये है कि मैं वॉच पार्टी कर रही हूँ। अगर मैं अभी पैलवर्ड खेल रही होती तो मैं अपने रिलैक्स अल्ट्रा प्रो मैक्स मोड में होती अभी, मतलब मजा ही आ जाता। हेलो चिटपिट। हाँ तो फ्री फायर मैक्स सॉन्ग ये सर्च करना है, मैक लिख दिया मैंने, मैक्स सॉन्ग, न्यू सॉन्ग, न्यू ऑफिशियल सॉन्ग, ये करना है मुझे। लड़ जावे कैलाश की एम्बापू सॉन्ग। देखो तुम लोग को चाहिए, मैं इसके लिए सुन लूंगी, बट लाइक मेरे को जस्ट मैं बता दूं, मेरे को नहीं पसंद आता है, मैं जस्ट बता दूं, मतलब इसके लिए मैं चुप रहूंगी। इट्स अ फुटबॉल क्लब, डैम। कॉपीराइट ना आ जाए, वो तो मैंने बोला, वो तो मैंने बोला, एक्चुअली आ सकता है। छोड़ो ना गाइस, आओ बे मिनी गेम्स खेले बाय। मेरे को वैसे भी मेरे को नहीं आते, जस्ट मतलब कोई वो नहीं है मेरे को, बट नॉट माय टेस्ट। I love you so। आओ लाना के सॉन्ग सुनते हैं, उस पे भी कॉपीराइट आ गया था मुझे जब वो जेम्स बॉन्ड खेल रही थी, मैं पहली स्ट्रीम पे ब्लॉग्ड लिखा आ गया था। चलो जियोगे सर, उसमें तो मैं बहुत बुरी हूँ। ओके ओके, we start with Phoenix। Okay okay, shit wait, ये कौन है? ये किलजॉय जैसा है बट किलजॉय नहीं है। वेट, मेरे दिमाग में कुछ आया था। नियॉन है ना? नहीं, नियॉन नहीं है। वेट, मेरे को तो किलजॉय लग रहा है। किलजॉय कर ही देती हूँ। किलजॉय ही है। वाओ, इन वन ट्राई। थोड़ा सा जूम आउट होता तो थोड़ा अच्छा होता। like थोड़ा सा ज्यादा नहीं। it can be bind or sunset. I'll go with bind first. Okay, it's sunset. सनसेट पे ये कहाँ होता है? मिड टॉप। ओ, इट्स नॉट सनसेट। फिर क्या है ये? बाइंड, सनसेट, लोटस नहीं है। आइस बॉक्स भी नहीं हो सकता। हेवन, हेवन पे ऐसा शटर होता है। ब्रीज नहीं है। असेंट हो सकता है ये। वेट, असेंट पे, असेंट पे कहाँ हो सकता है ऐसा? That is a good question. It's not even a scent. यार ये मैंने देखा है, पता है, अभी मुझे याद नहीं आ रहा। मैंने देखा है ये, लेकिन याद नहीं आ रहा। स्प्लिट है ये। स्प्लिट पे ना, बी गराज नहीं, बी गराज नहीं, बी राफ्टर्स, बी बैक। शिट, सभी गलत आ गया मेरा तो। रुको, मुझे शॉर्ट लिस्ट करने पड़ेंगे। 4 तो मैंने ट्राई कर लिए। अबिस नहीं है। ब्रीज नहीं है। हेवन, यार हेवन पे शटर मुझे याद क्यों नहीं आ रहा? भाई मैं मैप ही भूलती जा रही हूँ, मुझे लग रहा है इतने खेलना बंद करके। सी लिंक पे है क्या ऐसा कुछ? शिट, इट्स नॉट इवन हेवन। हेवन, स्प्लिट, असेंट, सनसेट, बाइंड, बच्चा क्या है? एक सेकेंड, एक सेकेंड, मुझे लग रहा है हमारे साथ स्कैम हुआ है। ये आइस बॉक्स है। हमारे साथ स्कैम हुआ है। ये आइस बॉक्स का स्पॉन है। भाई मैंने बोला, मेरे को एंड में याद आया कि आइस बॉक्स के स्पॉन पे होता है। भाई आइस बॉक्स तो खेले कितना टाइम हो गया, दिमाग में ही नहीं था। आइस बॉक्स का स्पॉन कहाँ से याद होगा? हाय हाय, हाय हाय, हाय हाय। नियॉन अल्ट है ना ये? ओवरड्राइव, सोल स्ट्राइफ। दिस गेम इज सो इजी। सिर्फ मैप में बीती हुई। वी हैव वन जॉब, सेव दिस अर्थ, नो एक्सक्यूजेस। ये कौन है? हट, मुझे लगा इनमें मोटे में से कोई है। यार मैं, पता है, ब्रीच से पहले केओ कर रही थी, बट देन आई थॉट कि नहीं, केओ नहीं है ये।
We have one job, save this earth, no excuses.
सही डायरेक्शन में जाते जाते मैं घूम जाती हूँ। स्नेक 4 पे है। स्नेक 4 पे है। स्नेक 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 क्रोकोडाइल। इजी 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 गेम। इधर क्या चल रहा है? इधर टाइम। I love you so. Please. Oh shit. जीजी हो गया। जीजी हो गया। जी 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 जी। ओ नो, ये क्या है? I hope you feel what I felt when you gonna. Please let me go. I love you so. Please let me go. यार W को कैसे फिट करूं मैं अभी? वाह वाह। ये इधर आ भी नहीं रहा ना। यार पता है, लेटर्स वो करने पड़ेंगे वरना नहीं समझेगा ये वर्ड। वियर्ड सा वर्ड लग रहा है मुझे। WH तो मोस्टली ना एक साथ आएगा। नहीं, हाँ लेटर्स करने पड़ेंगे, रुको। ये ट्राई करूं क्या? BSEM एटलीस्ट समझेगा। अरे यार, डिड नॉट हेल्प। शिट। अरे तो चलो पता ही था। मुझे क्यों लग रहा है कोई नॉर्मल वर्ड है और मैं बस फिगर आउट नहीं कर पा रही हूँ। भाई ऐसा कोई वर्ड होता है क्या टेढ़ा सा? मुझे फीलिंग आ रही है ये वर्ड नहीं पता मुझे। मुझे लग रहा है ये वर्ड नहीं पता मुझे। यार शुरू तो ऐसे ही होगा। पॉसिबल नहीं है कोई और वर्ड हो। एक सेकेंड, ये तो कोई एक्चुअल वर्ड नहीं होता ना प्लीज। ये तो मैंने वो कर दिया। स्वाहा। स्वाहा कर देती हूँ। स्वाहा। स्वाहा कर देती हूँ गाइस, स्वाहा। नहीं समझ में आ रहा है मुझे। SWHA ही लग रहा है, पता नहीं क्यों। एक तो H सेकंड पे भी नहीं है, A थर्ड पे भी नहीं है। SPW नहीं, अगर H यहाँ हुआ SPH तो बचा क्या इसमें से? A एंड W। ओ ये कुछ होता है? स्फॉ, स्फॉ नहीं होता। मे बी मुझे P को किसी से रिप्लेस करना चाहिए। नहीं, फिर तो कोई वर्ड नहीं बन रहा वैसे। तो यार SHAW शॉ, बट फर्स्ट क्या होगा फिर? इट्स वियर्ड। गाइस मुझे नहीं पता, तुम लोग बता दो। स्वॉश, स्वॉश ये ए थर्ड पे नहीं है ना। पॉश ये हो सकता है। पॉश पेट होता है कुछ, वही वही मैंने कहा, ये तो मुझे नहीं पता। शॉप क्या होता है? ये तो होगा भी नहीं। पीशॉ ये होता है कुछ? पीशॉ मेरे को लग रहा था कि शॉ होगा और पहले कुछ आएगा, बट नहीं। मैंने कहा ना कोई ऐसा ही वर्ड है जो मुझे नहीं पता। व्हाट इज दिस? Interjection used to express irritation, disapproval, contempt, disbelief. वाह वाह, ये क्या है? ये तो मैंने नहीं सुना कभी, पहली बार सुन रही हूँ जिंदगी में। I love you so, please let me go. Okay, I got one. Maybe E. Maybe it's E. E को लेके मायर, मेट नहीं, मेट नहीं, मेट, पेट, पेट ट्राई कर सकते हैं। इट्स नॉट ई। Dusk, let's try dusk. It's not D also. मतलब I और M में से एक सही है और USK में से कोई गलत जगह पर है बस। ओके लेट्स ट्राई SI। SI से क्या बनता है? सिल्क, बट नहीं, देयर इज नो L। थिंक, थिंक नहीं, नहीं, आई थिंक आई लग रहा है मुझे तो सही। आई के साथ फिर वी कैन ट्राई K ऑल्सो। पिक, पिक, P ट्राई नहीं किया है। ओ बट K का प्लेसमेंट गलत है, राइट? अगर K होगा तो उसका प्लेसमेंट गलत है, तो इट के नॉट बी पिक। ये तो कोई वर्ड नहीं होगा ना। और PIK से कुछ और बनता है कि एंड में? नहीं ना। पिकू नहीं, सो फिर के भी मुझे कम लग रहा है। के आई से इसमें रिपीट तो होते भी नहीं है कि KI से तो जो भी आ रहे सब में रिपीट होते हैं लेटर्स, तो मुझे तो नहीं लग रहा। इट्स नॉट के। एस का ज्यादा चांस लग रहा है। -I-S ऐसा क्या बनेगा? कुछ आ क्यों नहीं रहा यार मेरे दिमाग में? तो गेम तो शुरू नहीं हो गया। रुको भाई, मैंने क्या क्या ट्राई किया है? एक तो कंफ्यूजन हो रहा है मेरे को। बी नहीं ट्राई किया। BI बिट टी नहीं है। बिन्स बिन्स ओके। हाँ तो S और I सही हो गया और एक गलत है, तो मतलब या तो IBS है या फिर NI से क्या बनता है? रिब्स। इट इज इट दिस? गलत। एक सेकेंड, व्हाट? अबे S और I सही नहीं है, ये क्या हो गया? हाँ? हाँ? भाई मेरा ब्रेन लैग हो गया, रुको रुको। भाई भाई शुरू हो रहा हो तो बता देना प्लीज, मेरा ब्रेन लैग हो गया। मुझे पूरा ना वापस चेक करना पड़ेगा। ठीक है, इधर आई सही मिला है अपन को, तो इधर से क्या है वो? एस एस पे येलो है अभी भी, तो मतलब एस फर्स्ट है। अगर रुको एस फर्स्ट है तो ओ, तो जो दो सही थे उसमें वो क्या SIN है? हाँ मुझे लग रहा है अब मैं सही कर रही हूँ। यस, सिंग। भाई मैंने ट्राई किया है फोकस करना, अब आई होप सही हो। भाई ये तो मैं गलत कहाँ चली गई थी, शिट। डस्क में से मतलब एस ही था ना? ओ वेट, जब मैंने पहले SI करके वर्ड सोचे ना तब मेरे दिमाग में सिंग नहीं आया, वरना वहीं खत्म था। मैंने इसके लिए इसको लास्ट में प्लेस किया क्योंकि जब मैं SI से सोच रही थी मेरे दिमाग में वर्ड्स ही नहीं आ रहे थे, सिंग तब आया ही नहीं। लॉल। कहाँ जाना है? UK 140. यूके के पास इधर स्पेन, इधर क्या होता है यार? लेफ्ट में क्या होता है? ग्रीस, फिनलैंड, फ्रांस। अबे फ्रांस से बॉर्डर तो ऑस्ट्रिया भी शेयर करता है ना? ऑस्ट्रिया करता है और शेजिया का आई एम नॉट श्योर। अब यार फ्रांस से कौन कौन करता है बॉर्डर शेयर, मैं भूल गई। स्विट्जरलैंड और इटली। अरे यार और ऊपर के भूल गई भाई मैं, गई तुम लोग ही हेल्प कर दो। जर्मनी। यार नेदरलैंड है उधर, मुझे नेदरलैंड्स की गलत जगह याद है मतलब। शिट। हो गए गाइस मिनी गेम्स एंड आई थिंक इट्स टाइम, अब हो सकता है it might start.
Chúc mình gửi lời chào đến Futsal. Thì mình cũng nghe nói là hồi nãy mọi người đi chung xe với Futsal đến đây luôn. Không biết là mọi người có tương tác gì với nhau không? Có chào hỏi gì, có thân thiện với nhau không ta?
Thì nói chung ở ngoài đời thì tụi em là bạn bè nhưng mà vô game thì là kẻ thù. Một mất một còn.
Một mất một còn. Vậy thì Bé Lệ một nghĩ thế nào về Futsal giải đấu hiện tại?
Em nghĩ Fluso họ rất là mạnh về khoảng teamwork, nhưng mà nếu mà bọn em bắn đúng phong độ thì có lẽ cũng sẽ không thua kém gì họ.
Okay, of course, like outside we are friends, but in game, of course, we are enemies. One loss and one win. And overall, I think that Fluxo is very strong about the teamwork, but also the tactics. But if us, Team Secret, play our best, we are not going to lose them. Well, thank you, VS1 a lot. And this is the end of our interview. Thank you so much for watching. And please continue your journey at EWC 26.
Welcome back to Free Fire at EWC 26. It's time. I wasn't lying to you. It is Group B gonna be coming in. I mean, we got some surprises in that Group A. I know one team. Conchita, you're back with us. Thank you so much for coming back.
Yay,
you're gonna be looking at RRQ.
Yes, it's so good to be back. It's so good to finally see RRQ back in action because I'm rooting for them, obviously. I've always wanted to see them finally get the trophy, finally get to be able to feel and experience how it's like to be number one. Because the case is almost like, you know what they're saying? Always the bridesmaid and never the bride. That is kind of the case with RRQ, unfortunately, but I'm pretty sure that they're here to finally break the curse this year. Please don't make it a jinx. Don't make it another Aurora moment with Neptune over here. No, I'm not trying to jinx you, RRQ. I'm really rooting for you.
Oh, no. Maybe it'll be a blessing. Remember, AJ and Tash, they were able to bless some teams. Maybe you talking about RRQ will definitely be a blessing because I know one team that Lays wants to bless is none other than Team Secret.
The underdogs. Story. I'm always, going out for those, the people that sort of, don't have the massive names, you know what I mean? But Team Secret. Now in 2025, they didn't do good. Okay, so why are you picking them? Like they weren't that great in 2025 where, they completely had a brand new roster, choked. Yep, I'm using that. And they hit about 14th place. And it was only in the last couple of global series and online tournaments that they were able to win back to back to back. So talk about on the rise and the come up. Team Secret are going to be the ones you have to keep an eye out on because although in earlier performances not that good, but it seems like something has come into the drawing board which is making this team definitely one to watch.
Okay, well, hey, we'll have to wait and see
No
if
jinxes.
that's going to be a jinx or if it's a good call out and they'll be like,
Survival
you know what, we really
में
don't
10
wanna
games
choke.
होते
One
हैं,
team
wow.
that's going to be looking not to choke
भाई
here
non-stop
on day
10
one
game
of Free
खेलेंगे
Fire
वो
at
लोग.
EWC 26 is
बेचारे
going to be
थक
Fluxo,
जाएंगे
because
भाई.
this is that one championship that they're currently missing. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be looking to be like Burram, come in and get 3 booyahs.
Oh yeah, I mean expecting that as well, especially when the top dogs is not part of this. Like we've seen the group death from Group A. Group B right now is. I couldn't say that they don't have that fire compared to what we've witnessed earlier, but it's a similar story from what we witnessed from RQ, Fluxo, especially after they were. They were stolen of that global finals championship by Burram United. Everything was just going downhill. Well, not too much of downhill. They were just short out of being champions once again. So I'm really looking forward to that turnaround being brought in by Fluxo right now. And let's see though, because they still have the usual fire in them. And we were talking about snipers. MT7 will be in there. So I would love to see him really perform.
I mean, the reigning MVP out of Brazil too, right? And if we're going to be talking about players, once one player, whether he's from RQ, Conchita, or from some other squad, because I know we're not biased to RQ here whatsoever on this desk.
We are not. We are not. I clearly just said that there's always time for them to be champions because, come on guys, number 2 is not good enough. And I think it is time for you guys to step it up. But yeah, speaking of players, I really want to appreciate how Dutz is doing so well as the captain of RRQ. But also, something that really caught my attention is actually what the Fatality team is doing this year, because they are trying a new meta. 2 snipers, 2 rushers. That is something out of this world.
Support.
And they are the strongest that they've been with this new formation and movement that they're trying to do. And it's just so amazing what a small change can do to a team.
Okay, Neptune, I see you itching over there. You're like, you're getting happy feet. You're like, yes.
He's trying to push me off the camera. He's moving so much.
Pretty sure you want to talk about this one too, huh?
Yeah, I mean, like I've watched this team from when they were introduced Southeast Asia in FFWS, and it was just a Falcon Hunters. And then they switched from Falcon Hunters to a Giant Hunters because they're just going against all the giants like Burram United, AJAL, and now bringing that into the conversation, double snipers. Back then they were just the ones trying to catch up. Now they're ones leading the teams to a different meta. And I don't know if someone will copy them. I know if someone will copy them quite well to counter them, but we know that Chris Jaw, the coach, has a plan in there. I tried to squeeze it out of him, but he's a lock.
Well, let's do a bit of a prediction, right? With what we've seen so far out of Group A and how you have seen the lobby play out, what do you expect from that kind of new meta, from that kind of formation? Do you expect it to maybe perform quite well in surprises here, like some of the other squads were able to? Or what are you expecting from having 2 snipers?
Well, there's a lot of aggression that you can put in. Like you have more information, especially when it comes to Kalahari. And even in those usual maps like Bermuda, Purgatory, you still have a long range of information as well as elimination capability. So, and from similar to what I mentioned earlier for Burram United, they once they get that knock, they already use the launch pod ready to go in for that shot, for that confirmation. And they know exactly if they will be third party. And they can pull out quite quickly. So that's what we've seen from Bigatron, or Team Vitality rather. They're quick on their feet. They know when to get in and out because they know how to choose their fight.
Yeah, and seeing how the train goes from the Group A, I think the lobby looks quite similar to what we usually see at the Southeast Asia games, right?
That is exactly what I was going to ask. I was like, that lobby was stacked. What are we in for?
It is so familiar. And the thing that I'm also noticing is that all the passive team are not doing so well in the Group A. So yeah, I think it's finally the chance for teams like Fatality, who are trying new things with 2 snipers, to actually perform really well and become, take the center of the stage.
I mean, sometimes when you have that particular play, you are adhering to the strengths of each player, because in any sort of game, you're like, oh, I'm going to play support and just kind of sit in the back here. But no, I'm excited to see this because that is putting, probably everybody's strengths in the forefront. And yeah, it could turn out like a complete mess. But, to be one of the teams that are sort of only particularly running that sort of combination, this could be such an exciting match just to see this. And I want to see how many people copy it. Oh, I'm ready.
Oh my God, this is actually my very first EWC, as I told you before, and I am so moved by what I'm seeing today. I mean, can you see how amazing the fans of Fluxos are?
I wish they were right behind us. I'm not gonna lie, because not only are they doing that stuff,
my hands up
they
too.
also had some drums. They had a bunch of energy. They're jumping up and down. They even have their mascot here. So actually, is that right? Yes, that might be right. I'm hearing that the amazing Karen Bombshell has an interview with some fans.
Can you feel this energy? This is the atmosphere of Brazilian fans. I am right now at the Fluxo crowd. Let's talk about with Amoroso, who is responsible for all these people that came all the way from Brazil just to cheer for their favorite team, Fluxo. Okay, Amoroso, I know this is your first time here in Paris, the first time you are out of Brazil. How does it feel to be the first time you are out of Brazil only for your passion for esports and especially for your team? Eu sei que é a sua primeira vez fora do Brasil e eu quero saber como é que você está se sentindo saindo pela primeira vez do Brasil pela sua paixão pelo esporte eletrônico e para torcer para o seu time.
Cara, a sensação acho que é inexplicável. Não só eu, né, mas a maioria, 99% da torcida nunca nem viajou direito, tipo, não saiu do Brasil pela primeira vez. E tá todo mundo muito feliz, principalmente que a gente é uma torcida muito apaixonada. A gente nunca imaginou, né, porque tipo, a gente ia pra WB, né, pra FTW Brasil de metrô, resenhando. Eu nunca imaginava que um dia a gente ia de avião assistir o nosso time em outro país, né, principalmente Paris, cidade maravilhosa. Então, nós estamos muito orgulhosos do que a gente já construiu e eu garanto que a gente vai fazer história aqui e vai sair com esse título.
There's no words to explain what I'm feeling right now. It's such a special moment to bring all these people from Brazil, especially because we used to go to the regular season of Brazil by subway, by train, by walking, and these people could never imagine to get in an airplane and come all the way to Paris at EWC 2026. So right now, we are really happy to be here, especially to support Fluxo. That's our team. We love them. Okay, guys, make some noise!
बस इंग्लैंड ही जीतेगी आज रोहित. Let's go. पहले तो क्यूट है. It's cute.
I swear, I have better dance moves than this, but I'm not supposed to move that much.
That's dad
So
dances.
just
I have one question actually. Carol, can I be adopted by you? Me too. She looks like such a fun mom, you know, with the fans, with the drums and everything, the spirit. Oh my God, amazing. Girl
It
crush.
is. I mean, that outfit she's wearing too. She's sparkling everywhere.
I know, I
You
know,
see her
right?
walking, you'd be like, oh, there goes Carol.
That's my disco ball.
Yeah, a ball of energy for sure. Love you, Carol.
She's gonna. Yes, this is what I wanted.
Oh yeah.
I asked for it, and we got it. Hold on, brother, I need you to come over here with that drum because I want to be able to bang on that drum at least once. But you know what? Since we have Fluxo here, earlier we saw Buram being able to get 3 booyahs.
Yeah.
Nobody expected that. I think it's safe to say that nobody expected that. So let's do the unexpected. Let's see, maybe we can cast her, curse them, or bless them in some kind of way. Lace, I'm gonna go with you first. Which team do you think, and don't let the teams behind us and the fans behind us influence your decision, that you think they might get 3 booyahs coming up in this Group B series?
I'm gonna get. I need some crowd control after this because I'm gonna go.
That's the spirit, girl. Love you.
Although you
She sold you on it.
She really did. So we're double caster cursing, right? No, we're double
something like that.
giving positivity.
Yeah.
Today I'm
Double
supporting
blessed.
We have a shrine in the
Hopefully.
back.
Fingers crossed. Okay.
Before you give me your answer, before I go to Neptune as well, you were telling me that there is one player from RQ that you really wanted to talk about.
Yeah, I kind of really want to see how Rans is doing because he's a rather new player. And what's interesting is that RRQ actually plucked him from the academy. So he's got a lot to prove. He's still very young and he's playing the role of a playmaker, which, as we all know, usually is given to Abai. So it's something new that he's trying. I'm just really hoping that he can do his best, and the stage fright doesn't really affect him because then again, being a new player, being new to EWC, it's a whole another pressure.
We call it new player, but it's a new dynasty.
Yeah.
You know, we have these seasoned players that have set in their ways, and then you get these younger players that come through that change everything. And then it is the absolute world. So new dynasty, not new player.
England, although you colonized my country, colonized था कुछ ऐसा ही word था. Today I'll support you करके.
Definitely do. And you know what? I'm gonna give you some more time because I think I have an idea who
ऐसा बोला मैंने, ऐसा रील आया था रात को मेरे को.
in regards to the team that might end up getting 3 booyahs. So Neptune, you got some
S8UL and TG matches. Yup.
to the RRQ.
Bermuda, Solara, Purgatory, Nextera, Kalahari. क्या नाम है भाई? Crazy name
right now. I'm just going to numbers right here. But because based on like the qualifiers that they have, the regionals that they have, they're the ones that has the most booyahs. 14 if I'm
There are more Argentina supporters नहीं.
They're not even. That's just even the first phase, the first league. So I'm really looking forward to that, to continue that here on, because there's a lot of paying back that needs to be happening right now. Luxo is waiting for this opportunity, and guess what's missing when they are in EWC right now is the fans. But now we're getting that energy. We're going to get that energy as well, because if you go to Brazil, you can see how.
So it's not saying, can you just tell? Okay, tell Burhan. Hello, Soul. Can you like play, bro? We are waiting, bro. Please start playing. Thank you, बोल दिया मैंने. Don't worry. Don't worry. अब भी खेलेंगे वो लोग. बस मैंने बोल दिया, मैंने डांट दिया.
Okay, I do. Should I talk a little slower then?
Which team?
Was it supposed to unite nations and world? That is true.
Well, obviously I have
इस बार तो ज़्यादा unity दिख रही है.
place for RQ in my heart. But
मतलब
if
मेरे
we're
को तो
talking
दिख
about
रहा है.
distractions, I think one of the biggest distractions that they need to face and conquer this time is secret WAG.
That is
Because
called
they
that
are
time.
one of the strongest contender that we have right now in the Southeast Asia. And I do think that they have a lot to prove at this
7:30
EWC
का timing है.
2026.
7:10
But again, if you
मैंने
ask me
बोला ही
which
था
team
कि नहीं होगा.
are most
मैंने
likely
बोला था
to
10:30 होगा.
replicate what Buriram United Esports has just done, 3 booyahs, I think I'm gonna have to go with RRQ. They just deserve it, you know. It's just, I really wanted this to happen for them. I genuinely do.
That's a crazy way, long way to
No. Yamal versus Messi final. No, I believe in Ryan Gosling and Jude. I believe in them. Haaland ने believe किया बाहर हो गया.
It's not without distractions.
Mbappe में किया बाहर हो गया. मैं खुद का
it pains me to say this, but a lot of people has been saying
अभी
that they
देखती
have
हूँ
this
Ryan
joke
Gosling
that,
और
they
Jude
haven't really
Bellingham
found
देखते हैं.
how to be rid of that yet. You know, the stage fright. I don't know, something. Yeah, well, let's just call it a curse, okay? Just they need to break the curse right away.
It happens. Honestly, we've seen many teams in different battle royales. We've seen teams being able to do it here at Free Fire too. Where you get to this kind of position, where you get to this kind of event, and the comfort of your home is no longer there. The comfort of having close relatives to kind of support you if you have a bad day is not there. Even though sometimes we do have family traveling with some of the players, it's just a completely different atmosphere, and sometimes players do tend to choke. Sometimes the pressure does get to them. What I want to know, Neptune, is if you are one of those players, let's say 3 games not really going your way, right? What can you do as a player to just snap yourself out of that mindset?
Again, one thing that pressures the team is because they're not
कोई
enjoying
नहीं यार, अब
the
वो
game.
कुछ नहीं
And that's
बदले तो क्या
basically
हुआ?
that-
हम
that-
थोड़ी
that's a
बदल
basic when
जाएंगे.
it
हम
comes
तो
to
support
playing the
करेंगे
game.
ना
All you
यार.
have to do is enjoy it, because that's where
चाहे
everything
हारे
gets
चाहे
clear.
जीते, हम तो
Whatever
support
practice
करेंगे
would
ना यार.
be coming back to you. There's no more pressure of the opponents, no more pressure of the crowd. Just enjoy yourself. Just go back to the basics, and then that's when you go with the checklist of how are you
यार
going
कर
to
दो
go with
यार,
it? Are you
शुरू
going
फिर
passive or
password
going
भी
aggressive?
खेलना है
Will you be Like, and I'm pretty sure these teams have plans from A to Z, or probably even more.
And if I was one of the players, I'd be like, but Neptune, booyahs are fun. Winning is fun. But
eliminations are fun.
Not really, no. Yeah, but then again, I have to agree with Neptune, because the more you let yourself go, the freely you play, the better you get. So I think it happens in every sports. The mentality of going all out and just putting it out there, the sincerity of it is actually what's going to help you to perform better.
Yeah, and the one thing that we actually don't want from any of these teams, and that we tend to see quite often, as sad as it is to say this, is that they wait for the last second to just actually send it. When they got nothing to lose, that's when they're like, you
Team
know what?
Falcons.
Yeah, we got nothing to lose. Let's just send it. And luckily for Group B, I mean, you're going to have 6 matches to start off with. You saw what happened with Group A. Going into this lobby, Lace, especially in Group A, we saw so much aggressiveness. Are you think it's going to be the same? Because I'm thinking it's going to be the same. Aggressiveness is at the top of the chart.
Well, I did talk about that. I said, I think it was even with GG, match number 1, where they hit 17 limbs. They came out incredibly strong, which solidified those future games for them. Did they win? No, but they were sitting in the middle of the pack, you know, a little bit more safe than hitting those bottom 2 on the leaderboard. So I think come out incredibly strong. And, you know, we're talking about the teams, double snipers, double rushes. Like, just see if this works. Give yourself those 2 matches, those first 2, come in strong. Doesn't work, and adapt and make changes through there. But, yeah, y'all need to, like, turn this up, because I need to see some action.
Yeah, I mean, it's Paris and it's summer, so it's hot outside. Might as well turn up the competition inside as well, right? And as I keep saying,
entertain us.
As I keep saying, I think we've been seeing some changes now. Aggressive way of playing is actually works, and it is what the team has been trying to do in the first group, and I think that's the only way to do it now, since Group B have some dangerous teams in it as well. So.
Yeah, I think what we would expect, especially this is second half of our day number 1, because they've seen a lot of tactics already. They've watched, they stalked a lot of teams right now. So they can get more of those strategies on their own, especially if it's in tune with their own personality. And that's what we would expect right now, especially with those, as you mentioned, Gun Dynasty. Who doesn't want to be on the top of the board, like doesn't care about getting booyahs yet, because it's just the number 1. You don't need that for the like compared to Champion Rush, so you can go with that kind of approach and then rest towards the second half.
Okay, well, it's time to see if Group B is gonna be top heavy, or if we're gonna be seeing something different that we haven't seen yet. Group B, Free Fire at EWC 26 starts now.
Of our teams have now had a chance to compete right here on the Gadia City grid. And there's plenty more where that came from, Looting.
Yeah, of course, 40 ace players just waiting in the backstage now, and they're counting down the time, the moment, until they can finally get their hands on the game.
Well, let me take this opportunity to remind you that this is your chance to instill the fear of combat into your opponents. Don't hold back, don't hesitate, and trust in your teammates.
Yeah, and as we saw in the first group, like, there is few surprise, but most of the time the favorites just have made strong start to the tournament. It will be maybe the same on Group B. I mean, we will find out in a few minutes now. So please, ladies and gentlemen, help me to welcome our teams, starting with Miyako!
Al Ahly Esports.
Total Gaming Esports IQ.
Straw Hats Esports.
Lion.
S8UL Esports.
Emibelos!
Let's go!
Team Vitality!
यार इसमें तो बढ़िया नहीं आई।
Twisted Minds! Team Secret!
Team Secret!
And finally, Fluxo W7M! This is where your journey begins. You decide whether you dominate or whether you simply survive. This is Free Fire at the Esports World Cup.
And which team will come out on top in this Group B? Hey, you know what? It's time to find out.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Esports World Cup Free Fire 2026 here in Paris, France. We made it, Lucifer. We have made it. My name is Husky, of course, joined by Lucifer on the desk, and we will have 6 more games coming up. This time with the teams from Group B, a group with a lot of second places, a lot of podium finishes, but never at the top, a lot of second place curses, a lot of redemption arc waiting to be reignited again.
I really like that we're going to be casting this group, especially because everybody's got to prove themselves. That's the main impact of this group. Compared to our Group A, where we saw the Group of Death, the most difficult group, the toughest of the teams, and you could see it's already top heavy. But I think this is the Group B, 6 games, where anything can happen. Everybody has a chance. Yes, Fluxo is one of the favorites, and they are roaring with their fans right here. And on top of it, RRQ, they're somebody who's looking forward to get themselves on the board and not choke.
Yeah, if you want to look at a lobby with teams that have known heartbreak more than anyone else, this is the lobby. This is the group. Fluxo last year in Jakarta in the Global Finals 2025, second place for both categories, both ripped away by Thai teams AJL in Clash Squad, BRU in the Battle Royale after breaking the streak for 2 years straight. RRQ, same thing, EWC 25, 3 chances, and they dropped all of it. Recently in the Spring Clash Squad, same thing.
Let's go, guys! Finally!
They came in second again. So many storylines that they're waiting to complete, and I think this is a very good litmus test for us to find out who has the upper hand, who came in more prepared than everyone else.
And on top of it, like Fluxo are trying to get to their winning ways. I think what Team Secret did, just in the recent SEA finals that we ended up seeing for Spring, they took it in a storm. They became the champions, and nobody could believe what just happened. I think they are going to be looking forward to replicate that here, because this is Vietnam coming here for EWC. They missed out last year. They want to make sure that this 26th season is something that they can be able to prove, along with, as we mentioned, right, Group A already being the most difficult group. Here there's an opportunity for the South Asian team, something that we did not see a lot in Group A. They missed out their opportunities. It was a very tough lobby out there. They couldn't get out from the bottom 6, but I think here there's a wild chance for the Bangladeshi teams, for the Indian squads, all going up the ranks.
Hey, we have Seoul, we have Straw Hats. I think even TG is in here. Total Gaming is here as well. I personally, if you ask me, I'm looking at Latin teams, right? I am looking at both MIBR Lost and Lion, especially Lion, because this is a team that has members, has players from Rainbow 7 back in FTW 2025, and one of my favorite sniper players out there, Games King. Young player, young prodigy from the region. He has made a promise that he's going to be the one that goes on that big stage. He gave us quite the performance last year on that global stage, but it wasn't enough to close things out. Now he gets a second chance here.
And I think I agree with you. I think Lion are a team to watch out for everybody else. The 12 lot, 11 lot. And if they don't, he might be a menace in the lobby in its entirety. The other survivors will have a very tough battle to go through. But I think it is another opportunity for young guns. When you already spoke about it, S8UL Esports, they are the guns that are looking forward to prove on the global stage. They've been very aggressive in the Indian lobbies. They've been known as the underdogs, and now they're looking forward to prove in such a stage as here. I hope that aggressiveness right out of the game number one, like how we ended up seeing Loud, is out here from S8UL.
Yeah, and if you talk about young guns and aggressive players, right? We have people from Fluxo who have also had quite the journey. Even before they were Fluxo, they won their first trophy back in 2022, and then they did it again the year after under the banner of Fluxo, with only one minor change to the roster in the sniper role, right? But this entire squad has been together for like 3-4 years now, and they're constantly chasing for new highs. They've came close in recent times, and when you look back at EWC 24 and 25, they didn't really have the best finish. Last year, didn't even qualify for Champion Rush. They were bottom 6 in the grand finals, alongside teams like BRU
because
and
they
surprisingly. And now I think they are in a very good spot to make things right. Even though you look at how they qualify here, they came in
तो ऋषभ भाई पहले एंट्री करते हैं ना, प्लेयर्स आते हैं फिर खेलना शुरू होता है, अभी आके बैठे हैं, इससे थोड़ी है 7:30 का टाइम है, ठीक है, प्लेयर्स जहाँ बैठे हैं वहीं से खेलना शुरू थोड़ी होगा.
Teams have had an opportunity to prove themselves, win, like how we spoke about Team Secret, right? They took up an opportunity who nobody in that SCA Grand Finals thought would be possible. Back-to-back booyahs, and something that Fluxo right now can do it for themselves. I think right now everybody is looking and gearing for them because they've been roaring from the very start. Even before we ended Group A, that was one noise that we heard from the very start and from the very beginning. And I think when we talk about the beginnings of all things, I think I want to talk about Total Gaming as well. This is a squad from India that have been the biggest in terms of names for Free Fire, and they want to prove on the global stage. They have certain recent changes that they're trying to test the grounds itself, and now that they're on an international stage, they would rightfully want to prove their decades of experience right here, right now.
Even for me, it's a very exciting time because it's technically not the first time we've seen teams from South Asia and India compete in a regional international stage. We actually saw it for the first time back in 2022, and it's been a long time coming, right? Like we sort of have the same journey as the Aurora Gaming from Malaysia, where it took 4 years since the last appearance on an international stage. So I think this really goes back to how much they can make use of the unpredictability of this group, right? I think with how volatile Group B is, it is very easy to blow the gates wide open and take that lead. Our experts actually also talked about RRQ's young star runs, right? Conchita mentioned it earlier on. This is someone that has been on my radar for a while in Clash Squad. Phenomenal performance. I think taking over the reins of Abai in that playmaker role has really suited him very well. But like she mentioned, this is also the true test. Can he kind of deal with the pressure, right? Or will he fold?
We will kind of see how it goes for the side of RRQ, mainly because even I was having a chat with Neptune yesterday, depending on what RRQ keep making changes about. They're very adaptable in their play style. And Maal, right? He's been the main man who everybody thinks is going to fight from afar, but all of a sudden he's right in front of your face. So things like that, strategies coming out, could be something that we see especially in this group, where we saw Group A had dedicated stuff that they were doing, whether it be the support players, whether it be the rushers or the snipers. There were those specific roles, but in Group B, a lot can change because we have teams who want to prove themselves. Al Ali itself, them here on this stage, they want to prove themselves from MENA, and now here on EWC 2026 Paris, they want to make sure that they are one of the ones in the top 4, especially because it's cutthroat, right? Yeah. If you don't be at the top 4, you have to go to the survival stage, and if you don't stay in the top 10, you're out of the tournament. Tomorrow.
It's insane because you look at survival stage, there's an extra 10 games you have to play, right? You play 12 in the group stage, and if you perform good enough, you skip that 10 games. You get the prep for the grand finals. If not, you go to another gruesome 10 games, and then we have an uncapped grand finals with a 90-point threshold to even have a chance of winning everything. I think at the end of the day, I personally want to see some of these regions, these unproven regions, give us something to smile about, right? Last year, Dragon Esports has proven that in Riyadh. Sure, there were some shortcomings we did discuss on broadcast at that point of time. They're not the best when it comes to gunfights, but one thing that they excelled in is reading the circle. They are making smarter choices, better rotations, and more crisp macro manipulations to outsmart teams like BRU, like Falcons, like Fluxo, and that's why they were even top 6 in the first place. So I think if we can find some of the talents in this pool of Group B teams, it is going to be a very, very interesting day.
It is, and when you say about the smart choices, right, I want to talk about Team Vitality in the Asia Invitational that we right now had. They became the champions, right? They took it away from Team Apex Gaming. Team Apex Gaming had almost an opportunity. Katie goes right up on the roof. If that worked out, maybe in the Asia Invitational, we ended up seeing Team Apex Gaming and India getting a crown just before they headed towards the Esports World Cup. But Team Vitality taking that might be a push for them here on the international stage where they have an opportunity to take another title for themselves, because that might be the high that they'll be riding on.
Yeah, I mean, they almost got that trophy last year, right? It went all the way to a Game 10, and you cannot script this any better. The last 4v4 fight was between them and EVO's Divine. They were also the one that stopped RQ from winning everything in Game A, and you know, they were the ones that really gave us that Game 10 in a way. So this year, I think Team Vitality, even though they haven't really been at the top, you don't really see them on the podium finish, they have done more than enough to get themselves onto Paris, and I think this is what actually matters in the grand scheme.
Uncrowned champion बोलूंगा because वो crown इनको नहीं मिलता, बाकी performance इनकी हमेशा निखर के आती है in terms of elimination, in
भाई
terms
decide
of
करो guys,
placement points,
हिंदी इंग्लिश
consistency, वो चीज यहाँ पे हम बार-बार
नहीं,
देखते हैं।
ओ
और जब
सब
भी
नहीं बोल रहे भाई।
Group B is a group of opportunity. If you're able to put yourselves ahead of everybody else, you can get to the top of the charts. You can make it to the top 4 here on day 1 of the group stages itself.
Yeah. And I think one of the factors that is going to affect which team have better chances is the map rotation, right? We saw in Group A, it's going to be the same for Group B. I think you and I had this discussion behind backstage where this feels like it favors the Indonesians. It favors RQ, Vitality, and Fluxo to a certain degree, right? We no longer have Alpine in the map rotation. So we're looking at Bermuda. We start off good, then we go Solara, then Curveball, then we go to Purgatory, and then Nextera, Kalahari, Nextera. I think the last 3 maps is going to be incredibly brutal for teams that are not called RQ, that are not called Team Vitality.
And I like that you brought out that this is going to be a really good map rotation, matches that we are going to flow through for the Indonesian teams.
Okay, my bad.
When you kind of place back in time, the teams from Thailand were dominating Free Fire in general. But now Indonesia, such a vivid history of Free Fire, are getting back to those titles. RRQ, we were talking about it. They're getting closer. I think that finish that the refining might have just happened right before the Esports World Cup. Same goes for Team Vitality. They've been on the hunt for this title. They're playing on mobile. By Nick. But this time, maybe Hook or Crook, they make it happen.
Yeah. Only thing that I am slightly sad about that we're not going to see for the next, well, today and tomorrow is Team Vitality against Falcons, right? In different groups, love to see the Falcon Slayers show up somehow, but good chance that if they both make it, whether it's to survival stage or the grand finals, I think it's almost a guarantee if you just, you know, look at public opinion.
Yeah.
But I'm a sucker for underdog stories, right? At some point, I'm willing to sacrifice some of these top dogs to get the unproven regions on that big map, right? If you want to trade our, okay, maybe a bit too much.
Yeah.
If you want me to trade Aurora for Straw Hats, I would make that trade.
Agree. I think that works out. But when you kind of talk about these underdog stories, right? You need to talk about the new regions who have come into the Esports World Cup. That's going to be USA. We've already talked about it. USA, Mia Kopp coming into this Esports World Cup 2026. We saw how they played out. And I think out of the lot from USA, they are really good. So going up on this international stage, we've not seen the newer teams prove as well immediately when they start off. But if they can, that tells us the competition is completely changed.
Yeah, actually, it's quite the breath of fresh air as well. Right? I would have dreamed of having the States in Free Fire as well, but here we are. And also a fun thing to point out, a fun little detail that we actually both noticed at the start of the day is that what do you call the shield, where you put the key in.
Exactly.
Right? So there's the inscription in the middle, right? And it's written everything, nothing is gained, everything is earned, and it's inscribed in the native language of the team that won last year. So if you rewind or at some point you get a clear shot of that again in the center, you can see the writing is actually Bassett Indo because he did win last year. Neat little detail, I learned a lot.
And this makes that shield a lot more personal to get it. Yes. Right? You have your own inscription for the region that you're going to be representing, your own language that is going to be coming up, and you could get to the totem, which we started at the start of the day. You've seen on the stream itself, as we are going to be starting off the group B games, that is something that these players will be thinking at the back of their mind. A long run of 12 games in total, but today they will have to only worry about the first 6 games they play out, how they start off, how they change. And I think for Group B compared to Group A, it's about adaptability, change, be on top of your heels. If you're going to be setting your foot down, it's going to be very tough.
I agree. And you know, ironically, there's still one more team that we haven't highlighted, and it's also a team that a lot of time gets sidelined, but not for a bad reason. It's Twisted Minds, right? This is a team that they have always been doing some of the dirty work behind the scenes. They've always been putting out good numbers, but they're never sort of under the microscope. They're never in the center of the stage, because it feels like when they pop off, you get an instant or two of good moments, of good plays, but afterwards, you sort of desire more from them, and it feels like it never happens. And I hope that they change it this year, right? Because this is a team that previously, when we still had one of the best snipers from Thailand, Saming on their squad, it is one of the deadliest teams. It is actually the first team to ever qualify for the esports World Cup 24 in Riyadh. They were the first team to make it through under the banner of Reverse Grade, and then they became Twisted Minds. But ever since then, it hasn't really been the same, and we are still looking for the spark that made Twisted Minds 2 years later.
Something that is same that we have seen from the very start, even before our start of the team entries, is the energy coming in from the Fluxo fans. They're looking unstoppable. I'm just loving this vibe that they've created for Arena, for the stage that we are at, for Esports World Cup 2026 Paris. It looks unstoppable. The energy is just going through veins for everybody. And it feels like for us also on the desk, right? Just jump up from your seats, start dancing, vibe to those beats, and go to Fluxo.
last week,
They're
week
enticing
7.
everybody sitting
Week
here
7 is
to
from
just
around
root
like
for Fluxo.
18th
How will you not want to root for Fluxo, right?
Yeah.
In fact, even when they lifted out the banner, there's actually like a backstory lore, right? We asked Carol about it, and it was the whole encounter between Fluxo and MIBR Los back in their regular split. And well, guess what? They're both in the same lobby again, and we actually would get a potential remake of that scenario on Kalahari if it does happen, because record has it. MIBR Los has had Fluxo's numbers back on Kalahari until Fluxo decided that they've had enough, and that's where the whole quote comes out. It translates roughly to, "Dang it, they had us." I can't go any further than that, but you get the idea, right? And it became a quote for the Fluxo fans that they are now flying on that banner.
नहीं
which is
हसन
nice,
अभी
right?
नहीं
Like,
हुआ
sometimes people
वेट ही
think
कर
that,
रही है
oh,
कब से
this is planned now. I'm telling you, no one rigged
हाँ
anything.
PBC
Right?
जुलाई
It falls into
21
place. Who could have
मोबाइल
expected
तो
Team Secret to
4
win
के
spring?
बाद
If you
तो
ask
6
me, I
ऑगस्ट
would
बोल
say,
रहे हैं ना
no
पाजी
way.
and CS
I
last
tuned
week
in, I saw them lift the trophy, and I'm like, okay, they
19
won.
20 के
How did they
आसपास
win?
probably
4 booyahs? Hello?
Yes, I was so surprised to see that happening one after another, and I think that's a similar storyline I kind of expect
नहीं
from
कर रहे भाई
RRQ
लोग
when I was talking about the Asia Invitational, right? They were so close. They were closer than Vitality, even though they had activated the Champion Rush. It was supposed to be RRQ to close it, because they made a similar comeback like that, back to back booyahs, and they activated the Champion Rush, but they missed out on closing it, and Team Vitality just did it.
Yep, but we actually seen it many times. Even from a team that's actually not here, Team Onyx Esports, going back in spring 2025. We know that, right? They won the Champion Rush when no one expected them to do so. Unfortunately, the 25 round wasn't that great for them in Riyadh. I think that is the crazy thing about Champion Rush, which we have plenty of time to mentally prepare for. But you can see some of these teams, they're holding hands, they're making sure that, you know, they were actually in a group hug, you know, before the walk-ins. A lot of these teams, especially those that are coming in for the very first time, just making sure that they dial in. Right? For the experienced ones like Fluxo, we see Bobs, he's meditating, he's ready to wreak havoc. But like again, for the unproven regions, I'm looking forward to see if they can upset the balance. I think that is the most exciting part right now.
I think the weighing scale is going to be a big imbalance in this group B. You cannot figure out which team's doing better. Right from game 1 to our end at game 6, you will have no clue about it. But as the fans are riling up, it's also time to start our very first game. It is Bermuda for Group B here at the Esports World Cup 2026
finally, guys.
in Paris.
Finally!
Let's continue to light things up, because Group B is going to be a fantastic show. And right off the bat, we got to look at how Bermuda plays out, right? In this case, very, very generous flight path right down the middle. We should get a decent circle. The drops come in still pretty much what we expected from the teams that we see a lot. Vitality going to Observatory, RQ going to Remnant Village. I want to see who takes peak, right? Because usually it's a BRU spot, but BRU isn't here. We're looking at TG deciding to go for peak. I think Fluxo should go for Cape Town or somewhere that gears towards Sentosa. Miyako also heading that direction as well, but actually Fluxo spreading out.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised. Fluxo going all over the map. We can see one of the players, as you already mentioned, between Miyako, but most of the teams seems to be a little safe and sound, except for Twisted Minds and RLE Esports. A little bit of a quick battle, first elimination picked up by Exposy. And that's going to be C4, who's already down, and that's going to be Al-Ali already in a disadvantage. Remind Hawk and Simons has to pick this up. They're closer, a quick dash to get the player back up. They
Twisted Mind है इसमें मैं वही सोच रही थी उस टाइम लोगो दिख रहा था.
It is still very much understandable. If we don't lose too much, worst case scenario, you go back to square one. I think for Al-Ali, that's exactly what they're looking at, right? Buy some distance between them and Twisted Minds and make sure they don't lose too much numbers. Unfortunately for them, they can't really fully disengage from this, so now they're going to be put to the test. Can they stand up against Twisted Minds in that early game gunfight?
It's going to be difficult for them. They've already faced a challenge. They had to revive the player, and you can see Twisted Minds have no thought of backing off, and early I don't see them retreating from this fight. They're stuck here, and it could become even more difficult because the resources in the early game will not be that great, and the challenge is still happening. Twisted Minds have a glue wall right in front. Oscar's railing dash doesn't work over there, but still Exposy tries to bring it back and exchange on an elimination.
And it's Total Gaming that is the one that caused disaster for both squads. I think getting that elimination early on onto the bus, that is going to stop every altercation that has happened till this point and shift the focus of Twisted Minds towards themselves. 3 eliminations early on. Al-Hadi gets bailed out of this situation. Everyone lives on, but let's see how far Total Gaming wants to push this.
What?
Total Gaming Esports, Aiku. They wanted this opportunity for a long time. Their team in the making itself needed some fine-tuning with the new addition coming in water. It seems like it's working out, and there it is, Shanke. He finds one, but quickly traded off by Diamond. So there is answer coming in from Twisted Mind, but they have to be wary. And Mafia looks like he's back in form, picks up Diamond, the man who troubled them. That is another elimination added to the pool, and Total Gaming right at the start get a total of 6 troubling Twisted Minds.
Yeah. Took off on a sprint in a marathon and off to a great start. 6 eliminations under the back, and unfortunately for the boss, doesn't really have much resources in his bank. So even a revive would be an impossible task as of now. To make things worse, not much resources nearby that he can go for. At least no coins.
This is what I was worried about.
You just say, I mean, Total Gaming, they have something in store for us. Gives me back the feeling of what we saw from Gun Dynasty early on, right? It could be that run. As we shift our focus over to Lion, Dev against Soul, Vitality as well. In their crosshairs, Sibang being forced out by the Riptide Rhythm. A couple of shots now from Lion. It's going to be Joker that finds that, but stolen away.
S8UL Esports. That's Noor, the newest addition for the lot.
And
he has to prove himself on the stage, but now he gets taken down. It's going to be a trouble. He will also be confirmed. Bunny, he couldn't do much. The glue wall in front of him, Riptide Rhythm being used. Now he's going for the jump shot, but Joker surrounded him. That's not going to work out. Once more, Lion picking up another elimination on S8UL. So the start not great. Troll also down. It's all up to Jack, and he's making a quick run away from this fight entirely.
Yeah, you tempt the Lion, you better be ready. And in this case, Lion were fully prepared to receive that hit. Especially when you're dealing with people like Joker, like Games Kings that we talked about, the young prodigy of Latam, Hacks as well.
That's not
Sometimes
good.
Forgotten in the wayside as Jack is found. Jump blast him in the back, and that's another point gone. Twisted Minds secures the second and they get a full revive, so the boss get the job done.
Thankfully, before going down, S8UL were able to find a revive. Others could have been a very first elimination in this Group B Game 1. Thankfully, a little recovery, even for Twisted Minds, because of what just went down earlier. They were not prepared against Total Gaming. Now they did find an elimination that they're happy about. But the happiest so far, as we can still see, energy not even a single beat being dropped. That's going to be for the Fluxo fans. But Straw Hats finally, who had an early difficulty, now picking up pace. They pick a player from Al-Hali, and that's going to be Remind.
And even then, we still have 45 players in the lobby, right? As if no one got taken out at all. Bit of a casualty, but nothing a couple of revives wouldn't solve. Even when you look at the radar, TG moving towards the center very soon. Launchpad being taken by Straw Hats. They're going to leave Graveyard. one of the players does lag behind a little bit, but you do have the Connoisseur squad ahead, and they might end up running into Simox from Al-Ali. They spot him, taking the launch pad out. So Observatory now conceded over the Straw Hats.
I think because this Observatory is around the edge, right? We saw Al-Ali want to get this position, but right now with a lightning bolt, make a call.
Oh bhai,
RR2 versus MIBR. That's going to be RRQ that they want to hit on. General is down. Rigby holds the entrance, puts the player. That's going to be runs down a long way.
And
MIBR will be able to recover the players. And this bolt maker works in their favor.
Right off the bat, taking out the captain of
RRQ
and sending only the young
वाइप हुई है
Maal on the run.
इतनी फाइट्स हो गई, इतनी जगह, इतने लोग मर गए, स्टिल कोई टीम अभी तक वाइप नहीं हुई है, हमेशा लास्ट भाग जा रहे हैं.
Square off in that area around Clock Tower. Plenty of compound to work with, a lot of low grounds to hide with. But Team Vitality is splitting up as well into a 1-2-1 formation. Whereas MIBR lost, they're going to settle in the compound that they just wrestled away from RRQ.
I really like how Vitality is strategizing. They're waiting for an opportunity. They're like the cats who are about to pounce, and MIBR loss have no idea about it because they just pushed an opponent out of that compound. Yes. They chased out RRQ, but look at this, slowly trailing in that same direction is even Total Gaming. There's going to be an helter-skelter breakout happening at Clock Tower now.
Yeah, it's going to be pandemonium pretty soon. We got to see where the circle takes us.
I don't like recall, bro, but recall नहीं होगा ना, तो पता है ना फिर कैसा gameplay होता है.
Kind of pivots to where it's going to decide where Total Gaming goes and smack dab in the center. We are getting a very nice algorithm.
अभी जो सब इतना फाइट करते हैं, एग्रेसिव खेलते हैं ना, वो सब नहीं होगा. फिर थोड़ा सा देखो, personally my opinion, it would be boring.
Teams having casualties, but still all the 12 teams that dropped in Bermuda are still surviving. A major chunk of it, or maybe a team fully being eliminated, can be seen here now at the 7-minute mark. Maal finally gets found, and that is going to be the first team. You mentioned there is no vending machine nearby, and Maal couldn't get closer before getting spotted by Al-Ali.
Bit of a throwback to the recent Asian Invitational that they were in, right? Same thing. Start. It's always not how you start, it's how you finish it in this case.
Brother, are you like kidding me, brother?
They go back to the drawing board. 5
oh my god.
And some of their most powerful maps in the later stages of Group B. So not all hope is lost. Exposy finds the 3rd point for his team as well. Twisted Mind slowing the pace down.
Finally one team out. RRQ नहीं कर पाया recall.
Decent economy and even having a very decked out arsenal should this game go late. I think they just cleared out Graveyard. So there is going to be a very good trajectory for them to move on forward. Even better with Lion just leaving where they were.
Fake ID बना के आया
है. Silence still at Clock Tower. I think people can hear the clock making a tick sound. That's how we are seeing MIBR loss, Total Gaming and Vitality together, and joining that lot is going to be Straw Hats.
ये सही नाम है.
Slow and steady. Everybody want to look for an opportunity. This is going to be Yago, who spots through the window on the player of Straw Hats, the newest entry team who've made it to Clock Tower. But
let's go MIBR आसपास OP.
At the center, meaning the fight is not going to yet break out. It is only when the circle shifts away from you and you have to make a move is when we see the fight. I think other than that, they'll be just trying to chip away each other's
अभी चल रहा है. S8UL का first match है ये.
Especially in this
there
case,
are 5 more matches.
They're going to spread out their manpower, right? You want to control as much area as possible.
कल भी यही time है.
You do run the risk of getting picked off. We've seen that happen multiple times. If you're up against more experienced team, that's what they're looking at.
And 12 matches में वो लोग को इतने points बनाने हैं कि वो top 4 रहे to qualify.
And this is gonna start hurting Lion as Twisted Minds down for round 2 back at Observatory when they dropped in the early game.
You're never on your own
more
device.
equipped
You're
to take on a fight.
Twisted Minds, I really like that they managed to recover, but they're not just completely clocked in. They need to figure out, and same goes for Lion. A quick jump coming in from Gamesh King. He will get still in another different direction, but not yet towards the circle. He's just moving further away.
Yeah, I mean, one team that has been pretty silent the entire game is Team Secret.
Oh, yeah.
Surprisingly, this is a team on Bermuda. You expect them to come out swinging, get a couple of eliminations before they go off the radar. But so far, this Team Secret right now feels like Fluxo from 2024, where they play an incredibly slow game, and at that point of time, playing slow is sort of how you lose out in the late game. And in this case, Team Secret, they are taking no chances. As you did mention earlier on, Lucifer, Lion not really focusing on getting into the circle earlier on. But now they have to make a break for it. The launch pad being used.
Beam Shakti strip.
Ahead of Beam Shakti strip just to make sure that there are no gatekeepers there. And the circle pivots towards the southern side, so the journey gets extended, and they might still get intercepted by Twisted Minds.
Now I like the position of Clock Tower. More teams joining that fray. More teams
Bhai,
wanting to
abhi
take
tak
control
baj
of that
raha hai.
arena.
Oh my
It's not gonna be
God.
easy. Now is when it all breaks loose.
Guys,
Because
it's
right
not
at the edge, when the zone
stopping.
closes in, we are for sure knowing that the Clock Tower will not be inside the circle anymore after it shifts.
I mean, the last we checked the radar, Team Secret were at factory, and they were completely alone, right?
Yeah.
Completely uncontested. Maybe Flopso comes in from the eastern side, but even
hata
then,
ke
there's a
dekh
high
rahi hu,
chance
bhai.
that they will not cross paths. But we did say Clock Tower has a lot of areas that you can play around. High ground, low ground, building, outside, inside. In this case, even the underground tunnel.
Yep.
As our lead members.
Hello, MIBR में आसपास ना operator भी निकाल लिया अभी दीजिए
Make sure that they
सबका.
control the perimeter. And Haone instantly finds a pop on the Koja.
That was an opening, but I think they should be able to bring the player back up because this is happening within the compounds. Nobody has clear sight of their enemy, so taking them down is not going to be quick and easy. But as you can see, it's just the waiting game right as of now. 11 teams surviving. If not for Mahal going down, I think we would have 12 teams. 11 minutes into the game, this is Group B, game number 1. I did not expect to see all these teams still surviving.
And we were literally just talking about this in the back rooms with everyone else, right? Like, it really depends on the team they're playing in the lobby.
Binoculars?
Sometimes if they want to play fast,
Dinosaur
they want to play fast. Sometimes they just decide we're not going to
binoculars.
fight.
Dinoculars.
That are gonna
Wow,
start going
nice
some
driving बनी. निकलते ही
30
ठोक
minutes into the
दी.
game when the whole lobby is still up. In this case,
क्या
barring
बात है.
RRQ, who have been eliminated. But aside from that, it's gonna get messy. And that also
Wait.
means this is an incredibly volatile late
भाई
game.
electric shock क्यों लग रहा है
Especially
गाड़ी
because we
को?
already spoke, right? Group A, we know teams are very familiar with the circuit itself. We saw a lot of Southeast Asian teams already taking control of it. The Brazilian
मारा
squad of Loud
but
also taking
Remy
control
ने
of
भी
it.
मारा.
But here, everybody is unsure about the other
Injury
team.
किया क्या
Read them, and that is
उसने?
the reason they're taking so much
हाँ
time.
ना?
But finally, butts in. He finds an opening
No,
on.
TD वाले ने किया.
That's going to be
Kill
definitely
MIBR
going
वाले
down.
ने
Next,
लिया.
Joshua have to figure this out. Leon
मेरी
also
driving
surrounding them, so it's going to be a lot more
फैन
trouble.
मत बनो यार मेरे मतलब
Miyakov,
मुझे
they're
पता
trying to
है.
hold them off. Glue
मुझे
walls on
पता है
floors and
मतलब.
making sure rooftop
ठीक है.
becomes their home for the time being.
Leon will have to make a decision right now. The circle is going to start hurting them. They are going to be rested in this corner. But if they don't show themselves outside of the building, Miyakov has a very good idea of where they might be. Dinoculus could also solve that problem. The bigger winner now is definitely the team from the States.
भाई नीचे
As
वाले तो
Leon
कैसे
will have
फंसे हुए
to
हैं?
huddle together and figure out a solution very, very quickly in the next half a
ये
minute.
देखो, chain
Flopso
together.
making a big rotation and now running the team secret. And Exposy starts things off by taking out Josper. So Miyakov, they have another team to be worried about.
They did lose a player, but they're not worried about the casualty because they have an upper hand. They are on top of the roof. But right now, having an upper hand might be Fluxo. They want to take down Team Secret because they
भाई
are the
वो
ones who
crowd
made it
देखो
right
तुम
in
एक
front
बार
of them.
अभी तक
And
ये
they're
लोग
trying
का
their
चल
best,
रहा है
but Team Secret quickly
crazy.
with the chrono, the glue walls are trying to keep it going. But PLS1 is down. Team Blue, he also gets taken down. And now 7, he is gone down. And Fluxo, W7M, put a team out.
The Brazilian Titans, 6 eliminations on to Butchers in. And MT7 stepping up to the occasion as well. We did say, even during one of the series breakdown, the series recap, snipers, players are integral. MT7 Butchers in. We see Yago step up to the occasion as well. And our team Vitality, it's their turn to make a splash. And they are taking care of their opponents. Only Tro is left alive. He's going to try and walk away with the stealth bite. As we lose Straw Hats off screen, Lion is also out. And now the lobby is going to start shrinking.
I don't know where Troll is going to make a run. We already spoke about Clock Tower. It's already in a very difficult spot. The vending machine is there, but so are many other teams. And Troll Gaming are on top of all of it. They're already in the first floor of things, so they have a better vision of where the other teams are. And Al Ali, we already spoke about them. They are underground. Nobody knows that they are there. They made their entrance. They're holding their control. On the other end of our screen, even Miyakov gets taken down. But wait, Troll.
Yeah, I don't think he's bringing this down. Oh, अपनी fight miss कर दी मैंने.
He's trying to put up glue
Shit.
walls. Troll trying to win this out on a 1v1. It's going to be very difficult. Vitality on the last leg. His position gets compromised. And Al Ali, they quit. quickly jump in, and Team Vitality eliminated.
Taking advantage of the chaos, our Ali gets themselves another point. Twisted Minds against Fluxo. W7M right now. A full blown-out fight. 12 eliminations under the belt of the Brazilians. Exposy gets pre-fire, pushes in, nails his 8 as MT7
Only
finds the pass from long range.
have.
Twisted Minds getting dismantled. MT7 goes for a rescue mission. Bobs the captain back up on his feet.
इसना अकेले तो survival भी बहुत tough है गया. #5th ना.
Fluxo looking unstoppable. They're still at the edge of the circle. MIB a loss. He finds a player on Troll Gaming, but in the meantime, Troll getting eliminated.
S8UL Esports, points मिलते हैं?
They only ended up getting
9,
6 points in total.
8,
But Troll Gaming now
7,
they start
6.
stepping
6
up. But
placement मिलेंगे.
Yago putting down Shanky.
6 placement मिलेंगे, 2 KP, 8 points मिलेंगे मतलब.
And then Aztec to fall. That is going to be the end for Troll Gaming. Holding that did not work in their favor.
And now Fluxo will take on Ali. Can they eliminate this team from MENA to give themselves that rematch against MIBR lost in the opening game? But Ali, they're holding steadfast. They are the ones with the man advantage. And MT7, he needs some help. But unfortunately, MIBR lost in the best possible position. Spot with a nade, takes out C4, equalize the battlefield. Hawk goes down. Ali now getting pressure.
Nades were being tossed by Fluxo, but MIB lost. They turn it around, and Bobs is the last one standing. It's going to be very difficult. But also Bobs struggling Al-Hali along with the help of MIB lost. They put out Al-Hali, and now it's the last one standing, Bobs, and it's going to be MIB lost getting the very first booyah of Group B.
What an opener here for MIBR loss. A rematch that we didn't expect to see that soon in the final circle. With minor interventions and an uninvited guest in the form of our Ali Esports. But at the end of the day, well fought, honestly, by the MENA region, right? Put up a good fight against Fluxo, gave them a heck of a 4v4 skirmish, even took out one of their members before MIBR loss was even in the conversation. But there's nothing to be disappointed about. Los, they got the booyah. Fluxo still finished second. The fans, they're still cheering on. This is just the beginning.
Yeah, but if this is the very first game and we ended up seeing a fight break out like that, which was, as we said, completely complicated. You couldn't decipher which team had the better opportunity or the better position.
Yeah,
because we
8
spoke about it.
points,
Hey, this team has a
decent,
compound.
not
Hey, that team is in a good position.
But पता है actually थोड़े अपन को वो भी नहीं मिले ना.
Seem on our screens a lot.
Finisher मिलते पहले थोड़े KP ज़्यादा होते तो बढ़िया होता.
At the end of this game.
I mean, you called it out, right? You said that Clock Tower is a very good spot to be nested in. And guess who set up shop there first? MIBR lost. They got there first, they called dibs, and they owned the area.
And I think that's very crucial because even Total Gaming tried to play that out, but the timing when they jumped out, they got spotted because
starting के stage में वही
MIBR
KP
were ahead of
चाहिए.
that play. They were the ones who stepped out of Clock Tower.
By
and
the
that
way,
is the reason they were able to
guys,
take down Total
अपन
Gaming
watch party
and
के
put
बाद
them down
आज
in an instant. And I think
Phasmo
all the
challenge
fights that we've
continue
seen
करने वाले
MIBR take, they've been very quick in converting. Even in this, as we can see, the replay.
Okay.
Quick hits coming in from Yago on the sniper. That is the initial approach that troubled Fluxo. They had an opportunity to recover, and on the other end, Ali also troubling them. Bobs, give it to them. Last man standing over there, looking forward to extra eliminations. Ends up getting 2 more, and that's going to be a total of 18 for the Lord of Fluxo.
Yeah, they get 18 eliminations. MIBR lost gets 14. And in a pretty ironic way, Bobs getting gunned down in the hands of his former teammate Yago, who they actually won 2023 together as well. So again, a bit of a bittersweet reunion on Bermuda. But what a start we have! I mean, of course, barring the fact that RQ got wiped out first, which was an unfortunate circumstances. I'm pretty sure Conchita is losing her mind backstage. But we're going to take a moment to breathe and let these teams get back on track. So we'll be back with you guys in just a bit.
is here. MT7. MT7, I am so happy to talk to you right now because Brazilian fans gave you a nickname called Baby Goat. Do you really think you are a goat? And why you think you can help your team to win AWC this year? MT7, os fãs brasileiros te deram o apelido de Baby Goat. Você realmente acha que você é um GOAT? E como é que você acha que você pode ajudar o seu time a vencer o EWC 2026?
Trabalhei muito hoje, eu me considero um GOAT aí da do Free Fire. E, mano, pra ajudar meu time é naquela funçãozinha minha, né? Dar o suporte, derrubar o primeiro, o segundo, o terceiro, o quarto, fazer uns highlights maneiro. E é isso, é básico.
Of course, I consider myself a goat because I have worked really hard throughout these years. And of course, I'm gonna have a good performance to help my team to win AWC 2026, doing what I do better, being a sniper. Thanks so much, MT7, and I'm gonna see you during the match at AWC 2026. High five.
High five. Bye.
And we are back here, and right now I'm with RRQ Kazoo, Abai, and the coach Adi, who's gonna translate for us. Okay, so last year you guys were really close to the title. You finished in the second on standings. What have changed from last year to this year?
Kita kemarin ada di posisi kedua. Chance apa yang mau kita bawa kemarin sampai sekarang? Maksudnya apa yang mau kita lakuin dari yang kemarin untuk hari ini? Yang kita lakuin ya kita pasti lebih disiplin aja sih dari yang kemarin. We must try to more discipline before last season.
Perfect. Okay, we all know Indonesia is a powerful region, and you guys are defending the title. I mean, not your team, but Indonesia in general. Do you think you guys are favored to win this year since you finished last year in the second in the standings?
Tahun kemarin kan Indonesia cukup powerful ya, Pak ya, 1, 2, 3. Nah, menurut lu untuk season ini gimana?
Gue yakin 3 tim Indonesia bakal 1, 2, 3 lagi. Tapi yang pertama tetap tim RRQ.
Ya, we trust in this season. It seems like last season Indonesia still powerful, and we hope in this year team from Indonesia they still stay on top 3.
Awesome. Thank you so much for the interview. We wish you a good luck during the matches, and I will see you there in the arena, all right? Thank you so much, guys.
For RRQ, not really how you wanted to start off the day, being the first team eliminated. Hopefully it's not a caster curse. We'll have to see what's going to happen in the next 5 matches for that squad. But if you're a Brazil fan and you were jumping up there and just playing all those drums, my goodness, what a start for that squad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, ending the game with top 2 coming from Brazil, it's just something that we'd expect. Because it's something like Fluxo was dominating it in terms of numbers. Even when they jump in against the opponents, they just are aiming for those squad wipes. So MIBR lost is a team that we didn't expect to get that.
Thank you guys.
Waiting in the shadows until that final pounce. One team that will be kind of stalking and just waiting to pounce on that second game. I know it's going to be some of those Indian squads, because actually one of them, Total Gaming, ended up having one of the best performances that we have seen up to this point, especially this early on, right? Out of the squads from India. But moving on from some of the other squads, one surprise squad, especially at the start. Twisted Minds.
There was loud,
exactly.
now there's
they're going back to the aggressive way. This is one thing that I was looking forward to every time I see Twisted Mind. Is that to go aggressive.
Wants to die
and even though they falter the first few, and you did mention about Total Gaming.
यार मैं तो खुद का कितना sacrifice की हुई challenge के time.
You have those surprises.
कि अगर कुछ ऐसा हो जिसमें मरेगा कोई, मैं बोलती थी गाइस मैं जाती हूँ.
I will die. Go for a revive. And Twisted Mind, they got 14
जब सिर्फ वाइपर का challenge था.
And that's 12 points behind MIBR. Lost though, but it's still a lot when it comes to this group.
It is a lot, and one thing that I know you're going to be happy, especially talking about Twisted Minds, is those eliminations that they were able to get, right?
Yep.
Because they ended up getting 14 points, like you mentioned, and 9 of those points were coming from eliminations. You're big on them, but I mean, we got to go back to Fluxo, because Fluxo, even though they don't end up getting the booyah, they do end up with 18 ilms. Can they maybe bounce back and go after that booyah? Remember, we have some squads earlier on get 3 booyahs in one series.
Well, I do understand the mindset of Fluxo at this point, because from what we've seen in that game, like, it is a slow pace. Not so much of chasing that is happening. And I think they felt that they're not hearing all those gunfights, so they're capitalizing on, I don't know, some of the teams just slowly warming up. And then once they see a squad, that's when they use exactly the strength they have, like FT7 and Sniper, get information or get elimination.
Squads that we were looking at earlier too, Leon, I know was one of them. I know a lot of people currently watching at home is hoping that S8UL esports does end up doing good. That squad ended up getting a total of 2 eliminations. We want to, come on, tell them that, Tim. We want to see more.
Yeah, we want more. Bring us more.
#7
Because I mean, I know this is the first day jitters for them, especially like second half. And we were talking about that on studio wherein they've seen the gameplay for other teams. So this time, instead of just waiting for them to like using that tactics, they were a little bit shattered for the moment.
जो coins दिखाते पूरी टीम के होते हैं कि एक player के, ये तो मुझे भी नहीं पता ना, मैं कैसे बताऊं? I don't know.
And it's based on what Conchita was saying earlier
होने तो like वैसे
we
यार
don't want to
player
see
के
them get
चाहिए
into those
मेरे
jitters. We
हिसाब
don't want to
से
see them get into that choking mentality that some of these people are
ऐसा कुछ
expecting.
थोड़ी होता है
I think
इसमें
they
कि
might be
पूरी
able to
टीम
turn
का
around.
कुछ
And I know
दिखाएंगे.
everybody here is going to be ready to see who's going to be winning Game 2 of Group B.
Thank you very much to Seven and Neptune. Yes, I mean, Conchita is right? We gotta see if RRQ can get out of that underperforming, that choking zone, right? Something that is it's a very hard C word right now for them, because he has been playing them for very, very long, Lucifer. But when we look at Solara, I unfortunately have to put RQ aside just for a bit, because I want to talk about team vitality. This is a map that they excel on.
This should be an opportunity that they should close
Let's
on.
go,
Solara,
match
the
number
smallest
2.
of all the games, the quickest of all the games.
Let's go, इस बार KPPP
There's a
दोनों
little bit of
चाहिए.
silence in the mix now. Going and jumping down to Solara, there's an opportunity that everybody will be forced together, take that fight head on, and we might end up seeing it work out for Vitality, as you mentioned.
It's going to be pretty important as well, because for Team Vitality, they didn't get off to the best start, 9 points, single digit, but then again, it was also a pretty top-heavy game number 1 with both the Brazilian teams coming out swinging. Let's see if they keep the momentum, right? A lot of times, teams, they come out in Game 1, Game 2, guns blazing, they hit like a 30 bomb, and then they gas out. And that's not really how you want. You want to be able to maintain and make sure that you don't overheat. And in this case, we're looking at both MIBR Lows and Fluxo.
And in that case, mainly, I look forward to RRQ pulling off their best games. Because the first game in general games of all the performances I've seen coming in from RRQ, the very first game doesn't work in their favor. Every other game, they just pull off with a spree of eliminations. And something that also starts off for early compared to the previous game is finding the very first elimination by C4.
And for Miyacorp, instantly looking for the disengage. Easier to pull off on a map like Solara if you are lucky enough to get onto the grind rails. You can't get away, but in this case, it might come down to Kapas. See if he can get a couple of pickoffs.
Gut says
just scare out Ali away.
After
if not,
2
you're gonna go into the
days,
contingency plan of just splitting up, cutting your losses.
Top 4 रहेंगे.
In the last game, we ended up seeing being at the edge of the circle. They tried to play it out, it did not work out, and this waiting game troubles them. And there it is, another challenge coming in from C4. Finds the second elimination here in Solar already.
Literally say that Kapas needs to be the one that anchors down the field. But unfortunately, I think with him gone, Miyacorp is going to be at least put in shambles for now about cutting the losses. Team Secret making an early rotation. In fact, they actually caught Water, so that is a confirmed elimination there. I think 2 under the belt of Hongam, looking for the remainders of Total Gaming, who actually had a great start in Game 1. But Team Secret that started slow in Bermuda, looking to turn things up in Game 2. And then 3, here's a double sandwich and a triple.
Yeah, bottom 2.
And Team Secret are now picking up eliminations. They only had 1 point at the end of game number 1. Now they have already 3 added on.
Yup,
And
early fights तो बहुत
thankfully they'll be
जरूरी
happy
है.
that one of the players were at least able to run away from
Early
studio
fight नहीं होंगे
rather
तो
than getting in
भाई
the
KP
crosshairs
नहीं
of Team
मिलेगा
Secret
भाई.
again. And
KP
RRQ
very
on the other end, they would be able to hold
important.
themselves off, get to elimination, and MIB are lost in
Barry
still trouble.
Barry, survival
moving
में
up,
top 6
now
आना
I
है
think
वैसे
he,
to
yes, has the
qualify.
max 7, but can he find the
Survival में
knock?
उनकी 12
He's
टीम
trying
ना
his
12
best,
में
but it's
से.
not going to work out. Players are surrounding him, still be able to travel with 1 knock.
नहीं sorry
but
4
will
है नहीं
not
my
be
bad
able to confirm for the time being.
Completely
वो थोड़ा सा
outnumbered
Apex
Fluxo
का
against
mix हो गया.
S8UL. going even so far. Butcherson and Gio both bleeding now, and Gio is gone, terminated in this battle. As the captain boss comes in, Troll
I
with
think
a
it
shot.
will be between 1 to 12. That is
Instant
crazy.
disengage there, but damage is done to the Brazilians as Troll
That's
backtracks.
crazy.
MT7 calls
Crazy
to
prediction,
get
man.
out of there.
That was a big recovery coming in from Troll. He's a very crucial player on that sniper and always delivers, and this is one of the moments for him to highlight himself. But on the other end, Twisted Minds and Straw Hats as well did not have a great game. Twisted Minds at least recovered, but for the time being on the deficit with Exposy going down, they have to figure out how they fight out with Straw Hats. And Straw Hats, they need numbers, they need eliminations, something that I had expectations on, and they've not yet delivered. It's just one elimination.
And made worse by losing Exposy to RRQ, who popped him from afar, and that means the Straw Hats actually have a numbers advantage. Shocked is gonna shock Diamond with that one. Distant Minds down to 2, and Straw Hats now have a very good chance of taking over. But with RRQ taking out Exposy early on, they're gonna come in as an intervention as Jump is already out of there. So now RRQ is Straw Hats' problems.
And it is happening already. RRQ with confirming eliminations, they're taking down players from Straw Hats, and Straw Hats are in trouble. How do they recover from this? He is questioning who just challenged them. And it's not going to be an easy challenge. Delivery coming in on the back 10 from a bear. He puts the player down, and who will look forward to a revive from one of his teammates.
And the rest of Straw Hats are already booking the out of there. Very easy way to navigate from this area. They were doing just that. Straw Hats should be fine. A couple of Arsenal nearby, and a revival point in the vending machine down the road. Team Vitality on the other end finds themselves Mia Corp again. Koja trying to pelt down the members of the USA team, but so far the glue walls have been nice. Team Vitality receiving some resistance from Mia Corp, and it's Biblik that takes out Joe.
Not the best coming in from Team Vitality. Even the game 1 start, they were caught out in a 3v1 and they lost to Troll, ending up at a 1v1, and Ali took their last elimination. So not sure of how they play this out. When you already mentioned, we spoke about this. This should be their map, their match. They should try to get back points, get to the top of the charts. But looking at how the play of this game is continuing, I don't see it happening anytime soon for Team Vitality.
Which is the craziest thing, because statistically they're technically not the best on this map, but whenever we get to that map and we look at the stats without Team Vitality, they step up. It's kind of a sick joke in a way.
Yeah.
RQ Kazu having their captain kept alive by Abai, but someone still needs to go retrieve him. And there it is, back up on his feet. RQ with 6 eliminations under their belt. Could cross paths with Vitality, maybe even Straw Hats again.
I can say to Neptune and everybody else on our expert panel, pish posh, there's no curse, you don't have to worry about it. It's just the RRQ play. The very first game doesn't work in their favor, and then they managed to recover. Team Vitality would want to do the same thing as well. Straw Hats on the other end at Casavista, they managed to recover. They did pick up those early fights. They did win it out against Twisted Minds, but they would have wanted to eliminate the whole squad. Thankfully, Jump made an opportunity to run away, but he still not revived his entire squad. This is what happens when you run away from a very early on fight. You do not have enough coins or reinforcements to push ahead or even go to the vending machine and try to get your player back up. And I think that's what's affecting Jump right now.
Quite an interesting development as well. If we look at the edge of the circle, plenty of teams are duking it out. You know, you have RRQ and MIBR Lost, the eastern side at Delta Isle, Team Secret and Lion on the western side as well. But I think Lion are looking for a disengage. They've already sent
there are guns
the
which
players
can increase the
out to a
health of
vending
your
machine
teammates.
to get those revives going.
W
Soon
samosa
as they start dropping bodies, and I think Games King is going to be trapped in
W
quite the predicament. Team Vitality out in the middle with
अपनी
Archway,
fight to नहीं ले रही है, but
actually getting a
we
pretty
need
good
the
area to
initial
hold on
fights.
to.
The circle shifts a little sudden, and there's an opportunity where again Total Gaming end up being at the very center. Straw Hats, who managed to also make the recovery, are heading in that direction.
वो तो मैंने पहले ही सोच
And right
लिया
above
था
them, we already
कि
spoke
मतलब
about
मैंने
Miyakov.
जब
And
notice
Miyakov,
किया,
just like the previous
I
game,
was
they don't
like,
go out
नहीं दिखनी
all
चाहिए।
brash at right the beginning. They wait for their opportunity,
That was
which they
France
did
versus
pick up a
Spain,
couple
not
in
पूरा
the
सपना।
early game, but it's not going to
भाई
continue. But
मत
that is
करो
how
भाई,
RRQ, ones who are
please,
continuing,
भूलने
the team
दो।
who just got the booyah trying and denying them, that's going to be a big spray coming in and picking the players
Without
off,
ideal
converting
no
eliminations, and that's
gameplay.
how we ended up seeing them getting their 6 eliminations in total.
A way better spot than what we have seen in Game 1. I mean, anything that is not last right now is better for RRQ. isolated jump right out on the edge. And unfortunately, the same predicament as RRQ from game 1. No vending machine in sight.
That's crazy.
No coins.
That's crazy.
There is one on the radar, but like you said, no resources to bring his teammates back. He actually just picked up a pile of it.
Yeah.
And that could be the game changer if MIBR Lost don't spot him.
Fluxo on the other end, they have an opportunity to spot the player from Lion. Sneakily hiding in the time being here at the studio, and there could be an opportunity that they start off a fight that Lion are not prepared for. But I think Hax has an idea. He knows he's caught out between enemy land. He's not sure if he should head out and put his head there for a fight, and that is the reason he's just holding off until the players move out. But moving in for Team Vitality are going to be Al Ahly as well as Straw Hats. Something that they have to wonder about and change their pacing.
TG now up to start receiving some of those shots for Team Vitality, but they do have a compound that could keep them safe.
I think visa issue
and Mafia adapting to take out Deeks in that exchange, but again, compound pretty much secured for now. So Team Vitality, they should be able to recover and sort of readjust to the fight that's being put up by this Indian squad. And I think Total Gaming, there's also an opening where they could decide to go straight for the compound with Team Vitality if push comes to shove.
But again, just going back to the previous game, if they try to hold out the compound for far too long, we've known teams who managed to surround them, and that is how, even after almost having a great start, they ended up losing the battle, and MIBR lost, ended up pulling up a booyah itself. So small instances, these small minute things that you let go of becomes a bigger viral thing for the other teams.
And Diamond taken out. Team Secret joins the feed again.
He just came back.
He just came back.
Let's
I
play
think we found a theme
BGMI.
for Group B
No,
so far,
man.
Lucifer. Full squad, 10 minutes in.
Yeah.
Second time has happened. I think this is what we can look forward to for the rest of the day, which is an exciting thing because it keeps it volatile. Ali even getting a small respite there. Circle now really shrinking down towards the middle. Man, 12 teams, 2 less space for this density of population. Team Secret from the north, MIBR Lost about to cross paths with them at Archway.
Team Secret on the other end, read by the Dinoculars. So I think that should be MIBR Lost who have an idea, or RRQ on the edge of it. Miyakop, they end up picking up runs, but Maal answers back, takes Nyx down. But those are just knocks for the time being. There's no confirmation. Maal, in turn, gets traded out. And now Al Ahly jumps to trouble Miyakop. This is just happening back and forth. These teams are just dropping players, but not confirming any of them.
Oh, गई वाइपी हो गई ये तो ये एक साथ कैसे
And breaks the game wide open.
वाइपी हो गई
thought that the drought will continue for a while longer.
एकदम से भाई ट्विस्टेड माइंड का बार-बार नॉक हो रहा है
and putting themselves on the board for now. And they continue to take on the challenge against Al Ahly. The glue wall is getting blasted and weakened by Al Ahly. Simox right in the front of dudes, and he is out. The captain once more removed by the Mina squad. Abai tries to take on the fight, but Al Ahly putting up better resistance. And RRQ forced away.
How did this happen? RRQ, they were looking good, and Maal, now the last man standing. Thankfully, a big pickup truck, a quick boost. He's run back to the TV tower and a vending machine right in front, so he will be able to bring the players back. But Twisted Minds, they had an opportunity to break again. But I think they have the target right in front. Al Ahly, who made trouble. Jump is down on the other end. They wanted to sandwich. I think that did not work out. And Al Ahly have an upper hand because they have all their 3 players looking forward to this after converting a fight. And they're running across back into the circle, leaving Twisted Minds in trouble.
And Al Ahly able to sneak past Twisted Minds as well. They poke for it. RRQ, they get the full revive, but the pass was playing in the way Juice. He just came back and he is removed from the equation again. So RRQ playing from behind, and everything is on the shoulders of Ma'ao. He needs one more on the diamond, the AWM. Just enough to put him down so Abai can finish him off with the Mac 10. Chrono Dome is out, but the boss is Sin, and Twisted Minds continues to put on the pedal.
RRQ getting trouble back and forth. They're trying their best to recover. It's not working out in their favor. It was Al Ahly first and now Twisted Minds. And Twisted Minds in this game especially are able to hold themselves off. Team Secret on the other end have been just watching this action, teams moving around. Now they have their own opportunity. Maal, he needs to run back, but he only has 400 points. That is not going to be a full recovery for him. He wants to look forward to a knock or an elimination, but he doesn't have enough time. And with Maal going out, the zone doing the damage, RRQ are done for here in Solara.
Standings isn't pretty in terms of placement points, but at least
eliminations.
At least they ran away with 13, and that's gonna fill out that booyah.
मुझे लग रहा है MIBR पे भी नहीं है, वरना अभी
If you're
तक
not
तो कर
checking on
लेता
Straw
हूँ.
Hats against Fluxo,
MIBR का भी
W7M pushes in right through the window, has the therapy with him. The Cassie fires Sai along the Oscar, a classic combo to go up front, up close and personal. Throw from afar, actually taking now extra. So Straw
गया ना
Hats
last शायद से MIBR का, हाँ
but
गया
it seems
MIBR
like
out.
this sandwich might be too much as S8UL and Fluxo W7M are gonna be the undoing. Straw Hats have been wiped
ये
out.
क्या?
That was an opening for
उसके
Fluxo,
मार
and
दिया
they're going to be
इनको तो.
happy. They put Straw Hats completely out of the game. S8UL
Another one
Esports
out.
ended up becoming a wonder of a blessing for them. That
Lost
is added on
again,
eliminations. Yes, one of the
MIBR
players
lost.
got one elimination on Straw Hats, but the other 3 were all taken away. Now Team Secret want to do
बाद
the
ये
same
भी
thing.
गई
They have a total of
Straw
11
Hats.
eliminations right at the edge of the circle. The same position even goes for Twisted Minds. And that is the reason we can see the inclination coming in from Team Secret to take out Twisted Minds as soon as possible.
And it has been working wonders for them, right? They picked up the pace. Game 1, they played slow and they fell in the hands
S8UL
of
को 2 और
Fluxo. This
मिले
time,
elimination.
they amp up the
अभी भाई
tempo a
लोग
little
भाग
bit. And
रहे हैं.
Fluxo, surprisingly, doing the same. But the eliminations hasn't been reflected just yet. We're still looking at 5 for now, but with 8 teams remaining in this lobby, there's a very good opportunity for some of these teams to rack up a couple more takedowns. And S8UL is one of them. But
not
Tro
looking
getting
nice, भाई
taken
लोग
down
तो
by
फंस गए.
PLS1. How did they get out of this predicament? The blue zone is behind.
इधर
Team
से तो
Secret is in
easy
front.
है.
And it seems like it will be easy pickings,
इधर
like
से तो
shooting fish in a
easy है,
barrel.
guys.
Twisted
फंस गए बे
Team
गंदा
Secret
वाला.
with 13.
Wide.
Twisted
Hashtag
Minds,
8
they
यार.
are also in trouble. But Exposy, he wants to trouble Team Secret. While they did pick up eliminations, they're looking good. But Jump's been lost. The man who brought the players back up. Toll Gaming on the other end, they are going down to their knees. The fight against Vitality not working in their favor. But Sipeng and Dix are also down. So
3
Team
plus
Vitality,
6,
they have another
9
challenge.
points
That's going to be
मिलेंगे
Lion on
अपन
one
को
end
ये
and Fluxo
game.
on the other. And Lion are taking an advantage
हर
of
बार
both the
ऐसा
teams
mid
of
points
Vitality
आ रहे हैं
and Total
अपने.
Gaming and finally put an end to their run on Solara. But Koja, he's going aggressive. He finds
Hello,
MT7 over there.
Bunty
Will not be able to confirm yet because he had to step out of the zone.
It's going to be crunch time right now. Hong Out actually takes out Jakos right before that glue wall comes out. And Team Secret might have just broken open Lion's defenses. They get the pickup still, but it means resources have been spent. And Team Secret in a very strong position to make it further.
S8UL
Jonah
Zona
needs to
history
focus
भाई.
on safety and will do so for now. But
भाई इस बार तो कुछ ज़्यादा ही हुआ है भाई ये.
and that Team Vitality removed from the lobby.
Zone हमें
5
trauma
on
ही
team to
देगा
make.
भाई,
Team
ऐसा लग
Secret,
रहा है.
14 eliminations and counting.
I'm seeing a lot of M60 being used. They are pummeling these bullets to their enemies, looking unstoppable. And that's what Team Secret is just rallying one after another, rounds after round. And Lion
support now in
they
FIFA.
make a jump, a big launcher coming
Today
in from
England.
Hats, and he puts the side of Fluxo out.
Cascading damages. Fluxo walked into a landmine and Lion comes in with a grenade launcher. And they are the ones that get to voucher off and reap the rewards of what has been sold by the opponents. But right now, out into the open is Twisted Minds and Team Secret waiting for the easy pickings, and they are done. Now Twisted Minds up against Team Secret. A 4v3 in favor of the Vietnamese.
Team Secret, we're expecting for them to start off on group and game 1 itself here for Group B, but they figured out how the play was from every team, and now with 16 total eliminations, all their 4 players standing, they're looking forward to a booyah. What they did in the SCA Grand Final Spring, they want to start off just like how we ended up seeing Evo's Divine. It seems like Team Secret have found the secret recipe.
And this is the identity that has been missing, same as Twisted Minds, who are still
Team
looking for
Secret
who they
man
were back in their
advantage.
prime. But Team Secret roaring to life.
But would it
Led by some of the
matter?
brightest stars,
It
T-Quay
might
out in front,
matter.
None by his side, right the corner, dropped it
Ah,
onto the path
great,
to narrow
Team
down the
Secret.
battlefield, exposing next on the list, and
Great,
Diamond
Team
will be
Secret.
dispatched in just a
Booyah.
moment. T-Quay around the
गया,
corner,
booyah हो गया
Team
उनका,
Secret with
booyah.
19 eliminations and a booyah.
This is a big game coming in from Team Secret, and especially for Vietnam itself, to see their squad after just pulling off the SEA title, and now they're
हाँ
pulling it
वैसे
off
टीवी टावर से
here in
उधर गए ना अपन और फिर
EWC
बाद में
here in
उधर से ही
Paris.
जोन गए.
If there's any doubts whether
और उधर से
Spring was a fluke or
शायद से
stroke
फाइट
of luck,
मिलती
this
पहले.
should quell some of those questions. There's still more to be proven. This could still be the stroke of luck that people have been forcibly saying as part of the narrative. But if there's one thing there's a constant, is that Team Secret has some of the most gifted players. Since T-Quay joined the squad, they have been not the same, they have been different, but in a positive way. And in this case, Even our side reporter, our colleague Yunsu, is going to be very happy with the turnout. Last time a Vietnamese team was in EWC, it was back in 2024 in Saudi Arabia, Riyadh. That was PE Sports, but they had a subpar performance. They missed out 25. Team Secret, they have a lot of weight on their shoulders, and they're starting it off good.
They are indeed. I think the game itself compared to game number 1 to game number 2 quickly changes, and you could see no desperation. It was just the holding off, the consistency, the commanding play that they had, right? We spoke about them. They were already at the edge of the wall. They could have taken a fight if they wanted it, and they could have jumped the wall, gone towards Twisted Minds. They could have moved towards either the fight between MIBR Loss or Fluxo happening. They did not. They held their fort. They knew where the circle was shifting, and they gave that time. They knew when they strike for a booyah.
An eye for opportunity indeed, and that is perhaps the secret recipe. That's what's going to carry Team Secret all the way. But we also have fans from S8UL Esports right here in Paris, in the arena. There's still a lot more to give, of course. This is just the beginning of what is going to be a fantastic and adventurous journey for our teams in Group B. But I think in this case, we have MIBR Los, Brazil starting off strong in game 1. We have Vietnam on the board in game 2. Now we're looking for the Indonesians and the Thais to make a splash in the upcoming games.
While you're looking at the SEA, I want to look at the South Asian team, Straw Hats. I did have high expectations. They should have started off really well, but it looks like they find initial fights, eliminations to convert, but then instantly when they get a challenge or forced to take a fight against somebody, they're not ready for it. And that wary situation of the unknown, they're not ready for it. Same goes for S8UL as well. Individually, we saw Troll, the magic coming in on the sniper. He is just too sharp so far. But as a whole squad, they're just not in the position that they want to feel comfortable in.
And I think it's just about getting that polish, right? Making sure that all the cogs turn in the same direction. I gotta give a special shout out to Al Ali Esports.
Oh, yes.
They had some great moments on screen. We might not see them on full display, but they were the ones that brought forth the downfall of Fluxo W7M in game 2. Of course, that was instantly converted by Lion right after that, thanks to that RGS from the side of the WATCHPARTY representatives. But Ali, this is a team. The banner might be new, but the players have been here for quite a while. Reminds you folks, they've had a couple of attempts. So I can't wait to see what they have left to show us. But for now, we're gonna get a room of breather, and we'll be right back with more Free Fire action.
And we are back here on stage. I'm Carol Bombshell. Happy to be here with my friend Barney. He's the man, guys. And we are here with Iago, the sniper for Team Lows. MIBR Lows, right, Barney?
That's right. Let's do this. Carol's gonna kick things off and ask us some very interesting questions. It's gonna be good.
Of course. Okay, Iago. So recent form hasn't been great. So how good does it feel to kick off at EWC with a booyah? Ok, a primeira partida, a gente sabe que vocês não performaram tão bem quanto vocês gostariam nos últimos jogos, nas últimas partidas, apesar da final do Free Fire ter sido muito boa pra vocês, né? Mas ainda assim não conseguiram levar o título. Como é que é pra vocês chegarem aqui e já começarem com um booyah aqui no EWC?
É muito bom.
É
muito bom, é claro que todo mundo fica muito ansioso pra jogar, então é muito importante a gente chegar com um buia já que já tira aquele peso, tira aquela ansiedade toda, e a gente consegue jogar bem melhor e ficar mais de boa e ficar mais de boa, tirar a ansiedade do corpo.
Okay, so for sure, start with a booyah, give us such a feeling of relax, and we can get more secure about our game, and we have also a good chemistry all together. So we start with a booyah at AWC. For sure, it's the best thing that we could have done today.
I mean, the synergy looks great, Iago. You guys look like performing really well. Let's stay on map 1, okay? Because I want to talk about the final moments. You guys went up against Fluxo in that final showdown against your regional rivals. How did it feel after that map, realizing that you went up against them and you beat them? That must have been a nice confidence boost.
Basicamente, vocês chegaram no endgame junto com o Fluxo, então nós gostaríamos de saber qual que é o sentimento de chegar no endgame contra um time brasileiro também, ainda sendo o Fluxo, que é um dos seus maiores rivais na Liga Brasileira, né? Então, qual que é o sentimento de conseguir um booyah em cima deles?
Bom, primeiramente é muito bom, por conta que eles estão no final, é muito bom pra gente também, pra os dois conseguir a classificação pra final. E também é muito bom, né, ter aquela rivalidadezinha, tipo, do BR. E continuar aqui também vai ser muito bom e, se Deus quiser, disputar também com eles também.
For sure, it's really nice to have Abuya over Fluxo, but most because it's really nice to have Fluxo in the end game with us, because we are, in the end of the day, both of the teams are Brazilians and we do get good points together, but also we have this rivalry back in Brazil, and beat them here at the EWC feels very nice. Okay, Iago, for us to finish, you are knowing Brazil as Thanos because of all the championship rings that you have won. Would it add a AWC title, take your legacy to another level? Você tá ligado que você é conhecido como Thanos no Brasil, né? Então, você acha que você garantir mais um título, especialmente do EWC aqui, ajudaria o seu legado a ficar cada vez maior?
Ah, com certeza. Meu legado já, com certeza, é muito forte. Ganhando a EWC em si fica inexplicável. Para mim já é muito inexplicável, mas é um grande sonho meu também, sonho do meu time em conquistar a EWC.
Okay, so win EWC definitely would add up at my legacy. In my legacy, of course, it will make me stronger in Brazil. I will have a stronger image in Brazil and in any another region that plays Free Fire, but this is my dream. I want to win a WC. That's definitely my dream, and I will help my team win a WC.
Well, after that first map, that dream can definitely come true. And with that being said, we are going to head over to a very, very quick... Well, we're just going to head over somewhere. We're going to come back very, very soon. Thank you so much for checking us out. Thank you so much, Iago, for joining us in this interview. We'll be back right after this.
Months minimum? No, it doesn't take that long.
It's the E-Cap, the EWC Cap, the Resports World Cup. Okay, whatever it is, this is what happened in week 1. We crowned our first 3 champions, which means that we had even more losers. And God knows that I'm a loser. Wait, shouldn't this say that I love losers? Not that I am. Can we fix this, please? But what happens when you lose?
Yeah,
well,
I guess
you wind
Samba
up
break
here,
now.
the Boulevard of Broken Keys. Don't sing
dinner,
Doomsday, don't sing
yeah,
Doomsday, every
champions.
one of which represents a tournament elimination and crushed dreams.
What else?
Losers live forever here, and if you
Fortnite
listen
में क्या
closely
होता है?
enough, you can hear the voices of disappointed parents who said that playing video games is a
Anyone?
waste of time. On the
Who
Valorant
has
stage,
played
4
or
of 8 playoff
watched?
teams were EMEA, and they managed to get 1 whole win. So move over, Europe, because the finals was 100 Thieves and NRG. That's right, all American, baby. These colors don't run, they soar. The Battle Royale of the Apex Legends final featured 20 teams, and no surprise, Team Falcons won. Wait a minute, no, they finished 8th. Sorry, it was favorite Team Liquid who... No, they finished even further back at 9th. Oh, because it was actually 2024 champion Alliance who... Oh, come on, who won? Unlimit? Sorry if I'm saying it wrong, but like most people, I've never heard of them. They beat every top contender to become the first Japanese team ever to win ALGS. This will also help them on the road to winning the club championship. Nope, never mind. That's their only team, and they're not even registered for the club championship. Still, my Japanese heritage is proud that we can produce both esports winners and heated toilets. Dota 2, or
t-shirt
Dota
dress.
Duh, as it's called here, started its first week of play with solid competition from... Sorry, actually, nothing of note yet. I'll have more on that next week. And
Pimping on
finally,
outfits
things are
बनता है,
heating up on
bro.
stage at Fatal
Pimping
Fury
थोड़ा मैं तो
Wolfson.
बाहर
And
जाके
I don't
भी
know
नहीं
if you're
पहनती.
picking up on the theme here, but Dark Angel fought his way out of the losers bracket
ये
to top the
glasses?
regional favorites and get another win
Like
for North
उस पे
America.
सूट कर रहे हैं, but
If
मेरे को
only the
अच्छे नहीं लग
Football
रहे.
World Cup had been so kind. Well, guys, what is happening? 3 tournaments and 3 new champions, no title defense, no favorites able to compete, and all underdogs at the top? I'll tell you what it is, because I've said it before, and I will say it again. This tournament is about the losers. See you next week.
Why are they walking like that? हाँ भाई फ्री फायर गेमिंग मजा आ रहा है बस जल्दी जल्दी जल्दी
2
जल्दी कर दे
matches are
मैचेस
done for Group B. We started off hot with Brazil But in this second one, it was none other than Team Secret, Conchita.
Yes, finally. This is the Team Secret that I've seen grabbed that title of the World Series Spring. And I think the organization that they have, the way of playing is what gets them here and what gets them the booyah. It's about time, actually, because I was really waiting for them to perform really well, and they did not disappoint at all. I mean, look at that.
Damage, rescue.
They definitely didn't disappoint. 7 eliminations there for
ऐसा
home.
भी होता है.
And one team that I know you were keeping a close eye on, Lace, is none other than Twister Minds.
I mean, this team, I guess if we take you back sort of to the online, didn't look too great. Okay, not looking too hot, but, you know, they had a roster change, bringing in Diamond and Exposy, and this was like almost caused a 180 for this team, and they are now in contention to sit in that sort of top spot. And I know me and Neptune were kind of like fighting on this before, like, I want to talk about Twisted Minds. If you saw that match too that they had to go through on the eastern side, I mean, they had an early altercation with MIBR. They had to retreat and regather on the eastern side. But that was kind of only thanks to RRQ, who came in and like, oh, I'm just going to be a little bit of distraction. They were able to sort of get away. And not just get away. Did you see that zone pull once in that final circle? I mean, they were sitting pretty. I was bound to see sort of a win there, but look, they did only have 3 players out of the 4, whilst, you know, they're going up against Team Secret with, you know, their whole entire squad. But the ability to adapt and change from Twisted Minds, don't leave them out of the conversation, guys, because they came to play, even in match 1 with like their 14 elims. Neptune wants to talk, guys. I'll pass it over. He's just as excited as I am.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's one reason why I'm excited to talk about Twisted Mind. It's because they are different this time. Back then, it was just all aggression. They want to go for elimination, and now they're playing with survivability. And even with that, like Jump was just, as you mentioned, just going into the sides until he reached Windmill, went in for a revive, and then even in the final phases of the circle, he's like Twisted Mind is part of it. So this is not something that we often see from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but speaking of differences, I'm actually a bit disappointed because we were hoping to see something more from Team Fatality, right? They are showing that being different is actually something that you can do to achieve a better result. But unfortunately, that's not what we see in the first 2 games. Right now, they are still kind of scattered at the 7th position overall with only 8 elimination points. That's kind of sad, actually.
Yeah, maybe they'll be able to turn it around. I mean, they are practicing something new. We were kind of hinting at it too. We didn't really know how it was going to go. Could have gone great, could have gone bad.
Over 10 million signed petition to kick Argentina out of FIFA World Cup amid referee bias.
They don't really expect that kind of performance, though. We're not aiming for the booyah yet. They are just going for elimination, making sure that they are consistent with their placement point. And there was like, we're seeing a similar pattern here for those who are taking the top of the board. Just stay silent, make sure that you can go for elimination, aggression from a distance. That's what I can say. For those elimination out of the snipers, just capitalize on that. I mean, Solar is one of that map, though you can move fast because of slide rails, but there's also a lot of elevation that you can work with to get all those eliminations.
I mean, you're talking about be aggressive from afar. Okay, all right, Vitality. I mean, you got 2 snipers. Maybe we'll start seeing that. One team that was able to actually be even more aggressive there in that second match was none other than RRQ, as we're going to be taking a look here at the overall ranking. Fluxo with 38 points. And Fluxo, honestly, Neptune, they started off hot.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're getting back-to-back squad-wide, I would say. It was still a slow lobby, I would say, for the first 2 or 3 phase, but you've seen how well they hunt their opponents. They know the rotation of what will be taken or needs to be taken to choose their fight. They're not going in a little bit too careless at that point, and that has been the strategy of Fluxo right now. And given that there's not so much of the Giants, the Titans, I would say that's part of Group A. Group B, they are just wrecking it.
Yeah, and I mean, you know, we talked about that strong start from teams, right? Come out of the gate swinging, and that's exactly what Fluxo did. You know, 15 eliminations, I believe, in match 1, giving them that incredible strong start, and obviously showcasing that on the leaderboard. But Lilas, how can you not be hyped with what's going on for Team Fluxo behind us? Like, you know, we talked about the mentality of players, right?
Yep.
How could you not be hyped having this whole entire crowd just like playing drums and singing your song? Like, it's absolutely incredible. And It's working for them. Like, can I have a crew that follows me around with drums and slice when I'm napping, like wake me up and stuff? Can I get a production? Can I get that organized? Thank you.
They were absolutely non-stop during the matches. Right now, that's why they're kind of calm, because they're being able to relax a little bit. But going back, we saw RQ there trolling with just 13 points. I know this is one team that you were very high on, Conchita. How are you with their performance so far? You didn't want them to start off slow. They did bring it back in that second match.
Yeah, one thing for sure is that I think we really need to reconsider talking about our favorite team in the beginning of the show, because there is some serious jinxing going on. It happened with Aurora before, and now it happened with RQ now. Like, what the hell? From now on, I'm just gonna keep my mouth shut. But yeah, in all seriousness, I think RQ, well, the first game, obviously, it wasn't a great start at all. Being the first team to get sent back to the lobby was honestly quite embarrassing for a team in their caliber. But then again, it's what really lit the fire under their asses, I think. Because if we see what happens in the second game, I think they are getting slightly better. They are trying to learn more about their opponents, and that's what exactly what they did. So humble.
You guys get some limbs and we'll just get them late. What a humble team. We knew this from the start.
They're getting a breather. They're getting a breather.
Oh, well, but I do think that they're learning a little from the mistakes that they did in the first game, and hopefully they're just going to keep climbing up the ladder. But for now, I'm not feeling it. I am not. I mean, looking at the statistic itself, 9 position, 13 points, 13 elimination points. What the hell is that?
But then again, I mean,
कोई एक चीज रह जाती थी आधे टाइम तो जस्ट फोटो लेना बाकी होता था लाइक पता तो हर बार चल गया था कि कौन सा घोस्ट है कोई एक ऑब्जेक्टिव रह गया या फोटो रह गया ऐसे हो रहा था तो बहुत ट्राई के बाद फिर मैंने गिव अप कर दिया फिर मैंने डिओजन से किया
he couldn't defend himself because he doesn't have the weapon but on Clash
वो होता है ना कि डिओजन से करो तो उसकी उतनी वैल्यू नहीं रह जाती है तो मैंने स्टार्टिंग से ही सोचा था कि नहीं मैं डिओजन से नहीं करूंगी so I tried my best but कुछ ना कुछ रह ही जाता है
to what we've seen often happen, especially if there's snipers and one left behind.
Yeah, I keep saying that if EFOS has Russia at the center stage, I do believe that Mal should be given more chance to take the spotlight in RRQ because he actually got what it takes. And again, he's also one of the youngest players that is playing for RRQ. So yeah, I think it's just a great opportunity for him to really shine and do what he's able to do best.
It could be just first game jitters. That's what we're going to throw up the first game too, because they did end up bouncing back on that second match. Now, as we're getting closer here towards the second half of their series, almost closer towards the end of day one of Free Fire at EWC 26, we do need to see a bit of a reaction. I know there's some other squads that we want to see a reaction because we don't want to see what happened there earlier on with Group A. I'm going to be looking. We just talked about them. Team RQ, Team Vitality, and Lucifer. I know you're currently looking at S8UL Esports. You gotta
views आते हैं
Indeed, I agree, Seven, that S8UL Esports have to pick it up because Troll individually has done big, but I think the entire name of the game, at least in Group B so far, is that you have to adapt. We ended up seeing Team Secret, who were very silent in the game number 1, instantly adapted to game number 2, and now they're all in, got their booyah already. Even Twisted Minds did not have a great start. But on the other end, Fluxo, so far, this entire lobby of Group B hasn't seemed wayward running away from somebody.
Yeah, we have slightly tighter margins, right?
Exactly.
Like it's not like after game 2, we see a very top-heavy lobby, which is very good, because I think even up to the 7th and 8th spot, there's a pretty good chance that they can make it in the top 4 by the end of this evening. Speaking of which, I do, want to bring out some of the points that our experts have kind of put out on the table. I think, RQ, I gotta say, Conchita, my heart goes out to you. Third time could be the charm.
Could be.
It could be the charm. Vitality, though, that still looking for that magic, right? Again, I think Solara has always been the map that I look forward to for Team Vitality because I feel like that is sort of what is going to light the fuse for them to come online. But in this case, it was completely extinguished in the mid-game, and now it begs the question of where else is Vitality going to able to kickstart their engine?
One thing that we know, where we are heading here for game number 3, that's going to be towards Purgatory. Whereas heaven or hell, it's time for teams to show up And maybe, as Seven mentioned, S8UL Esports, they rise to the occasion, picking up eliminations. Yes, like how RRQ did, it's also time for placement points.
Placement points integral if you want to talk about potential tiebreakers at the end of the day. Very rare occasion, but it's always good to have some insurance policy. And in this case, I'm looking forward to see if teams are going to go to Moat House, because when we saw Group A, no teams actually like to go there. You play around the perimeter on the southern side of the Moat House, but if I remember correctly, memory serves, Twisted Minds should go north side, and in this case, they have company in the form of Mia Corp.
Now, Mia Corp have not had a great start so far. They're looking at around 6 points, similar to what Straw Hats. I think these are the only two teams that are a little bit of an offset compared to the entire 10 lot that we have, who are looking closer, tighter, as you already mentioned, and the fight already breaking out between these two. Looking at it, Twisted Mind should have the upper hand, and there it goes. Diamond, he already gets the opening. And that's the very first elimination. But a quick answer back by Nyx. But can he pick up the elimination? Can he confirm it? That's going to be crucial. Kappa trying to use the chrono and confirm the elimination. But it's now working in their favor. They're about to lose another, and Kappa also goes down. More players from Mia Corp dropping one by one in the hunt for just to pick one elimination against Twisted Minds. But finally in the opening, Diamond is down, and Nyx answering back towards the sides of Twisted Minds.
This is going to be a tough one, but Jump actually gets eliminated. But the AK-47 of Nyx, and he comes out prevail. Now has to take that car away. S8UL showing up to the occasion, blows up the vehicle, and unfortunately there is no escape around this time. As he pays with his life, but at least there is some significant damage dealt to Twisted Minds as they are down to their last member, and we did discuss about this. They love Moat House, but in this case, they are trapped at Moat House.
One thing for sure, just like how we ended up seeing this fight, is you cannot be weighing the scale on just one team. It could change within the blink of an eye. Twisted Minds had the upper hand over there, but instantly turned around Mia Corp, and now S8UL Esports. And similarly, Toll Gaming have to do some magic right as now. Spotting the player, Joker from Lion, breaking the glue wall open. Not the best weapon for Aztec, but he had his teammate on the other end, and Vota pushing him into his crosshair, and they find the knock. Confirmation to follow as well. And Toll Gaming this time going a rather aggressive approach at the very start, finding the next knock as well, and that's going to be Aztec.
Sets it up for Wota and confirms one himself as well. Total Gaming up to 2. Hacks the third one to get chased down with his Mafia with the Car 98. So make it 3 for the Indian team. But the job's not done just yet. They might have weathered the storm and sent Lion packing temporarily, but RRQ has just shown up in the compound, attracted by the gunfire, the noise of bullets flying in the air. And let's see if Total Gaming can hold a candle to the Kings of Kings.
It is going to be tough. Of how we ended up seeing RRQ without getting any point, going down in game number 1 and instantly in game number 2, 13 total eliminations. If they had placement points, they'd have looked at the top 5. And now they have an opportunity. But Total Gaming, they took an aggressive foot forward. Can they continue that is something that we have to wait and approach for. But Ali, this team from the very beginning have been surprising every squad, and now challenging Fluxo, taking the player but sent down. And Fluxo in trouble. MT7's also spotted. Hawk will try to take him down with his crosses. Sneaking through. Can he find the hit of the Car 98? But no, so far. And somehow Fluxo will be able to make a run.
And RQ has done some significant damage to Total Gaming. 2 of them go down. But Mafia responds in kind and gives himself the third RRQ, shattered in an instant.
Everybody who watches Total Gaming in India, they know what Mafia is capable of. If he is in form, the entire squad will rally with him. And it seems like in game number 3, they've decided. And Maal, again, the last man. Neptune spoke about this. Being a sniper, the last man is not at all the best way to play it. If that Suzy passive works out, he has a lot of coins. He does it at this point, but it's only 1300. Not a full squad revive, but he'll still manage to do something because it's the early game.
Yep, and he's forced to backtrack as well because you have Bunny from S8UL Gaming on that low ground. No vending machines inside Maal. With the weight of the entire team on his shoulders, just like the previous game. He's done it once, but there's only a limit to how much revives he can bring back before the weight crushes him. Check back with RQ in just a little bit. Straw has now showed up the compound of Mia Corp, who are just vacating that spot, but you gotta look back at this moment when Maal gets the setup to his team, finds 2, but immediately the response came in from Mafia to get even more damage done.
Wait, Maal? He takes the zip line, heading back, He did not get the revive. Yeah, this was a very risky approach. Shanky, if he knew that was happening through the zip line, he could have taken him down. But Maal making a run. Shanky has spotted him, but I think he will be able to manage. No! He gets close! Oh! Just in time! Rhymes and Duns get picked. And they're back in action. They'll be flying up, but almost Shanky got him, and he would have taken that knife and driven through RRQ and out of this game.
Yeah, by his deathbed, he brings two of his teammates back and keeps the heart of RRQ beating. And for now, Ma'ao has done his duty, and it's up to both the captain and the young gun to keep that legacy going and see if RRQ can make it further down the road. We're looking at a total of 16 points for now, barring excluding the placement points. Vitality also, that team that we're looking for magic. And I can't believe I'm saying this, Lucifer. We came into today, and I thought that EVOS was going to be the team that struggles the most out of the three Indonesians, but that was not the case, right? EVOS, even though we've only won Booyah, did finish top 4 in Group A. And right now, it's Team Vitality who are struggling the most.
I think we were having this discussion, right, when we were talking about maybe they also themselves were telling us that maybe it was just an experimental phase down in SES Spring. And it actually looks, they are able to deliver results here on the EWC stage.
A part of me actually didn't want to believe it. I thought that they were, we thought it was an excuse.
Yeah.
Apparently not.
But no excuses for Twisted Minds. They almost had control of it, and this time they're taking an approach to a couple of the isolated players from Straw Hats who went all the way to Moathouse. Not an approach that we've seen in the recent times of Free Fire, that anybody heads in that direction. An isolated, desolated land of Moathouse, but Straw Hats, they think that's the safe haven because they are losing players. As you can see, Twisted Minds clear their position at the edge of the shore, and Straw Hats had to go for another revive, get the player back up. And the circle, thankfully,
like
for Twisted Minds, move on.
Yep, actually, a blessing in disguise. PLS1, they're going to drop with the reminder, so Al-Ali will have to halt their rotation for now. And Team Secret, they're not going to wait. Riding off the momentum of Game 2, where they had a fantastic sequences of events that led to the Booyah. Let's see if they can feed off of that energy. As Ali, they've shown us that they can fight and they will fight back.
They will. They've been at the top of the charts, but so do Team Secret want to get in that direction. This time trying to try and find an opening. So far they've not found. Rather they've found and received damage. They've been forced to back off. And there is it. TQ has been taken down. Now on 7, he's also been spotted. Oh no! He doesn't get anything to say. Had the launcher in the hand and will be launched back into the lobby. Nothing else. Now on 7, he's also spotted. Went to the vending machine and he turns it around with the help of PLS1. And Team Secret, they bring it back.
PLS1 with the build out in the last second to cut down the ranks of Al-Ali, who seemingly had an advantage, but falls in the hands of PLS1 as he locks in an ace for his team. The 6th point in this game and the first team to wipe out Al-Ali in this lobby.
That was not thought of. I was Al-Ali almost looking in control, but anything can happen is what Group B is the game of.
I can't believe it. PLS1 left to his own devices and was able to work magic.
Exactly.
3 consecutive shots to take down 3 individual rushes, running at his teammate. That is the kind of support that we need. That is what defined this current meta, where snipers are everything. They mold the world and they shape the results. And Team Secret now in a powerful spot.
And so is Lion. Rawan with that Winchester. Picking up a couple in his name. Drop the player, quick on the confirmation as well. Team Secret, after finding a full-on wipe, they have another challenge right in front of them. That's going to be Fluxo, the roaring fans right here in Paris. And now they have a challenge in front to try and push out Team Secret. It's not been easy. From game number 2, the pacing, and especially after what PLS1 did. And look at his position. I don't think they have an idea about it. And if he starts hitting, and he does, MAD to B, he puts Bobs down, and trouble already striking for Fluxo. And they cannot get closer. Bobs wants to get closer to his teammate Butson, but that's not going to happen because there's the Bolt Maker also called. Could be trouble here for Fluxo, but there might be a disguise of blessing by Twisted Minds if they decide to take a fight with Team Secret.
Potential 3-way fight here. Team Secret having a bit of a compound to work with, and on top of that, a vending machine right at their doorstep. So any emergency supplies or revives can be achieved. And Fluxo now going to step off the gas. PLS1 out of there with the launch pad. to reconvene with the rest of his team and complete the rendezvous. So dodging a bullet, but putting themselves in the vicinity of Twisted Minds. But fighting one team is better than two. Fluxo could take this opportunity to get a couple of free points.
That was one of the smart moves coming in from Fluxo to make sure that they go behind the sniper and not give him position. And now Twisted Minds have the advantage of it because all the players from Team Secret have been crunched. They've been forced to be together and Twisted Minds like this. Diamond on the flank, he spots the players, but Fluxo, KO! He puts Diamond down from afar. This is the problem. When you let another team take control of a position, especially in the circle, they feel a lot more confident. And now Fluxo, that's what they're feeling. Now they're chasing the players. Bob's the man who was knocked by Team Secret is now wanting to revenge for that action.
Yeah, Fluxo really pushing forward right now. They had control of the safe zone. They could play gatekeeping, but they wanted more. And in this case, thankfully for Team Secret, nothing of value was lost. Even the vehicle wasn't completely wrecked, so they could rotate up to the high ground. And in fact, right now, because the circle doesn't hurt as much just yet, Team Secret could set up shop on this high ground and actually scout out the area before making a future rotation. There's also a zip line that they could utilize in times of emergency, but the decision will be made to cross past the northern side of the map and get around both Twisted Minds and Fluxo.
This fight has been going back and forth. Twisted Minds trying to kind of itch towards Team Secret and Team Secret as well. It happened in the previous game, but right now it has to conclude. Because if Twisted Minds do not get taken down, then it's going to be Team Secret. Flash Street being used. The dash coming out from the pass, but he couldn't find an opening. And there, PLS1, he turns it around. He puts the player Diamond down and he's in trouble. Chop the bars as well as Expose. You need to do something. But it's only Expose who finds PLS1, but maybe it's a little too late.
A bit of a consolation prize right there for Exposy, but still the rest of Twisted Minds have already been eliminated and Exposy joins them in the grave. And Team Secret finds another wipeout here. First starting with Al Ali and now following it up with Twisted Minds. They should have no problem bringing their teammate back. There's a vending machine right in front.
Yep.
And right in the safe zone as well. And they can get there on time. Seems like everything is laid out for Team Secret to potentially make it to the final stage again.
Could be a back-to-back. Not something that we've not seen. We've already seen in Group A that happened. Maybe Team Secret try to replicate the same for their own. And there is the revive. But on the other end, Fluxo, it seems like they've found players from S8UL and they're troubling them. And on top of it, RRQ find Mia Corp. And that's going to be an end for Mia Corp. They've not been having a great start at all here in Group B. They've been at the bottom of the charts. They need to pick up pace. But Fluxo, they've been picking it up. They're already the top of the charts. The only thing that they're missing is the Booyah. Game number 1, they're very close. Game number 2, they couldn't. They got taken down. But now, if they fight Team Secret, put them down, the challenges for Booyah will be swept out.
And this is round 2. They put Team Secret in a very uncomfortable spot, but Team Secret conquered that hurdle and now are back for revenge. Gio with the push on forward. Gluon goes down, but instantly from Captain Bobs at the setup. And Fluxo have cut Team Secret down to just PLS1, who was brought back early on. But can PLS1 get the build out again? Doesn't seem like it is going to be a reality this time. Fluxo coming out on top.
PLS1 again quickly running away. He was the saving grace. Yes, an ace was found, but now no challenge for him to take the player down. He had to go out of the zone. An extra effort that he has to put and win it out. But on the other end, the team who's putting a lot of efforts after getting their very first Booyah here in Group B. That's going to be MIB a loss. They did lose out a player, but they already have 8 eliminations. Playing inside the circle, but Koja with the dually puts the last player of S8UL Esports down. It's not working for them yet. They've not found their winning ways. These young guns are missing their player, their captain Prince, and they are not able to yet adapt in such a highly competitive pace.
And a different story for Team Vitality this time, racking up double digits in terms of elimination as Yago cleaned up the remnants of Team Secret. No more back-to-back this time. 5 teams remain. Fluxo looking incredibly healthy, same as Vitality, as both teams have gone on a tear. But there's a very good chance that we see RQ run up the causeway and into Total Gaming, who are controlling both areas. MT7 finding a sneaky one from behind. Abai right into the fire. And of course, gets the burns to a crisp.
That was a very quick save coming in, and that's the reason I was talking about how crucial Mafia is. He lets them all rush through and back again into the game. All four men standing, Total Gaming ready for this final four standoff. MIBR lost are the only team who have a three-man playoff that they have to go against the four lot of all the survivors we have.
Will be the first time on the world stage that a team from India gets a booyah, and how close are we to that, Lucifer?
MIBR दीवार पे दीवार के पीछे एक टीम सामने
Total Gaming has to face off against MIBR Lost, and Haone is the one that gets the upper hand. The Winchester, Zebank, up against Fluxo on the other hand. VSS doing a magic there. But Shanky has been brought back.
They have
advantage now come
advantage.
through. Riptide Rhythm, Unleash, Yago in danger. But still putting up a bit of a resistance to pin down the members of Total Gaming, but they're in the face of MIBR Lost. General takes out Water. The members of TG cut down to just three.
General bringing it down to a 3v3, troubling Total Gaming, and now Total Gaming with the zone closing in. They are forced out of space. MIBR Lost are able to hold their own as they get taken down by Yago with the sniper. Confirmation coming through. Shanky a little too late to just find the knockdown. And MIBR Lost for India who wanted to see if there could be booyah. They put those dreams to rest for now. And MIBR Lost are not stopping there. Yola again once more picks up on Godzin. That's going to be on Fluxo. And MIBR Lost might be looking forward to another booyah. And Yago already at 7 total eliminations.
And Cole just speeds up that process. The nade takes out Pops. And unfortunately, Dace is now going to be in the crosshairs of MIBR Lost. Haone with the rush as well. Team Vitality, they actually have more members. Diggs with the rush through. Getting tagged, but not down just yet. Jago with the confirmation. Someone needs to stop this guy. He has won a world championship in this banner, and the Team Vitality is letting him run. Jago again. With Fem on the Saban, looking for a conversion. General leads the charge. Team Vitality getting picked apart. And everything set up by Yago. MIBR Lost with the second booyah.
It looks like Brazil is here in EWC for the title, taking it away from SEA, taking it from any other region because they've been looking for it. They have conquered the world stage once, but EWC is something that they've been missing for a long time. And what a game coming in from MIBR Lost, especially Yago. A man to hold his own on the sniper when players are rushing. 8 total eliminations on his own.
Insane performance. Last year, when Los was on the cups of victory, they were the only team from Brazil that had a chance to win Champion Rush. They were denied. But that time, Yago wasn't with them yet. And he could be the missing piece. He was one Magic Squad that FFWS Global Finals in 2023. He was the one that showed that Skylar still has value when everyone else has forgotten about that character. 2024, he got dispatched, not a part of Fluxo. MT7 took his spot and won that trophy. But right now, under the banner of MIBR Lost, he is reminding everyone who he used to be.
This is just incredible to pull off like this, and especially when we have teams who want to make sure that they get their very first booyah. MIBR Lost already having 2 of their own. And look at it. It just seemed like point and shoot for him. That was the POV for us. It didn't look like he had a bit of an hassle. He had to look for opponents. They were right in front, just put up the scope, and the players would take him down one after another. And you can see the happy faces of MIBR Lost. That's another victory that they get for themselves. A booyah that will be written in their overall rankings to put them on the top of the charts.
They've technically already won the tiebreakers in a way, right? 2 booyahs is not easy to achieve, but if there's a team that has put ahead, I think we just found it. MIBR Lost, really just incredible performance, right? We were looking for teams to hit the ground running, but we are also looking at the same time for them to close out strong, because that what matters the most. And I think MIBR, they have the recipe for both of their category.
Yeah.
They hit the ground running, and they've closed out strong 3 games in a row.
Right now, see, we've done with almost the halfway, if you want to call it. Yes, we have 12 games in total, but at least for day 1 of the group stages, Group B has played their 3 games. They should have understood the whole lobby. Now, if you take one team out, there's 11 other teams that they have to understand of what they need to do better off. And let's hope they start doing better, because right now, they are taking a quick breather, and they will be jumping back into the lobby. So you guys don't go anywhere.
We book S8UL World Cup.
between some of our matches right now, so I decided to run up here and catch up with Nonstop Gaming. Talk to me a little bit about what it's been like co-streaming here from EWC 2026.
Yeah, I think the setup is literally crazy, and the vibe of the whole stadium is literally good. And this is the first time like I streaming this time I selected for the co-stream, and this is the first time. And you know, the 3 Indian teams are there, and hopefully they will do very good. We are expecting a very good matches. Let's see.
All right, now tell me what it's been like being in Paris this year.
Yeah, I think I mean, might be it's about we are lucky that the Bastille Day, I think yesterday we saw the Eiffel Tower and the fireworks and the many, yeah, there is a very good show, and we have been like we are very lucky to have the EWC and the same thing happening in the, I think, around same date.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Now, you can be biased in this question, okay?
Okay.
Who is your favorite to win the whole thing here for Free Fire?
I think for sure, I want that our team will win. So we have like 3 teams: S8UL, S8UL Gaming, and Team Apex Gaming.
Yep.
So I don't like for Team Apex Gaming, it's not a very good start, but hopefully they will come back tomorrow, because today we score only 41 points. But let's hope for best for the S8UL and S8UL Gaming, because I think they did a very good start, but we have 4 games remaining. So let's see.
We still have not only 4 games remaining in this, but lots of gameplay left so far in Free Fire. So we'll have to see how everybody does. And I don't want to take you away from your chat for too much longer. So thank you so much for chatting with us. You know, enjoy the rest of the series.
Welcome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, it's Face and Kachita here to bring you more of the storylines from Free Fire. And I think Buriram United Esports better watch out, because MIBL just got their second booyah.
Yeah, that was amazing. 3 games and 2 booyahs. That is quite something for MIBR. But also, we need to talk about Team Secret, because for a second there, I thought this was going to be their game. They wiped out Al Ahly, and then they wiped out Twisted Minds. And if I remember correctly, they won the FFWS Spring 2026 by getting consecutive booyahs, back-to-back booyahs, and I thought it was something that they would actually achieve again on the 3rd game, but unfortunately that wasn't the case, because MIBR are surely the strongest contender now.
And I mean, Team Secret and Twisted Minds kind of are forming this little bit of rivalry, if you've noticed. In those first couple of matches, it was them in that final zone. Then in that previous game there, they had an altercation in kind of the northwestern side as well. But it looks like Team Secret just have that little extra secret sauce to be able to take out Twisted Minds, and they don't seem to get their footing.
Yeah, but speaking of MIBR, once again, that last circle, girl, that was so intense. That was crazy intense. And to see that they're now at the 4th place with 31 points, 18 elimination points. I think you're right. Buriram United Esports better watch their back. I mean, we still got 3 games to go. Anything can still happen, right?
And if we've seen it in Free Fire. So, you know what? I feel like it might be happening. Can they get a 4th? I don't know, it's going to be a little bit exciting, but to be able to achieve that sort of mean in the starting rounds, I mean, MIBL, you'll be watching them, because 3 booyahs is coming their way. But of course, I know we're very much itching to get into those next matches. Lucifer, do you think MIBL is going to be able to achieve that 3rd booyah?
Yes, there could be another opportunity here for MIBR. They've been looking really good. And the action that they brought in, they've put themselves on the top of the charts. A total of 62 points, 37 eliminations. And as you guys already pointed out on stage, that maybe Buriram might have to watch out.
Good.
Yes, Evo's
I
Divine,
guess
they're not have
9
to
or
be
10
worried
होंगे
about
ना
a close competitor very soon.
Yeah, very close. In fact, MIBR was actually a big competitor to BRU last year in Ria. You know, like, it's coming together, baby. It's coming together. That's what makes Free Fire such a competitive and fun esports title. A lot of times, and that's why it's hard to escape the allegations that, hey, we predetermined some of these things. As I gotta say, it's so intertwined right now. You can step on any part of the machine, and something will fall into place. But one thing that has yet to fall into place is where do we place RQ again?
I'm not sure. I think we have to ask Conchita as well as Neptune again, because they've been the ones who've been talking about it. And hey, I don't know if there's a jinx, but maybe something that we will look later towards. But I think there could be an opportunity where RRQ now recover, right? They've had an idea what Team Secret is doing. MIBR lost on the other end on a spree. Looking forward to Yago of how he's been sniping across, and Fluxo almost getting to all the top 4s in the final fights.
And we did say that the second half of the matches for Group B theoretically should be ID favored. Theoretically should be RRQ and Team Vitality that gets put under the microscope. Again, Nextera, Kalahari Nextera, it starts to appear. And honestly, I think on Nextera, I look at RRQ. We're not looking at number one placement stats, but it's good enough, right? It's good enough to suffice for RRQ to give us something to be happy about. I think same for Team Vitality. Lion going over to Intellect Center, very less desired spot, but we also have S8UL against Straw Hats. Actually, Straw Hats are very spread out.
Yeah, it's a very unfortunate, very early clash that we're seeing at Deca Square happen right now. And Straw Hats are already looking at the bottom, and it seems like it could be trouble. But as we look at our stats, we can see S8UL are the ones who are dropping the numbers, and S8UL, they are also close to those bottom two that we've been talking about. And teams need to now start worrying, because as we've reached the halfway mark, if everybody doesn't start jumping in to figure out, if they start losing points, it is trouble. They'll miss out on opportunities. They'll miss out to getting back towards the top 4, or at least staying in the 10, because if they're in the bottom 2, they will be eliminated.
Yeah. I think at least in this case, we saw a bit of a disengage. That spot was taken over by RRQ as they fill in the void. So now RRQ is Straw has problem. S8UL escaping with one remaining member. Pincer tech coming in. We get a quick replay of this earlier clash that we saw on the radar. And unfortunately, S8UL just hit the ground running slightly slower.
Yeah.
And the mini Uzi can make a lot of difference in this early game. And unfortunately, these 1v1s didn't really go in favor of S8UL. Straw Hats coming out on top with 3 points. 4 points, in fact.
I think there was a better rebound between the players of Straw Hats, and especially their abilities, their skills coming into play. But right now, the action keeps striking. Straw Hats did not have enough time to get back their resources to go for the fight, and RRQ, they had enough time. They're picking up the players. They confirm 2 of them and get to elimination. Smith is also stuck with rhythm, and that is going to be his defenses blown open. And with that going to be a 3rd elimination. And you were talking, we were mentioning, how do we place RRQ? This is where always looking at eliminations. They somehow find it. Placement points is something that they have to add on to this aggression.
I mean, they're the masterminds after all. Right? Maybe they have some grand plan that we haven't figured out just yet. And for a good reason, because if we figure that out, we probably would know the results. Maybe India Multiverse RRQ.
Yeah.
Somewhere out there in the wild, they have it all planned out. But Team Secret is a team that started off slow, but the past 2 games have had great performances. Maybe not so great in game 3, they did kind of fumble in the middle, but we also got to give props to the teams that took them down, right? MMBR loss was quite the force. Total Gaming as well, finishing 4th on that map. As I say, Total Gaming, Mafia shows up on the feed, taking out Bunny. Fluxo also in that altercation. As Diamond gets gunned down as well. Team Secret with the 3rd.
It seems like a lot of flurry eliminations are happening. Vitality also picking up on Fluxo, MT7 out of the play, but instantly Vatsin gets the player revived. So it's just back and forth for the time being, and the player who just got revived just got picked mid-air. So Fluxo have another effort to add on to go to the vending machine. But Mafia, the man who picked up the elimination, spots another opponent right in front of him. Riptide Rhythm being used, but X-Strong, he's better because he had the max 7 and his teammate as a backup. And Mafia's down.
भाई कैसा बूस्ट मिल जाता है ना अगर स्टार्टिंग में 5 मिल जाए
another additional elimination.
बूस्ट मिलता होगा
seems like they're recovering. They've had 5 eliminations so far at the start of this game.
And the revives keep on coming, right? We see so many bodies drop, so many points acquired by different squads, and yet we still have 44, 43 again. It's gonna cycle. We're gonna cycle through these numbers for a while. As Jump finds a trade with him and a TQA. Team Secret, losing our number just a little bit. In the last game, they had to rely, they could rely on PLS1. And here comes the savior. Diamond has that location locked down. PLS1 deny the pickup. It's still gonna come in onto it. The shoulder is showing. And fully denied. Twisted Minds this time will not let Team Secret walk away scot-free.
Unfortunate. Two different angles in Team Secret. They get troubled. TQ as well as Nan7, they're the last survivors, and I think he might be taken down. Nan7 is also spotted. Diamond with his AUG puts him down, but the trouble is not done yet because Miyacorp, they entered into this fight. They want to bet in terms of eliminations because they've not had a great game so far in the start. 3 games done. This is game number 4. Miyacorp need to get back to those eliminations, need to get back to placement points, and they've found 3 so far. And Twisted Minds, they've now taken a little bit of a silent approach, but the boss, I know he is worried and spots the player while he was completely unwary of another team being available or for a fight, and instantly the boss puts him down and Miyacorp suffer a loss. But another team who suffered a big loss is going to be Team Secret, who are now swept out.
The boss now finds a second challenger, which is Nick. And he turns around and finds Josper. Another body slam in the face of Miyacorp. But the boss is hit on a one-man mission. John Wick style here. Can Nick find him though? I mean, the boss could still do some heavy damage, and all with the absence of his teammate. So can you imagine the amount of chaos they could rain on Miyacorp when the rest of Twisted Minds complete that rendezvous in that area? MIBR lost, playing on the outskirts this time at the coastline. S8UL in front of them, and Rick B. Spawning slightly ahead, confirming the presence of no one. Well, now they can focus on the members of S8UL.
S8UL Esports already receiving big damage. And everybody lost it closer than they think. Rick B, he puts the player down. They knew what was happening, so you've already gotten closer to the haystack. And as soon as S8UL decided to maybe go for a flank, the player instantly gets shut down. And Troll and Jack are now stuck in a building. Bunny way too far to help out. Troll will be taken down. Jack will be very soon found out. And Bunny, all he can do is run away, go for a revive. But Jack, he's thinking he wants to step out. Maybe look forward to an approach if there is save. But I don't think there is going to be a save button here for his teammate. All he can do is try to buy time for Bunny.
Yeah. And as long as Bunny can get out and get that revive, his job is done. Jack putting up a valiant fight. The result goes over to MIBR lost 10 eliminations already. Just short of minute 7. We just see the standout player, Osyago, in the previous game, who clocked in 9 eliminations on his own. And so far, I mean, MIBR loss have been outclassing Fluxo, right? I mean, as much as, again, I'm big fan of Fluxo, big fan of the legacy. Recent times, MIBR loss, ever since the loss in Riyadh last year, has really fueled something in them. You see the fire burning. And not to mention with Yago's addition to the squad, this team has powered up.
Big time. And we might be looking forward to another opportunity for MIBR loss. We saw the stage also talking about the same thing, but one team that I do want to see who have opportunity is going to be Lion. And now they spotted Joel. And he was just out in the open, running across these tracks like he owned it. And Lion instantly put him down. In this game, Lion also has 4 eliminations. Seems like they are trying to move in the direction of finding a lot more elimination. But I'm surprised that we've not yet seen any elimination from Gamez or Games King, because he's been the MVP for their team. Rather, it's been Hatch who's been picking up the weights on his shoulders.
टोकन तो यूज होते हैं, but like किधर करते हैं वैसा वो होता है, वो किधर से होता है.
Getting solid confirmations onto Team Vitality.
Revival point होता है और vending से होते
Again, you
हैं
call back to Games Kings last year on the world stage. He has been a pillar of his squad. One of the youngest player in the entire tournament, but also one of the most gifted long-range players in a meta where snipers were sort of shoved aside, and he was the bright star. Right now, everyone is looking at him, and all eyes are on him, and yet still leaving more to be desired. Axe tags kind of trace himself for 1, Total Gaming up to 2. Launchpad available to disengage from Lion.
Lion now getting hit upon by Total Gaming. Shanky puts Joker down. The quick trade coming in from Gamez. That's not going to be a confirmation. Oh, finally it is. So they do also lose a player. So even Total Gaming had to go for a quick revive. And Vota is the one who did that. Lion on the other end, they want to chase the player who went for the revive, the vending machine. And it's going to be Vota. He gets spotted. Winchester in hand for Hacks, but he gets taken down with a rush coming in from Vota. And Vota all alone trying to hold himself up. Now Games King, he's closer, and Vota will be finally taken away because Joker from afar with the sniper puts him down.
Good attempt there from Vota to really keep Lion pinned down for the rest of his team to kind of recuperate themselves. So he gets revived regardless. So TG back to full force. This game's against. I mean, game 3 was the game that had the faster
600
pace.
for each,
Now
I
we're
think,
slowing down a little
Party.
bit. I say we slow down just
वरना
because
तो
we still
बहुत
have
सस्ता
39
है.
players in the lobby. We cycle through
होना तो
plenty of
each चाहिए.
reincarnations at this point. We've only lost 2 teams, Straw Hats and Team Secret. Everyone else pretty healthy.
As many people hate Windows
This
11.
lobby of Group B
मुझे तो
itself
बढ़िया
tells you of
लगता
how
है.
different
But
from
it's
Group
lost
A
in
this
full name. It's
entire set of
MIBR
teams
lost.
are.
Yes.
Because there, everybody was very
Made in
hungry
Brazil,
for
अभी
eliminations,
lost
fights
का क्या है
back
वो
and
नहीं
forth.
पता.
But here, everybody wants to read each other, understand each other, because they all
Cute
know
yeah.
elimination is not the biggest threat, but it's
अंदर अंदर
about
बहुत ही
going
cute
into
है.
the finals directly. You mentioned about it. Miss that
Should I
survival
say
stage 10
thank you
games
या
and
ये
walk
कहीं
into the
और
finals,
twist होने वाला है
prepare
अभी?
better strategies and
और
be ready for it. That's what they're eyeing for, and that is getting difficult for some of the
मॉडल
teams to
बॉर्डर
figure
नोवा
out,
आइकॉनिक भी
even
खेलने
though we
गया.
are
हाँ
playing
यार
limited.
वो
Even when we
अपना
look at the numbers, so far some of
मतलब
the accolades of
कैसा
these
है ना
players,
अगर
right?
पहली टीम बाहर हो गई ना
third in
तो
line
फिर
for most
बाकी 3 प्लेयर्स
eliminations.
रिप्लेस
He
हो
has
जाते
13
हैं.
total.
2 स्लॉट से खेल
And
रही है
9 of
अपनी
the for
टीम.
the previous game.
पहला वाला वो है
Total Gaming now
रौनक
facing
वाइपर ओवेस.
RRQ.
if वो लोग बाहर तो
who
ये
just
वाला
came
खेलता है.
back into
ऐसे
the lobby, got removed again. And Total Gaming's members cut down in half.
फर्स्ट ग्रुप में
Shanky
वो
might have
थे
to hold
अभी
the
इधर
fort
वो
here.
है. इधर से तो पहुंच जाएंगे ना
And they're
समझो.
not in the best of the position. Aztec, who just went in for the revive, his position's compromised. Fluxor going in for the chase. Shanky, he can't do anything because if he steps out, then another casualty strikes. And there it goes. The players in mid-air, Al-Ali, they pick out Vota once more. So nothing is working here for Total Gaming. Aztec, the man who went for the revive, he will also be taken down. And the bell is not ringing in the favor of Total Gaming. They were closer in the previous game, but in this game, they're still not able to figure out what works in their favor. But Vitality, they had to figure out, made a jump, but right into the crosshairs of Twisted Minds. 13 eliminations
ठीक है,
already,
points
and they're
ही
looking
मिल
forward
तो
to a
रहे
lot
हैं
more. And
अपने
with the VSK
6.
expose, he gets one more added to the team.
Bit of a distraction there that could give TG
सेम क्लाउस मैं तो
breather
डेली स्ट्रीम देखती थी तब मॉडल
to
का.
pick themselves back up and
मैं
put the
literally
pieces back together.
डेली का
But
स्केड्यूल
11
था.
happened
मॉडल लाइव आता था मैं तब खाना
in-game
खाती
time,
थी
there's really
स्ट्रीम
not much
देखते
space
हुए.
to work around as
फिक्स
Aztec
स्केड्यूल.
gets brought back. Twisted Minds looking at 13 eliminations. RQ sitting right
बढ़िया दिन
across.
थे यार.
And also Fluxo in the vicinity as well. You did see the circle earlier on, centering around Boxing Gym and Decker Square, where MIBR Lost has basically hunkered down on the southern side of the safe zone. It could give them a good entry, get a couple of points under their belt, but I'm looking at Al Ali again.
Yeah.
Last game was the only game that they didn't make it that far, but now, in the 12-minute mark, Al Ali will have a good chance to prove themselves once more.
Right now, before Oli, we have Fluxo, who have another challenge. They've always looked closer to a Booyah, but they've never converted yet. This is game number 4, match number 4 they're witnessing, and they still are trying to figure an approach where they'll be successful. But look at Lion. They knew that the flight with Fluxo will not work out in their favor. They wanted to rather be in the circle, quickly take the vehicle. Whether it gets destroyed or not doesn't matter at this point. Get to a compound, call it a safe haven so that you can fight out here on Nextera, because as we still see 12 minutes of the game, it's about to be 13. The circle's now slowly about to close in the next 30 seconds. And every team is going to be forced to fight out, and it's getting closer to Deca Square. And if the fight goes to Deca Square, it's just open lands.
Yeah, I mean, that's a gate crash if I ever seen one. But Lion keeps themselves safe, safely tucked in a compound that will keep them afloat for just a while. This rotation of Twisted Minds might put them in front of MIBR. Lost.
भयंकर फाइट गई TG.
The jaws of the Lion clamps down. Total Gaming eliminated in an instant.
Eliminated.
Talking
Oh,
about the
हम लोग
compound, and
की
Lion
वो
were very
भी नहीं
smart
थे
to
इस
act the
बार.
party. Total
Points
Gaming
नहीं
did
थे वो लोग
start off, but it
के.
did not work out. And now, after Total
ये तो
Gaming,
bad
it seems
game हो
Lion
गया.
have found their jaws with a lock-on towards S8UL Esports. The fight is a little too far that's happening, but they're still able to hammer them down. That tells you of what Lions are also looking forward to. A recovery of a game. But recovery is not yet happening for Mia Corp. Fluxo find the last man, and they put an end to their run.
हाँ यार
And now
अपन लोग का
RRQ also
रोटेशन में
jump into this
GG हो
matchup
जाता
battle of
है
taking
हर
on
बार.
S8UL. On one end there is Lion, on the other end RRQ.
नहीं हो रहा
Funny gets
रोटेशन
hit.
तो
Noor
फुल
right
ओपन
now
में
in
फंस
trouble,
गए.
and
वाइप
Jack
हो
becomes
गई.
the last man standing. Can he be the Jack of all trades?
नहीं,
I don't think
can't
that's an
भाई.
opportunity
इधर
for him
अकेला
to
क्या
ask
करेगा
or
वो?
even deliver on in such a small
देखा
position
सब
with so
बाहर
many teams still
भागने में ही
surviving.
मर
You
गए.
just say there's a risk of fights that
Dhoni
get
नहीं
caught out
पहुंचे.
in open areas when the circle shrinks, and it's currently the reality that some of these teams have to deal with. If the circle starts
हम लोग
closing in, the
सिर्फ
blue will
KT ले
force the
पा रहे हैं.
movements of
पता है हम
Lion
लोग रोटेशन
straight
में हर
into
हर
RQ's
बार ही
compound. The red
रोटेशन
tide
में
rhythm
मरे
doesn't
हैं.
really dissuade them just
मैप
yet, but Babe
अंदर तो
Nate
जोन में
Captain
पहुंचते ही नहीं
Dudes
हैं अपन.
sets it up. Bobs also firing from
The
behind.
importance
Support
of
from Gio
IGL
on the
guys.
high ground. Lion, no
The
more.
importance.
Jack at least gets one in that mix. An additional elimination for S8UL Esports, but Cobbs with that M60. brilliant stuff being done, but S8UL, they're not safe yet. The last man standing, Jack, he was initially kind of seen by Fluxo, but Fluxo, as the zone's closing in, they know they're not ready for this fight with Jack. They cannot just try to pin him down. Rather, they just jump in front, and Jack, he is peppering them down. Bops is also knocked. 2 players from Fluxo in trouble, but they quickly recover. Having that Thiva as an advantage does help you in the nick
nice
of time.
Try.
But you was able to find him
कोई
at the
ना
very edge
hashtag
of it,
6 आ गए.
and that was enough to take him out of the equation as we go down to this 5 teams.
5 plus अपने 8 kill points थे.
Right out in the open.
Not bad actually. 13 points
challenged him up front. Abai leads the charge, and instantly RQ finds himself
13
in the
points,
thick of
guys.
it.
Not
With a
bad
couple of
वैसे
knockdowns,
अभी
Runs
तक का
also
तो.
steps up to the occasion. And the Jinners completely eliminated, and so does Fluxo.
RRQ, we were mentioning about them, talking about them, and now they place themselves in the top 3. This is what they wanted. They had placement. They didn't have placement. Stop this madman from MIBR loss.
ये स्नाइपर है या क्या है? ये कूदते हुए चला रहा है.
Standing still targets. One more. Remind gets confirmed. And now MIBR lost in trouble as Maal finds General. Rigby close by, Rawan getting closer. Yago has to be the saving grace. He has to pull them from the jaws of death from RRQ.
And I think it's very doable. Hawk could also be the X factor. Rigby gunned down again by Rans. Simokes is there. Awali with his save. If they make it far enough into the game, they can be one of the contenders. And here they are in top 3. With lesser members to work with, but enough to threaten RRQ and give MIBR Law some breathing room. And this seems to be the reality right now. Those blue walls need to be taken care of because they need line of sight. And Hawk is making it incredibly difficult for RRQ to focus on task at hand. So Rez gets sent in to eliminate Hawk from the equation. And now MIBR lost, makes it closer to the compound. But Ma'ao, great on his shot and right on the money, focuses down General. And MIBR lost down to just 2.
It's trouble. They tried to tread the line as fast as possible, use that distraction, but it still did not work out. There was only 1 knock, and Abhay and Rans are in front of the game. They're already super aggressive. Rawan has already received damage. What magic can Yago do? He's out in the open. This time his sniper doesn't sing of any songs to look forward to elimination. It's going to be RRQ, Rans and Duts finding the very first booyah for Indonesia.
Booyah!
And the captain holds the hands of the young
he's
blood
not happy.
and leads him to the first booyah on the world stage. And that is the exact motivation that you need for RRQ. And unfortunately,
he's angry.
Another heartbreaking loss in the final circle. And he's starting to show something that needs to be kept in check because we've seen them in the top 4. We've seen them in the podium, at least for the round itself. But it's about closing in out the game. We've seen the exact same performance from Dragon Seasons last year. When it's not about the rotation, they're pretty smart about it, but it was about how you take those fights, and in this case, they are outgunned by their adversaries again.
As you can see, it seems like the plan over there in the last fight did not go in that direction. It could have been something else. They did not have to, or they did not intend to take the fight with RRQ. I think that's where everything messed up, and that is the reason we see the player a little bit heated up. That is not what we wanted to do. RRQ were already busy with MIBR loss. We had to just time it perfectly, and if Al Ali did it, they could have another opportunity for their own booyah. But RRQ, we have to give kudos to them as well of how well they held themselves when the fight instantly turned from MIBR loss to somebody they did not even think that was so close by, and they held themselves. And instantly on one end, how Fluxo, their fans have been roaring for so long. Now instantly it turns around to RRQ fans, and they're happy.
Yeah, I mean, again, you say that you have to stop Yago, and Yago was stopped in a different way, right? By eliminating everyone around him. But again, when MIBR took the opportunity of a distracted RRQ to make that rotation, RRQ, they understood the urgency, right? They took care of Ali as fast as possible and made sure that they still have eyes on the rotation of MIBR loss, and that gave them more than enough resources and intel to get this booyah.
Now, with Al Ali already performing in such caliber, right? This is not a game they have to be upset about. Yes, emotions are high because everybody understands that every game is going to be crucial. Even Seven was mentioning, right? Consistency is going to be very crucial when you're in the group stages, especially if you want to make it to the grand finals directly. And I think that's what Al Ali thinks, and that is the reason we see emotions completely high at this time, especially of a game so close to a booyah. Nobody wants to miss or mess it up. And I think it does happen. That's what. RRQ, for example, the first 3 games we barely saw them. 13 eliminations with the only explanation of RRQ being in the overall ranking. But now the Booyah tells that there is chances of making a comeback. You have to just reset.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day is how you kind of finish the run, right? There's still chances left, and speaking of chances, we're gonna give this team some room to take a breather and readjust themselves for the upcoming game. So don't go anywhere, stay with us, we got more to come.
Welcome to Gadia City, an activation right in the heart of the Esports World Cup. And let's be honest, you can't miss it. It is so bright, it looks incredible. This activation, we have VR, we have consoles, and we have simulators that you can take part in. It's so much fun. If you're going to the Esports World Cup in Paris, make sure you come down here. And my friend Luti is over here, my stunning co-host. How are you feeling?
I mean, I'm into golf now because football is over for me.
Oh dear, let's not talk about it anymore. Let's see how accurate you can be in this golf simulator. If there's one thing that I know, it is being a dad, gaming, and golf. And so this is my third one. Let's see your accuracy on this one. 82.3%. Luti, let's see if I can beat you.
I hope for you. I hope for you. Okay, Barney, basically now it's your turn. And in life, you are doing 2 things. Host teams and playing golf. So hopefully you're gonna do better than me.
I mean, you're not wrong. If I don't beat you, I'll be really upset. I'll probably have to quit golf forever. So we're just gonna have to wait and see. Here we go.
It is your time.
It is my time.
Okay, that looks a little bit better than me, I have to say.
Yeah, the sword goes back in the sheath at 90%.
BRB.
Barney Banks absolutely bringing this one home. It's okay. You can focus more on golf. I'll focus more on football for now. But for now, Lauren and Lace, it's your time.
I hate football. All right, Barney, you had to show off those golfing skills. But for everybody currently watching, don't forget to join the Esports Foundation Creator Program. Register on the EWC website. It's pretty straightforward. There's gonna be a QR code at some point. Make sure you scan it. Join up, earn reward, score points, and we might end up interviewing you on the final day. And that sounds pretty sweet. So make sure you join it. There you go. There's the QR code. Go scan it right now. Because one team that has been able to step it up in a big way, especially this last match, RRQ. RRQ Conchita.
It's about time. Honestly, it's about time. And yeah, we still have 2 more games to go, right? So this is actually a good way for them to reset, to find that rhythm, to find that, I don't know, bond that they're finally showing. And again, like I said, Mal turned out to be the saving grace of the last game for RRQ, I think.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Miles is one of those that at this point, I think even the pressure is not facing him anymore.
Yep.
Because there's so many times in the previous competition when he's going solo, he will just be going down that quickly. It did happen a few times from the earlier games, but now because he's the one who's bringing that energy to the table right now, I think there's a lot more that we can see from RRQ.
Please don't talk to me about RRQ.
Oh no,
They heal lows. Girl.
No, honestly, Carol, I was concerned because I really thought that it was going to be another Booyah for MIBR. I was like, enough!
It would have been the third one.
Yes,
Remember,
the third
at
one.
the
I know,
beginning
right?
of Group B, I asked, can
ये
anybody
गेम से
maybe
फोन
mimic
तोड़ा है?
what Buriram? And we were
What?
saying it, honestly, in a joking manner. Because nobody expected to see what happened in Group A here in Group B.
Why?
Carol, first of all, thank you so much for joining us. The fact that that squad got so close, Brazil in Group B, they're looking good.
Oh my gosh, they are doing an amazing here at the EWC. And the funny thing is that during the grand finals in Brazil for Fire World Series Brazil, they were almost the champions. The thing is, the format, the champion point, didn't give they the opportunity to have their final Booyah and go for the win.
I think
But
that's
they
why,
were the best team of the day.
I think that's why we're seeing them just go after those wins. They want to make sure that when they go to the finals, they're going to be ready to get those booyahs. Because right now, it's working out for that squad. One squad, honestly, consistency. We were talking about it earlier, and we're seeing it once again here, not only with the step up of RQ, not only with the performance of Brazil, Ali. Oh, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, one of the players of Al Ali has been reminding us why they are champions of their region. I mean, it's just like refreshing that we're seeing one team that is keeping the balance of both placement and elimination, and it's bringing themselves higher in the table. Hopefully, it's high enough to get to that top 4, because there's a lot who's taking the top 3 right now, and the lead is increasing.
Yeah, but one thing that I did realize post-match was that there was an obvious tension at the Al Ahly table. Maybe there was some sort of miscommunication. Maybe there was a couple of bad calls between the players. So that's something that they really got to watch out for, because consistency, it has something to do, obviously, with chemistry. So we have still 2 games left today, and yeah, let's see how they handle the stress now.
It happens, right? You don't want to see teammates starting to maybe not go the same path in the first day. To save that for the last day. Actually, don't even save that for the last day, because then that will be finals. But the overall ranking, Los right now over Fluxo, Twisted Minds as well has been forming great. RQ, as we mentioned, Ali, all these squads are doing great. But talking about some tension out there, we got the Fluxo fans behind us, and I know that there's some tension between those 2 Brazilian squads.
Definitely there is this competition between Fluxo and Los. It's like, how can I say, it's romance that never ends. Yes, because we got Iago. Iago used to play with Bobs, Jill, and MT7 right now plays with the Fluxo, right? With Butzin as well. And Iago used to be their sniper. And then after the Free Fire World Series back in 2023, Iago left the team, and right now they got MT7, which MT7 is the best sniper in Brazil. And probably that makes Iago so mad that right now Iago is stepping up here at AWC, and man, he's the best player today.
Yeah, I do agree. I mean, Iago, when last time we saw them, he was just making highlights of his own. And, well, I would say even when MT7 stepped into Fluxo, he's also making them win those fights. So, I guess with Iago, MT7 rivalry, or let's say for the team rivalry, they will be very close in there on the battlefield. There's still a lot of storyline that can unfold out of this, but judging from the scores that they managed to maintain right here, even before we end this day for this Group B, the lead is pretty much sure enough for MIBR loss. So I don't know what miracles will happen for the other teams who's trying to catch up. Because imagine, RQ, RQ, they just had their booyah, but they're still far away, like around 27 points.
Watch party भी है, RP भी है, Palworld भी है, Palmo challenge भी है.
I cannot deny the fact that maybe
watch party
today
जब
will
है
be
तो
the day
watch
for the
party. उसके बाद
Brazilian
priority
team.
क्या है?
So Carol, I
तो
think you
जब
can
Phasmo
smile and be
होगा,
happy about
I'll
that
play
just today.
Phasmo. Then third it was Palworld, but अभी I can chill a little. Like मैंने एक जगह Palworld लगा दिया, so I'm like
day for MIB
थोड़ा
as well as Fluxo. But then again, if we're talking about the rivalry, I'm not really sure. One thing for sure though, Taylor Swift should really write something about those two.
कल दिन में कुछ खेलूंगी.
It is
दिन में
a
कुछ
love story,
खेलूंगी
a complete love story of Free Fire.
मतलब किक पे Phasmo या Palworld या RP.
They're trying to find out who's going to be big brother, who's going to be little brother. Iago definitely doesn't
आज
want
तो
to be little
Palworld
brother. I
बिल्कुल
mean, we
नहीं हो
know
पाएगा.
his stature is going to
Mostly
be
तो
outside of
Phasmo है
this
तो आज
frame.
Phasmo
From
हम
all the
लंबा
squads,
खींचेंगे.
I mentioned it earlier
बहुत
at the
टाइम से
start of
challenge
Group B,
रुका
and
पड़ा
we're
है.
just so
एक
close
बहुत ही
to it.
लंबा
I want
break
to
आ
see where
गया.
you guys stand on this. Does Los end up getting another
आज तो
booyah
Phasmo
and goes
खींचेंगे.
for that 3, or is Fluxo gonna stop him? Carol?
Man, I think Los is
कल
stronger
मैं
today,
SATL
so
games
probably
करूँगी.
I
तो
would say
दिन
they
में
would go
देखते हैं, दिन
for
में
the
RP या
definitely for
Palworld
the 30
देखते
booyah.
हैं.
And one
क्या
thing
करेंगे.
very specific about Fluxo is like they got this nickname in Brazil, the boogeyman of indie game, because they only go for indie game. What they are doing here today, going for eliminations, get more points for eliminations, that's not something they used to do in Brazil, because we like to say they do like skinny booyahs.
Oh.
Because
because it's Booyahs with not a lot of eliminations, you know. So it's surprising to see the Fluxo have this kind of performance here today, but definitely Los look stronger.
Hey, I like that input. Now, quickly, Neptune, is it going to happen or is it not going to happen?
I don't know, because so far for Fluxo, they did manage to get at the top 2 without any Booyah, but if they can steal it away from MIBR Lost and equalize it like 2-2 before the final, by the end of this day, then there's a lot of things that can happen at this point.
And Conchita, for you, I want a yes or no. Which one is it going to be?
I think I'm just here for the vibe. I'm happy with either of them. I'm just here for the drums, the music, and of course, I would be happy to see any Brazilian team take this.
Let's go. Well, let's see if it's going to happen. Husky, Lucifer, what do you guys think? Can Brazil, especially Los, can they get that 3rd win, 3rd Booyah, or no?
Well, I personally think yes. Vamos, go all the way. You know what? Screw the 3rd Booyah, get the 3rd and the 4th Booyah, right? Let's close it out. MIBR Los all the way. It's a day of celebration for Brazilian teams. Fluxo, MIBR Los, you name it. They are here to light up Group B. And now it is for every other team to prove that they are worthy of stepping up to the occasion and giving MIBR Los a worthy challenge.
I think Husky's mantra in the entire day so far has been Vamos. He is just rooting for every Brazilian squad out there. But I think there's a mix that RRQ just brought in the previous game number 4. And that one reason tells me that there could be a change happening in this game of Kalahari. The open lands of the Sniper's Haven and Nest that they love to target on in Yago. He's already been doing great, and maybe he opens up at Maal. He's also finding his winning ways. Conchita and Neptune, they mentioned about it. So maybe RRQ, they get another Booyah back to back.
I mean, we've highlighted Yago for the entirety of the Group B matches, right? Most damage dealt, most eliminations so far, 21 for him alone. And then they have, Haone has 15, so 36 eliminations. Guess what, Yago will map again. But for now,
let's go guys, match number 5. Yes, match number 5. Let's go.
Wait, what just happened? I mean,
one team already out.
Was it lost?
भाई 1 मिनट हुआ था शुरू हुए.
It had to be.
Yeah, this is why, like, even they were mentioning on the desk, right? That hey, that was a heated argument. There was something of a disagreement between the players, and this is what happens when emotion run high and you are not ready to kind of bring a reset.
कभी कभी वाइटी पे भी करोगे ये मतलब कभी कभी करूँगी ऐसा रेगुलर नहीं but yeah.
So early is a big surprise.
And I think on top of that,
if RP goes good,
when you get the reset, you get
progression वगैरह अगर story कुछ interesting अच्छी जाएगी in future because मुझे नहीं पता है where this is going to go. कुछ अच्छा आगे हो तो मुझे ऐसा लगे कभी कि हाँ आज की RP काफी
competition at the highest level, right? We're not just looking at skill, we're looking at the mental aspect, the psyche. How do you kind of recover from a loss? And I think, you know, at least in this case for our lead, they have plenty of time to talk about that.
But on the other end, Lion, while they did push a loss towards Total Gaming, now there's the Indian counterpart of S8UL. That's going to be Bunny acting on hacks and instantly confirming as well. So Lion, who thought that this position is completely clear, now there's another challenge. There's still one player here at Santa Catarina who is not yet giving his position away. That's going to be Games King, the Mess King.
Obvious नहीं है इतना भाई. Why would I support Argentina?
Does he call reinforcements here?
And भाई hater नहीं हूँ. लोग अलग ही आके why you
don't
like
me? Team Vitality squad 4 eliminations already, and I think while we were talking about RRQ, while we've been talking about MIBR loss, I think Vitality need their end of a partnership and call themselves on one Booyah game at least for today.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, they actually got off to a decent start, right? They took out 3 members of MIBR loss.
मैं तो clearly बोलती हूँ मैं ऐसा sugar coat भी नहीं करती कि नहीं
नहीं. One of the front runners of this lobby. They themselves now on the receiving end of a couple of lead, courtesy of their own comrades from Indonesia or RQ.
ऐसी मतलब बात नहीं है.
A newfound confidence from the previous game, right? Like just able to lead him in the battle and kind of just reinforce the fact that he is one of the best. This is kind of what we always need from some of these newer players and their first appearance on the big stage, right? Just the fearlessness. And that's what Rans has brought. We gotta check out here. We did say that MIBR loss basically decimated our lead and it didn't even look close.
Yeah, we just dropped. We were about to shift from the flight path and this is what happened. Hawk, he's still trying to hold it off, but there's too many players from MIBR loss and now too many players even swarming Lion in this fight. They're trying their best, but they're unable to hold it off, and that's still a challenge coming in from S8UL. Yes, they've been dabbled a little bit of a damage, but they're able to hold themselves off. Hacks again will be confirmed. Jack picking off one more. And Joker, he is going to be the last player who also gets picked off. S8UL off to a start that they needed to eliminate a whole squad. It finally happens for them here in Kalahari.
On a map that usually has a slower tempo, we lose 2 teams 4 minutes in. Again, the volatility of this lobby continues to rear its head. A hit list put out. Vitality onto GU. Team Secret, we will revive for now, but they won't have time to kind of get the plans together with Twisted Smiles dropping by. And Diamond is on the hunt. A couple of Team Secret players nearby. Diamond might get sandwiched by Exposy on the low ground. And Huang Nam getting tagged as well. Nan7 dropping down to join with the rest of his team.
नॉकआउट सिस्टम कैसे है इस टूर्नामेंट में कह रहे हो तो देखो आज और कल ग्रुप स्टेज है हर एक टीम के 6-6 मैचेस होंगे लाइक आज 6 कल 6 एंड 12 मैचेस में यू बेसिकली हैव टू बी टॉप 4 to qualify directly for finals and जो 5th से 10th वाले होंगे वो लोग सर्वाइवल स्टेज खेलेंगे और बॉटम 2 एलिमिनेट
and then there is a lot going wrong. But right now PLS1 with the max 7.
तो आज और कल बस मतलब टॉप 4 नहीं तो टॉप 10 रहना है
to take players from afar,
to be safe वरना टाटा बाय बाय.
And Diamond had to go to the vending machine, revive his players, but he's completely surrounded. He cannot do anything. However, he puts PLS1 down, but before going down himself, he gets a whack to PLS1 as a confirmation.
Yeah, greeted out a little bit. Would have been better to use that primary, but at the end of the day, still getting the job done and at quite a hefty cost. Total Gaming, on the other hand, Shanky will need a bit of time to patch himself back up. We have Tro on the other side of the open field with him. S8UL having one of the better starts today. Same as TG, both with 5 eliminations. And in fact, with TG, they're a lot more spread out. Mafia taking some shots as well, but also doing some reconnaissance. Make sure that the rest of his team can follow him. There should be confirmation that Tro is nearby.
After their game number 1 and 2, I think finally we are seeing a little bit of a change in Total Gaming. They're picking up eliminations a little more proactive. They're looking a little more confident. A little mess up happened at Santa Catalina, but we can brush that away. It does happen to everybody in the initial drops. But they managed to recover. But S8UL, they managed to recover even bigger. And that's the reason they are not caring of who's in front of them. And yes, they don't know who is, but they will look forward to eliminations. They're a very elimination-hungry team. And so far, they even pick up one player from Total Gaming.
I think proactiveness is the key word here, right? A lot of teams, if you play not to lose, you're eventually going to lose teams that play to win. It's going to be an oxymoron for majority of the time, but it has been a reality, and that's why winning these gunfights are eventually going to be the cornerstones of getting that booyah and maybe a trophy lift at the end of the journey. And the end of the tunnel right now for Team Vitality is that they are in the center of the circle, right? They have Bayfront that they can control.
अरे मृणाल चिल वो तो अभी वर्ल्ड कप है तो फुटबॉल तो चलता ही रहेगा.
Your influence is actually a pretty good area to
4 साल में एक बार तो आता
What
है यार.
surprises me is that Arca didn't immediately go to Refinery.
Exactly.
Right, they're actually playing on the outskirts of that area.
Both Refinery and Command Post are almost looking empty. No teams are taking control of it. They're letting others try to get close by. Surprised to see that. But at least at Shrines, it seems like the fight keeps going on. MIB are lost. They thought this is going to be a stronghold. But right now, Straw Hats, having the position of the verticality, using the terrain advantage, they're trying to put them down. But General answers back, puts shots down. Who is also being taken down? It's up to Extra and Nil. But they're so on top about it, they cannot be able to easily help their teammates out. But Nil at least trying to hold ground, and he's going to challenge Yago. He's been the man with the big rifle, the long barrel, and he delivers once again. Will not let MIBR loss fall down.
Not at all. And at the cost of no casualty, they should be able to retrieve Rigby in time before he bleeds out. So MIBR lost with 8 points under the belt, continues with a full squad. Aztec is brought back for TG. Fluxo now under the storm, having to deal with the Miyako.
Guys, ये मैच में अपनी टीम क्या किस पोजीशन पे आएगी प्रेडिक्ट करो सब चलो.
Does draw some attention to
कौन-कौन है फालतू वही अपनी चैलेंज वाली स्क्वाड सेम स्क्वाड.
But Santa Catarina is going to be the hard one.
चैलेंज आज फाइनली कंटिन्यू
basically
करेंगे.
controlled by
बहुत
Fluxo.
2 हफ्ते हो गए
Especially
ऑलमोस्ट.
Pops here, who is going
भाई
to take
मेरे को तो लग रहा है मैं भूल गई होंगी कि कैसे खेलते हैं 2 हफ्ते में.
They could now go for the push.
7
Carol mentioned, right? They're the boogeyman, but they're a skinny boogeyman, if you would want to talk about. Are they going to get closer to that? Fluxo have always been a step in front of the race for a booyah, but they've never gotten closer to it. They've always missed those last opportunities, even if they have a man advantage. But right now, they are troubling Miyako. However, Kappa and Biblik, they put players from Fluxo down. They're turning the tides around. It's working on the confirmed players as well. But Sim has to go on this 1v1 and win it out. MT7 on the other end. He is troubling S8UL. A little bit of a wayward approach coming in from Fluxo, but they're still able to hold off Miyako.
Yep, and it goes back to what Carol mentioned earlier on, that MT7 was regarded one of the best snipers from Brazil. Today still outperformed by Yago, but has some moments of brilliance, and that was one of it. Fluxo is beaten and battered, only half the roster remain, and S8UL shows up, Butches in, getting chased left, right, and center for to fight, but there's no way out of this one. Jack and Tro with a couple of eliminations on their own, and MT7, the star of the show, now
हमारा बेस्ट प्लेयर कौन है मेरे को इतना पता नहीं है बट चैट ने बोला ट्रोल but we are at a disadvantage क्योंकि हमारा टीम का IGL नहीं है IGL का वीजा इशू था without IGL हम लोग का बंदा जा रहा है because हर बारी पता है अपन जोन ही नहीं पहुंच रहे हैं यही मेन प्रॉब्लम है हर गेम अपन रोटेशन में मर रहे हैं
very varied position. He'll not be very comfortable in even going towards the vending machine. Kappa right below him, and he and his entire squad is relying for MT7 to get closer to the vending machine and get that revive, and he does. He gets bombs. Kappa could have held the vending machine, but he doesn't now. MT7 is an opportunity, runs right to the weapon of Nix, and having, come on, an SMG in such a close range, you can't do anything against a weapon that plays the sniper role.
Yeah, there was no way out of that one. I honestly thought that MT7 would just hold that spot and try to take a 1v1, right? So probably didn't have intel of where the second member of Miyako is, but at least the captain is brought back to lead the team, in person again on the field. Team Vitality with 5 eliminations and 4 of them from Koja. Yago able to sneak through, but that shot ringing through the eardrums of MIBR Laws. It's gonna give them a bit of intel of a secondary enemy nearby. And it's important information for MIBR Laws because they will have Twisted Minds to contend with in just a little bit, as the Indonesians now might clash. And the last time they met in Kalahari in EWC last year, it was Vitality that denied RQ of a trophy lift. Now it's going to be some of that rematch. It feels like deja vu from a year ago.
Team Vitality, they've been getting closer to the titles, but never been able to lift it off. And this could be an opportunity that they might have to write on their own. Yes, it is tough, especially in stages like this. At least when we had the last EWC season, it was 18 teams, but now the competition is even tougher. 24 teams, you are just put in one group, you have 12 games to play, and Team Vitality has still not picked up enough to get to the top 4. So the distance is more compared to RRQ. If you talk about it, RRQ are even further down because they messed up in their initial games.
Yeah. I mean, both teams have come second a couple of times, but RRQ has been there more often. It's definitely a sour spot to be in. Mia Corp actually being in a position in confinement. There is the blue that they are baiting in right now, but see the binoculars used on the southern end just cut to the open field, but completely avoid Fluxo, are on the lookout.
इसमें उतनी नहीं हो रही है
एंड
इसमें हो भी रही है ना वन प्लेयर इज ऑलवेज रेडी टू एस्केप और मतलब पहले से ही रेडी है
I think a team to watch out, especially here in Kalahari, is S8UL Esports. They've been taking proactive fights, but this time now they're getting a challenge, and that's going to be Team Secret taking a jump as the circle shifts dead center. All the teams are getting forced to be close to each other. 9 teams in total, 12 minutes so far in the game, 36 players still surviving. Fluxo have only 2 eliminations, but we spoke about this. Team Secret, they were the ones who tried to go in for a bang on a surprise, and TQ is able to deliver. He's trying to put the players down. He wants to look forward to another player from S8UL, but the glue wall blocks it. Jack will be able to recover the players, but can they find another knock? No! Jack and Noor say no to the players of Team Secret. Start confirming them one by one, and now Team Secret are in trouble.
Team Secret funneled to a choke point and entered the shooting gallery of S8UL. Planetas get dropped, but S8UL have more members. As Tro gets called in, as a
क्या हो रहा है? वो दीवार के पीछे
slice them into ribbons. And S8UL with a hell of a performance on Kalahari, 13 points and counting.
That was big to hold up, and this is the reason I said here on Kalahari, watch for S8UL Esports, and they are now delivered. They slice and dice through Team Secrets, but now they have another challenge, their own counterpart.
भाई वो क्या मारा लेकिन
it seems like they're deciding to move in 2 different directions, and that is maybe the best for here in Kalahari. In the meantime, we spoke about it, RRQ, right? Their initial games did not work out, they messed up, but right now they've taken the lead on the overall rank compared to Team Vitality. And Team Vitality, it feels like they've been holding far too long
बट वो
and not
फनी
getting
थी
a lot
भाई,
of
वो
points,
वॉल
whereas
के
RRQ,
पीछे
they've been
बैठे
doing
दो,
great.
वो लोग वॉल तोड़ रहे हैं, वो बनाए जा रहे हैं, वो तोड़ रहे बना रहे, क्या था ये?
They sort of get the engines rolling slightly faster and a bit more consistent. Whereas Team Vitality, it really comes down to what the weather feels like. It gotta be a sunny day if you want Team Vitality to put up some numbers. And so far, sun still shines as Joe takes off Yago's head, but no confirmation on that just yet. The rest of MIBR lost now, and again, intel on multiple teams in front of them, and look at this bird's eye view. This is going to be a nasty fight, waiting to implode on its own. Diamond even popping a shot on the bunny, but again, no confirmation there for Twisted Minds.
Look at how the circle moves. It's just moving center to the entire big
बहुत
zone
fast
itself. It's never giving an opportunity for any team to take it as an advantage. And now still RRQ and Vitality are inside the circle, so they'll be happy about it. And look at them, they're holding the teams on the eastern end from getting closer. And that's going to be Miyakov. Already at 12 eliminations, they want more, but all of them are getting stolen by Team Vitality. The deed is being done by RRQ, but the ones who are getting the elimination is Team Vitality, along with MIBR loss.
Yeah, RRQ work hard, but Vitality works smart in that exchange. And Miyako, rightfully so, written out of this game. I mean, Twisted Minds, this is a slower game for them, right? 4 eliminations and counting. You have Vitality on the second floor, and that glue wall is the separation that prevents chaos. And RRQ continues to put on the numbers, this time with help of MIBR loss, taking down the members of Duxo. Total Gaming shows are getting blasted mid-air. It's Aztag loses the exchange to Bunny, and Bunny will get his third.
Total Gaming, they don't have the zone. The zone's closing out. They don't have enough space to work with. Whereas S8UL Esports, they've looked so confident in this very game. Fluxo, the last man standing, gets eliminated outside the zone. Did not have anywhere to move. MK7 going out. The entire squad of Fluxo is done for. This is one of the first games where Fluxo do not make it to the top 4. This tells you of how cutthroat it's become right now as the zone's shrinking. Mafia also gets eliminated. Players from Total Gaming are falling, but S8UL, they're able to hold their own, and now they've gotten to the same building as RRQ.
We're talking about potential of dreams.
Total
Gaming came close in top 3. Now S8UL in the same position, 6 teams remaining, and they are ever so close to that first big step. Of course, for Total Gaming, they have less time to work with, so the odds are slightly lesser. Yago removed as well by a grenade from Twisted Minds. It's Vitality. They're going to share the same building as Twisted Minds themselves. And now we see that clear separation, but guess what? Where the circle is moving, the Indian teams, they're going to have a good chance to rotate.
They have to be quick on it because Vitality, they're already troubling MIBR, lost from getting ahead. RRQ on the other end, they'll be able to spot S8UL Esports if they're quick in their run. But Twisted Minds, I really like how they're holding the compound. So Vitality, they might be in trouble in case they decide to step out because Twisted Minds, they're already ahead of the game. They're going to be the ones who will try and defend the entry. MIBR lost. The loss is Survivors, General and Rigby. Can they do something different? Yes, they do. They take the roof approach, make a jump, but they do get damaged a tad bit. But S8UL, while they change the building from RRQ towards Vitality, the bolt maker being called, they have the challenge of the zone shifting. They have to quickly make a move.
Yeah, and for MIBR, the Twisted Minds, they're going to be one of the calm dips on the center. Koja taking out dudes as well. In the meantime, S8UL, as much as they're slow on the roll this time with that rotation, but they didn't make the more passive choice to play from behind, and it could work in their favor as TG now bleeding out. Jackie no longer able to be rescued, and Water about to be constricted, suffocated by the blue. And RRQ as well removed from the equation. Rigby with confirmation onto Water. We're almost down to the final 3 teams with MIBR lost, barely hanging on with 2 members left.
Yeah, somehow they jumped on the roof and they're still surviving. And thankfully, RRQ ended up becoming a target for everybody. Every team started shooting them down. Everybody got bits and pieces of RRQ in that fight to eliminate RRQ. But how this fight concludes is going to be very crucial. 17 seconds in the claw, and the entire zone is going to start shrinking in. No team wants to get out except for MIBR lost, but finally a challenge coming in from Vitality.
Oh, MIBR ke ekdam se mar gaye.
Man standing, he doesn't have enough space. S8UL on the other end, they're moving further away.
And S8UL exposed the actually control as well, and so is Jack. Vitality now joins in on the hunt. S8UL might just meet an early demise here, unless they can wrestle their way out of this. Diamond to take care of. He is alone, but he's an anchor for Twisted Minds, barricading himself with the glue wall, knocked down by Jack. And even for Rigby, he still wants a piece of the pie.
अबे शिट वो अकेला बच गया वो मर जाए तो और प्लेसमेंट का फायदा है
I don't know how they did it, but they are able to for the time being. But the zone's about to close, and they had to make an exit. Use the glue wall, but now it's a very small compound that they have control of. There's nothing else. Every other team is right in front of them. Who have a better position, a better compound. Even Rigby, who's the last man standing, has an entire compound, a window through see-through. Whereas Vitality now, it looks like they are the lords of power. They're standing on the rooftops, having vision of everybody. Bunny down, troll down, confirmations following on through. Twisted Minds with Exposé picking up confirmations on S8UL Esports, bringing down to their knees. Jack going down, the last man standing. Vitality and Twisted Minds join hands together to take S8UL down.
Only Nor made it to safety, but Vitality knows exactly where it is. Twisted Minds wants to beat them to it. It's still an extra point for themselves. The pass on the low ground, it might have been a fatal error as Nor now books it with a baseball bat in hand and a glue wall to keep himself safe. This could be a distraction there. Vitality preoccupied by Twisted Minds. Nor now found out by Joe, but Joe will have to work for that if he so wishes to. For Vitality, 4-man strong.
आपस में निपट जाओ पहले.
Step up to the occasion, and this is that moment.
कोई ना 8 placement not bad काफी वो भी
better late than never, as the boss will be the only one that has a chance to take down Vitality. But the Hornets will not be denied, and Team Vitality brings themselves a booyah.
ये लोग पे था वैसे.
Game coming in from Team Vitality. We were talking about it, right? While Brazil is taking all the initial games away, it seems like Southeast Asia finally finding their ways to victory, especially Indonesia. RQ to follow now.
अगर वो MIBR वाला ले जाता ना, अपन पहले चले जाते तब sad feel होता
they were holding in that final fight, as we saw. We spoke about MIBR loss, right? Then taking the rooftop, but unfortunately did not have the numbers. If they did have what Vitality did, looking like the giants about the Davidson, the Goliath fight that was happening, it could have been MIBR loss, but Vitality played it to perfection in that final fight.
And we even say that this feels like the deja vu from 2025 back in Riyadh, right?
Overall position अभी तो ऊपर आए होंगे अपन. How will we qualify? Group stage में अपन को top 4 रहना है direct finals के लिए. या फिर टॉप 10 रहना है उसके लिए सर्वाइवल बॉटम 2 बाहर हो जाएंगे. टॉप 4 आते हैं तो डायरेक्ट फाइनल्स जाते हैं और 5th to 10th पोजीशन रहते हैं तो वो रहेगा. 10 के भी थे 10 प्लस 10 से तो ज़्यादा थे. प्लेसमेंट 8 मिले हैं. पेपी आई थी 15 के आसपास तो था ही पहले से ही था.
Tell us has Vitality beaten RRQ now?
Yeah, I mean this is a trophy that is the only missing piece of from the BRU cabinet, right? But for everyone else, it is the first piece of what is going to be a complete puzzle of that golden road. And for the Hornets here, they've had quite the round. I mean, even you look at the faces of the Twisted Mind members, they know they've invested. This was a game that was incredibly hard with how Team Vitality played out that final circle. When talk about the double sniper, we saw that play out as well when they took care of S8UL.
Very crucial. I mean, for S8UL to hold their own in a position which is not great at all, that compound is very small. I mean, if anybody tries to hold their position there,
22 points
to be taken on. Thankfully, maybe Vitality did not have launchers or anything because yes, a lot of resources got expended there because multiple teams were present and a lot of fights took place. S8UL also, you have to give it to them, they held their own in such a small spot, took down the player of Twisted Minds. And I think that was also the reason Twisted Minds did not have enough reinforcements going into that final fight with Vitality. If that reinforcement was there, maybe Twisted Minds could have gotten their own booyah.
Yeah, and with that being said, we are approaching the final round, but anything before the final round deserves a bit of a breather. So don't go anywhere, we'll be right back in just a bit with another Nextera round.
Like the stream guys, सब like करो, subscribe नहीं किया है तो subscribe करो. PP तो 8 है, PP तो पता है मेरे को. #3 के 8 होते हैं. But KP मेरे हिसाब से 15-16 लेके चल रही हूँ मैं. इतने तो होने चाहिए. दिखा दो भाई, points दिखा दो.
Tyler 1, you're done.
wasn't lost, but it was vitality. Being able to get that booyah, we were wondering when it was going to happen. It finally happened.
Yeah, I mean, like it's a back-to-back for Indonesia right now. Earlier it was RRQ, now it's Team Vitality, and we were talking about how well Vitality is adapting to this gameplay. And hopefully this Booyah would motivate them, because there's only one more chance for today for them to be able to grab all those points. But again, we've seen all those adjustments, we've seen all those plays, especially in the final moment, how they isolated each player of their opponents so that they can secure this big B.
And one of the teams that was able to get a top 3, we have to talk about them because the jump up that this team has been having has been great. And I'm talking about none other than S8UL. Because this squad, I gotta give you a breakdown, okay? First game, 5th place, 2 eliminations. Second, 8, 6 elims. 7th, 2 elims. 6, 8 elims. This time around, though, they got a top 3. And boy, did they back it up with eliminations.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's
15
like a
KP,
slow slope,
W23,
they are
good,
just
good.
climbing up. And
That is
I'm
good,
really
bro.
loving that there's a few of those adjustments that they're doing right now so that they can
Almost
secure more
4
elimination.
गेम के
And again,
बराबर ही मार दिया
Galatasaray is
भाई
one of
इस
those
गेम
maps
में
where and you
15
can
पहले
get those
18 ही थे
aggression
अपने
from
से
afar.
मिला
So I'm really loving that they're pulling that off. Not a lot of teams will be able to manage that. But what I'm seeing is a pattern we're seeing not only for Team Vitality as well as
चलो भाई फट से last map
it's becoming slow
शुरू
from
करो
winning. Like, 10 teams remaining towards phase 4, phase 5, and phase 6. So it's really getting tougher and tougher.
मैंने
But
just
for those who
यही
are
मैच लाइव
in
देखा
great
अभी
position,
शायद
especially in
मुझे
high
सारे
ground,
मैच
they get
देखने
a lot of
पड़ेंगे
elimination.
देखो भाई फिर
One of those being
What you
S8UL. They ended up
doing?
actually that last game with 5th in eliminations. Another team that was able to get a lot of eliminations and kind of back it up.
यार आईजीएल के बिना
Whenever
इशू
they
तो
ended up
होगा ही
getting a
ना
booyah in the last round was
आईजीएल का
none
तो
other
बहुत
than
मेजर रोल
RRQ.
रहता
The
है
trajectory of this team, I think
हम
this
फिर
is
से
exactly
शायद
what
hashtag
Conchita
7
and
हुए
you
होंगे
wanted
अब
to
पहले
see.
हम
Yeah,
hashtag
exactly. I
7
mean,
थे
this
first
is their
game में
comfort map. With
7
Maul
और
as a
8
sniper, they know exactly how to position themselves, and most of the time, like dropping in the
ज़्यादा
middle in
ऊपर
the
तो नहीं
refinery,
आए
that gives them more view of their opponents. And not everyone is contesting that area. And for now, I guess
hashtag
after
7
4 games, they have a good chance really to understand who would be going against them, who would be chasing against them. And with Dukes in front line with the rest of the squad, I think they have a better positioning right now, and won't be surprised if they can carry over onto the next map.
And for Vitality, we got to go back to this booyah that they just got. Remember, we've been talking about this squad in regards to this strategy and the meta that they've been trying, right? 2 snipers. It worked out wonders here. And I think, would you say this sends a message too, going to tomorrow with this strategy that they pulled off?
Well, I think they managed to pull it off quite well in the regionals on their own region, and there's a lot more that you can see right now, especially in global scene, and it worked right today.
Right now, first place is none other than Los. Are they going to stay in first place? Are they going to go for that 3rd booyah like some of the teams were able to do earlier in Group A? I think it's time. All these questions are answered on the final game of Group B.
Yep, final game of Group B indeed. At least for day number 1 is Husky and Lucifer back on the mic for one last time this evening before we close out this opening day. I gotta say, there might not be no full 4th booyah, but it might be our loss.
They've all
But
had
I'm still
myself
looking
with
forward to a potential
Joy.
3rd as we head back onto
Damn,
Nextera.
let's go guys,
for one
match number
last time today.
6.
We've gotten our fair share of Nextera in
Let's
Group A,
go,
and that
let's go,
has
let's
been quite the
go.
experience. But with how Indonesia teams have been stepping up, let's see if they can keep the train going. Maybe RRQ will get the 2nd.
Maybe, but I would want to take the trajectory just like how the map is moving a little towards the east, towards the right hand. It's not something to teams to be worried about already.
Let's
but
go,
still,
let's go,
I want
let's
to see another team get a
go.
booyah just to even the competition. The overall standing already looks close by in this group compared to the group A. So that's the reason I want to see another team pick that pace up. But let's see if there's any fight. And already, as you can see,
esports is fine,
Beta
yaar,
Square
I
is
feel
being
gonna-
lit up. Boxing gym again
bhi
being
game ka ho,
fighting.
badhiya hai bhai.
Arena in itself, yes. Irony is that it's a boxing gym, but we also see people trying to pack a punch, and Straw Hats might be in the middle of it because Twisted Minds have looked better in their fights.
So last time
Intellect
in game 4 we
center,
saw
मतलब
the intellect center draw. It was
intellectual
only Lion,
बनने के
right?
लिए
Now
उधर
we
जाना
see
पड़ता है क्या?
TG there as well. So it's going to be some early
Asking
clashes
for a
here.
friend.
We'll see how that one pans out because
बहुत
Lion
जरूरत है उसको.
kind of got close in previous 2 games, but that was the most that we've seen. Twisted
कई
Minds
लोगों
also
का actually.
comes under a bit of that pressure. I think courtesy of Fluxo, who actually dropped Diamond out with the WoW, and Exposy is also already gone.
Twisted Minds, they're picking up players from Straw Hats. This was a surprise. And now Ali is also in the mix of it. Straw Hats don't know where they have to run in the direction of. Shock did get the revive, but will not be able to turn the corner. Sifo, he's going to be quick. Ali, they need to recover. Their games early on were too good, but after what happened in Kalahari, it was a big mess up. But now they would want to recover, and recovery is something even Lion wants to do. It's not working with the story gaming. They understand that day one has not been the greatest yet for them. They started well, but they're unable to close it out.
I think there's some reassurance if we can get rid of Della here, who actually got a spray down there. No way to retrieve Joker though. So Total Gaming can still look for the finisher. Wota, the opening doesn't have line of sight. Actually, the timing slightly off, and Aztec is brought back. In the grand scheme of things, right? The past two games, if we want to talk about teams that are looking to kind of recover in this final game, I want to see Alani bounce back. Oh, yes. He came close on Xterra, and that was Xterra as well. He came close, finished third. The thing got a bit messy, didn't go according to plan. The last game it was a no-show because they got completely decimated by MFBL. But now they're back on Xterra where they finished top 3. Wota just passing by Della, who held his breath.
Wait. Okay.
He has no idea.
And Della did not take a fight. I think he was worried that maybe there might be more players from Total Gaming following Wota. But Wota, he's on a hit list. He has to be worried about it. Mia Corp are close by. He's just trying to run. Oh, it's not on Wota. It's going to be on Mafia, the hit list, and they have to protect Mafia. But Wota is nowhere close to his teammates. And there's the final revive. Shanky also brought back to life, meaning Total Gaming are a full set of 4 players, but nowhere close to each other yet.
I think it's also a smart choice for Della to not take that fight, because what if you lose, right? And you're out of the lobby.
It's no good, man.
You know, strategic move there. Team Secret against Vitality. This came off a massive round, and Team Secret looks to quickly extinguish that flames by taking out half the roster. But still, I mean, Team Vitality themselves have 6 eliminations already in the bag. Sabang holding back on the trigger finger. No clear shot just yet. So survival is imperative. Team Vitality at this point, so Team Secret gets to walk away with a couple of eliminations under the belt. I believe it's 5 for now. Even Straw has getting into a bit of a fight. RQ going out on top, and Rance gets a quad.
That is very sad, man.
All the way from boxing gym, try to keep running away, but it's not been working out. RRQ, they find them at Deca Square. So as of now, RRQ looking forward to going back to their winning ways, what they did in our game number 4, get themselves a booyah. But in the overall ranking, we just saw both Vitality as well as RRQ both sitting with a total of 77 points. Neck and neck, these two, whenever it comes to competition. The rivalry is cutthroat between these two giants. But hey, it's about getting to the top 4. Today, you don't win anything. One thing that you make sure of is you're in the final for the hunt of the trophy, for the hunt of that shield, to put your coin in and smash every other key out.
And take 3 bags as souvenirs.
Oh, yes.
Don't forget that part.
This no
but also
good,
to give
man.
yourself a big lead so that you have a cushion to lay back on tomorrow, right?
Correct.
Let's say if you kind of blow 2 rounds in a row, at least you're not out of contention. Which is very important for teams with track record of not being able to show up consistently, right? And in this case, both the Indonesian teams may have to this lobby. We even set it up that the last 3 maps are going to be Indonesian favored. And guess what? So far, it has been RRQ and Team Vitality.
One thing that we do have to give it to is, yes, Fluxo, of how they've been trying to control and convert. But their fans out here, they've been roaring from game number 1, even before the game number 1 started in our pre-show. But right as now, Lion, they want to be the ones. The Beasts Unchained against Vitality. The Hornets who just got their booyah. A 1v1 against Koja. And Games King proves better with the duel. He goes in for a second. Banks 2 elimination. And Lion looking better than ever in this final game for themselves.
That looks slightly reckless from Team Vitality, but with Fluxo's arrival, Lion are poking it out of there. Thankfully, Vitality, they split up in a 2-2 squad, so not all is lost. Even for Fluxo, despite no booyah so far, they're still spirited. The fans continuing to cheer on for their favorite team. RRQ on the radar right now against Team Secret. The aggressors are the Vietnamese. T-Quay around the corner, joined by Nan, but the window not really safe. So grenades fly through from RRQ. Abai would take a space. Riptide Ridden from Ah Huang Am. Exposed PLS1 does the same. Runs now getting pushed.
Team Secret after the game 2 and game 3, they've not picked up pace. But right now, Duts is down. PLS1, the man who's been dealing the damage, and Rans, he also gets knocked. That's going to be from TQ. And RRQ in trouble after losing 2 of their players, the newest youngest gun and their captain. That's something to be worried about. Mahal and Abhay, they are close. They could get stuck, and Abhay gets challenged. Nothing much he can do. Thankfully, did buy enough time for Mahal to go back to the vending machine. Revive will be back up, but so far, whenever we've seen Next Era, is been very high on elimination. Teams have been reviving their teammates back and forth, getting their teammates out, reviving again. So some of the teams are walking very happy out of Next Era once we end the game.
Yeah, it's just you get some extra points, right? Some chump chains, and I think the teams they got comfortable after the halfway point to settle in, and now they're more proactive in finding those eliminations. And Ma'ao, he's gonna fly out of there. Can they shoot him down from the skies? Doesn't seem to be the case. Ma'ao finds safety and a good chance of reconvening with the rest of the squad. But right here, Games King, a reckless rush from D, takes a headshot to the face. And double revolver working wonders here in CQC when you have that pre-fire advantage.
Advantage here on the replay, as we did see Lion getting themselves some extras, and I think Lion is a team that we want to see a lot coming in from, especially as we've already spoken about Games King, Gamez King. It is just brilliant of what he can do, but so far we've just seen a couple of eliminations that he's been able to deliver, and here on Next Era as well. Not much in terms of aggression, but there is an eye on him if he's able to deliver for the region, for the team, and push themselves forward, because we saw what Gun Dynasty did. They are sitting at the top of the charts in a group which is the toughest out there, and they managed to do that, and we expect nothing short of their champs.
Yeah, I think in this case we're seeing the expected front runners to be in front, but there are some standout performers, right? I mean, we saw Team Secret had a good round or two, but even then they are now sitting in 6th place with only 60 points. The cutoff top 4 is actually a lot further than they would have liked. I mean, even TJ and S8UL have some good moments. But in this case, S8UL's run ended pretty early on as they have been wiped out. So all eyes are going to be back on total game redemption.
आजा
भाई पालवर्ड समझा देना भाई, मैं खुद समझ जाऊँ इतना कुछ